Yo, I'm live. I think. Maybe. I think so. Maybe, maybe not. For people who are here, if you can see me, well, you can't see me, but if you can see my screen, say, I don't know, type 1, all two of you people here. Oh my god, my stream is fucking up again. Hello? Anybody here? We're 1, I'm here. Oh, one of me. And the other person who I'm going to assume is Harry76. I don't think I've ever seen Harry76 here. Oh, now YouTube says that there's 0 people. Oh, whatever. Um, there might be more people in here later on, but how are you feeling about this whole Tectone-Flip-Soul Drama? Well, not gonna play HSR Genshin right now. I'm going to later on because I have to in order to finish my Jingliu farming. I hope I can watch like all of this, all the stuff I want to before I get to my Jingliu farming. But what's everybody's thoughts on the Soul Flip uh Tectone drama right now? Do you guys know my background? I used to be a Tectone fan. Oh, I'm eating, by the way. If you haven't noticed yet, I am eating. So, um, if you don't want to hear me eat, then too bad, I guess. But it is what it is. Not really. I could stop eating. To be honest, after Asmo addressed it, I'm kind of stopped caring about it. That's when I started caring about it. Because honestly, I don't really care what Tectone thinks that much. Like, I don't think if it was just Tectone versus, like, Soul, or, I don't know, Flip, I probably wouldn't have cared this much. But, well, Asmo covered it. I thought it was pretty crap. So that's when I started caring. I even made a post about it. Not a post, but a reply to another person's thread on it on Asmongold's subreddit. Just pretty much complaining about how he covered it. But the post got deleted. So I guess now people can't see it. I could show it, but I don't know. Anyway. So, my understanding of this is that Tectone brought up a 1 to 2 year old video by Flip, a channel about meta commentary. Flip. Tectone. Okay, I don't give a fuck about that. Flip. This is the guy, right? This is the guy who caused Tectone to talk about Genshin Impact again. Well, not really. But talk about somebody who talked about Genshin Impact, or about him and Genshin Impact. When was the video he made? Which one was the video that Tectone got mad about? The worst Genshin creator? He's not, he hasn't stopped making these, like, what do people call them? I never watched iDubbbz, but from what I've heard, iDubbbz was one that made, like, takedown videos of people who were bad content creators or some shit. And I guess now everybody's doing it. Worst Genshin content creator? Who's this about? I don't know. Vars? Superatom? I've never heard of Superatom. Who else? Erotic Walrus, of course. This is the one making fun of Erotic Walrus for talking about Chi-Chi's, like, elemental regeneration, right? Tenha is a Jeff. Where's Tectone? Did he actually take down the Tectone video? It was 1 year ago, right? So it must be farther down. Is MiHoYo actually racist? No, we covered this. Actually, we didn't cover this, but I made a video about skin color and Genshin Impact. He probably took it down. That sucked. Flip is wrong, so MTash called me out.
Alright, hi, hello.
So already deleted his last video about the drama, unfortunately. I don't know if you watched it already. Oh, I haven't watched it, but I have it saved. I also have a whole bunch of other drama about Tectone saved. During the last episode with Atsu, which was the one I cared about, because I watched Atsu back then. He's sort of gone off and done his own, like, going to all these convention shit. So I haven't really followed Atsu for a while now. But I went from being a Tectone fan to, well, not being a Tectone fan. More like a Tectone hater, to be honest. After the whole Atsu drama. And I just saved a whole bunch of these videos, like MTash talking to Tectone, Tenhub talking about Atsu and Tectone, Atsu talking about Atsu, Tectone talking about I don't know what the fuck he talks about. And I think this is Goose talking about Atsu. And I have all these other videos saved as well. And I have all the other videos from Tectone's channel saved as well in case he deletes them. I wasn't able to manage. I wasn't able to get the first few videos. I don't know how many videos. What's his name? Brain fart. What's his name again? Soul. I wasn't able to get the first one or two videos that Soul made about Tectone, so I can't watch that anymore because he deleted them, unfortunately. But I have some stuff saved up for my own perusal later. The one, yeah, I wasn't there. I didn't care about. I didn't even talk. I didn't even follow Genshin drama back in the day. I still don't really follow Genshin drama, except for Tectone. I'll say this: no matter how much people hate Tectone, he has managed to get people to care about hating him at the very least. So no, I do have an understanding of what people were mad about when it comes to Tectone and Enviosity and that whole drama. Something about mint picking. Enviosity had some issues, and there was some name calling going around, being mitten kickers or Enviosity being fragile. Am I getting any of this wrong? You guys could probably explain this better than I do. But I only started following Genshin drama after the whole Atsu thing because it was just so fucking weird, so fucking ridiculous that I started thinking about where all of this was going and why exactly all of this was happening. And that first Genshin drama is Genshin versus TOF. Holy shit, there's 6 people here. And you guys want to speak up because only 3 people have so far. Who are the rest of you? Hope this own Tectone drama is over. Oh, I'm enjoying it. Honestly, I enjoy it. I am on Soul's side, kind of. I don't think he should have yelled at his brother. I don't think his brother should have butted in. I don't think Soul should have butted in. I don't think Tectone should have brought up 1-year-old video for a game he no longer really plays that much, or really seriously covers, and make accusations that whatever that Flip did caused him monetary harm, which is frankly bullshit. Even though he says that the game is casual, but then tries to argue about whether or not other people are right to call him out on being wrong. Maybe Flip shouldn't have made a video about any of the content creators either, but I think that's very, very slippery slope. Everybody in the wrong, except Flip, in my opinion. I don't think. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Tectone baited so hard. Tectone baits everybody. Tectone is without a doubt a drama farmer. He definitely goes out of his way to bait drama. Me personally, I don't like making videos that are directly calling somebody out. The way that Flip does, even in a joking manner. But from what I've heard, and what I've seen about Flip's channel, mostly that he has only 7.66 thousand subscribers, which I probably shouldn't be talking about anyways, because I only have less than 1,000 subscribers, so why the fuck am I talking about him only having 7.6 thousand subs? It's ridiculous, but obviously, even if he made the most insane, dumb shit ever, it's not really going to harm anybody, because nobody's going to watch his videos. Let's be honest. Like, the average video he gets is less than 100,000 views. So it's just kind of worthless to argue about any of this when it comes to Flip's content. Just like how it's like completely meaningless to argue about any of the content that I make. Because honestly, nobody watches my content, relatively speaking, compared to everybody else. That doesn't mean that other people can't respond to their content, obviously. Because Asmongold watched my content, and I gave him permission to, or at least his editor's permission to make a video out of it. So it's not like Tectone is wrong to respond to all of this. But given Tectone's history, given how much drama he has been, I just frankly don't give a shit, and I think Tectone is probably in the wrong in this case. Yo, Luke Mileto, what's up? And when I say he is in the wrong, I mean he is in the wrong for talking about this a year after the fact that the video came out. I still haven't found the video. That's how far down the video is. Like, literally, I can't even find it. Oh, there it is. Oh, he made Tectone into a clown. That's gonna get him mad. So let's start off by watching this, because I actually haven't watched it. Like, I literally do not know what Tectone is complaining about. It's an year-old video. I know. It's probably even older than that. Yeah, it's older than a year old. It's a year and like what? It's like 17 months old. It's literally going to be more than 17 months old by the end of this month. Unless my math is failing me. So let's watch this first.
Honestly, make the game easier to count anyways. That way you don't have to do the triple hit.
This is gonna be fun.
You know?
Can you guys hear? Wait, this is really quiet. What the fuck? I haven't turned down the sound. Can you guys hear my voice? Oh, if you can't hear my voice, then I guess I'm fucked. Whatever. It's probably better. I don't count mounts after a year. Yeah. This is way in the past. And what's crazy is I think Tectone might have already quit Genshin at this point. And you know what's even crazier? Isn't this whole drama, the Flip thing, isn't the video Flip made about Tectone about John Lee? Which means that this is even older than a year. He like waited a year, more than a year, before making a video about something Tectone said. Wait, is this about John Lee? More of the story, don't target people with narcissistic and egotistical tendencies on the internet for content or your reputation. Well, I don't know if Flip thought that Tectone was egotistical or a narcissist. Obviously, he's going to be more careful about making videos about people now. Maybe he'll get people's permission before he uploads a video. Maybe. The problem is, Bench, Tectone said that he didn't watch his video before and just disliked it. And 1 year later, he reacted to it because someone on his chat sent it to him. Well, like, what is the moral of that? That his chat is shit? That he shouldn't have watched the video? Or that Flip shouldn't have made the video? Like, what is the moral of this? Let's just watch the video and I'll decide later. Come on. Again, sorry, I am eating.
Make the game easier to count anyways. That way you don't have to do the triple hit. Just
okay, can you guys hear all right? Is this sound all right? Should I turn up the sound? I should probably turn up the sound. Yep. Wait, let me just test this.
Explosion bigger. Okay, here's another thing. Her damage is over.
Okay, can you guys hear? I can hear it. Okay, I'm gonna turn up the sound a tiny bit.
Overall underwhelming.
Okay, can you hear my voice as well? His voice
because Electro's
clearly.
a bad element.
Can you hear both
Oh
voices?
shit. Here we go again.
A lot of people like to tell me.
Is he too loud?
That Yoy Mia.
Am I too loud? Am I too quiet?
5 stars in the game. Explain to me how.
What do you mean? Why do you guys mean by yup? Dude, I am so I always get so anxious about the sound, even though practically speaking, every time I go back to watch my videos, it really doesn't make a difference. Basically, he didn't watch and made it relevant the day the video posted. I wonder how many views this got after Tectone noticed it. Because even after he noticed it, it's like what, 66,000 views? That's like, relatively speaking, nothing. So let's say maybe like 20%. Let's be generous and say maybe like 20% of the views. 20-30% of views were from Tectone. So like what, he had maybe 40, 30, like 40, 50,000 views at most. I don't know. It just seems like a very small thing.
You know, it would honestly make the game easier to kill anyways. That way you don't have to do the triple hit. Just make the big explosion bigger. Okay, here's another thing. Her damage is overall underwhelming, and the reason why that is because Electro's a bad element.
Oh shit.
Who is she talking about?
Here we go again.
Who is she talking about? Electro is a bad element. So Electro character. Is he talking about Kuching? Electro before 3.0? You mean 2.0, right? Just Electro in general?
A lot of people like to tell me that Yoy Mia and Tartaglia are the 2 worst 5 stars in the game. Explain to me how Ayato, Ayaka, Raiden Shogun, Bennett would be a bad team. You said Tartaglia is good at what he does. What does Tartaglia do that is good?
Real quick chat, as a lot of y'all know, back in the day,
I'll be honest. I still don't know how to play Tartaglia. I still think he's just too complex of a character for like 99% of the Genshin player base, me included. I remember watching Zepla pull for her, and then she was just like noticeably confused at Tartaglia's kit and was like, he's gonna stay in my teapot. And that's basically what happened. And she never saw Tartaglia ever again.
I was known as the Tartaglia guy.
I have played him. I have had him for like a year or more. And I still haven't played him. Oh, it's evented.
Hello there, Flip here, and today, yeah, there's no point in even stalling this video. We're going to be doing
Wait. This was the video that Tectone watched, right? Or at least the video that he made or complained about, or his Twitch stream. I don't know what he does. What platform he complained about. Is there another video about Tectone? This is the right video, right? Because I'm pretty sure it was about John Lee. Or somebody was complaining about John Lee. What the fuck? Just this one? No, okay, so that was the one. That is the one video that I should be watching. Nothing weird. Oh, there's another one. Oh, Tectone was wrong about Yoimiya. What did Tectone say about Yoimiya? Oh, that was only 22,000 views. Nobody cares. I say that, but nobody watches my videos either.
Genshin Core on one of the biggest Genshin content creators, Tectone. And hopefully, if my timing isn't dog shit, this should be up before 2.7, as that will most likely be when Tectone goes back to Genshin.
The Electro Dendro reactions had already come out. We know this, because he's talking about 2.7.
For a while to make more takes. So before that happens, I need to explain why he's not reliable. And for those of you who don't know what the Genshin Core is, what it entails, the TLDR of it is that we'll be
Flip called Tectone unreliable.
Trying certain Genshin content creators on their takes on certain characters of the game in general, and be giving them a fitting sentence for said takes. You can go watch my other videos on it if you want more information. And
he's giving him a sentence. Now, how serious do you guys think this is? Like, do you think this would offend like anybody. Because if it was just that one sentence, mostly it has to do with his early guides. This one sentence that he is saying that Tectone is unreliable and that he was going to give him a sentence. Without, I think the fact that he said he would give him a sentence made it a bit less serious. Overall, I haven't watched the entire video. I haven't barely watched any of it. But I'm just trying to gauge like how realistically somebody would get annoyed by this. Because I saw one of the responses to Flip's video was Mtash saying that Flip was wrong, and then Flip made a video about Mtash saying he was wrong. So how serious is all of this? Because he's made videos about Tectone, Mtash, and then him responding to Mtash, and then Sekapoko. Oh, he made an even worse image about Sekapoko. He's literally a clown. Tenha, Zajeff, Erotic Walrus. I don't know who this is. Super Tom, Vars. Is that it? I don't know who this is. I bet this was because of Tectone, because he's now afraid to have the image of an actual person on his thumbnail now, so that people don't get alerted about it. Something about building Bennett in a crit build. Okay.
As always, standard YouTube practices. If at any point during the video you are entertained, make sure to drop a like and even consider subscribing. As
This
my
one is
Mtash
Flip
Genshin
himself. So he's making a video like clowning on himself now. Oh my god. Oh my god, he got nuked so hard he's just making a clown video about himself now. Jesus Christ. I think Flip was just making constructive criticism, but he still has a lot to learn. So Jeff got mad at it as well. Jesus Christ.
is in the works and you don't want to miss that. So, Tectone, I recently did a community poll on who you guys would rather see, and Tectone won.
Alright, it's time to start working on another Genshin court soon after my official video goes live. Which person do you guys want me to court more out of these two? I heard something about Flip being a minor. Like, what is all that about? I plan to cover both. Like, my guess is that about the Flip being a minor, or, you know, I'm a minor, whatever it's called, is that Soul called Flip a former minor. Is that right? Or did Soul call his brother a former minor? Which one is it? I plan to cover both regardless. Though, which would you like to see first? Also, leave your suggestion for anyone else you would like me to court in the future. If I'm not mistaken, Flip said this court series are just critic videos with exaggerated tone a la court. So here's the thing. I think in his mind, he thought it was sufficiently sarcastic and unserious enough that nobody would get offended by it. But I am going to assume he is not a native English language speaker, judging from how in the way he speaks. I am not a native English language speaker as well. English is my second language. I started learning English, I think, by the time I was, 6, 7 years old. But by the time I was, 8, the only words I knew were elephant and, I don't know, big penis. I don't know. Then on the live stream, he was already 18. I watched a new Soul video. Wait, there's a new Soul video. Is there? No, there's not. There's no new Soul video, unless he deleted another one. He sounds Latino. I don't know. People always say that they think that a certain person sounds a certain race, and that they're like, you know, that guy sounds black, and that guy sounds white, that guy sounds Asian, that guy sounds Latino. But I've seen some pretty fucking subversions, pretty big subversions of the stereotypical sounds that people think that those people make. I think he deleted it. He did delete it. The meme former minor is a minor while he is 18 now. So it was about Flip. And he started making this video a year ago, which is, he's a minor back then. I think there's like not that much difference between the age of 17, 18, and even 19. I'm 30 years old now, by the way. I know that there are some people who think that I'm much younger than me, much younger than some of the judging by the stuff that I know about video games, that I might be a lot younger, but that's because I didn't get really good internet or even get video gaming PC until I was much older. I think it was around the time I was 12, 13 years old before I got like a gaming PC. So I was born in like 1990. I was like thinking, wait a minute, how old am I now? What year was I born in? 1993. We are the same age. Yeah, I was born in 1993. And that makes me 30 years old, I think, by now. Yeah, next year is 31. Holy Jesus fucking Christ. But I didn't get the internet. Back then, people still used cassette tapes. People still had dial-up internet. I think I was just at the age where I was conscious of enough of good internet versus bad internet. So, like, I knew that what dial-up was. Do people still know what dial-up is? It was slow as fuck. I think you had to use a telephone to use the internet. I'm not really sure how that works. By the time that I was old enough to understand what the internet was, I was just like, well, there's good internet, big number good internet, small number bad internet. But that's why I don't really understand like World of Warcraft stuff and the early StarCraft stuff. StarCraft 1 was one of my first games. Did you read out the Soul community post? I will do that later on. But I'm going to continue watching this. This is enough sidetracking.
One, of course, but by quite a lot, and funnily enough, Tectone was kind of the groundwork for these type of videos, as I think.
So again, I'm just saying that my point is that because he is not a native English language speaker, he might presume that he sounds sarcastic or unserious enough that other people would not be offended at it. But as someone who is probably more close to a native English language speaker, who admittedly doesn't really talk that much, so I suck at speaking anyways. But from my impression, this is a pretty deadpan tone, right? He's not really making much of an accent or talking about this as if he was a super like high strung up, just doing a weird voice. This is just his natural voice. So if I was just watching this as somebody who didn't know what his channel was all about, I would assume that he was somewhat serious.
I think my most popular video was me talking about why he was wrong on Yoimiya's viability as a character. Looking at Tectone now, he is of course a whale content creator already creating a disconnect between most players and him, as well as the fact that he seems to be anti-theory crafting and anti-meta due to some things that happened in the past which you can do your own research on. Now that wouldn't honestly be a problem in isolation, but when you consider the fact that Tectone has started a straight rabunculous amount of misconceptions in the Genshin community because he doesn't preface or state that things are his opinion, coupled with the fact that he actively shits on meta and TC, that breeds a problem which we'll look at in the first piece of evidence. He shits on meta and TC.
Amber is really good, guys. Just get a unique 5-star and then she can be used in exactly one team comp optimally. Common misconception in Genshin, Amber is... So he's being sarcastic here, right? Is Flip taking this seriously? Or is Flip making fun of the fact that Tectone is not taking this seriously? Common misconception in Genshin, Amber is actually useful. LG Amber in Hu Tao Viridescent Veneer team is actually considered best in slot for damage. Now Xingyan is on the other hand. I don't know the context. Yeah, me neither.
Coupled with the fact that he actively shits on meta and TC.
Oh, yeah. This is shitting on meta and TC is what he is claiming about this post. I don't know.
That breeds a problem which we'll look at in the first piece of evidence.
I think he is actually agreeing. I think he is actually agreeing with Tenten here, though.
Coupled with the fact that he actively shits on meta and TC.
Amber is actually... Oh, so he is responding to Tenten, saying Amber is actually useful. LG Amber in a Hu Tao Viridescent Veneer team is actually considered best in slot for damage. I am going to trust Tenten here, because Tenten knows way more about this game than either me or Tectone, or probably Flip. And yeah, we lost one of the best content creators on the theory crafting side of things when Tenten quit Genshin Impact. But he was still making content about Genshin at this point, I believe. And that's why he's commenting on it. And I don't think... Yeah. Just get a unique 5-star in a Hu Tao. So unique Hu Tao, Viridescent Veneer, can be used in exactly one team comp. But she is a free character, though. So I get what he's saying. I get what Tectone is saying now. And this is probably something I would make as well. This is the kind of post I would make as well if I still cared about the shit. She's useful, but I prefer double hydro. Yeah. So I don't really... Tectone definitely shits on theory crafting. And in terms of like making fun of it, I don't think that he actually shits on it. I don't really watch Tectone that much, and other than when there's drama, to be honest. So if Tectone was baiting drama and making people care about his channel, he definitely baited me. But I don't think there's enough context behind this to like say that he is shitting on theory crafting or the meta. Because it is true, you just need to get a unique 5-star. But you know, getting a unique 5-star in Genshin Impact is not really that especially a unique 5-star that is limited, and you can reasonably say that somebody could guarantee getting this unique 5-star if they saved hard enough. So if somebody was really into Amber, they could realistically make Amber useful. I avoid Tectone like a plague. Okay, we all know that. Thank you for saying that. Appreciate it. Let's keep going.
That breeds a problem which we'll look at in the first piece of evidence.
I hate watching 1010's videos.
What?
Oh, fuck, I hate this channel. He just sucks the fun out of Genshin Impact for me, but I guess I'll watch it.
Man, I just don't take any of this seriously. Like, the drama is literally more interesting than any of the drama that the drama of Tectone baiting other people to respond to him is more interesting than Tectone hating on Genshin Impact. You guys know what I mean? Because I don't care about people hitting on Genshin Impact. That's not really like fun or interesting.
Jesus Christ.
People hating on Tectone and Tectone hating on other people is the fun that I am looking for in drama. I don't care about any of this like meta versus non-meta, free-to-play versus giga whale drama. That's not real drama. That's just some bullshit gacha gamers make up to, you know, tide away to while away their time while the next patch is coming around the next corner. Or they go on Reddit and make gigantic fucking video essays, and I mean not video essays, but gigantic essays criticizing this or that small thing that nobody is realistically going to care about when the next patch and the next banner drops, so that they can, you know, pull for the next waifu with big ass, which is exactly what I'm going to do if I fail to get Jingliu.
He always drama baits. He always drama baits. Drama baits. Drama baits.
There's no way that just came from your mouth of all people. And also, 1010 doesn't really—
Oh my god! Flip literally predicted this! You could probably predict... Oh god. You don't even have to predict it. It's like an inevitability. Like Tectone and drama or an inevitability. Inevitability. I can't speak anymore. This is too stupid. Like, okay, Soul shitting on his brother is stupid. He is a dumbass. He is an asshole. Like, let's confirm Soul is an asshole. But Tectone and drama, none of this would have happened if Tectone just didn't bring up Flip's video from a fucking year ago. Like, more than a year ago. This is 17 months ago. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, from a tiny ass YouTube channel that nobody gives a shit about, much less like give a shit about me. Oh my god. It's true. It is true. Because you're like Tectone, I assume, when he 164,000 views. So what, this he had around 700,000, 730 maybe, I don't know how much he's grown since the video came out, but he probably had around 600,000 to maybe 700,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. He is gigantic. He gets like 8,000 views concurrently sometimes on Twitch. There are going to be people who hate you. That's just reality. Asmongold, in my opinion, is a much older content creator than Tectone. Not in terms of age. I don't know what Tectone's age is. I think he's like, what, 27, 30? Maybe he's 29, I believe. But he's probably been doing this longer than Tectone. And there are people who hate him as well, but does he really make videos all the time about people hating on him? Not really. He's 30. Oh shit, he's my age. He actually looks better than I do. That's really disturbing to actually say that out loud. Yeah, I think he has better skin than me. My skin is acne as fuck. I wonder if I could get a beard like him. Sometimes it gets as close, but it's too itchy. He is 30, 40, if I remember correctly. Shut the fuck up. And Asmon, I think Asmon's 33. I don't get... Oh, he definitely does look a bit younger in this photo, in this image, in this screenshot than he does now, even though he's probably skinnier now than he was back then. I think it's the fact that he wears a beanie hat. Anyways, let's keep going.
just came from your mouth of all people. And also, Tenten doesn't really...
I guess you could make the argument that if Flip never made the video in the first place, then there would be no drama as well. But I just don't think that's realistic. Because there's like so many people who like will hate a person who has just that many subscribers and that much like pull. It's kind of like goes with the territory. I know it really sucks to say that. And obviously the person who is like on the receiving end is not going to like that either. And then they're going to respond. But to then respond for something like if Tectone had just said, I don't like the way you made this video, take it down. It's over. I don't like it when people make videos about me that accuse me of things, take it down. I think that would be just completely legitimate. But then he had to have like this whole conversation with Flip and I don't know, God knows who else, and then make drama about it, which is frankly the point of all of this. Because I don't believe Tectone is like some innocent, like unknowledgeable doofus. He can't be after like what, this is maybe like the 10th drama session he's had. Then he did make a video. I remember this. There was a comment I made about this on Asmongold subreddit, and then like somebody said that he also had a video. I remember this because I made the video. I didn't make the video, but I made the same observation when they had a fucking like a drama session between Atsu and Goose and Tectone, and he made a video that said that he was going to not do any more drama. That's not me imagining things. I literally have it recorded. Not recorded. I actually don't have that video recorded. Drama. No more. Tectone. No more drama. This is the end. This was a year ago. I don't think that I have this saved. I should probably save it at some point. You know, like nothing is forever. It might get deleted when, I don't know, he dies. And then there's probably going to be some law about not having stuff that he did in the past. And this stuff will all go away one day. But I'd saved a whole bunch of videos. Not even just on YouTube, but on Twitch. When the whole, like, Atsu, Tectone, not Sol. That's more recent. The whole Atsu, Tectone, Goose drama. I can't remember all of their names. Jesus Christ, I suck at remembering names I don't care about. So I trust them. Don't know how true they are, man. I've seen some comments saying that. Tectone would just publicly humiliate people who hurt his ego. He alternative for Bennett. I'll be honest, I don't give a fuck about any of the meta stuff. I think that it's perfectly in the right for Tectone or whoever to say that meta doesn't matter in Genshin Impact. But don't, like, broadcast that to the point where you try to make it some kind of mantra whenever somebody says something about meta, and that, you know, what you're saying about meta is not true, because there is a meta in Genshin Impact. Some people do care about it. Obviously not all people, probably not even the vast majority of Genshin players, but there are definitely people who care about the meta, who do want to complete all of the content, who want to get 36-star Spiral Abyss in the fastest way possible, to get all of the correct characters to maximize their damage. And of course you're going to need guide makers for that, because you're not going to spend a bajillion hours mathing all of this out and actually learning math rather than playing the fucking game. So it is important for you to understand that there is a meta, and that you want to understand it so that you can spend your money correctly, because some people are going to spend money. Not everybody has infinite amounts of money. So it really does matter, considering that they are literally spending their lifeblood, sweat, and tears that they use to earn that money so that they could spend on this game. Not everybody has a bajillion dollars to spend on it, so their limited resources should ideally go through the most optimal solution for whatever objective they want to complete. Meta is fine, but don't use it too much. It's not even don't use it too much, it is use it in the right situation, in the right context, to the right people and audience. Obviously, I'm not going to go to, like, imagine if somebody just went to Tenten's channel and said, why are you making all of these videos? Imagine going to Sebi's channel and saying, why are you making all these videos? This is a fucking casual game. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about meta. Nobody cares about guides. I made a fucking video saying that guide makers were probably panicking because Genshin Impact is going to stay a casual game for the rest of its lifespan. And obviously, a lot of content creators are still making really good money. A lot of content creators who are making guides are still getting really good views. Ziox is, from what I've seen on Twitch, doing very good. So, yeah. Meta is fine, but don't use it too much. I think people shouldn't use meta or casual as, like, categories of argument, or like forms of argument to win an argument. right? You shouldn't just say, well, this game should be like this or this or this, or that you shouldn't care about this or that or this because it's casual or hardcore or whatever. And meta talk a bit tiring at times. I Miss Sevi is my good guide. Miss Sevi, okay, Miss Sevi. I was like, wait, did Sevi quit? Miss Sevi is my good guide. She is. I'll be honest. When I watch Sevi, I find that she is too in detail. Like what's a casual guide maker? I think the fact is that Sevi goes too in depth. Like she goes so in depth that my brain actually just kind of starts melting when I start listening to her for more than 20 minutes. She is so in depth. I'd rather watch somebody like Tenha who. Okay, now I'm putting like my biases in the forefront. Let's just watch the video. What I said is not important.
Drama bait. He's more on the line of doom posting a unit so that they don't get overhyped, and people expect too much from that character, which is a good thing.
With Ayato's 80 elemental cost burst and the fact that you cannot generate any hydro energy off you, he's gonna have a insane amount of energy issues.
Unless you use him as a main character, kind of like...
I don't consider her goes on in depth too much, which is fine to be honest. Okay, then maybe I'm just dumb, which is probably true. In fact, it's almost definitely true.
Yoimiya. All of these issues don't exist if you're using him as a main DPS.
I mean, no, that's not how that works. Let's look at Eula. Even with her being on field most of the time, she still needs quite a bit of ER and a high invested cryo battery with sacrificial or Favonius to burst off cooldown. Ayato is a character who wants to burst off cooldown because it buffs him and contributes to his total damage output. Running him as a main DPS doesn't just erase this issue, he would still need a bare minimum of 130 energy recharge. Why the fuck would running him on field change this?
Explain to me how Ayato, Ayaka, Raiden Shogun, Bennett would be a bad team.
I didn't expect my ears to be a victim of third-degree murder, but here we are. I just love how you can tell that Tectone used every single brain cell he had to devise this fuck festival of a team. Whales are actually a different breed. He heard the word ER issues and immediately thought of Raiden, who isn't alone capable of solving Ayato's ER problems without another battery like a Favonius character. And not only that, but he also wanted to run a freeze comp, and he defaults to Ayaka, who also has ER issues, and then for some reason he just decides to throw Bennett in there, when Kazuha would probably be a better pick. But you asked for it, so Techie, let me explain why this team is dog shit. First, what is the purpose of this team? If it's a freeze team, remove Raiden and Bennett as they are capable of messing up the freeze reaction. And since Ayaka knocks back enemies with her burst and you don't have any form of grouping, this means you'll be battling your stamina bar half the time. And then all the characters have to take time in Bennett's circle, meaning that you have to decide which character gets buffed, and the rest of the team will be dealing damage without Bennett's buff. Also, what the fuck would the rotation be on this team? Ayaka is so awkward here. Also, is this team for mobbing, single target, or AoE? There was no purpose behind it. The better thing to do is replace Ayaka with Kazuha for a dual carry Raiden and Ayato team, or replace Raiden and Bennett with better freeze supports and then you have a stronger freeze team. Hopefully that explanation helped. Anyways, that pretty much wraps up this piece of evidence. The person people trust to give any semblance of a meta take doesn't even know what quadratic scaling is.
Might look forward to the entire Ayato quadratic scaling thing because Ganyu elemental burst.
What are you even saying, dude? What quadratic scaling? Jesus Christ! Good Lord! Fucking this nerd shit.
And you pair her with Fancy half quadratic scaling.
So my impression of this video so far is that if I was in Tectone's shoes, I would possibly be offended at this video as well, because I don't think that Flip has done enough to make it sarcastic. I think that it's definitely possible to see Flip making fun of Tectone, but at the same time, Tectone is also making fun of 1010. You can actually see in the video that Tectone is making fun of 1010 for taking this too seriously. So if I was also in Flip's shoes, I could see him seeing Tectone making fun of 1010 as an attack on theory crafters. Quadratic scaling are basically more energy that got hit by I don't give a fuck, I'll be honest. But I'm going to assume you got it right. This is why I never try to argue about meta, because I don't understand it. I don't understand the math behind it. I don't claim to understand the meta. I don't claim to be a meta gamer or somebody who understands what the good composition is. I am someone who used fucking Kokomi as my main DPS with her fucking healing kit, with her like dedicated flower healing set and her signature weapon, and then I kind of coat myself into getting it because I was trying to pull for Wander's weapon. So that's where I'm at in terms of my understanding of the meta. I literally will just pull for whatever looks good. I didn't either, lol. I'm just hearing it from someone and just yoinked it. We're all just yoinking things from other people. That's what YouTube is. Okay, so has anything changed on Soul's channel? Has he made any other posts? What the heck is this? What about on Twitter? Okay, I saw this. Let's search Tectone again. Tectone. Soul. Huh? Soul isn't autistic. Aren't both Soul and like his brother autistic or something? Like, obviously, it sounds so bad. It's like one is more autistic than the other. Aren't we all kind of autistic for being on like YouTube? I know that this could potentially be taken as me downplaying the seriousness of autism, but I'll be honest. When I was a kid, when I was like just growing up, and I used to have this belief that everybody on YouTube was basically just a narcissist, and nobody gave a fuck about what any of these guys on YouTube said, and therefore they were all some kind of narcissist autist. And as I grew older, that belief became even more entrenched. And now I believe that not only is everybody a narcissist on YouTube, they are definitely, in some ways, autists as well. It was surprising that the brothers were twins. Yeah, I heard that somewhere, but I'm not sure if it's true. I'm not sure if they are like twins, the kind of twins that are like the same and split from the same cell or some shit, or if they're like twins that developed separately. So they might not look exactly the same. Because I remember like Soul saying that he's the younger one and that the other guy is his brother Solo. I think that's his name, Solo. Solo. Even fucking their fucking names sound the same. He came out. Oh my god, this is so dumb. Why am I talking about this? One person came out of the vagina before the other person. Solo is the older one. He came out of the vagina first. Or their mother had a C-section. That's also possible.
Which has proven
Tectone has a clear will perspective and can pretty much shit out any team recommendation.
I don't even... No. Tectone does not have a true will perspective. He could definitely start the game over again. He definitely just like... He plays it up for content. Right? The reason why I don't give a fuck about the whole whale versus... free-to-play drama is because I don't think any of these people are like legitimately entrenched in any of these positions. Like, I can't imagine somebody actually believing that being free-to-play or being whale is superior to the other form of gameplay. It just doesn't really make any sense to me. I am both a whale and a non-whale. I have a free-to-play account and a non-free-to-play account. I've spent upwards of $1,000 on Genshin Impact, and I have loads of fun playing this game free-to-play, or like for the maybe like 1 hour that I actually play this game free to play. And I can't imagine any of these people being so dumb or so arrogant that they would genuinely believe either free to play and being pay to win is better than the other. Because you need people who pay for the game to succeed, and you also need free to play players to increase the fucking interaction, so to speak. You need these players so that more people will see like the content. It's like what I talk about in my video about content creation, right? Not content creation, but the conventions. Why is everybody just making content and merchandise for Genshin Impact? Because it's free. You can use the content for free. But if nobody buys the content, then obviously nobody's going to make the content in the first place. So it's kind of like, it's like an Ouroboros. The free-to-play players feed the Giga Whales, and the Giga Whales feed the free-to-play players. It's not like without one or the other, this game couldn't exist. This game does not exist without free-to-play players. This game does not exist without whales. It also depends on the financial standing, of course, of the free-to-play, of the free time of the players, and what values they have. When I was in Taiwan, I tried to gouge out the price of some gaming laptops, because back then I was still a believer of gaming laptops because I moved around all over the place. I still do, but I try not to anymore. I don't want to really go back to Taiwan that much. So one of the things I heard was that yes, people do have enough money to buy gaming laptops in Taiwan, but they usually don't because that's not where their values are. They don't really value having the mobility, the power of mobility with a gaming laptop. And I tend to agree now because I have had more experience with gaming laptops. I have had 3 now. 2 of them failed, one in like 5 years, the other one in like 2 years, which is fucking bullshit, and I will never buy from Asus ever again. Fuck that company, bullshit company, get the fuck out of here. And yeah, I have a Legion laptop now, which is, Lenovo Legion now that I bought off of Amazon. It's been doing great. It's the laptop that I use for streaming. I'd say Hoyoverse depending on wheels for many and for money, and free to play for bragging rights on the number of downloads or something. Yeah, it's more complex than that, but that's basically it, right? You need free to play players, or else that if it was literally just Giga whales, or just whales in general, or pay to win players, this game would not exist because there would be not enough players for Giga whales to like show off their bullshit to. That's not the only reason why they pay for content, but there is the aspect of showing things off to players who are not pay to win. There are some people who like clearing content by just paying for everything. I think Ice, he doesn't really watch my channel anymore, I believe, or he doesn't come on stream that often anymore, but essentially he just told me that yeah, he's just gonna pay for everything so that he can clear Spiral Biz 36 stars in the shortest amount of time possible. Whereas I spend like $1 bajillion on the game and still don't clear 36 stars all that easily.
He just does that much more damage than the average player, and then his chat sees it and then are going to start.
So this whole conversation about free to play versus Giga whales, it's not a real thing. It doesn't exist. And people who genuinely argue about this are either idiots or farming for content, or they're little kids with no perspective on life.
Reciprocating his team recommendations, which is how misconceptions spread. Funnily enough, Tectone and I Went to Lose the problems are similar, as they both give out things from their whale point of view.
If Genshin is too whale-centric, the game will be bleeding free-to-play players. Yes, I've always argued that Genshin is actually realistically, like factually, pretty free-to-play friendly. There are, 8, maybe 9 skins, like there are 8 skins, 12 skins in the game right now. 6 of them, or roughly half, not really roughly half, it is directly, objectively, half of the skins were free when they first came out, which is to increase FOMO, because you don't want to miss out on the skins. That's why I did the event, other than just for primos, but I also did the event because I wanted to get Kaya's skin. And I actually appreciate that, because it gives me a reason to log back into the game to enjoy the sights, to experience the story, even if that I might be otherwise too lazy to do it. But when I actually do it, it is pretty fun. And yeah, this time Genshin is leaning to free to play. And I feel like, oh, yo, Rohit Pan, I feel like when people say that the game is actually relatively free to play friendly, people get offended by that. I feel like there's like 2 sides to this. There are the people who are bent on claiming, sticking to the idea that Genshin is like this Giga Whale paradise, that it is only fun for Giga Whales, and therefore it is a bad game, because if it is actually free to play friendly, then they can't say that this is a, pay to win shit game. They can't say that anymore, or their argument would be would get less traction, would be less able to, fool people, not fool people, but to convince other people that they are right, or that they are, in the right for saying that. Are you playing Reverse 1999? No, it looks like dog shit to me. I don't want to play it. How many viewers did I just lose? How are you today, Bench? I've been spending the last like 8 hours just looking at the Soul Tectone Drama. If this game was hard, it would be pay to win. This game, like, I'm going to be honest, I think Spiral Biz 36 stars, for some Spiral Biz cycles, is actually objectively very hard. I think the Dobbo Doggo, the Constipated Beast, plus the fucking Crab Bots, and the Weenut thing, they were hard. They might not be hard in a way that is fun, but they are hard. You cannot beat that Spiral Biz cycle as a free-to-play player without immense time investments. You literally cannot do it unless you objectively understand how the mechanics of this game works, and you have played this game since the very beginning. There are people who have started this game from the very beginning and still cannot finish Spiral Abyss 36 stars, even the current one, which is one of the easiest ones I have ever done. Like, even compared to the 1.0, like 1.1 to like 1.0 to 1.3, the early Spiral Abysses when nobody knew what they were doing, I think it was like maybe objectively even easier than those ones. Of course, I might be talking out of my ass because I definitely completely failed to do any of the Spiral Abysses to 36 stars until what? Until like 2.2 or 2.3. But the vast majority of the game is not hard. That is why people can claim that it is a casual game. But there are avenues to play this game in a way that is not casual. You can't just start over when you beat 36-star Spiral Abyss consistently. And that's what MTash has done. That is what other players have done. That is what I am doing right now, even though I am not playing the game on my free-to-play account currently. And I'm hoping that I will still have some time after this so that I can farm for Jingliu before she goes away. But if I can't, it's not the end of the world. I can just not spend money, not spend money, not spend money. But the roster was very limited. That's true. That's why it was very hard. That's true. I didn't consider that. There was no Xiao back in like 1.0 to 1.3, I believe. So you can't even do the mega jump. There wasn't a character that could benefit off of the jumping mechanism for the current boss. Well, as a free-to-play, personally, Spiral Abyss used to be very hard for me. Of course, it used to be very hard for you. Used to be very hard for everybody.
View, and their viewers don't seem to understand the difference in how their malnourished, level 80 40 crit rate Aito isn't going to hit a fraction of the damage that Tectone will. Again, the person that doesn't know how important energy recharge is shouldn't be giving team advice. It's like asking someone who doesn't know how to pass a basketball to give advice on team strategy. From what I've witnessed so far, I'll be adding...
Even back then, did anybody take Tectone's like views seriously? I don't know if it's just because I only like engage in platforms that are maybe not that Tectone centric or know who even Tectone is. Back then, he still covered Genshin, right? So was Tectone really that dominant back then that everybody was just like repeating what Tectone said? I don't think that was true. No, lol. Like I don't know if this is more of an insult to Flip or to like Tectone, but I honestly don't think anybody gave a fuck what Tectone said. Never watched him, to be honest. Yeah. As a free-to-play, yes, Spiral Abyss is hard, but must go on as long as... as somebody who has already beaten Spiral Abyss for a year and more consecutively, I got not bored, but so confident that in my ability to do Spiral Abyss that I did not feel any drive to do the most recent Spiral Abyss until very recently, until this half of the cycle, which is the exact same in the last half. But I didn't do the last half cycle because, well, I knew I could do it, and I just forgot about it. And I knew from not talking to people, but like reading Reddit, because I don't talk to people. I knew from reading Reddit that, you know, people didn't take the new Spiral Abyss seriously. Nobody was making posts about, oh my god, the Spiral Abyss is so hard, it's not fair, Tectone probably couldn't do this with his $500,000 fucking pay-to-win Giga Wheel of account. Okay, nobody actually says that, but, you know, the topic of the channel, might as well give people what they want. MTash was more influential back then. I think so too. I watched more MTash than Tectone. I'll be honest, I always thought Tectone was a drama channel. I always thought Tectone was somebody who you just watch for entertainment. So, doesn't that go against Tectone's argument that, you know, whatever Flip did? I think Tectone just, like, I'll be honest, I think Tectone just got Flip to go on a debate. And I know that Flip agreed to do it, but obviously, he probably would have done it in a different way in hindsight. Because he got owned. Electro Seahorse was canceled for me. Yeah, Electro Seahorse. I actually had somebody in chat explain how to defeat Electro Seahorse to me. This is why I say that I'm not a metagamer. I don't understand how to play this game. I just like bash head against the wall until I win. And that's what I did for Walnut. I mean, Weenut, Walnut. And the Constipated Beast, I literally did it for like 4 hours. It took me more time to beat the fucking Constipated Beast than it took me to beat fucking the first fucking boss in Elden Ring. Like, I used a level 1 wretch with like no equipment. I had a fucking club. I used the level 1 wretch to beat the giant horsey boy. I don't know what it's called. The Tree Guardian. I also defeated the first guy, the white mask guy, before the Tree Guardian. I also defeated him as level 1 wretch. That's what I talk about. That's what I'm talking about. I just don't go anywhere else. I don't even think about it. I just like beat my head against the wall until I win. Or don't win, and then I fall over and go to sleep and then jack off or something. The seahorse felt easy to me, but then again, yeah, see, it's easy for you because you probably did the mechanics. I'm just like, what are those things on the ground? Why is he flying? I don't know. I'm just gonna throw my Scaramouche at him, and if he runs out of stamina, who the fuck cares? Well, that's what we all do. No, most people jack off before they go to sleep. I go to sleep and then I jack off.
4 years for a clear whale bias and for a repeated offensive slander against the Jingliu salesman. Additionally, as punishment, you will not have to go back to maths class to know the difference between linear, quadratic, and semi-quadratic scaling. Now let's move on to the next piece of evidence.
Yeah, I think as somebody who would, like, if I was in Tectone shoes and I was watching this, I would feel at the very least slightly mad. But that's because I'm a fragile fucking person. I am a fragile person. I can't take criticism. I literally do not watch myself, my own videos, because I can't imagine myself sounding this shit, this like illiterate, this person who cannot talk. That's why I don't watch my own videos. I can't take criticism from my fucking self. I can't take criticism from other people. So if I was in Tectone shoes as a fragile person and watching this, I would take issue with this immediately. Like, that's literally who I am. So I can definitely understand Tectone's side of things. And if I wanted to take this video down, I would have just told him to take it down immediately. That's the reality. I don't think this video is sarcastic enough. I don't think this video is done in a way that is, like, innocent enough or, like, ridiculous enough that it sounds like this is something that I would not take seriously. But on the other hand, as I was saying in the past, who took Tectone seriously? So, nobody. There weren't people who took Tectone seriously as a theory crafter or somebody who knew the meta. So, did Tectone really suffer any financial loss to a video that realistically would have had maybe like, what, 40,000, 50,000 views? If Tectone didn't even bother to look at it from probably a much smaller channel back in the day, a year and a half ago? Not really. So if I was to take this video down, it would be because I don't like Flip and the way he talked about me. Not because that it would have caused me any financial harm or any loss to my channel's growth. Not at all. This video would have had zero repercussions for me as a channel who just focused on non-meta content, as somebody who just talked about the game from the casual side of things. Nah, he's still earning money for all it's worth. What do you mean he's still earning money for all it's worth? What do you mean by that? So I don't agree with Tectone's argument that, you know, this was gonna harm my career or that Flip was doing this all that innocently. Flip might have considered it innocent, but I definitely don't think this video was unserious enough to get past somebody who probably had an ego similar to mine. I mean, he isn't losing money for this particular video. Are you talking about Tectone? Of course, Tectone didn't lose anything from this video. He actually gained from it because he made content off of it. He gained, like, probably a bunch of subscribers, probably, like, I know he demonetized the video that was about drama with Vid, but even that was just kind of like whatever. Like, why would they use a video that you demonetized as proof that you're like, oh, I'm not making drama about anything? When you're gaining subscribers, you're still getting views, you're still getting traction from your channel, you're still improving your legitimacy, you're still putting your face out there. Like, it's kind of like working overtime, but you're not getting paid, but better, because you're still working on a personal project that will ultimately benefit you. Wait, do you guys know if Sekai Poco took any offense to this? To the video that was made about him? That'll be interesting to find out.
You haven't done the dog.
No, I think
and you need a
not.
weapon
He got
to
age
free to
restricted
play
by
shit.
YouTube.
First
I don't think YouTube age restricts things. You age restrict your own videos, I think. But that doesn't really matter, because for a channel that the size of Tectone's, it doesn't really matter if he age restricts his videos that much. At least one or two of them. Because everybody who wants to know about the drama is already searching for it. It doesn't really matter if some like little bitch all the way over in, I don't know, the far side of the moon doesn't see it.
Every single boss until you get your iron thing on Kazuha.
There's a perfectly good Favonius sword right there.
Let's see your stats now, and that is amazing. For Ayaka with the 4-piece Blizzard Strayer, that is amazing.
Oh, don't lie to him like that. Holy shit.
If I go to this Bennett and I see C6, I'm gonna reach through my goddamn monitor and I'm gonna slap the fuck out of you. You better pray to whatever God you believe in that this motherfucker is not C6. Good.
And here we go. One of, if not the biggest
I
misconception
think the problem
in the
with
game.
this video, with Flip's video, is that when he's laughing, it feels like he's laughing at the person who is making content out of. I think that's the problem. But at the same time, Tectone is like, I don't like Tectone. Obviously, Tectone says that, you know, this game is casual. It doesn't matter. The meta doesn't matter. But then why did he make a video or like a call-up drama from a year ago about somebody calling him out on the meta if he doesn't care about the meta? And that, you know, if his channel was geared towards people who didn't care about the meta in the first place, because Genshin Impact is a casual game, and therefore the people watching him would be casuals. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Good.
Like, yeah, I can see you arguing for or against C6. Bennett is bad. It just didn't matter to me. I don't know.
And here we go. One of, if not the biggest misconception in the game that Tectone started, and that is that C6 Bennett is bad, which is just untrue. C6 Bennett messes up 2 comps.
His feelings were hurt and likes to hold onto things. I'm gonna be honest, I think Tectone is just like egotistical, and he's like, this whole thing is just, one, he has an ego, and 2, he likes drama farming. It's just like, none of this would, yeah, Flip might not have made this video and then nothing would have happened, but there's this other drama with Tectone, so should all these other people not have made their videos as well? Who else in any community? I don't know any game community who has somebody like Tectone. I don't follow Fortnite though. I don't follow any other big games aside from Genshin Impact and like gacha games at this point. Not even the fighting game community. I follow some of the fighting game community stuff. I'm playing Mortal Kombat 1 right now. I don't know anybody who has this big of a streak for making drama. It's just like, should nobody make videos about anybody? I use Zyphos because I don't. So the whole I don't like the argument that Flip should have just like not made this video either. I use Zyphos because I don't have enough. I don't even know what Zyphos does. I think I saw Zyphos on like, it's one of the new limited weapons, isn't it? Or it might be one of the new generic ones. They added 1 or 2 of those with Sumeru, I believe. But I never got them, or if I did, they're not good enough for me to use them. The problems of a pay-to-win player.
Kaching and physical, and if you use Kaching, you've lost regardless. Your account is already fucked at that point. And for physical comps, in which the only one that is viable is...
I take offense to that. I have a Kaching. I have a C4 Kaching, and I will have you know, she's pretty.
Eula, you are better off not running Bennett with her as they have anti-synergy. And then for every other character in the game, they are skill and burst characters who don't auto-attack regardless, or they have an infusion like Ayato, Ito, and Raiden, meaning they lose nothing. C6 Bennett is a 15% damage boost to all pyro characters who you will most likely be using with Bennett regardless, like Jingliu for example. It can also enable some team comps and more reactions since you are applying a higher rate of pyro. There are close to no downsides of C6ing your Bennett. And Mihoyo still has not yet added a character that is heavily affected by C6 Bennett. It's a direct upgrade. And even then, Mihoyo is giving out exclusive supports to characters that offset the need to run Bennett sometimes. I hate how so many people are scared to C6 their Bennett when there are more positives to downsides. It's not bad.
Yeah, I think it is definitely just a stereotype or just a trope at this point to say that you shouldn't C6 Bennett. But I also don't know what C6 Bennett really does besides give you pyro application, and I have been kind of screwed before with pyro application when I use Kaching. To be honest, I think the pyro application actually goes through her elemental application, and when I listen to this, my eyes just kind of glaze over because I'm not a meta player and I don't understand that much what he's talking about. And so I don't know, like, when Tectone argues against it, I will also have to watch that video. This is just the beginning. This is just stage 1 of the drama watch. It gives power
I will
infusion on
lose all-
sword, claymore, and polearm characters. Yes, I know that. I know it gives power infusion, but it doesn't do anything else besides that. My brother have C6 fully crowned Bennett because he was a Bennett user too. I would just C6 crown him. Triple crown. No, actually, I would not triple crown him, but I would C6 Bennett solely because there's like a red exclamation mark above his fucking character, and I'm like OCD like that. Power infusion only hurts Yula, Kaching, and Ayaka. It's too bad I use Kaching. Like I tried to use. They definitely did not understand that Bennett C6 would hurt other characters at the beginning of the game. Otherwise, they would make the elemental application of these characters go through that. And that's something they did with later characters, like, I don't know, Alhaitham, I think. Although I don't have Alhaitham either.
all my shit if I keep hearing this.
Here, we'll do Raiden. Fuck it. We'll use a fucking Kakome because you have that belt for some reason. And then you can go like what? You want to go like a fish? I think both of these teams are fine.
Is this a good team? You've got healing, you've got AoE, you've got elemental reaction. But then, like, what elemental reaction are you doing? You're doing electro charged. So, like, if you have C2 Raiden Shogun, it could be okay. And Kaching already has. Is this a good team? Can meta players enlighten me? Is this a good team? And Kaching already has aggravate team comp. Yeah, that was his post Zumero as well, right? I remember. So if he's in two, no. This wait. This is not. This is not post Zumero. There was no Dendro at this point. So this might not be as copium as I think it is. I don't know. I don't have Raiden. I need to cough for a bit. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I think I'm good now. Gazoon height, thank you. I don't know what Gazoon height means. This looks like a team I would make back in 2.7, I guess. There's no Dendro, so it is what it is. If it was Dendro, then not Kaching, but Fischl would be popping off. But you can't even. Can you proc Electrocharge? I don't even remember if you can proc the elemental reaction from the additional whatever it is that Fischl does from her constellation, because I only just assumed that only goes with Dendro. Probably not, so this team just kind of looks whatever to me.
Yo, actually a good team.
But again, that doesn't really matter because I don't really care about meta. So this looks like a team that I would use. What I say is that there are a bit of too much ER.
Raiden and Fischl together.
Then you also have that fucking Ayaka, man. Like you also have the Ayaka. So like, then let's do this. I bet this team fucking slaps.
I don't want to do this.
I like Tectone's content, by the way. Like, I will say this, when he talks about this stuff, I think it's interesting, even if he's wrong. But I also find it interesting when, like, other people say he's wrong. So it's like, it doesn't matter if he's right, he's still entertaining. Which goes back to my point. Does him calling out Tectone hurt him in any way? No, not really. At least I think not. Maybe he can give me maybe Tectone can give me like a quote on how much he lost, and then we could, you know, compare like what he would have or not have if somebody didn't call him out on being wrong.
Don't want to do this anymore, man.
You have 9% crit rate on your Venti, 111% crit damage.
Alright, calm the fuck down. Venti doesn't care about crit stats.
You actually don't, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. I told you, you literally don't need artifacts on Venti.
Excuse me? You need to relax with the clowning. Venti fulfills his main role of being able to suck up enemies with no artifacts, that is true, but saying you don't need artifacts on Venti at all is disingenuous. Because there happens to be one of the most broken artifact sets that Venti can use, which is Viridescent, which provides so much value to the team, as well as the fact that you will get more comfortable clears with high EM on your Venti. He can do his job without artifacts, but the massive fucking boost you get from building him is still worth it.
So you love Kazuha so much that you decided to just not run any EM on him.
I have him C2.
So you love Kazuha so much that you decided to just not run any EM on him.
And now here we just have the general problem with account reviews in general, and why I think that if you aren't going to do it right, then you just shouldn't. Yes, Triple EM on Kazuha is his best build, but the problem is that it's clearly not what he wants out of his Kazuha. The person here for some reason wants to waste their Missplitter and run DPS Kazuha, but that is what he wants to do. Someone else cannot evaluate how good your account is when they don't even know what you want out of your account, and Tectone just doesn't have the knowledge to be able to recommend the right build accordingly. And also, Tectone tries to at least give out his idea of the most optimal build when doing account reviews, despite the fact that he just doesn't know what the optimal builds to go for are. And now that will be it for this piece of evidence here. Jesus fucking Christ. Since the C6 Bennett is bad take has been so widespread and you are the main proprietor of it, I'll be adding 5 years for that and another year for the negligent advice in your account reviews. And now the last piece of evidence we'll be looking at is a short segment from Tectone's stream where... we'll see.
I don't think it's Hu Tao. I think Hu Tao is very good. But I don't think Hu Tao is as good as Ayaka or Kazuha. Or Ganyu.
Or Zhangling.
Zhongli's good. That's pretty much all I can say. Okay, no, you're right. Ayaka, Kazuha, Zhongli.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
I agree. That's a good take. Thanks for keeping me alive.
Hell no, don't thank your chat for that shit, but I can't fault them because this is also something else that you started, and now everyone in your chat is going to reciprocate this even though it's not right, because people agree with their favorite content creators even if there's a burden of evidence. Who would have thought? Saying Zhongli is a top 3 character is a horrible take. I don't even think he's a top 10 5-star character, and
I think you could realistically say that John Lee now is a good character for somebody who does not have all that great skills with the game. Like, I still find John Lee useful. He's one of my go-to characters for doing Spiral Abyss. You know why? Because I suck at the game. So you gotta take into my account my skill level, which is dog shit. So for people who have dog shit skill levels like me, John Lee is a lifesaver.
Content creators, and especially Tectone, who had a whole controversy over it, are one of the reasons why Zhongli is so overrated by the general community. Zhongli only helps people who have their accounts and damage at endgame level because the only meta thing Zhongli allows you to do is play comfortably, since he doesn't offer much to boost your damage.
I don't think that's true anymore, because you do have enemies like the Constipated Beast, which you can only kill by having healing and doing so much damage that you don't really like... Okay, so with the Constipated Beast, you need to kill them fast enough that they don't kill you outright, and you need to have characters with so much HP that it doesn't matter if you get hit. Or you could just have John Lee shield, right? Even if it just goes through it in like 2 to 3 hits, that's still 2 to 3 hits that you can handle before you die. C0 and Novelette can make use of him. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why you might want a John Lee. Why this video was obviously made before Constipated Beasts, but after Constipated Beast, there is some need to not get knocked around that much, and you can do that by just putting a shield on yourself. You could do that by putting Baiju on yourself, Baiju shield on yourself. You can do that by using Dia. Although I do not recommend it, it is possible. So this is definitely outdated, and I don't like fault Flip for saying this, but it just goes back to this idea that like the right commentary for the right audience. You don't have to say that he's wrong, but that the audience that he is making this video for would potentially agree with him, and that it is the right audience for this commentary. Whereas I am someone who is dog shit at the game. So when I say that John Lee is in my top 3 character list, I will also say that it is because I am dog shit at the game. And to say Consecrated Beast was fixed on 3.8, sad to say Consecrated Beast was fixed on 3.8 patch. What do you mean? What do you mean they were fixed? Do you mean they were nerfed? Because I definitely do not feel like they were nerfed that much. I think they fixed like 1 or 2 attack animations, and that was about it. Maybe they lowered their health by like 2%. What do you mean by they were fixed though? What is fixed on the hitbox? Yeah, their animations or whatever their hitbox was. That doesn't count. Nobody gives a fuck about that. People had trouble with trouble with Constipated Beast because they're just like they're literally fucking power creep in Spiral Abyss. They have more HP than a fucking boss that released in 1.1. The world boss that released in 1.1. They feel like they have more HP than fucking Age the Haw, who came out in like what 1.56. I don't know. They have so much HP, they do so much damage. It's not because their hitbox was bad that people had trouble with them. The Wii Nut could do more damage, and that wouldn't be the problem. It's because it goes down into the fucking underground where you can't hit him 9 out of 10 times during the fucking combat phase. There is no combat phase. You just gotta find the 5 seconds when you can actually hit him to defeat him. That was the problem. The Constant Beast's problem is that they just did too much. Their animations were much faster, not as easy to dodge. Their animations lasted longer. They had less weakness time compared to other enemies. They had a whole shitload of resistance against literally every single element. That was the problem. Fixes an issue whereby the Consecrated Beasts would continue pursuing the characters even after hitting them with the Savage Roll. And how do you know all of this? Did you just like copy paste this? You probably copy pasted this. Subnautical, because nobody remembers any of these attacks. Subnautical hunter skills under certain circumstances. I have no idea what this means, but I'm going to assume it's correct. Okay, let's go back to watching the video. Basically, what he's saying is correct, but not as much anymore. Kinda.
A few exceptions.
By the way, you're excited about 4.2 livestream? Sort of. I'm more excited about an anime announcement, to be honest. I'm excited for getting Farina. That is guaranteed. I will get Farina, no matter what. I want to go for C1 or at least one copy of the weapon. But the weapon is obviously not guaranteed. Because I don't get a guarantee on that. So I think I might pull for the weapon first. And if I do not get the weapon, then I will just settle for C0 Farina. I will settle for not C0 Farina. But if I do, I don't know. It depends. Because I feel like I would invest more if I get the weapon compared to if I don't. If I don't get the weapon, then, I might just wait for her to come back again. And then I will save my primos for Arlecchino. Will you pull for Navia? No, I don't like Navia. No offense to anybody who likes Navia, who likes her. I think her personality is pretty great. But it's just not the character for me. It's just... I'm done with investment in Geo characters. I don't really think she's that hot. She is hot. She is not that hot. I think Arlecchino is way hotter. Good luck for that bench. I hope I get both C1 as well as like R0 or R1, whatever you want to call it. I always get confused by that. It's R1, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 versions of 5 copies of the weapon. One between Farina is C1 or C0 Baiju. Baiju is so good. He has definitely upgraded my account. I don't even like Baiju as a character or like his kid that much, but he's just so comfortable. Chlorine hotter. I think so as well. I think I like Chlorine more after I saw her in action. Not in action, but her place in the story. I think she is like a better Sarakujo. I think Chlorine is literally a better Sarakujo. I'm really upset that she's coming like far down the line. Apparently she's coming after Arlecchino, which just sucks. Although that does give me more time to save for her. I feel that done investing in Geo characters low. Yeah, I tried to make Arataki Ito work. I failed to get his signature weapon. I failed to get any constellations for him. It's just over. At this point, if I'm going to invest in Geo, I might as well just get more constellations for Albedo. Because at this point, he's not useful. Wish she had more screen time. I do as well, but for what it's worth, the screen time that she did get, she was better than Sarah.
There are so many other characters, even 4 stars, that will give you a bigger damage boost to your team than Zhongli does, as well as the fact that building Zhongli as a burst DPS in the majority of cases, going to be a DPS loss, as he really must be the grandpa of Genshin Impact with how painfully fucking slow his ultimate animation is. So his best...
I definitely feel that. There was a time when I wanted to invest in his ultimate damage, and it turns out that just not doing his ultimate gives me more damage than investing into ultimate damage. So, yeah, Zhongli ultimate is useless in terms of causing damage. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it. It's a trap. Don't like Claymore on-fielders. Claymore anything is bad. There are no good Claymore characters, I'm sorry, except for maybe Arataki Ito, but he's Geo. And you need other Geo characters to invest in Arataki Ito, so there are no good Claymore characters. Not even D-Luke. No, that's Copium. I was interested in Navia until I saw her using Claymore in the cutscene. Oh, no. Okay, I disagree with that. I don't have anything against Claymore characters. I would rather they have good Claymore characters. Although I don't know why they give Namiya Claymore? We already have like Arataki Ito. Why does she have a Claymore again? Just give her something else. Make her more interesting. Give her like, I don't know, anything. I was interested. Wish she had more screen. Okay, read that. Let's keep going.
Case uses to be a shield bot, and even then, unless you are a complete dogshit at the game, there are very few cases where running a shield bot is necessary, especially when your damage is low. Can we please stop hyping up Jingliu? He's the most solid B tier character in the game. And yes, I did tell you guys this piece of evidence is going to be short because it is. And I'll be adding 3 years for starting the Jingliu misconception because in Tectone's defense, it wasn't solely him who perpetuated it, but he still pushed it enough to warrant this. So yes, Tectone is found guilty, and for his offenses against the meta and theory crafting communities, as well as spreading misinformation to the casual player base, in total Tectone will be sentenced to 12 years in prison, one of which will be spent learning linear and quadratic graphs. Court is now closed.
I feel like that would have been a great place to end it because he's just like making a joke out of this. It's not serious. Like, yes, his tone is like jokingly against Tectone throughout the video, but he does like end this video, at least here, in a place which is just like, this is an unserious video. This is not really something that people should take seriously. And if he suspected that Tectone was a content creator who did not depend on the meta or did not propagate like ideals that were meant to be taken seriously, then he's just like, he's playing into what Tectone already does. That I agree. Bench is just a me problem since I don't like the weight of a Claymore. I agree that it is a you problem. Oh, that's a weird silence. I'm pulling for a C0 for Rina, I'm guaranteed, and then we'll save for Harbinger, for the Harbinger. See, when I see something that I don't like, not don't like, but there are very small quantities of it, I would kind of want more of it. I don't dislike Claymores just because there are no good Claymore characters. I want an actual good Claymore character. And then I proceed not to use them because Claymores suck. I remember I was so hype about Claymores back in the day. I actually thought that getting a limited Claymore character would be a good investment because Claymores would allow me to farm like ores, like rocks more efficiently. Cut to today, my supply of ores is actually running out and I refuse to go farming for them until the very end.
One of which will be spent learning linear and quadratic graphs. Court is now closed.
Yeah, this is the part that cements it as a joking.
The Tectone Genshin court.
A
Tectone,
joking
at least
video.
compared to the other channels I've covered, doesn't purely make commentaries on Genshin's meta, and he also seems to not talk.
He's basically admitting it here that, you know, he's making a joke about Tectone that Tectone is kind of in on as well, right? Because none of this is supposed to be taken seriously. But his tone is, as someone who I assume is not an native English speaker, does not make it out to be that unserious. Like if it was someone more shouty, someone who has more variation in their like voice tones, in their tone of speech, it would have been less aggravating.
Talk about it as much, but that could all be due to the lack of content. I just find it ironic how Tectone calls people who actually know about theory crafting Doom posters, when he is literally one of the biggest offenders of Doom posting.
What? What? Is Ball the worst? Oh my god, remember when we used Ball as the name for, I don't know what to call her, Raiden Shogun A, Mei, Raiden A, the Shogun A? I don't know what the fuck she's called. There's like two people, there's like Mei and A. Mei is the one that's dead, right? Kokomi might be the worst 5-star in the game. I wasn't playing the game. A lot of people were not playing the game. I don't pull for Yayamiko, game-breaking bug. Oh, I made a video ranting about Yayamiko as well. I think that was one of the videos where I popped off. I mean, popped off in, like, relative to me, I guess. I think I got 14,000 views, which at the time felt really good. Now I get like 3,000 views and I feel amazing because my channel has also fallen off.
Doom posting. The funniest jokes actually just write themselves. I at least hope that more casuals don't look to Tectone for advice and try to learn how to build their accounts themselves, instead of relying on male content creators like Tectone, who aren't that knowledgeable. And I also hope that they just stop sheeping his takes without thinking about it, as that just breeds and spreads misinformation. And on that note, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment your thoughts on Tectone. as I'd love to hear and I respond to almost every single comment. Once again, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys on the flip side. Peace.
Oh, he definitely has a better closure than I do, an outro. He has an outro. I don't have that. So here's my thoughts on the video overall. I think this video didn't need to exist, but that's not like a sin or anything. I don't think Tectone needed to respond to this video, but that's also not a sin or anything. I think a lot of the arguments made back and forth are also a bit nonsensical. I think this video was aggravating as someone who, if I was in Tectone's shoes, I would be aggravated by it because it feels like Flip is trying to get one over me. But at the same time, like Flip isn't really wrong because he did point out that Tectone is not really taken seriously. But then he also says that he hopes that people or casuals don't take Tectone seriously. But I don't think anybody took Tectone seriously to begin with, and I never met anybody who did. This isn't like any sort of like insult or anything. This is just what I'm basing it off of in terms of what I've seen on the internet, on Reddit, on Twitter. I don't know about Hoyo Lab, but I assume nobody cares about Tectone on Hoyo Lab because he doesn't care about Genshin anymore. At least when it's not about drama. I started playing that Inazuma event patch where Mondstadt characters visits Inazuma. That was a good one. But Tectone still asked Flip to debate about this, even though Yasha, I've never seen you before. Thank you for coming here, and I hope you stay around and all that other nonsense bullshit. Even though throughout the video it's delivered, I haven't seen that video, and I will go watch it. But I'm just saying my thoughts about this video in general and what I know about the drama right now. So I know that Tectone had a debate with Flip. I don't know if calling a debate is the best terminology for it, because from what I've seen, it's more like kind of like a massacre. And there are some other choice words that you could use about, you know, Tectone's behavior and how Flip responded to it. But what Flip did here was that he acknowledged that not very many people took Tectone seriously, and that Tectone was a content creator who did not focus all about the meta. But then he also said that he hopes other people don't take Tectone seriously, especially casuals, I think. Let me hear this again.
For the Tectone Genshin court, Tectone, at least compared to the other channels I've covered, doesn't purely make commentaries on Genshin's meta. And
doesn't purely make commentaries on Genshin meta. That would be a very understated opinion. Whose side are you on in the drama, Soul or Tectone? Soul. I'm absolutely on Soul side. Oh, okay, that's maybe going a bit too far. I don't think Tectone should have... Not Tectone, not Soul. What Tectone did to his brother, from what I've heard, I haven't seen the live stream, but from what I've heard and seen in terms of the response to that, Soul was definitely wrong in terms of that. Soul should not have, you know, shouted at the brother. Soul should not have, you know, not abuse, but gone into a fight at all with the brother over this. I think it's just ridiculous. But Tectone is like the common denominator in terms of all this drama. Like without Tectone, there is no drama. So what do you want me to say? I'm definitely, in terms of who started this, I would say most of it falls on Tectone. I think what makes this messier is Asmon, as he is involved from what I've heard. Yeah, I made a comment about this on Asmongold's subreddit, and then the person who made the thread about it deleted the thread. So what I said in this comment is I was really put off by Asmon's reaction and how one-sided it was. I remember him seeing Soul's vid on Tectone and Flip, but I don't think he's ever watched it. Tectone's been baiting drama for as long as I can remember, and frankly, none of this would have happened if he hadn't decided to pick on a small-time content creator that was clearly making satirical videos over a year ago on many Genshin CCs, none of whom had the same reaction as Tectone. I don't know if that's true, actually. That's a lie. None of them whom... Well... Actually, that is true, because none of them caused as a drama as big as this. The wild thing is that I distinctly remember Soul defended Tectone in a podcast I watched with Erotic Walrus on at the time, when everyone else was saying how bad Tectone was. Yeah, I distinctly remember Soul actually defended Tectone. He was like, "No, it was just internet drama." It's so funny. I know this. I am on Soul's side, but it is funny that like Soul once upon a time defended Tectone. A lot of the people who were once on Tectone's side defended Tectone. That's not just me making shit up, right? Like, Atsu defended Tectone. Dish defended Tectone, not really defended, but she supported him in one of the videos. I can actually pull it out, like drama no more Tectone. That was this video.
Hey everyone.
Yeah. After Tectone said that there would be no more drama, it's so hard making decisions in the spotlight. This is a powerful step forward, Techie. Godspeed. And also, Toronto said, I hate the thought of losing someone over misunderstanding. I feel you on this. And then he replied to this and loved it, whereas he did not with Dish's comments. So maybe that has something to do with why there's like, there's also this thing that happened on Twitter. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Tectone Dish. Tectone Dish. What's going on here? I have this pulled up somewhere, I think. No, I don't. Jesus Christ. There's so much Tectone drama. Like, I literally cannot separate what drama Tectone is involved in at this point. So, Tectone said in one of his tweets, 2 Genshin CCs just saw me, broke eye contact, put their head down, and immediately left the room in a hurry. Bro, guys, come on, what the fuck? What do you think I'm gonna do? Go on your account and make you lose the 50-50. Just relax, y'all. Damn, I ain't gonna do anything. And then he says, I'll tell you all who after I get back from TwitchCon. Also, I got called a slur from a random con goer too. I have 2 witnesses. Shit's wild out there. And then I think later on, yeah, this one's one. Should probably be more specific if you're going to make a thing out of it. A passive-aggressive Twitter call-out is just as, if not more cowardly than breaking eye contact and leaving the room in a hurry. Wasn't me, though. See, when I first read this, wasn't me, though, at the very end. I thought Dish was also being kind of like doing this in like a joking manner. So I didn't think it was like that serious. But then Tectone quoted it. Dish, I think. Yeah, Dish, the point of the post is to ensure anybody who's being conditioned to worry about me by the person who's being telling Genshin CCs to avoid me because I'm dangerous, or just Twitter, or just general players who have gone on TikTok, that there's nothing to worry about. I couldn't have made the previous post more satirical. What am I gonna do? Make you lose the 50-50? I don't know. Was it really satirical? I didn't get that feeling. I almost felt like Dish's post was more satirical. Once again, something made from nothing from someone assuming my intentions in the world. See, this is the problem with internet, like, right? It's already bad enough in real life where you have to like understand all of these physical signs, physical signals. And let's be honest, nobody really talks to anybody in real life anymore unless they're at work. Everybody just goes online when they go home. So nobody understands physical signals now. We're all just a bunch of loners in our houses looking. And if we're not in our houses, then we're looking at our fucking iPhone or whatever. Samsung Galaxy XS or whatever it's called these days. And we're just kind of all ignoring each other. So it's already bad enough in real life. But on the internet, you can't hear anybody. You can't read their like signals. So like you might as well just put like /sarcasm at the very end of your at the end of every single one of the tweets. You might as well just do that these days because nobody can understand what you're being satirical about, especially after like the Trump era. Nobody understands like what is satire and what is not, because everything can be taken seriously depending on what group you're a part of, right? You could take anything seriously these days because it's weird enough. Nothing is weird enough to be not serious anymore. I think what makes this, I already read that, sorry. Once again, something made from nothing from someone assuming my intentions in the worst way possible. But, like, after this drama, like, what are people supposed to feel, right? You say this here, but after the Soul drama, like didn't Tectone just take down or copyright claim or whatever it is Soul's videos? And they're not up right now anymore. And Tectone... And then Tectone said that he didn't do that. But then if he didn't do that, then why did Soul take down their videos? I don't understand. So, okay, so here's what Tectone said about Soul's videos. Biggest load of bullshit I've ever seen. So, I'm jumping the gun here. But essentially what happened was that Soul and Tectone had a back and forth. And then Soul made a video that was like 1 hour long. That was debunking Tectone. And then Tectone said, biggest load of bullshit I've ever seen. Soul told me that if I had reacted to any of his videos or uses his content, I don't know if this is true. He claimed my entire channel. Obviously, he couldn't claim his entire channel. You can't really do that from what I know about YouTube. You can't just claim his entire channel if he just uploads 1 or 2 videos covering Soul. That's I don't think that's possible, especially not for like a channel his size. It's just, I don't know. So in return, I told him that I'll hold him to the same standard. He then proceeds to use over 20 minutes of my content in a video. And so I let him know I'll be claiming the video if he doesn't edit it out, just my content. He then proceeds to lie once again and say it's out of nowhere and still doesn't get what's happening. But this sucks to be held to the same threats you made against others, huh? But that was just a threat, right? He didn't actually do it. Tectone still has the videos of the drama up. So he threatened Tectone that he would claim these videos, but then he didn't do it. And then Tectone threatened him back and then actually did do it. Is that right here? Because otherwise, why did Soul take down the videos? Sucks to be held to the same threats. But he made a threat, and then Tectone made a threat, and then actually acted it out. Soul made the threat, but didn't go through on it. It's like, I don't know. It's a bit different. Nah, no private. All the VODs to stop the drama. Quarantine era. He private all the mods to stop the drama. But the drama isn't really stopping, right? Like, I'm talking about the drama right now. So did the drama really stop? Is it over? No, you guys are still watching this. Also, no, I didn't. I can't even figure out how to do it. He's got 16 more hours. 16 hours for what? This just in, Tectone already filed the claim against me before he even made this video. So what I'm guessing happened here is that somebody who is a fan of Tectone made the claim against Soul. So it's kind of like, yeah, Tectone might technically not have claimed against him, but just because Tectone has so many fans, it doesn't really matter in terms of how Soul is experiencing this, because other people are going to claim the video. To those of you saying I am pushing the drama, I have tried to leave it behind me 4 times now, and Tectone keeps lying about the situation. And to those saying that I threatened to do this to him, that's not true. If I said if he made any more reaction videos about me after I had asked him to stop 4 times, that I would claim the video, because I was not going to let him piggyback off my work. So yeah, I think this is plausible because Tectone's videos are still up. So obviously, even though he's threatened to claim the videos from Tectone, he obviously hasn't done it. So there's one. That's one Tectone video. That's one Soul video. That's one video. That's 2 videos. That's 3 videos. Am I missing anything here? No. That's 3 videos. That's... I downloaded this, by the way, just in case it gets deleted. 3. Okay, so let me go back. 1, 2, 3, 4 videos. So for that to happen, he's talking about these 4 videos, I assume. So for that to happen, he would have had to actually claim the videos, which I don't think he has, or else they would probably be down. Now Soul is privating the videos he made about Techie. Soul isn't a clown. He's the entire damn circus. But why does privating the videos make it a circus? Can people explain this to me? He just deleted all his videos on you and then posted this on his channel. I'll get to that later. So after saying he'll claim videos and getting told his videos would be claimed, it hurt itself in its confusion. So there's a difference between like 1 or 2 sides making threats and then actually acting it out. People make threats against other people all the time. Like this is not like anything weird or out of the norm when it comes to conflicts, right? You would threaten someone with something, and then the other side would threaten you with something, but whether or not you actually do it is like another thing. This happens all the time in terms of like conversations or conflicts. And I think there is a standard, there is an argument to be made that the person who actually does the thing first is the person who is kind of, breaking the rule. Not the rule, but the norm of what is going on. Because it's kind of like it's like a dick measuring contest. But it's one thing to like measure your dick size and then to say, I'm gonna fuck your mom, and then actually fuck your mom. There's like, two people can say, I'm gonna fuck your mom at each other, but the one who actually goes and fucks the other person's mom is probably, it's just weird. Lol says it's not true and then proceeds to explain why he's gonna do it. What? Who is he talking about? Could you all just talk in private earnestly instead of airing out in public? It was stupid drama until it isn't, and now... But that would defeat the whole point, right? The whole point is... The whole point of this whole ordeal is to make drama content. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm not like an innocent bystander in this. I think it's hilarious. I think it's funny. I think it's entertainment. And yeah, I am going to put this live stream out there. Tecno also talks about the drama in his podcast, from what I remember. Yeah, I saw that, but I haven't actually watched all of it. I watched like some snippets of it. Damn, piggyback off his work, bro. Bro doesn't work at all. And the video... Is that really true, though? Like, does he not... Is he not a 14.7 thousand subscriber channel? He probably monetized this channel, right? So you could count this as work if you're making money off of it. It's crazy how Techie said him and Soul was even a lie to end the drama, and Soul said, no, I will call you out on a lie meant to keep us both out of drama. Yeah, of course he would say that now, after he's won the drama. Like, it's not actually the end of the drama just because you say, well, don't make any more videos about me after I shat on you. Now he private that video, Soul is so cringe. Holy shit. There's not a soul who believes this psycho dude. Lol, this is comedic at this point. Bro has been talking about you for the past 2 weeks, and now he said he was trying to leave all of this behind. Like, prick. Do we have any recordings of this, though? I'll watch all of this. Or at least everything that I can find about this. Scup corpse husband is unhinged. Lol. Jesus Christ. And people say that you're the one milking the drama. This kid just won't shut his... Well, to be fair, there are no more videos about Tectone, I assume, on Soul's channel. But there are still videos about Soul on Tectone's channel. And even if Tectone deletes all of the Soul videos, is Asmongold going to delete his video about Soul? Because that is also part of the drama. Comment on X was aggressive. What comment? You guys have to be more specific. There's like tons of comments. So to end this drama, it wouldn't even take... It would... Even if Asmongold deleted his video about Soul and Tectone deleted all his videos about Soul, that wouldn't end the drama. They would literally have to like shake hands and say, okay, this is over. No more talking about this. Because I'm going to talk about it. Other people are going to talk about it. People who don't like Tectone are going to talk about it forever. You know, just add it to his other 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 other dramas that you could like talk about. You know, there's a lot to talk about with Tectone when it comes to drama. So, ugh. Okay, I've watched Flip's video. Let me go and check out Flip. Tectone. Debate. Where is it? Where is the vid? Is this on Flip's live stream? The new Abyss, this is 4 months ago, that's not it. Videos. What do you think is the aftermath of the drama? Oh, no, everybody just goes their own way and just does their own thing. You know, people who hate Tectone can talk more about it. People who don't hate Tectone can not give a fuck. Most people who follow Asmongold probably don't give a fuck and think this is all just like anime bullshit. I don't think this is all about like a video game. That's not it. This has a lot to do with ego. Probably some bullying on like both sides. Because they're fundamentally, I don't think they're fundamentally talking about the meta. It's about what right people have to make video content about other people. That is the fundamental issue. Because when Tectone called out Flip, and then they had a debate, it was about whether or not Flip was right about Tectone, and whether or not the video was legitimate, right? I don't know if that's true, but that's just my assumption. I haven't seen the Flip Tectone drama. Flip Tectone. Flip Tectone. Where is it? Flip Tectone debate. Tectone is in yet another drama.
Look, I don't.
That's not it. That's actually so. I should watch this as well, but later on. Tectone and heated argument against Impact.
Yo, can you hear me?
Hi, how you doing?
Tectone Daily. Jesus Christ. I'll watch this as well. Final thoughts on Tectone drama. It's XGOs. Damn, it's so hard to find any of this shit. Maybe it's on Tectone's VODs. which it is. There's a Tectone's Twitch VOD. I wish that, yeah. I wish they had kept it. No, like, not kept Tectone's VOD, although he should keep that as well, but the videos, because they had like a whole comment section that showed all the different links. Jesus Christ, it's so bad. It's so bad that like, he got taken. His videos got privated or deleted or whatever. So I'm assuming Jingliu Giveaway is the only F2P streamer. This was 2 weeks ago, right? Gamers Ups, huge giveaway, beating XLF 21 days ago, 21. They got privated. Okay, but okay, that's interesting, but I'm talking about where is the gaming plus reacting? Okay, let me go check when Flip's video was. Flip. Almost had a mental breakdown because I was editing my Farina guide and my laptop was falsely displaying the amount of storage I was using, causing me to not be able to download or edit any further. I have fixed the issue now and we are set to post the Farina guide later today. It was Farin over. Vocalover. Okay, hi. I just woke up, so I'm probably not going to word this as best as I can. First, thank you guys for the support. I really do appreciate it, and I do appreciate Sol for defending me, but I want to make some things clear as I feel like it's being blown out of proportion, and I'd rather this be moved on from. I agreed to go on the stream out of my own volition. I wasn't forced. He made a comment that I could have ignored, but I chose not to do. And I chose to go in the stream myself, and as I said in my last community post, no hate towards Tectone. My stuttering and failing to control the conversation was on me. It was my fault for thinking that the conversation was going to be a lot less intense, so I didn't come as prepared as I should have. I took an L, it happens, and we move on, and I know better for the next time. What do you guys think about this comment? I am not quitting, nor is the break directly because of Tectone. I have an already made sponsored vid that comes out tomorrow, and after that, I'm taking a short break from content and Discord just to better reflect on things. Base reviews, big events, live streams, there are so many things I want to do with content that I absolutely refuse to quit now. Once again, thank you for the kind words, but you don't need to stick up for me, I'll be okay. This is the last comment I'll be making on the situation. There also seems to be confusion about my age. I turned 18 6 months ago, and at the time of recording the Tectone court, I just turned 17. I think Soul Private, the new video he done, which I watched it last night, almost 1 hour. I think Flip is taking a safe route. So here is my like emotional feeling from here is like the kind of emphasis I'm getting from this post. He's obviously trying to cut the drama short, right? Because people are focusing on his debate with Tectone. And from what I'm reading here, he obviously was not the one in control of the conversation, which he says here, failing to control the conversation was on me. So it's kind of worded like it was a fight, which it probably was. It was definitely like a fighting conversation with Tectone. It often is. It was my fault for thinking that the conversation was going to be a lot less intense, so I didn't come as prepared as I should have. This is kind of like a fucking red flag to me, because like if someone didn't make clear to you what kind of conversation it was going to be or what the reason was for you being there, like, isn't this basically just another way of saying somebody like stampeded you or like rolled you over? I took an L, it happens, and move on, and I know better for next time. Like, what does he mean by I know better next time? Does he mean I'm just not going to talk to Tectone anymore? Does he mean that I'm going to be prepared to like not cave in? Does he mean that I will have more facts with me next time? Like, what does he mean by this? It ended up becoming one in the end. Becoming one of what? I think Flip just got smacked and tried to at least take it easy by taking a break for a week. Like, I haven't watched the video, that's the problem. But that is kind of the feeling I'm getting away from this. It's just like, it's someone trying to save face and to cut things short before they lose too much. Because Flip is a much smaller channel than Tectone. He's going to get a lot more shit if he loses, which he has already kind of lost. So if he tries to pick beef with Tectone even more, or not pick beat, but to continue the debate and the conversation, he is going to be on the losing side. Even if he so-called wins, he is still kind of a loser. Soul said that Flip thought that Tectone would want to talk about meta, but then he didn't know it's not talking about. Yeah, that's the point that I was trying to not get across, but he was kind of making Flip apologize for his commentators' comments. Yeah, that's. I was just saying that there was nothing wrong with Flip making the video. I would not have made the video, but there's nothing fundamentally wrong about Flip making this video. And obviously, Tectone didn't feel the need to like take it down, like the way he took down Soul's video. So obviously, it didn't hurt him that much. So why is he making Flip? This is just the chat saying that he's making Flip apologize for the commenters' comments. That's not me saying that. I don't know if that's true. I haven't watched the video. I need to go find it. Jesus Christ! Like, can I just like search Flip here? No. Yeah, of course it wouldn't be that easy. 17 days ago, 20 days ago, dropping XLF, reacting, huge giveaway. It's maybe either one of these 3 videos. I am not quitting HSR. I'm not quitting, nor is the break directly because of Tectone. I have an already made sponsor video that comes out tomorrow, and after that I'm taking a short break from content just to Discord to better reflect on things, face reveal, big events, and live streams. There are so many things I want to do with content that I absolutely refuse to quit now. Are you searching for the Watch Tectone version? No, not that one. I didn't even know there was a podcast, or else you're talking, or unless you're talking about the podcast that, the Steaks and Eggs podcast. That's the one it's called, the one that Tectone has with Emiru and Asmongold. It was rough. What do you mean by it's rough? Be more specific. Because I also heard things about people in Flip's chat, live chat, saying that he looked confused, or that he looked shaken. Which makes me think that this was just kind of like a struggle session. It kind of makes it feel like what is being described here makes it feel like a struggle session between Flip and Tectone. And obviously Tectone is much better at running circles around people, I guess. He sounded uncomfortable. Maybe Flip is trying to ignore the drama and move on. That is definitely what he's doing. It's still amazing that Flip still plays Genshin after the counter with Get Tectone. I don't know if that's true. Because Jingliu and Tuner probably had other problems other than Tectone. Haven't watched the full context for that yet, but I wouldn't put everything about them quitting down to just Tectone. But I've also seen parts of the video, and Tectone certainly was part of it. Because I had to endure Tectone talking for 3 hours. Yeah, I got cooked, Lamau. I feel like I let you guys down. Sorry, I stuttered and tripped over my words way too much and I just caved. I have a video with a sponsor later this week, so I'll post them, but I may take a week break or two just to clear my mind more and come back with better videos. What? No hate to Techie. I appreciate him letting me on his stream. I'm just not as good at making arguments as I thought, and I feel embarrassed for it. I was supposed to represent the theory crafting community in a more positive light, and I completely botched that chance. Feel free to clown on me. I can take it. See you guys in a few. So here's the problem with this comment. It makes me feel like Flip is taking this very seriously. Flip is taking this whole theory crafting business and representing it very seriously. And obviously Tectone is not taking any of this seriously, at least when it comes to like getting the facts down or being in the factually right position. The motive is to run circles around people and to make drama out of it. As someone that stutters a lot, I kind of relate. I stutter a lot too. You can probably hear it in my voice right now. Stutter a lot. I kind of relate to what happened to Flip because I had to. Okay, I read that. So, like, if the two sides are going into this, into a conversation where the motive and the purpose of it was not clearly known to one side or the other side, one side or the other, then is it really the fault of Flip that he got owned for not doing the thing that was the purpose of the conversation? I don't notice the stuttering much, at least on the stream. For anyone asking to poll for between Novelette and Farina, despite how much I'm a Farina simp optimally, it would be best to poll Novelette and then you can go for Farina and her banner. Shut the fuck up. For Farina and first banner. If you don't get her, then Archon's always rerun within 3 patches. So you have a chance at getting her quite quickly and maybe even be able to save up for some of her cons. I'm gonna go for her signature weapon and constellations probably. I'm gonna do this one more time. Flip. Tectone. Drama. Nope. Tectone reacts to Genshin Court, the king of misconceptions. Oh, this was a...
1 year old, but it's a drama about you. You know?
Oh, this is the original video. Oh, let's watch this. This is gonna be fun. Watch them do a Farina Novelette rerun. I'm not that excited.
The king of misconceptions. Wait, what is this? Flip? The Genshin Court? What the fuck is this? From a year ago?
The game easier to kill anyways. That way you don't have to do the triple hit. Just make the big explosion bigger.
Wait, I've already disliked this. Have I seen this?
Oh
I don't
my
remember
God!
seeing this.
Okay, here's another.
Disliked this. Have I seen this?
He disliked it and then he forgot about it until somebody reminded him of it. Wow.
I don't remember seeing this.
Okay, here.
What the fuck? All hail the king of misconceptions. He is a king with the biggest ego in his heart. Tectone is like if an echo chamber was a person and the thoughts inside are his community. The thing that amuses me about Tectone is that his defense is to everything is a joke, but he literally takes everything Flip says so seriously. The jokes are literally flying over his balding head. Watching Tectone, I'm gonna be honest. If there were people talking about me this way, I would be mad as well. But then again, I don't go around making drama that much, at least. And maybe not after this. Maybe somebody will make drama about me. I literally said it to you, lol. Said it to me about what? What did you say to me? If they ever do that, I'm going to for Novelette's EC1 so I can play Novelette and Farina together. I'm not like a Novelette hater. But I think I already got one Dragon Boy who does water attacks. I don't need another one. It's kind of interesting how there's so many parallels between the games, between like Genshin and Honkai Star Rail. Like we got 2 Dragon Boys around the same time, didn't we? Like, do they just all share the same story? I've already said that Sumeru and Belobog share a lot of similarities. I also said that Inazuma and Shinjo Lofu share a lot of similarities, and I assumed that we were going to go to Space Japan next. But then it's going to be like switched around and opposite of each other. But I'm not so sure anymore because I didn't realize that we were going to Penacony before I said that. So maybe they're taking things in a more adventurous direction than whatever's already being made in Genshin Impact. And I'm all for that. I will be looking forward to that. In one of Soul's video about Tectone, someone said that Tectone sometimes searches up his name. Maybe Tectone is looking for drama. He is looking for drama. Like, he doesn't search up his name. I search up my name on YouTube and Google all the time just to check if there's like anything incriminating about me. But that's nothing strange. I said the problem is Bench Tectone said that he didn't watch his video about before and just disliked it, and 1 year later he reacted because someone in his chat sent it to him. Yeah, okay, I agree. Nat 1900 he basically says that saying Kaching is bad means all of Electro is bad, which is just a flawed take. It's like saying Pyro is bad because of Xinyan's existence. Tectone invented mental booms. I don't know what that means, but that's probably an insult. I don't know if that's true. What this guy is saying is true. I'm a fairly casual player and I cannot understand this man. He says he's an entertainer, a guy who makes casual guides for optimal teams, which all contradict each other. Like, I'm only just now stepping into actually building characters in this guy. Okay. That's in this guy. Neither do I. Yeah. This is an interesting comment because it's not interesting probably not in the way you think it is, because what I'm thinking here is that Tectone is like looking at this comment and he's probably thinking, okay, so I'm not a theory crafter and I'm supposed to be entertaining, but now like even the casuals are shitting on me. So like what now? And then his audience is not just casuals, right? He didn't just make casual content. At least when it comes to gacha games, he's definitely a much more casual oriented, or at least he portrays himself as a casual oriented content creator, which he always was. But it definitely felt like he wanted more of that identity and more of that moniker back in the day in Genshin Impact and Arknights, and that caused a lot of trouble. I don't bother to do that. I knew this right from the very start. I'm too dumb to be a theory crafter. I don't understand math. I got a C minus, all like straight C minuses on math back in elementary school. In high school, I got like a couple of B's and then a couple of C pluses. I was very proud of those C pluses. B's not so much because they tend to be B and minuses, and when I see a minus on the sign, it makes me feel bad. So, So the entire response is garbage. The Raiden, Ayato, Bennett, Ayaka team is terrible, yet he still thinks it's great. C6 Bennett literally opens up more teams than it shuts down at this point with stuff like main DPS Bennett. See, all of this is talking about meta, and I don't think that the fundamental problem is about meta. It's about what you are allowed to make content about on YouTube. In response to one side or the other side, and what identity someone is claiming about themselves. Tectone claims that he is someone who, that Genshin is a casual game, so therefore, you can say stuff, and then when other people correct you, you gotta fight that, because it's really confusing. Why does he fight it? Because, I don't know.
Another thing. Her damage is overall underwhelming, and the reason why that is because Electro's a bad element.
Oh, shit.
What, was Electro not a bad element?
Yeah, it was a bad element. That is true.
Wasn't Electro at a point incredibly underpowered?
It is true.
Wait, I'm nuts. Like, before Denjo, I thought Electric was fucking terrible now.
Here we go again.
Oh, maybe that was the reason. Yeah, now at 1900, he basically says that saying Kaching is bad means all of Electro is bad. But I don't know who he is. Does he mean Flip or does he mean Tectone? See, this is the problem with reading everything on the internet. It's just all so vague. It's like saying Johnny is bad because of Geo or Dia. Tectone invented Memo Booms. Keck reading. Kaching was bad. Yes. Electro wasn't a bad element. EC and Overload. Electro Charge and Overload were not insignificant amount of damage in Raiden National. Genshin developers, we don't want our players to have anxiety throughout the game. They don't want people to have anxiety, but at the same time, I can't even understand the mechanics unless I have like a giga wheel theory crafter who has C6, I don't know, Ayaka or Ayato explaining it to me. I still don't really understand, like, how does elemental application work for cryo units? What determines how long someone stays cryo frozen for? And Electro Auras could exist in the same time, was competitive with TOA's best teams at the same time, and Taser was... So it might not have been like garbage, but it was definitely not as powerful as it is now. Nobody uses Electro Charge. Okay, that's not true. I don't understand what I'm talking about in terms of meta. Maybe Electro Charge is the meta right now, and I don't understand about it. That's why I don't say I'm a meta gamer, or someone who knows anything. Someone once asked me on stream to review their account, or whether or not I did review account reviews. And I said to them, no, do not ever bother me to do account reviews. Don't even ask me to pull for your characters, because I don't give a fuck about pulling for other people's characters. It actually makes me feel bad when I see other people get characters. It's useless to me because that's not my account. And I also don't want to do account reviews because I don't know anything about the meta. Like, my idea of meta is to just use Raiden National. That's like my idea of meta. That's it. That's all I know. I know some things about elemental internal cooldown, 3 attacks, 1 elemental application, charge attack, elemental application, that sort of stuff. Very basic stuff.
Tell me that Yoimiya and Tartaglia are the 2 worst 5 stars in the game.
Yeah. People would say that all the time.
Explain to me how Ayato, Ayaka, Raiden Shogun, Bennett would be a bad team.
Literally, how would that be a bad team?
You said Tartaglia
How would that be a bad team?
is good at what he does. What does Tartaglia do that is good?
Real quick chat. He like what, applies hydro and like that's it? As a lot of y'all know, back in the day I was known as the Tartaglia guy.
I'm gonna head out.
literally
Good night,
was.
everyone. See you later, Luke Milito.
Wait, I
Thank you for
am
tuning in.
so confused with this video. I literally was.
Sorry for the plies.
I was known as the
What
only
replies?
guy who played Tartaglia. Flip made NSFW content about some of the other content creators like Zajeff jokingly, and Zajeff was so upset by it. Ding dong. Wait, Flip made NSFW content? What the fuck? Wait, what did this guy do? He made NSFW content of Zajeff? What the fuck? What am I about to watch?
Hello there, Flip.
Oh god, the Henlo. Oh my god. Is this one of those motherfuckers who doesn't use like a camera, talks in a soft voice, and then says cute words to come off as wholesome?
Is that who I am?
Oh my god.
Is that me?
What the fuck am I looking at, bro?
I've never thought of myself as having a soft
Jesus
voice. I just
Christ.
thought I had a
Okay,
really bad
okay,
voice.
I guess there's a reason why I did not like this shit.
Flip here, and today, yeah, there's no point in even stalling. This video, we're going to be doing a Genshin court on one of the biggest Genshin content creators, Tectone. And
Okay.
hopefully, if my timing isn't dog shit, this should be up before 2.7, as that will most likely be when Tectone goes back to Genshin for a while to make more takes. So before that happens, I need to explain why he's not reliable. And for those of you who don't know what the
Reliable for what, bro?
Theory crafting
Genshin court is,
and a meta
I
commentary.
was just a dude who just told jokes. What?
what it entails, the TLDR of it, is that we will be trying certain Genshin content creators on their takes on certain characters of the game in general, and be giving them a fitting sentence for said takes. You can
And then I made guides for people who weren't sweats. Like casual guides. What?
go watch my other videos on it.
That's not really true. There's a difference between making guides for casuals that casuals can understand versus making guides for people who, you know, there's the difference between making guides for casuals versus making guides that are just wrong, right? There's a difference between guides that are easy to understand for casuals and then gives them an idea and a working knowledge of what like the meta is versus guides that are just not right. And I think even though I don't really agree with Flip making this video, it's not that I don't agree with him making this video. I think he has the right to make this video. But if I was me, I would not make this video because one, I'm not a theory crafter, and two, because I don't like making videos about specific people. But he is right about Tectone not being a reliable content creator when it comes to like the meta. That is objectively a fact. It's not, I don't think anybody questions it, and nobody takes his opinions about it seriously for that reason. And he himself probably acknowledges it. So like is Tectone really confused about what is happening here?
If you want more information. And as always, standard YouTube practices, if at any point during the video you are entertained, make sure to drop a like and even consider subscribing, as my MTash Genshin court is in the works and you don't want to miss that. So, Tectone.
Wait, is this guy so far up his own ass that everyone's wrong except for him? Bro, what the fuck is this?
I recently did a community poll on who you guys would rather see, and Tectone won, of course, by quite a lot. And funnily enough, Tectone was kind of the groundwork for these type of videos, as I think my most popular video was me talking about why he was wrong on Yoimiya's viability as a character. Looking at
What was my opinion on that?
Tectone now, he is of course a whale content creator, already creating a disconnect between most players and him, as well as the fact that he seems to be anti-theory crafting and anti-meta due to some things that happened in the past, which you can do your own research on. Now that wouldn't honestly
Anti-theory crafter? Anti-meta? Do you mean that I played for fun? What the fuck? Do you mean that I played for fun and do your own research, as in you didn't look into it, so you just took somebody else's word? What, bro, what?
This
Okay.
could be a problem.
So my thought on that is anti-theory crafter, and anti-meta. From what I've seen about Tectone, he does sort of clown on people who pay attention to the meta and theory crafting. Again, I have not watched Flip and Tectone's video, so this might come back later and be relevant. But like, if he doesn't care about it, then is this really a problem? I just gotta keep watching.
In isolation, but when you consider the fact that Tectone has started a street rabunculous amount of misconceptions in the Genshin community,
Like what?
because he doesn't preface or state that things are his opinion,
I did that every video. What the fuck is this? What
Wait,
the
go back.
fuck?
community,
Like what?
because he doesn't preface or state that things are his opinion,
That might not be true. No. He might be talking about the streams rather than the videos. But I fundamentally do not agree with Flip's take here. Because it should be just assumed that everything is your opinion on the internet. When somebody says something who is not a certified educator, who has credentials, it should just be taken that that is their opinion. Even when that person is a certified professional, I just assume that that is their opinion. But as someone who is 17 years old at this point for Flip, that might be as obvious. So he might think that someone who doesn't just say that something is their opinion is liable for, criticism for not saying that is their opinion. As someone who is 30 years old, I would rather just people get to the point. And I would just assume that that is their opinion no matter what. Even if they say that something is completely factual, I just don't believe it. That is the kind of the state that I'm in. So it's just completely redundant. Why would you need to say that something is your opinion when I already know that it is your opinion?
I did that every video.
And I don't think someone should say that every video.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck?
I don't think people should say that.
58,000?
Okay. So yeah, I was about right. It's like at most like 20 to 30%. So 58,000 views. They got like 6,000 views. So that's like what, 10%, 10-15%.
What?
coupled with the fact that he actively shits on meta and TC, that breeds a problem.
Wait, hold up. Amber is really good, guys. Just get a unique 5-star, and then she can be using exactly one team comp optimally. That's it. First of all, that's real, and second of all, it's a fucking joke.
Yeah, that is a joke.
What the fuck? Look at this. Amber is actually useful. Elegy Amber and Hu Tao VV team comp
It's not even.
considered best.
It's not only just a joke, but it's the truth. It's kind of the truth because if he's basically just saying what Tenten is saying, but in a more negative way, that is also joking. So that is true.
Lot. Don't worry, guys. She's good at 5-star. She's good in one team.
Agree with this.
How is that? Oh my god, bro. These people have never heard of humor in their entire life.
TC, that breeds a problem which we'll look at in the first piece of evidence.
Go ahead. Oh, Techie sussy.
I hate watching Tenten's videos.
Yep.
What?
There's a reason why 1010 quit, because he was fucking miserable. Do we not remember that he quit?
Fuck, I hate this channel. He just sucks the fun out of Genshin Impact for me, but I guess I'll
Because he did. It was meta or nothing else.
watch it.
I thought he was joking here, but the fact that he says that he's not, I just want to assume that everybody is joking when like they say something that is kind of stupid. It's not just stupid that I consider contrary to my view of things. I never consider someone who does something that I don't believe in to be a bad person or someone who detracts from my enjoyment of a game. Like Tectone saying something that is factually wrong about the meta or theory crafting does not detract from my enjoyment of the game. Tectone saying that Genshin is a bad game does not detract from my enjoyment of games. So whenever somebody says something like this, that the content creator actively makes them enjoy the game less, or that, you know, that they make them more negative about a game, I always feel like it's done in a joking manner, because that's how I would say things, or that's how I imagine I would react to things. And one of the things that I realized when I was making videos, when I was criticizing the Second Summer Archipelago event, was that there were comments saying that they just started the game and that they were having fun with the event, and I was here criticizing them, and therefore it impacted their enjoyment. And that's when I thought about like my impact on how other people see the game itself. And I've definitely been a lot less directly negative towards the game ever since then. Not because I'm like holding things back, but I do think more about how I like portray things and how that affects new players and players who don't give a fuck about any of this content, who might just be seeing this recommended to them on their algorithm, and then they clicked it inadvertently, because I've done that before. It's not their fault they click on things. It is sort of is, but it's sort of not as well, because people just click on things out of, you know, impulsion because it gets recommended to them on the algorithm. Imagine if the algorithm just recommended you things that you didn't like. You're going to click on one of them no matter what. Like, it sounds stupid, but if you get recommended enough things, even if you don't care about them, you are going to click some of them.
Remember that he quit?
Fuck, I hate this channel. He just sucks the fun out of Genshin Impact for me, but I guess I'll
So this
Because he did. It was meta or nothing else.
watch it.
this kind of wows me out. It's just I just don't get this idea that if somebody says something negative about something else, that would definitively make you enjoy the game less, or make you angry or depressed, or I don't know. It's not something that affects me. I encountered this many times. Yeah. Like I will just watch one video about a fucking otter, and then the entire algorithm just thinks I love otters now, and it recommends me only otter videos. Like, what the fuck?
Christ. He always drama baits.
What?
Yep. Drama baits.
There's no way that just came from your mouth of all people. And also, Tenten does.
Me saying Hoyoverse doesn't respect its players isn't a drama bait. It's a fact.
That's kind
And
of
if
true.
you don't know that, hey man, how's your anniversary rewards treating you?
Doesn't really drama bait. He's more.
My take on Hoyoverse and its relationship with players is that it will extract as much monetary value out of us as humanly possible without us quitting the game. It's always a balance between like Giga Whales and free-to-play players, and what both sides will accept when it comes to player retention and new player onboarding. So it has nothing to do with them respecting or disrespecting the players. It's just they disrespect us in that they don't respect us at all. The respect, when it comes to respecting players, does not enter the equation in the relationship between us. It's not a thing. It's just all about monetary value. Yes, there might be individuals at Hoyoverse who work for the company who might respect the players and be players themselves, but on the larger scale of things, it's just not. It's not a factor.
On the line of doom posting.
Unless that respect or disrespect plays a part in furthering extracting monetary value.
Unit so that they.
Oh, it's not drama bait, guys. It's just doom posting. It's so different. Oh.
What do you say?
Okay. Drama bait, guys. Hoyoverse doesn't respect its players isn't a drama bait. It's a fact. And if you don't know that, hey man, how's your anniversary rewards treating you?
Doesn't really drama bait. He's more on the line of doom posting a unit so that they.
Oh, it's not drama bait, guys.
I say I used to be a Tectone fan, but to be honest, I always just kind of tune into his streams like randomly. I didn't really watch his videos that religiously, so I don't know any of this. I don't know if he did all of this like doom posting. I never noticed any of this because I just played the fucking game. Good thing Genshin players have 10 free polls for their first anniversary, and Girls Frontline CN server first anniversary. We don't. What is Girls Frontline, by the way? Is that very big? It doesn't have free 5-star and free polls. Then what does Girls Frontline CN server first anniversary give you? Well, what do they get? Like, it's ultimately meaningless to list out the kind of rewards you get without knowing the context of it. Because 10 free polls in Genshin Impact is not the same as 10 free polls in Arknights. Because Arknights requires you to have much more characters to finish the level compared to Genshin Impact. A character in Genshin Impact is not worth a character in Arknights. Do you guys know what I mean? Free 30 tokens and some resources. See, that's what I'm talking about. Saying free 30 tokens doesn't mean anything to me, because like, what is a token? Is a token a poll? And what do you mean by free resources or some resources? Anyways, that's kind of tangential to what this is right now. Let's just keep watching.
It's just doom posting. It's so different. Oh. Okay.
I think there is a little bit difference between doom posting and clickbait, because clickbait, you might not even believe it, right? You're just clickbaiting because you might be talking about the most banal, most mundane thing, and then you just turn it into clickbait. But doom posting is actually about the content. So those two are not the same things. 100 tokens for a special skin and 60 tokens for standard. You can get free skins, but with tokens, really? So you just get 60 of those tokens and you get a standard skin. I don't even know what the skins look like. I am very satisfied with Genshin skins, by the way. The way they do Genshin skins, I am very happy with. I know this might be a hot take for people who want more skins or more payable stuff in the shop, but I'm perfectly fine with where we are in terms of skins. I love the way that Genshin does skins. Only giving us skins in events, only having those skins be tied to like the events themselves. It's awesome. I feel like no other company does this. Every other company just bombards us with a bunch of bullshit. I think Fortnite does event skins, but then I think that most of them are paid. There's no, like, half of them are free and the other half are not. I might have to check that out. I tried to, but I'm too much of a boomer. I actually don't understand how Fortnite works. I couldn't get the graphical options to work. That's why I understand the and fine for the first... What do you mean and fine? For the first anniversary of Genshin, I'm not joining the incident. I wasn't even part of the incident. I was literally on the sidelines just playing Genshin happily. And that's what most people are. Whenever somebody says that the Genshin community is this or that, it's really not. Like, when we talk about the Genshin community, there's like an asterisk beside the Genshin community TM. And that asterisk is like all the people who actually pay attention. The Genshin community is unironically us. You know, the people who are online talking about drama about Genshin content creators or like Genshin content creators having drama with current Genshin content creators. This is so ridiculous. This is actually just so ridiculous. Like, it's a drama between someone who doesn't really play Genshin anymore versus someone who is just like still playing Genshin and making content out of it, like about a video that was made a year ago, more than a year ago. Remember, it's like 15 months ago. Jesus Christ. Like, when you put this into perspective, I'm not saying that Tectone is not at fault. I think Tectone is like a huge part in this. I think he was the first one. I think the odd one out is Tectone. If there was no Tectone, there is no drama. He is not completely at all fault, but he's like at least 60 or 70% at fault. Because all the other dramas are started by Tectone as well. I don't think after Tectone left, I don't think I have noticed a single content creator drama between any of the people in Genshin Impact that I follow. There's no like Dish versus, I don't know, Zajeff. Dish is like, no, you only do story reacts. Story reacts good. And then Zajeff's like, no, this game is only fun when you do meta. Nobody does that. It's not a thing. It's the loud ones that create drama, essentially. Yeah. Like, nobody gives a fuck, realistically, that Flip made, you know, all these videos. Even Zajeff, I don't know. I probably shouldn't speak more to it. But obviously, whatever Zajeff did not turn out like this, right? Actually, let me just go check. Zajeff 77 Flip. Is he really a must-watch? There's nothing here. This Jeff is always in drama with Twitter, lol. Is Flip on Twitter, though? Yeah, but that's between Twitter and Flip, or not Twitter and Zajeff. That's not between Zajeff versus another content creator. Wait, does Ziox have drama? I don't know. Probably not. Ziox is so loud. I'm not like making comparisons between Ziox and Tectone in terms of like their personality, but Ziox is like in that category of loud Genshin content creators who are extremely successful that I can't really watch for more than 20 minutes at a time because they're so loud that they kind of stress me out. That's basically Tectone and Ziox for me. So I do tune into their stream sometimes, but it's like after 20 minutes, I'm done. So if they did, but somehow I see Tectone drama all the time, but not Ziox drama. So it doesn't have anything to do with me not like not paying attention to either of them, one of them more than the other. It's not because I watch Tectone more that I notice more Tectone drama. I literally do not watch Tectone at all. Well, actually, that's not true. I watch some of his. I watch Tectone when he talks about video games. Video games and like drama stuff, and not even when the drama first starts, because I'm just like, is this gonna be actual drama, or is it just gonna be like gotcha smack stuff, which is not real drama. It's just like two people talking it out, and then sometimes it morphs into something else because then somebody else gets into it, or it doesn't work out the way that Tectone wanted, which is probably the more likely result most of the time. He's not talking with Atsu anymore. Tuner and Jinx it's not good. Tony too. I don't know how that ended, but I don't know. Envy, they don't talk. Atsu, they don't talk. Soul, who knows how this is going to end? So, Tuner, Jinx, Envy, Atsu, Soul. That's like 5 people. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. So you can tell me all about how bad Soul is, how evil Soul is, how much he abused his brother, how much Flip is a dipshit. But the common denominator in all this drama is still Tectone. Like, if Tectone hadn't reacted to Flip, then there is no drama. There is no Soul reacting to Tectone and Flip. No Flip making the comment about Tectone. No me watching this video right now.
Oh, okay. Okay, dude.
They don't get overhyped, and people expect too much from that character, which is a good thing.
With Ayato's 80 elemental cost burst and the fact that you cannot generate any hydro energy off you, he's gonna have an insane amount of energy issues.
Unless you use him as a main character, kind of like Yoimiya. All of these issues don't exist if you're using him as a main DPS.
I mean, no, that's not how that works. Let's look at you lot.
Yes, that is how that works. Because when you're out on the field and your supports are doing damage, they generate energy particles that go to the character who's on the field. That is exactly how that works. What the fuck are you talking about?
Even with her being on field,
is that how it works?
Time, she still needs quite a bit.
Can anybody confirm? Is that how it works? Let's watch this again.
Overhyped, and people expect too much from that character, which is a good thing.
With Ayato's 80 elemental cost burst and the fact that you cannot generate any hydro energy off you, he's gonna have an insane amount of energy issues.
Unless you use him as a main character, kind of like Yoimiya. All of these issues don't exist if you're using him as a main DPS.
I mean,
what?
No, that's not how that works. Let's look at you lot.
Insane amount of energy. 80 elemental cost burst and the
character, which is a good thing.
With Ayato's 80 elemental cost burst and the fact that you cannot generate any hydro energy off you, he's gonna have an insane amount of energy issues.
Unless you use him as a main character, kind of like Yoimiya. All of these issues don't exist if you're using him as a main DPS.
I mean,
is that true?
No, that's not how that works. Let's look at you lot.
Yes, that is how that works. Because when you're out on the
I am
field
not an
and your
Ayato
supports are
enjoyer.
doing
I do
damage,
not
they
have
generate
Ayato.
energy particles that
So
go to
you
the
guys have to
character who's on the
enlighten
field.
me.
That is exactly how that works. What the fuck are you talking about?
Even with her being on field most of the time, she still needs quite a bit of ER and a high invested cryo battery with sacrificial Favonius to burst off cooldown.
Well, that's the thing. You don't always have to burst off cooldown when you're a casual player. Is this guy theory crafting my casual advice by meta standpoints? This is
So here's my problem with this statement. Obviously, you want to get the most out of your characters if you actually care enough to take advice from somebody. Yeah, I don't agree with Tectone here. This is the primary problem I have with like this entire conversation, which is that Flip is taking this meta theory crafting thing entirely seriously, and Tectone is like, well, I can give advice that is not the most optimized and the most correct because it's meant for casuals. But the people who are going to be taking the advice anyways are probably going to be looking for the advice that is the most optimized or the most correct. The choices that are the most correct to complete whatever you need to do in the game. Because this game is casual in the way that you can do everything you want. You can beat all the bosses doing anything you want in the open world, in the story. But once you get to Spiral Abyss, which is the only place where the meta matters, so if you're going to be taking advice on damage or any sort of meta-related, combat-related, any sort of mechanic-related advice about Genshin Impact, that is the only place that you will be applying it to, and events and combat events. So, knowing that the audience that you are broadcasting to is looking to complete Spiral Abyss and to complete combat events, then of course you want to give them the most correct, the most optimized device, right? When we're talking about Genshin is a casual game, it's a casual game for whales and for people who only play the story and open world content. And even the whales are going to want the more correct device. So, I don't know. Just seems a bit wrong to me. Like, if you're going to give advice, at least give the most optimized, the most correct advice in terms of builds and what you should be doing in terms of combat. Like, he's even showing the Spiral Abyss, right? In Floor 12, Chamber 2. Are you really going to be telling somebody who is playing casually to just use Ayato main DPS and whatever the fuck that, whoever is saying, just don't use it when it's off cooldown in Spiral Abyss Floor 12, Chamber 3? Like, is that really, honestly, realistically going to work against the Constipated Beast and the fucking crab bots? It took me about 4 to 6 hours to beat that domain, that Spiral Abyss. And I had to do my best to do it, even as somebody who spent upwards of $1,500 on this game and played it for nearly 3 years. Whenever somebody gives advice about Genshin Impact's content, and whenever somebody gives advice about Genshin Impact combat content and Spiral Abyss and like mechanical content, I just assume that's going to be applied to Spiral Abyss and combat events. Is that not true? Like, do people really give advice about the open world when it comes to combat? Like, in your builds? And to beating, like, story bosses? Like, is that a thing? I have not noticed any of that since Age the Hall, which was years ago. That was what, like 1.5, 1.6? That was literally over 2 years ago. That was the last time I saw anybody make guides about building your team for bosses. Like story bosses that did not appear in Spiral Abyss and combat events. It's almost not a thing.
insane.
Aito is a character who wants to burst off cooldown because it buffs him and contributes to his total damage output.
No, every character wants to burst off cooldown. But you don't need to burst off cooldown to beat all content in the game, because it's easy. Just like every character wants one.
That's no longer true in Genshin, at least. But to be fair, this video was made over a year ago. So maybe the Constipated piece hadn't come out, the Weena hadn't come out, and the game was relatively easy even in Spiral Abyss. That was true back then. But I think Tectone we're talking about somebody who is playing on an account with C6 characters. So it's like Flip is probably thinking this guy, this Omega Lol Giga Whale, is giving advice to little kids who don't know what they're doing, giving bad advice. And realistically, those little kids who don't whale on the game are not going to be able to replicate what Tectone is saying without like just doing your ultimate every time it goes off cooldown if you can't do that, then you're not clearing Spiral Abyss. And that is probably true if you are not a whale.
100% crit rate and 800% crit damage besides maybe Kokomi. But that doesn't mean that you need to do it. Is this person crazy?
Running him as a main DPS doesn't just erase this issue, he would still need a bare minimum of 130 energy recharge. Why the fuck would running him on...
And before anybody says that this is because I have C6 all characters, keep in mind I've beaten Abyss many times on many free-to-play accounts for players who said they couldn't clear it. I go on their account, I beat it for
Oh,
them.
that's a good rebuttal. That's a good rebuttal.
So just keep that in mind when you say, you're only saying this because you C6. The amount of times I went into a free-to-play player's account, beat the Abyss for them was fucking ridiculous.
Fields changed this.
So, given the fact that this was made a year ago, I do agree that did apply back then. But again, that's no longer true for Genshin. So, if we're talking a year ago, then yes, this does apply. But now it's not so much.
Explain to me how Ayato, Ayaka, Raiden Shogun, Bennett would be a bad team.
Yeah, how would that be bad? Oh, okay. Oh, go ahead.
I didn't expect my ears to be a victim of third-degree murder, but here we are.
This guy takes meta so seriously that he laughed at that. How literally, how would that be a bad team? What is going to survive against that? Okay, go ahead.
I just love how you can tell that Tectone used every single brain cell he had to devise this fuck festival of a team. Whales are actually a different breed. He heard the word ER issues and immediately thought of Raiden, who isn't alone capable of solving Ayato's ER problems without another battery like a Favonius character. And not only that, but he also wanted to run a freeze comp, and he defaults to Ayaka, who also has ER issues, and then for some reason he just decides to throw Bennett in there, when Kazuha would probably be a better pick.
Well, then you wouldn't have a healer. Because you need a healer. What?
Because Flip is assuming that you can just dodge everything because you're actually good at the game.
Bro, are you an idiot? This is the guy who's trying to make a debunk video on me? What the fuck? This guy is crazy.
Yeah, see? Look. I mean, Gold Goblin says, I mean, you can just dodge. That's basically what Flip is. Flip is assuming that whoever is playing knows how to play the game, which is not the case for a lot of people, including me.
Right? This guy is crazy.
But you asked for it, so Techie, let me explain why this team is dog shit. First, what is the purpose of this team? If it's a freeze
Lots of damage.
team, remove Raiden and Bennett as they are capable
No, it's just because they all do lots of damage.
of messing up the freeze reaction. And since Ayaka knocks back enemies with her burst and you don't have any form of
Ayaka doesn't knock back enemies with her burst.
grouping, this means you'll be battling your stamina
You can just freeze them with Ayato's ult when you do it at the same time, and then they'll be frozen.
bar half the time. And then all the
Same guy? What is this?
Wait, so he wants to have Ayaka and Ayato on the same team. That doesn't really work, though. I have to agree that that team does sound really stupid because they both have energy issues, don't they? So you just want to use Ren and Shogun on them. I don't know. That sounds really scuffed. I have to admit, it does. Like if you are in Tectone's position and then you imagine an audience who have the ability to farm for the artifacts that give every single one of these characters the necessary elemental regeneration, energy regeneration, and that they only want to clear the most easy Spiral Abysses, and that they're not looking to go into Spiral Abyss at all. Even I would struggle to make that work. Like if you switched out Ayato with another character, what's another Hydro character? Like I don't know, Candace or something that has off-field Hydro application. Does that really work? I think it's just I don't know. It's a bit copium. it is true that I feel like somebody who is really invested in the meta, who really understands how the games work, and then you hear what something that Tectone says, and that they are like broadcasting this to a large audience, it does feel like it is wrong from the perspective of Medic Pillar, who wants to complete the hardest content using the most optimal solution. And they consider that even if the audience is casual, they might as well just get the most optimal solution rather than someone who is giving them a solution that makes it harder than it would realistically be if they just got the answer that made it the most easy. It all comes down to whether or not you consider giving casual players a less optimal formula to be a legitimate thing for content creators to do without receiving some sort of debunk or backlash to it, I guess. My gut intuition is that even if I was a casual player, which I am, I would still want the solution that is the most optimal. And then I would proceed to ignore that solution and do my own thing. If it was me asking for a solution, then I would want the most optimal solution. Otherwise, I would just play the game myself, which kind of like negates the idea that Tectone is just giving this to casual players. Because then why would casual players ask for a solution to whatever problem that they are looking to solve in the game, which is usually just Spiral Abyss or some kind of combat event whenever those pop up? That's my kind of confusion about this whole thing. Like, how do you determine what casual players need? Is a casual player somebody who just... Is a casual player somebody who just is okay with any kind of advice? Like, as a casual player who is looking for advice about how to build your team, would you be okay with getting an answer that is fundamentally not the most optimal, or that will make your life harder than it could be if you just got a better advice? Like, how do you guys feel about that? Because that's basically what Tectone is saying, that, you know, if you're just giving advice to casual players, then what is the difference between having Ayaka, and Raiden Shogun on your team versus, and I don't know, Bennett or Kazuha on your team versus some other character?
Can we review bomb again? Bro. Who the fuck is this dude? This is probably one of the dumbest videos I've ever seen in my whole life.
The characters have to take time in Bennett's circle, meaning that you have to decide which character gets buffed, and the rest of the team...
No, you just stand in the alt buff.
What?
You don't have to decide which one gets buffed. You just stand in it for a second, and then you have the buff.
...will be dealing damage without Bennett's buff. Also,
I'm having a very hard time like thinking about this without the existence of constipated beast, because with constipated beast you can't just stand in your circle anymore. You're gonna get knocked out of it eventually, like in 0.5 seconds. But I have to like remember that those things didn't exist, and you know, obviously Tectone never fought against them, so and this does not apply to the situation right here, since they didn't exist that time. I'm just having a very hard time separating their existence from whatever is being argued over here.
Be on this team. Aika is so awkward here. Also,
you just press buttons, and then you beat the game because it's easy.
So is this team for mobbing, single target, or AoE? There was no purpose.
Even back in the day, am I just really that bad at the game? Because even back in the day when I was not finishing Spiral Abyss. I did not finish Spiral Abyss until like 2.2 or 2.3. I think maybe like even 2.4. That was around the era of me completing my first 36-star Spiral Abyss. And I had played this game since 1.1. So obviously it wasn't easy enough for me to do it, even though I was actively trying to. It's not that easy. I've always been against the idea that Genshin Impact, when it comes to Spiral Abyss and combat event content, especially the most recent one that I did in Fontaine, it wasn't that easy. Even as somebody who played this game for 3 years and spent over $1,500 on it, I still almost failed to complete all of the entire combat event. It was literally harder than the Spiral Abyss. It's like another difficulty level made just for whales. I played the game casually as well. I didn't play the game with meta in mind. I used Kokomi as my main DPS with like Yelan and Xingqiu. And I think I had But I think I had Nahida on as well.
It is because they're fun to use together. The point is that they're fun to use together.
And that team
Another
would
thing
not
to
have
do
worked
is
if I
replace
wasn't a
Ayaka
whale.
with Kazuha for a dual carry Raiden and
What if they don't have Kazuha?
Ayato team, or replace Raiden
But
and
what if they
Bennett
don't
with
have
better
Bennett
free
either?
supports, and then you have a stronger freeze team.
So what kind
Hopefully
of
that
casual advice would you
Bennett's
give them
there
that
for
then?
support, and they're fun to play together.
Explanation helped.
I didn't say meta optimal. I said good.
Anyways, that pretty much wraps
But
up this piece of
what is it good relative to? Like, is it good enough to finish Spiral Abyss? I don't know. I don't know what the contact. See, that's the problem here. You need to understand your audience and what your audience is accepting. And Flip does not understand that the audience that like Tectone is like broadcasting to this to either don't give a shit or it's not important to them. It's probably not okay. It's probably not the correct thing to say that he doesn't understand. It's like he has a different conception of what the audience is. I myself have never ever seen anybody take Tectone's opinions seriously. Ever. Never when it comes to meta content. So obviously, even back in the day, even when I was just casually absorbing info about the content of this game, I was not part of the group who was like looking to Tectone for information. I just didn't care about all of the information. My confusion comes from when somebody does ask for that information and Tectone does give it. Is it okay to just give information that is suboptimal, or like is the suboptimal solution okay to give to somebody actively asking for information and solutions? Because I didn't ask for anything. I didn't ask for any solutions. I didn't look at any guides for the vast majority of my first 2 years of playing Genshin Impact. So I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I didn't clear Spiral Abyss for the longest time. And if I was hypothetically looking for information about that and going to Tectone, would I want information for, would I consider information for casuals to be just the team that is not the most optimal? Would I even consider having Ayaka and Ayato, Raiden Shogun on the same team to be something that is realistically capable of doing what I wanted to do, even as a casual player?
Evidence? The person people trust to give any semblance of a meta take doesn't even know what quadratic scaling is.
My channel was never for meta. It was for fun.
Look forward to the entire Ayato quadratic scaling thing because Ganyu Elemental Burst.
What are you even saying, dude? What quadratic scaling? Jesus Christ!
Sorry, the burps.
Lord! Fucking this nerd shit.
You're telling me quadratic scaling isn't the most dorky shit for a freedom?
But again, you have to understand the audience. The audience for Tenten's videos are people. Okay, this might be taking. I don't think people who are watching Tenten are necessarily invested in the ability of quadratic equations to solve Genshin Impact's meta problems, but they're definitely more into that side of the meta content theory crafting side of things. So why would you make fun of that? Like, that's completely valid for Tenten's audience. Just like Tectone is saying in his argument that whatever he is giving to his audience is also valid.
Play gacha game? Holy fuck!
No, that's not true. There are gacha games that are hard. Genshin Impact is hard when you want to make it hard. When you want to make it hard for yourself in like Spiral Abyss. If you try to do Spiral Abyss, especially the Constipated Beast, people aren't going to Reddit to complain about the Spiral Abyss cycles when the Constipated Beast and like the Weena were there, because they are just fucking literally dumbasses. They were able to complete Spiral Abyss 36 stars beforehand, and then they suddenly weren't. Would you then give casual players, like, what do you consider a casual player at that point? Do you just consider a casual player to be somebody who doesn't take the meta seriously? A casual player to be someone who doesn't attempt to do the Spiral Abyss at all? Someone who is asking for advice but is okay with having suboptimal mice? how do you define a casual player? What is exactly is a casual in this instance?
Her with Bennett.
I love old
And
Tectone.
my basic assumption when going into any of these streams, any of these videos, any of Tectone, 1010, or Flip's videos, is that there is an audience for all of this, which is why I wouldn't have made Flip's video in the first place, or be Tectone reacting to Flip's video, because I assume that whoever is like watching Flip's video is also interested in like these debunks, because they might be a Tectone viewer who might be interested in what Tectone got wrong when it comes to like they might still be a casual, but they might still be a casual who wants the most optimal solution. And going to a debunk video might be useful for them. Or they might be watching 1010, who is obviously on the meta side of things, and then hearing quadratic equations being applied to Genshin Impact might not be something that is dorky or weird or nerdy. It might just be something that is natural, because you obviously need math to understand what is going on in Genshin. So why would you not apply that to Genshin if it's necessary to understand the meta?
Dude is so base.
Tectone has a clear will perspective and can pretty much shit out any team recommendation and use it because he just does that much more damage than the average player, and then his chat sees it and then are going to start reciprocating his team recommendation.
You'll never guess. I'm about to blow your mind. So my chat also plays the game, right? And so they would also have characters and thoughts of their own volition. That's crazy, right? They're not just a bunch of people who only watch me. It's the people who also play themselves. Oh, this is the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen in my whole life. What the fuck is this? I've watched one of this guy's videos and I instantly clicked off. Bro, what the fuck is this shit?
I think I need to go for a minute. All right.
One too that we apparently watched.
I will see you guys whenever, I guess.
And a Tenha that I also instantly clicked off. Every single one of his videos in the past I've seen, then instantly clicked off. This is crazy. It's the same guy whose video you're watching. Oh yeah, I know. I've seen it. I've pulled it up. That's crazy, right? A classic review bomber.
Which is how misconceptions spread. Funnily enough, Tectone and I went to lose the problems are similar, as they both give out things from their whale point of view, and their viewers don't seem to understand the difference in how their malnourished, level 80 40 crit rate Aito isn't going to hit a fraction of the damage that Tectone will. Again, the person
I think the difference is that you don't understand that some people just play for fun.
that doesn't know how important energy recharge is shouldn't be giving team advice. It's like asking
How in the fuck do I not know the importance of energy recharge?
someone who doesn't know how to pass a basketball to give advice on team strategy. From what I've witnessed so far, I'll be adding 4 years for a clear whale bias and for a repeated offensive slander against the Jingliu salesman. Additionally, as punishment, you will not have to go back to math class.
You know what I'm wondering here? You know what? I'm not going to say this next joke. Tectone Tenha leaked your what? This is the cup? Oh, yeah. Yo, guys, if you're here watching this video, because I'm sure there's going to be a video, go check out my waifu cup on gamersubs.gg. Has the fattest tits you've ever seen in your whole life. It's hot.
Class to know the difference between linear, quadratic, and semi-quadratic scaling. Now,
Yeah, I think the difference is that all casual players do not give a fuck about any of the terms you just used.
let's move on to the next.
But if
piece
they're
of
watching
evidence.
this video, then they would
Okay, here
care.
we go. You haven't done the dog and you need a weapon.
And even if it's a casual looking for answers, if the result of the answer required understanding these things, then you would still want to have the right answer, right? You would want to have the answer to the solution that came as a result of these quadratic scaling or whatever the fuck that maths was required to come to that answer. Again, it's just the assumption that a casual would be looking for suboptimal solutions that kind of rubs me the wrong way. It doesn't feel right, because that's my intuition going into this. As someone who is a casual, I don't look for solutions unless I want the most optimal solution. Plus, advice by definition needs to be sincere. Hiding behind, oh no, I was giving casual advice is dumb and spineless. I feel like there is casual advice, but we need to define what casual is. And I don't think this is a big problem for Tectone, because it's obvious that his audience does not take him seriously. When I've never seen anybody take Tectone's opinion seriously when it comes to the meta and like combat content. So this is kind of a non-issue. But at the same time, the argument that Tectone is making that if a casual is asking for advice, or that he is giving advice to casuals, and then the advice and the answer or solution to whatever the casual is asking for can be suboptimal, it just feels wrong to me. Although I can't give a definitive statement for why that is wrong, because I don't ask for advice unless I want the optimal advice. Oh, blank Herelcombe. I think this is the first time I've seen you on my stream because I can't pronounce her name. Hello.
From the free-to-play shit, first tip. You need to farm every single boss until you get your iron thing on Kazuha.
There's a perfectly good Favonius sword right there.
Let's see your stats now.
Yeah, but you can just get it easier, right? You can just go get it for free, so why wouldn't you just go get it for free?
And
That's
is
true.
Amazing.
Isn't the Iron Sting a craftable weapon though? Do you get free weapon crafting mats for swords right off the bat? I'm pretty sure you do when you go to Mondstadt. It's been so long, I don't know how easy it is to get crafting mats for weapons anymore. Also, casual can't be equal to wrong, just like you said. There is nuance to this, because if you're just giving casual advice to somebody who only has those characters, then of course you're going to recommend those characters. But also, hey, this is my first time here. Oh, hello. Yes, I understood that. Oh, blank, here I come. Okay. I was like, blank, hero come? What?
For Ayaka, with the 4-piece Blizzard Strayer, that is amazing.
Oh, don't lie to him like that. Holy shit.
If I go to this Bennett and I see C6, I'm going to reach through my goddamn monitor and I'm going to slap the fuck out of you. You better pray to whatever god you believe
Is this dude about to say that C6 Bennett is good?
in, that this motherfucker is not C6. Good.
And here we go. One of, if not the
This is such an uninteresting, like, this part, the whole debate about C6 or C5 Bennett is so uninteresting to me. Because it just comes down to personal preference. Like, you could C6 or you can't C6. It doesn't matter. Even if you're, like, a meta player. There are people who don't see C6 him off of, like, stereotypes or just, like, conventional wisdom that they picked up. And I think that if they're basing things off of that, if they're basing their choice off of not C6ing him because they heard somebody say that it's bad, then yeah, that could be a kind of tiny bit weird. But I base other people's opinions and behaviors off of what I do. And if I wanted to C6 Bennett, then I would just do it, regardless of what casuals or non-casuals talk about, whether or not you should or should not C6. It's because I'm literally OCD. I see a red exclamation mark above my character and I do it. It's not really that complicated. I didn't do it because of meta reasons. I didn't do it because of non-meta, because I'm a casual. I just did it because I don't like seeing a red exclamation mark. Why can't people just admit this? I feel like there must be a significant portion of players who literally just C6 Bennett because they don't like seeing the red exclamation mark. That should be a real thing that gets more talked about.
Conception in the game
It's not a misconception.
that Tectone started, and that is that C6 Bennett is bad.
I don't know
It is
if
bad.
I don't know if that's something Tectone started. Can anybody who was here and paying attention to drama back then, like, say definitively that it was Tectone that started this? I don't know. I feel like it's just been around so long, everybody has just accepted it as a conventional wisdom, but I don't give a fuck because I'm a filthy casual. I just who the heck is this? Oh, blank, here I come. You weren't subscribed and you just got here. Tectone is when an echo chamber is incarnated. Every single place is an echo chamber. Some less echoey than others, but every single place is an echo chamber. I don't hold that against him at all. Maybe he could make his community less abrasive, I guess. Not be as... Actually, just don't get into drama, but I guess that would defeat the whole point of drama in the first place. So, like, whatever I say, he's not gonna do it, and he's not gonna take the advice. Content creators who are much larger than me, who have much more personal connections, much more personal weight, have told him this already, and it's not like, you know, there's nothing I can say that will change anything. So I'm just gonna say whatever the fuck I want to say. So who cares? But I understand what you mean. Like, he will say one thing, and then people will just carry that over to another channel and then say that thing. Like, that time that they said something about Atsu threatening to, if you weren't paying attention to this, like a year ago, I think it was Goose that said that Atsu was threatening to reveal their personal comment, their personal like chat session or something, and then Goose relayed that to Tectone, and then Tectone was like, "Oh no, you don't! I'm gonna do it myself," and then he did. Which was not what Asu was saying at all. And I even have the videos here to like prove it. Although it's gonna take a long time to get through all this. This could give me like what? This could take multiple days to sift through. Oh my god, how long have I been streaming? I started streaming at 8 p.m. right? So this has been 3 hours of content. Oh my god, so this is why people do drama all the time. This is literally 3 hours of like. This is the most viewers I've gotten since like a couple of months ago. Yo, I'm back. I was just talking about how much sense it makes to create drama because there's literally 9 people here in my fucking live stream, even though I'm not doing anything except reacting to other people's content, talking about shit that doesn't really matter at all. So, you know, maybe there is something to making drama to get viewers and like subscribers and monies at the end of the day. And I don't buy the idea that just because you demonetize 1 or 2 videos that you weren't farming for drama or that it wasn't beneficial to your channel. It's like saying that like Asmongold, just because Asmongold doesn't make money from Twitch, that he doesn't benefit off of Twitch. Obviously, he makes content off of his Twitch stream. So it's not like he's not working or that he's not making... shut the fuck up, GeForce. I probably shouldn't even click this because it's going to take me somewhere else. I'm just going to ignore it. Shit, this thing is so annoying. I'm gonna click something. Hopefully it doesn't take me somewhere fucking terrible. So, yeah, there's probably a lot of reasons why you would want to create drama. And if anything new popped up, as a Soul re-uploaded the videos, as he said anything else, as a Tectone said anything else. What was I even looking at before this? Oh yeah, let's see if he said anything else. 32-minute boys. What is this? Is this Amaranth? Isn't he on like Kick or something now? What is this? Pretty nice. No, he hasn't said anything interesting. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, will you continue the Shinjo Lofu analysis? Did you enjoy that? Yes. I don't think I'm gonna call. I don't know if I'll call it a review anymore because I realized that if I use Shinjo Lofu review at the end of my video, I can't use the word Shinjo Lofu again in the video of my video title because it would feel really awkward and it would make the title way too long and unwieldy. So I might just like go with whatever the title is instead of Shinjo Lofu review at the very end. I enjoy story reviews. Okay, I will do that. Thank you for telling me you enjoy it, by the way. Or, I don't know if you enjoyed it, but you didn't actually say that. I just made an assumption. But I will do that later. I'm thinking about doing like analysis of the Jingliu drama. You guys know about the Jingliu drama? There's a lot of drama around Shinjo Lofu, actually. I've collected a whole bunch of shit, like this. Come on, pop up window. Yeah. I even counted the number of words that were used in the different. You probably already saw this in my video. I think I showed it somewhere. There's drama with Jingliu. Yeah. Apparently the Chinese player base don't like her. She's evil. She's evil. And the person who wrote the entire story for Shinjo Lofu is evil. And he should be fired, but he's not going to be because he's senior. He's a senior at Hoyoverse, and that makes him evil as well. Because we can't get rid of him with our drama.
Which is just untrue. C6.
No, it's actually correct. The C6 Bennett is very
Isn't it caused by shippers?
Bennett messes up too.
There's an argument to be made that it is made by shippers, and I will probably cover that as well. But I think there's always nuance to something. Oh my god, I have 11 concurrent viewers. That's literally, oh my god, I love Tectone and Flip and Soul. You guys are also awesome. If you guys are like watching this at all, I love you, Tectone. I love you, Flip. I love you. Okay, maybe I don't love Tectone. I probably don't love Flip either. I definitely don't love Soul either. Actually, I don't love any of you guys, but thank you for creating content I can react to. Everybody said back then because Benny used to override Eula, and Benny used to override Eula. That probably would be a problem in cutscene infusion. So initially everyone, you know what'd be great? What if Tectone just played the game all over again? I would actually love to watch that. Well, actually not really. I don't have time to watch streams long term anymore. Actually I never used to. I would just like watch it in bed, which is why I don't follow any of this like religiously or something. The only time I have ever followed anything, any kind of drama religiously was probably Atsu and Tectone. Jesus Christ.
It completely gets rid of an entire potential team comp that you could use by activating it. So yes, you could use it
He's
to
right.
have more meta optimal teams, but it also gets rid of an entire archetype
ECS.
that you can play with. And when you're playing casual,
Override Eula and Cutting Infusion. So initially everyone used to suggest it. After sometimes people updated their takes. Techie didn't watch it. Okay, is okay by all means. Yeah, it's like watching Techie. Actually, Techie is a fucking weird ass like nickname. Just call him Tectone. I hate it when people give people weird nicknames like that. Like Asbun is okay because it's just like shortened, but Techie is like, I don't know. I have something against nicknames. Because I used it when I was in school, I had like 3 different nicknames. They weren't like anything bad. They were just like, they were a shortened version of my name and then my full name. And then there's like my Chinese name. And then there's like all these other different names. I kind of like switched my name entirely between elementary school and high school. And both of them were English names, by the way. It wasn't like a Chinese name that I abandoned because people thought it was hard to pronounce. I actually switched. My initial English name was just hard to pronounce because my mom literally translated it over from Chinese to English, like in the literal sense rather than phonetically. And then people couldn't pronounce my English name either. So I had to change my name when I went to high school. And then I didn't really like my name because it was just so generic. I was like, Jesus Christ. Never mind. You don't have time. Won't work. Tectone is already in bad terms with Genshin. He's going to be biased as fuck when playing. Yeah, but, you know, I actually agree more with his take. He made a video about how people were complaining about, like, the Shinto Wolfu story. And I was just like, yeah, I agree with him. In fact, a lot of the things that Tectone says when it comes to video games, I agree. I agree with a lot of the stuff he says about video games. Sometimes I even enjoy his takes on games more than I do Asmongold. I know this is probably bench identity crisis. I have no identity crisis. I just have a crisis of life in general. But like all this drama is completely unnecessary. It's good for my views, of course. Like look at it, 12 concurrent viewers. Let's get it up to 13 or 15. That's gonna be like my record. I said that I would make a Discord if we ever get to around 30 viewers concurrently, on average. Not just one time. It has to be on average.
being able to use more characters with your favorite characters is a lot more important than making one comp a little bit more efficient.
To be fair,
that's why.
To be perfectly honest, I abandoned my favorite characters when I came to Constipated Beast. I used Xingqiu. I never liked Xingqiu. I used Bennett. And this is with an account that is like 3 years old. Well, nearly 3 years old at that point. It was more like 2.5 years. But I had to abandon my usual comps just to defeat the Constipated Beasts and Weenut. I literally had to learn the existence of Hyper Bloom. I was just like, aggravate. It's good. I have my Kuching. I can just burst everything down. But it turns out my Kuching was shit. And I had to go with the Raiden and Xingqiu instead. So that was a really big shock. That was literally the only time where I felt like I had to play according to the meta. And I think Genshin has changed in a way where what Tectone is saying did apply back in the day, around like 1.4 to 1.4 to like 2.2 or 2.3, 2.4. I think at that stage of the game, like back in the day when he actually played the game, it is true what he said. And that applies to probably this video, because this video was made, I think, before Dendro, or it's applying to what Tectone said before Dendro, but that's not the state of the game today. There is not as much power creep in Genshin Impact versus other games, but we are getting noticeable power creep now. Novelette's numbers are much higher, and noticeably higher compared to previous characters in the past. He is a carry of carries. He is literally the what's his dude? His name is Dan Hun in Biber Lune, Cooler Dan Hun, Imagine Dragon. These two characters are like the same characters, except one's an edgelord and the other one's also an edgelord. And they do so much damage that it's like, what the fuck? Even when I was using Novelette even when I was using him inside the trial session, I was like, This plays way better than it realistically should. This all feels so natural and so intuitive that I could just pick this up and do whatever the fuck I wanted with him. Just like do an E and then you pick up your. You don't even have to pick them up. I thought that you had to aim your beam at them, at the little balls to pick them up, and then you had to then you could get your beam. But no, it's literally just be beside the fucking orbs. It's ridiculous. I'm getting too off topic. Yeah, Fontaine characters is niche. It's probably the start of power creep in Genshin because the game is getting older. And I think power creep is good for Genshin Impact. I think that as the game ages and that less players are interested in Genshin Impact, we do need more power creep. We need power creep so that we can get harder enemies, so that there are more interesting things to fight. I like, in theory, the idea of having Wii Nuts and Constipated Beast in the game. I think this is really cool. That's why I'm not really that worried about power creep in Honkai Star Rail, because it is a turn-based game. Like there's no need to worry about like open world exploration. There's no need to worry about like, oh, this character gets outdated. Yeah, they're going to get outdated. It's a fucking turn-based game. What else can you do? His gameplay feels good, unlike Nahida with controller. Dude, Nahida doesn't even feel good on my mouse. Like, I feel like the way that it really confuses me when Nahida does her E, and then you zoom around, and then you, like, go and, like, pick things up, not pick things, like snapshot everything. That's not the right word either. Dude, I have no words for this. When she takes the picture, and then she falls down to the ground, I have a really hard time understanding when I can press other buttons. I can never get the timing right for that. Nahida is... And I also don't like running around with Nahida in the open world, which is a really big hindrance, because she's a small character, and the open world is where you see the character the vast majority of the time. Does this mean Genshin devs planning on endgame question mark? I think we will get more endgame content at some point. Like, hypothetically. Like, I do think that we will get endgame content around the same time or at the point where it falls off in popularity enough, which I'm not sure how much it needs to fall in popularity for them to add endgame content, because the thing is that this game is still aimed at getting more players, more casuals, more people who don't care about that type of stuff, more people who are just into the story and into the open world content to like be in the game. So if you're just... That's what people don't understand about these so-called casual games. It's not just because they're casual that they're casual, or that they cater to casuals. It's the fact that casuals are the people who power this game and then determine what kind of content is in the game itself. If there weren't as many casuals playing this game, we would get more hardcore content, because that would be what we fill out on our surveys. Genshin Impact and Hoyoverse are very statistics-oriented companies. There's not like... I wouldn't call it designed by committee, but it's designed by what the mass majority wants. So the reason why HSR is rich in in-game content is because they have less players. Yes, there's more to it. I think the core gameplay of HSR is more conductive to not so-called hardcore content, but content that you can grind forever and ever and ever. That's why we got like the Swarm disaster so soon, because they don't need to worry about other players being like, what the fuck is this? I don't want to do this. I just want to do the story content. And I've been surprised a lot by Honkai Star Rail as well in terms of what I enjoy. I actually enjoy the side content, the non-combat content. I do enjoy the combat as well. I will say that. I enjoy the combat. I enjoy leveling up my characters. I enjoy seeing progression on my account. But I enjoy things like Orm Alley and the museum event. I would like put those two on the same tier at the top. Maybe museum event a little bit lower, maybe like A, not S tier. But Orm Alley is like an S tier event for me, because it's funny. It has characters I like Sushang. It has, you know, the premise of it is really interesting. I really like the part where I got to talk with the alcohol seller, the alcohol dealer, a tea dealer.
It's really bad.
Comps, Keqing and physical.
It bricks so many teams.
And if you use Keqing, you've lost regardless.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Well, now hold up.
That's stupid.
So at 8:06, you said Keqing was bad, right? But I thought earlier you said that me saying Electro was the worst element was a bad take. So
I was
which
actually
is
really
it, man?
confused at that part because I didn't know who was saying what he was accusing or saying that Tectone said or what he was saying. Like, is he saying that Electro is bad because that's Kaching, or is it because Electro is bad that Kaching is bad? Also, why are the banners short in HSR? It's 16 days instead of 20 days because this banner is on a patch that will last only 5 weeks instead of 6 weeks. Right? 6 weeks, 21 days. For 6 weeks is 21 days is 3 weeks. And then another 3 weeks is what, 21 days. Am I doing this right? Am I doing the math right? So if it's only 5 weeks, it's what? Yeah, it's 5 weeks for this version, which is really nice. But I hope that developers are not getting like bombarded with work, and that they're just doing overworking themselves to death all the time. They need to just expand the teams, although that has its own issues. Wait, why so short? Because there's not enough content. That's really all there is. Like, what is in the next half of the patch? I honestly couldn't tell you. Because we already got Jingliu, we got the content, we got her companion mission. I've already done it. I've already done the quest for Topaz. So what am I supposed to do now? What is in the next half of the version? I don't know. I haven't seen anything about it, so I don't know. Maybe that's why they're only doing 5 weeks.
You call me the king of misconceptions, and then you completely contradict yourself in 8 minutes.
Argenti will be next. No, Argenti is not on this. No. The next half of the banner is going to be Topaz. It's going to be Green Hyphen or Guinevere, whichever one you prefer, I guess. Little Gwei. She seems like scuffed Yoimiya to me, I'll be honest. I think Green Hyphen is scuffed Yoimiya. Argenti is going to be on the next patch. Along with Boho. Yeah. So when are we going to Penacony? 2.0. Anybody who thinks that we're going to Penacony before 2.0 is on some weird copium shit.
So what's going on? Because, by the way, guys, in case you don't know, this is before Dendro came out. Where when I said Electro was not good and needed the buff, why do you think they made it so good with Dendro? Right? Very weird. Interesting, man. Interesting.
Your account is already fucked at that point.
This is a dude, I've never seen a guy try so hard to sound so smart by discrediting other content creators to put himself on a pedestal. This shit is childish.
I wouldn't even say he was trying to put himself on a pedestal. Maybe he had some ego shit going on, but Yoimiya better than her. Burp. I don't know why I like Yoimiya better than Green Hyphen. It's just because Yoimiya was... I always complained back in the day about how we had to do the companion missions. Oh my god, I'm using Honkai Star terminology. We had to do the fucking story missions for Ayaka and Yoimiya in the fucking Archon quest, which realistically makes them part of the Archon quest, right? Because you had to do them to advance the Archon quest. And I didn't like Ayaka's. And Yoimiya's was actually kind of good. So maybe that's why I like Yoimiya more. It's like... her music, her trailer, her being a 5-star character, it just makes her feel like the better whatever Green Hyphen. I see a person who likes fireworks, wears red, blonde hair. Wait, does Green Hyphen have blonde hair? I feel like she might have red hair. Oh, she has red hair. Never mind, I'm stupid. Never mind, cancel that. Wait, is Yoimiya blonde? Okay, thank God, I'm not imagining things.
This shit is so deceitful, and to be honest, it's fucking embarrassing.
Point. And for physical comps in which the only one that is viable is Eula, you are better off not running Bennett with her, as they have...
You could also use Razor. And also, it's not about being viable, it's about being able to use your favorite characters with your other favorite characters.
Anti-synergy. And then for every other character in the game, they are skill and burst characters who don't auto-attack regardless, or they have an infusion like Aito, Ito, and Raiden, meaning they lose nothing.
I feel like I'm just
C6 Bennett
repeating
is
myself
a
over and over again when I'm talking about like this conception. Like here, they have fundamentally different conceptions of what is needed to give advice to casuals, right? Because he's just like, okay, and my intuition is also playing a part here, because what, again, I'm just going to say, if I'm a casual looking for advice, I want the most optimal advice, even if I can't do it. And Tectone's conception is that, well, just use the characters you want, and that is also right. But if I was a casual asking for advice, I wouldn't ask for advice in the first place if I was looking for unoptimal advice. So, and then I was also confused by the video's beginning, right? The part where he said like the thing about the Kaching and Electro. I didn't understand that part, so I just didn't comment on it. But apparently, Tectone thinks that these two statements contradict each other, and I'm not sure if it did for Flip, because I literally did not understand what he was talking about with Kaching and Electro. It just didn't make any sense to me, so I just kind of ignored it.
15%.
It also overrides a lot of characters like
If it's just
Kazuha's
started doing
Animal
major
Infusion
version,
or Ayaka's Animal
major
Infusion.
version per year like Genshin, it will suck because there's going to be long periods of dry content, unlike HSR doesn't have exploration. I disagree. So remember what I said about the right audience for the right content creator? Well, the right audience, there is also a right audience for the right game. And Honkai Star Rail's content and its audience are not the same as Genshin Impact's. I think there is a lot of carryover from Genshin Impact over to Honkai Star Rail, but I think that as Honkai Star Rail develops, people are going to realize that they're not fundamentally the same game. This game is a game that has a bunch of events, and I think the events when it comes to story content, like the museum, as well as Orm Alley, are actually better in some ways than a lot of Genshin events. I enjoy the museum event minigames more so than the Klee event that we just did recently, even though the Klee event was also pretty good because, you know, it activated like 2 neurons in my brain that I had to do. There are people who hate exploration too, yeah. And then there are also the people who, you know, they don't want to do the exploration. I enjoy the exploration in Genshin Impact, but I feel like it's a double-sided sword, right? Because of exploration giving you primo gems in Genshin Impact, I find myself noticing the environment more. Whereas in Honkai Star Rail, something I've noticed is that I don't look up. I don't look up because there's no point in vertical awareness. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, there might be an epic looking building or tree in the distance. Like in there's like a dragon tree in one of the markets in Shinjo Lofu, but I don't look up at its head. I don't notice that it's there because I don't look up at all. You can't climb the thing, so why the fuck would I care? And that makes it so that the map that you create has to be like really big and open and wide so that you have an angle to look at all the epic things in the distance. And Shinjo Lofu does not do a very good job of this. I've noticed that there are very few angles in Shinjo Lofu where you can just look off into the distance and see a whole bunch of cool shit. Because otherwise, there's no reason for you to look at any of this stuff because you can't climb it. So there are like trade-offs to why like certain games have certain things. And yeah, it's going to be better for people who don't like exploration, but I also feel like that the game design has to be based on the fact that you can't really explore the world and then get to know the world as a character without some sort of railroading. More railroading than Genshin Impact. Because the world is just there for you to run around in on a flat plane. And it's not very interesting. And that's why I find myself more interested in events where you build up a little contained space like the Orm Alley or the museum, where I get to see the world that I had just like saved be developed. That is what is interesting to me about Honkai Star Rail, that I am actually surprised to find out, rather than, you know, the combat, which is still good, rather than like Swarm Disaster, which again is still good, rather than the main story, which I guess is good. I'll probably talk about this more later on in one of my videos on the Shinjo Lofu review, but I wasn't too impressed with Belobog, and I wasn't like that hateful of Shinjo Lofu. I'd give like Shinjo Lofu like a 7 out of 10 and Belobog an 8 out of 10. But none of them are especially outstanding to me. I think they're just serviceable. But one, like Belobog is just too tropey for me, and then Shinjo Lofu is just like it doesn't get the point across effectively enough. And I think that there's like a lot of bloat, but also like there's too much plot points in there that probably didn't need to be. And then they probably could have removed them removed entire sections of it and put them in like a story quest or something, companion mission. Like the whole ordeal with the Sanctus Medicus thing, they could have been part of Yukong's companion mission, right? Because Dan Shu and Yukong had almost the same story. They had somebody who they loved die in the war, and they could have played that off of each other. Instead, they just get to be completely separate content that does not interact with each other at all. Anyways, that's completely tangential to what I'm doing here. What am I doing here? Watching Tectone Drama, I guess.
So you're also wrong and you forgot about that.
Damage boost
Have you
to
seen
all pilot characters who you will
XGO
most likely
Solo's
be
review of
using with
HSR?
Bennett
No,
regardless,
not at
like
all.
Jingliu for
Because a lot of these
I didn't
people
know.
say, well,
I'll be honest. I didn't know XGO solo existed before this drama. So good for him for getting noticed.
well, you're forgetting about the free-to-play perspective. You're forgetting about the free-to-play perspective. Yes, but these people are also never taking into consideration the whale perspective, which, by the way, is very important considering that these people are the people who fuel the game's funds. So just remember that, big guy.
For example, it can also enable some team comps and more reactions since we are applying a higher rate of
I'm a
pyro.
whale though. I'm a whale. And I'm also a casual. Does Killer's 36-star Spiral Abyss make me not casual? I feel like everybody says that so few people clear Spiral Abyss, but does that also include whales? Like, are whales 36-star enjoyers? Are there like a whole bunch of 36? Are there a bunch of like whales who have not cleared 36 stars? Is that a thing? I need some survey data on this. Because even as a whale who has spent upwards of like $1,500 on this game, I'll be honest, I had a difficulty in Spiral Abyss. It's not even like, am I just that bad that I need to play to the most meta teams like Raiden National just to clear Spiral Abyss? Not all whales go to Abyss. It's true. Maybe I'm on a level that is lower than the casuals that Tectone is talking about. Maybe I actually need people like Flip or like Tenten to explain to me what exactly the most optimal teams are, the most correct and optimal way, or else I literally won't get it because I'm just too dumb and too bad at this game. Like I am a category of player below casuals who cannot complete Spiral Abyss and definitely would not have been able to complete Spiral Abyss if I had listened to, Tectone's advice about Ayaka, Raiden Shogun, Ayato being on the same team. That's just, let's be honest, that just would not have worked for me. I just wouldn't. I'm not that good.
Are close to no
That's
doubt.
why I've never done randomizer abysses. I can't even fucking do the regular abyss cycles properly without doing it multiple times. How the fuck am I gonna do a abyss randomizer? Jesus Christ. Like, the pain of a real casual player like me is... somebody needs to do a survey on what exactly casual is.
Downsides of C6ing your Bennett.
There is so many downsides to C6ing Bennett is fucking ridiculous.
And Mihoyo still has not yet added a character that is heavily affected by C6
There is so many characters that are negatively affected by it.
Bennett. It's a direct upgrade. And even then,
No, it's not. Okay, with Ayaka and Kazuha, it's fucking terrible.
Mihoyo is giving out exclusive supports to characters that offset the need to run Bennett sometimes.
But this guy probably doesn't know that C6 Kazuha has Animo Infusion on his blade.
I hate how
Why is this guy trying so hard? I mean, this is... You know what the worst thing is? The forced cringe laughter during this. Because it's different if it's on Twitch. This guy made a YouTube video where he was like, oh, and then I'm going to fake laugh right here.
Have I ever done that?
This shit is so...
Have I ever fake laughed? Have you guys ever noticed me fake laughing on stream? Or like on YouTube videos? Have I ever done that? Because that did kind of piss me off when I watched Flip's video. Like, if I put myself in Tectone's, I also have a fragile ego. This is why I don't watch my own videos, because it makes me cringe too much. So that's why I don't do that. I don't like taking criticism. So if somebody laughed at me like that, yeah, I would also be pissed off. But then again, I also probably wouldn't respond to it. If I was really pissed off, I would literally just ask them to take them down. And if they didn't, I'd probably make a post about it, instead of engaging in conversation with them, because I'm antisocial.
So cringe. And this is...
Again, it's only bad for Ayaka, Kachi, and Eula, but then again, there already has alternatives for Bennett. But I'm thinking, were there alternatives to Bennett back in the day? Like, I'm just trying to, like, take stock of what the situation is when this video was being made.
Crazy. This is fucking crazy, bro. No wonder he didn't get the Amber joke at the beginning of the video.
So
like,
many-
he probably
I'm not-
sitting there making...
Everybody says that you didn't get this joke or you didn't get that joke, and this is sarcasm, and that is not. But I honestly thought that when Tectone said the thing about Tenten, like boring him or making... Okay, I can't remember exactly what he said, but I know that whatever Tectone said about Tenten, like, I thought that was a joke too. And it turns out it wasn't. Or he was joking about himself joking about Tenten. So I'm so confused about what exactly he's joking about, that I'm looking at somebody who is actually physically on screen, and I still don't understand what they're joking about. That's what's so confusing about like human to human interactions, and why I'm antisocial. I literally do not. I am too fucking autistic. I'm not autistic. I have never been diagnosed with autism, but I'm just so chronically online. That's literally like I'll admit it. I am chronically online. I literally cannot understand what is supposed to be a joke and what is not. I assumed that what he said about 1010 was a joke, but then he said that, yeah, that's true. So I also assumed that what he said about Amber was, you know, it doesn't even have to be a joke. That's just a correct take. So to assume that someone else has to know that you were being serious or not serious at a certain time is just not viable on the internet. Even sometimes in real life, it doesn't work out.
He takes of his own fake laughing. Dude, writing the script, and here I'll do a fake chuckle.
People are scared to C6 their Bennett
He got banned from Discord and then made this video. Oh yeah, I believe it.
when there are more positives to downsides. It's not bad. I will lose.
Yes, but the other thing is that keeping Bennett at C5 has no downsides, because then it can be used on every character in the game at worst semi-efficiently. But when you C6 it, it removes so many potential team comps that you can run. And I don't know if you can understand.
But if you're talking to a casual and then you're giving advice, wouldn't you want them to get rid of the red exclamation mark on the icon of the character in your character selection screen if they don't actually care about the meta? If you're just giving advice to casual players, wouldn't it be more important to get rid of the exclamation mark rather than, you know, potentially locking off Bennett from certain gameplay styles? Like, I don't know.
And that. Try very hard. But I promise you, if you think for longer than 5 seconds, you can get that.
Lose all my shit if I keep hearing this.
Here, we'll do. The biggest downside of keeping Bennett at C5 is seeing the stupid fucking exclamation point in his character,
Yeah,
telling him that you can take him to C6.
that is literally the worst thing about it.
And you know what's crazy? I'm doing this video after a year of never playing Genshin Impact, and even I still remember all this shit. No wonder I clicked off this video.
I can't tell when Tectone is
2
joking or
years
being
ago.
serious.
Tell me, because you have that.
I can't tell either. That's the problem. Like, nobody understands when somebody is joking or like not joking on the internet anymore, because everything is so like, satire is not ridiculous enough anymore to describe real life conditions. So how the fuck am I supposed to know when someone is joking or not joking about a game? Look at read some of the stuff on Reddit, read some of the stuff on Twitter, read how like extreme and ridiculous and intense some people can say something, like, and you just read them in a tone that maybe is not the right tone that they were thinking in their head, that their internal narrative was voicing things in. And then you say something else and it comes out in an entirely different way. Who knows? Flip might have just been making this as a joke or something. And I just don't understand it, because that's literally his natural laugh. And then Tectone is getting offended by it. Who knows? Tectone is really good at masking his intentions, emotions. Yeah, I agree.
Belt for some reason, and then you can go like what? You want to go like a fish? I think both of these teams are fine.
Hey yo, actually a good team, and using Raiden and Fischl together.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Then you also have that.
Look, all of this, I ultimately do not accept the fact that Tectone was not drama baiting. I do believe he was drama baiting. I do believe that he was making content out of this. Does he still have the videos up about Soul? Where is Tectone? Did he delete his VODs? Hope not. No. Like, you don't make 4 videos about somebody. Fuck. Fuck this. You don't make like 4 videos about somebody if you don't want drama.
All right, Jack, good morning.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a lot. That's a lot. What if I just searched drama? Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god! That was exaggerated a little bit. What the fuck? That was only exaggerated a little bit. This is actually kind of hilarious. Is this really all? This can't. No. He's reacting. No. This is not all drama caused by him. That's not true. That's not true. This is not all about Tectone. Let's search. Oh wait, that doesn't work because that's the name of his channel. He has dramas even before again. Okay, let's see how much of this is drama about himself. Okay, this can't all just be about Tectone. That's impossible. Wait, what if I search myself? What if I search? Oh no, never mind. My final thoughts on. He has what? How many videos does he have? 86 videos. How many does Tectone have? He has a whole. No. That was wrong. That's not. You can't just the worst written character, angry rant about the Genshin Impact community. The Genshin Impact. No, none of this is okay. So that's not accurate. Just because you cover drama doesn't mean the drama is about you. Yeah, Soul should have never gotten involved between Flip and Tectone. I disagree. Soul is taking a break from his main channel while Tectone is making bank off of this. I disagree that he should not have done it. I don't think that he should not have done it, and I don't think Flip should have not have done it. I don't even think Tectone should not have reacted to Flip. But if his intention was actually because he didn't like Flip's video, then he should have just gotten him to remove the video instead of engage in some kind of weird conversation with him about how Tectone is right and then Flip was wrong. That's just stupid. And it honestly just makes him look like an asshole. Because they're fundamentally talking about different things. Did they establish what casual means? What exactly does casual mean? How exactly is Genshin Impact a casual game? Is Spiral Abyss 36 stars casual? Is any of the combat events casual? I am a 3-year Genshin player who started in 1.1 or 1.2 and still struggled to do the combat event within a couple of hours. It's not that easy. You're not. It's just wrong. Okay, so let me see how much of this is actually about Tectone. 1, 2, 3, drama. 4. He says I'm done, so I don't know. 5. He's involving himself somehow. 5. 6. Wait, what? These are the same videos. Squashing. Oh no, it's just the thumbnails are the same. I thought this was a. Wait, he's just using the same face all over and over again. What the fuck? Squashing the drama now 3 months ago. What the fuck is this? Addressing those clips. That's 5. I remember when Tectone was asking Soul if he's deserved being dumped by Frame. Was asking Soul if then he brought it up on his video about Soul drama that Soul is insulting him by bringing up marriage issues. That's just drama baiting. I mean, even if he didn't do that, it would still be drama baiting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there some way to order this by when this came out? No, there's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What is this? 10, 11, 12, 13. Wait, is this real drama?
My experience with Tectone, the truth. Isn't this Yakes? What? It's just some handsome guy. What? I
think this is satire. I don't know. I'm not gonna wait.
Drama with this dude?
And all he could say was, huh. But Teki kept yelling.
I don't know. I think this is satire. Bait, I watched this. Okay, so let's go back. I forgot my count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, I watched this? Okay. 10. Tectone's Arc Knights. 11. Because that's Arc Knights. Obviously, it's gonna be about him. Okay. This is 11. Let me remember that. Is this real drama?
And they're allowing me to show them on stream. We are about to get to the redemption arc. There is not a single person who can hold on to this shit any longer, and it all happened by chance. So this dude, Hero Hey, okay?
Thank you guys all very much for the tags.
If you haven't seen the video,
individual thanks, we'll be here
if
all
you
day.
haven't
There's
seen
a
the
whole
video,
bunch, but again,
it's a good watch. It's a good watch. Hero, do that whenever people need. I just got to think of a sweet thing we can do for a debut. So first, are you sure about that?
I don't think this is real. This Genshin creator is a scumbag. So that doesn't count. That was still on number 10. So 10. 11. Maybe 12? This is not directly against anyone, right? 11. So it's still at 11. Genshin creator is a scumbag.
I already know this
11.
video is going to be going on YouTube. I already know there's probably going to be drama in the title. And today I want to
no, that doesn't count. So it's still at 11. 12. 12. I know this is because I had 12. We got 13. 13 videos about drama. 14.
Techie, what were your thoughts on the Majestic video? Well, to be honest, I have a lot. Now I'm going to.
Oh, this was about Majestic being copyright strike by some fake Hoyoverse. No, this doesn't count. 13. Wop. Life threatened over this. No, that doesn't count. 13. Okay, so currently 13 videos regarding the Dish controversy. Jesus Christ, how would you make anything about Dish? What controversy is this?
Hey, what's up, guys?
So we're at 13 right now.
This is actually my second or third time.
I might have lost
recording this
count.
Video, because.
Oh my God, Dish even reacted this. Huh? The acting is so good, and the intro almost made me sad. Ugh. So they were definitely on okay terms at the very least before the whole Twitter thing. Jesus Christ. Now I'm wondering if like they're all in on this as well. Maybe they are. Maybe this is all like some 5G drama creating. Maybe this is just some mutually, you scratch my back, I scratch your back, let's make some drama. Huh. Because I can't imagine somebody making this. I'm just so, I want to put myself in their shoes, but I don't know. I can't understand them enough. I can't imagine myself either making this tweet or that tweet. That mad old content gave me more idea on the progression on Genshin? Or like, how so? Like, I never respond to almost anything. So we're still at 13. 13. Still 13. The drama ends now. 14. Wait. Hasn't he made... How many ends now? So this is 14.
If you have time, I would greatly appreciate that. And let me tell you why this second channel is so important to me. Now, first of all, it is a clip channel, okay? So there's going to be like memes, shitposts there, regardless, a bunch of funny.
Oh my god. Even Atsu is like commenting on this. John calls me. It's so strange, man. It's like these guys were buddies once upon a time, and then they just kind of fell out. Not even just kind of fell out. They kind of fucked up each other. Well, not really. I don't know how they're just like I said. I watched the podcast where Soul was the primary one, I think, defending Tectone against like other podcasters. And then it's like they have all this whole drama shit. It's so weird because Soul obviously saw Tectone do what was probably considered a repeat crime, right? Because this is not the first time that Tectone got into the drama. There's like the Arknight stuff. There's like the tuner Jing stuff. Then there's like the Atsu stuff. Then there's like Envy stuff. And then now there's like the Soul stuff and the Flip stuff. The drama ends now. Oh, and there was also the other stuff that, yeah. There's also the time where he supposedly like gaslit somebody on Twitter about like, I don't know, something. So there's even stuff that is not between him and other content creators. So that's like, what, 13, 14? I'm still going to consider that 13 because I don't see anything that weird here. I don't want to make fluff videos anymore. Okay. Seriously talking about drama on me. Look at the right side. Go bro.
Who knows what's going to happen on Twitch? Nobody knows. There is no redo on Twitch. When it's out and it gets brought over to YouTube, whether that be a content creator making a YouTube video, whether that be a random clipper clipping something.
You know what? I'm going to do 14. Yeah, this is 14. He's bringing stuff up that is obviously related to. Okay, let's see. Go to some of the high points.
Because unfortunately, whether we like it or not, Genshin Impact is a game that sometimes runs out of content. Yes, we wish it could be a MOBA.
And that's when you create drama, I guess. 14. I guess this is 14. Cancelled. I guess this is 15. Does it count if he's talking about trying to get? No, that's still 14. That doesn't count. 14. Poiverse revealed details about MTash. 14. The worst account in Honkai Star Rail. My apology to MTash. 14. So 14 videos, right? Around 13 to 14 videos about the drama between himself and other content creators, or at least some party who took issue with him. The lies never... Okay, 15. Maybe 15.
Man, oh man, the good old Reddit, the infinite well of content. What's
this counts as drama farming. That's 15.
With Tectone. Hey, travelers. I've been a new Genshin player until recently, so I did not know a lot about Genshin CCs or community drama. I also started watching Honkai.
That's 15. Today he reminisced on his last Genshin stream and why he quit Genshin. He went on and on about why he made the right decision to quit Genshin and said he will come back for Fontaine just to see how things are. I also recommended one stream where he said he will come back for Fontaine knowing he will receive hate chatters. In my mind, if he quit and he had a bad time, got hated, he should play the game that makes him happy and avoid Genshin. I have tried to research about the drama he had with the community, and one thing stood out. Many people said Tectone is a drama baiter. I do not want to judge, but based on what I am seeing, it seems that is the case. So what's up with Tectone, and why doesn't he just let Genshin go? Or let Genshin be? Alternative question, how long before he turns on Honkai Star Rail community? He did so with Arknights and Genshin, in my opinion.
Honkai Star Rail streams. I ended up following
Is that still there? It's by African Anus 2020. Africanus. Huh. What a name.
In the midst
15 is still a lot. It's alright in comparison to, I don't know. It's not overwhelming. It's not like 25% of his channel. It's more like, I don't know, 2-3%? Like 1-3%? I think the funnest part of the wrong classification of gacha characters is that it literally doesn't matter. So what if Teki were to call Jingliu a support? she'd still do what she does. Mislabeling is a non-issue. Unless you literally lie about what the kit does. I don't know. Isn't calling Ganyu support... Like, she can be. So that's not wrong. But if you're denying that she can be a main carry as well, then that's also... That would be the problem. So there's nothing wrong with that. I hate this man. I hate this man. I love your content and the person you've grown to be. I wish people would off the wood and let you be. I use Ganyu support. Yeah. I feel like if I ever got Ganyu, she would also be a sport simply because I don't have like the patience to farm for her artifact sets.
Of his streams, he usually complains to the
Okay, so 15. That's 15, right? Did I lose count? 15. Dying. No, don't care. 15. I got banned from Honkai Star. This is 16. I know what this is about, I think. This is
We have a real fun topic to get into. We have a real fun topic.
What is this?
Is gonna be a blast, okay? Because I get to take us through all of this, and some people might say, "Oh my God, drama!" Shut the f up. This isn't drama.
This is drama. This is drama.
Drama, dumb shit. This is me talking about an event that.
Oh shit. Disconnected, reconnecting. Okay. That was weird. Did you guys see that? I just got disconnected.
Got banned from the Honkai Star Rail subreddit. So this was hilarious. So I'm gonna show you what happened. This is crazy to me. Okay?
Yep.
This is
Fucking OBS
crazy
doing
to
its
me.
thing again.
So I make a tweet, okay? But yeah, no, I'm not even gonna show you the tweet. I'm gonna show you the post. This guy goes in the Honkai Star Rail subreddit and he makes this post about me. Okay? Dude. Okay. And we're gonna break all these down because this shit kills me, bro. These keyboard warriors who think that I'm like Satan. We get to break it down, okay? So here's what he posts on the Honkai Star Rail subreddit. To be fair, this is what he posted it on, okay? POV, you don't have Jingliu on. Hey? Which is crazy because it's a joke, right? This is a joke. This is funny. Like, oh, dude, salty because doesn't have Jingliu on. It's funny, right? I was doing react videos to other people's content. People.
It's so hard to tell what is a joke these days. I would take this as a joke, but not only because I say things that I take as a joke are really just things I don't care about. It's really weird. Again, I can't tell when he's joking or not. Because a lot of people who play Hoyoverse games are not native English speakers. And even a lot of native English speakers can't tell when someone is joking or someone is not. Even when they literally see their face streaming, they can't tell because not all like native English speakers have the same, culture. A Russian who speaks English. Okay, that's not maybe not a person who's like a native English speaker but not born in like a Western country. Like a native English speaker could be an Indian, right? Because I was gonna say Indianish, but English is a national language over in India. So a lot of them grew up just speaking English alongside whatever language that they have, like Punjabi or some shit. So I don't think they count as native English speakers because they learn English from an early age. And there are also native English speakers in Singapore and native English speakers in, I don't know, Malaysia. But they don't understand the same cultural context as other countries. It's not just all one morass of culture, right? And then all of that gets filtered through the internet, over through a stream, over through a screen. It's not... I'm really finding this hard to articulate. It's just the culture that we have created on the internet, the culture that we have created over English is second language of the Philippines. Okay, so the Philippines also is... I feel like a lot of Filipinos treat English as a native language almost. Ugh, there's shit in my eyes. I gotta go what the fuck? There's shit in my eyes. I watched too much Tectone. Shit. My eyes are fucked. I have to talk into the mic without actually seeing anything. My glasses are off. I'm just staring off into the distance. Jesus Christ. OBS acting up. Wait, did OBS fuck up again? What's going on? What's going on? It seems to be working. Let's check stream health for a second. Stream health says it's fine. Maybe that's intentional. Maybe he has some kind of motives. He might, but I don't think. I think even without the motives, it's actually really hard to get your point across over the internet because normally people don't explain things in detail to the point where literally nothing can be like nothing requires context, you know. People don't talk like they're writing a fucking essay. And without that, there's no way to understand everything. And there's so many ways to take things, but I think that's kind of okay now. There's no way to understand something over the internet without context anymore. And to clear up all of this drama, one literally requires like a sarcasm, like slash sarcasm at the very end. I feel like in sometimes when you look at these videos, maybe you just require a slash sarcasm in the description of the video. Maybe I should start doing that. Maybe I should like hashtag Genshin, hashtag complaints, hashtag casual, hashtag don't react to this, don't take this seriously. Hashtag fucking moron talking over YouTube. Hashtag content creator drama.
People get angry at my videos over their videos because, well, that's the internet, and if somebody else says it, it's fine. When I say it, oh, techie, oh, techie, oh, techie, here we go. All right. So let's get into this, okay? So this guy posts on this video.
Basically, take it with a pinch of salt.
The comment was,
this is why I don't like take anything that seriously or negatively. One, because I'm not a huge YouTube channel, and two, because I don't take anything these people say that seriously. Like if somebody made a video about, I saw on Twitter that somebody, when I created the skin color video, about about Sumeru, somebody on Twitter said that I was justifying or gaslighting. I don't know what it was, but somebody said in response to one of my comments that I was talking away or basically explaining away the skin color issues in Genshin. And I didn't take it seriously, and I didn't take it with any degree of like, oh, this guy or this girl hates me. Because it's just not serious. It's over Twitter. It's like my livelihood is not being destroyed. Just like how Flip is not destroying Tectone's livelihood. Or, realistically, Tectone didn't even destroy Soul's livelihood or anything like that. Like, they're obviously still Soul supporters. Like, none of this is going to affect them in the long run. Other than, well, Tectone's probably going to make more drama in the future. Or instigate it, or whatever you want to call it. He's going to be the center. He's going to be the cause. Not the, like... If Flip didn't make the video... Again, if Flip didn't make the video, then there would be no drama. But then if Tectone didn't respond to the video, then there would also be no drama. And then... how far back does it go? Do you want YouTube to not exist so that there's no drama? How far do you want this to go? Can't we just say that Tectone has been in a lot of drama, and then this is just another drama episode, and then this is he's probably going to be in other dramas in the future. Maybe I'll be in it sometime. It's probably going to be horrible, but you could just not talk to him. He created that image of himself, and he is surprised on how people... He's not surprised. There's no way he's surprised. But I'm second-guessing myself again, because I assumed a lot of things that... I assumed that his response to Tenten was sarcasm, or joking, or being a joker, or joking, whatever you want to call it. And then I assumed that... I just didn't assume anything about what Flip said about Kuching and Electro because I didn't understand it, so I didn't take offense to that. And even if he said that Kuching being bad meant Electro being bad, or Electro being bad meant Kuching being bad, would not offend me at all. Because I don't make any claims about meta, and I feel like if Tectone really was someone who didn't care about the meta or care about being right about the meta, because that was the argument with Flip, right? That it was okay to give this kind of advice to casuals, and that this is a casual game, so ultimately the theory crafting stuff does not matter. Then why bring it up in the first place? Because the casuals won't care, even if someone tries to debunk Tectone, because obviously the advice Tectone gave these people would have worked, and that everybody would agree that Tectone is in the right, and that his advice was correct. Right? Isn't that the case? Because if what he said was correct, and then the people then there would be no debunking, and then everybody would say that Flip is a moron. In fact, that might even be the case.
Fucking eye account.
But it's going to be hard to separate that between like the new people that Tectone brought into his channel versus, you know, his channel before Tectone brought all these people in. Let me see. Flip channel. What did that video even say? From the, let's see the oldest responses to it. Tectone is purely for entertainment. Problem is when he speaks because of his massive follower count, there are a lot of people that takes his opinions as something valid and true when more times than not, he really doesn't even... I don't think this is true. I don't think anybody... I don't have the necessary like perspective to know whether or not people treated Tectone's... And even if people treated Tectone's perspective as true, it's not really a problem. Because like they're eventually going to run into problems with what if what Tectone's saying is untrue, then they're eventually going to run into problems with how they play the game. So, and when they want to try to clear the hardest spiral abyss, so is this really a problem? Not really. It doesn't matter if he gets debunked or if he's right or if he's not right. None of this really matters. I think what was the problem was that Tectone made it into like a fucking debate. Most of his testing is skewed because he C6 like that. Well, he did say that he used free-to-play accounts and cleared 36-star Spiral Abyss, which, you know, back in the day is... That's plausible back in the day. I used to watch Tectone back during his Arknights days. I was initially drawn by his boldness and willingness to spay anything on his mind, and let this blind me to some of his more terrible takes when he moved to Tech Genshin. And he ran out of content in 3 months and resorted to drama baiting and cringe baiting others, a practice that was very rare before. It resulted in all this content nowadays just being copy-pasted and drama that is totally not his problem, which makes me really disappointed that I used to believe in him. Because someone can identify, confidently spew their own truth does not make it the objective truth. I remember watching Atsu, going over their drama, and realizing, oh my god, that's literally me. That's literally me. I didn't used to watch Tectone streams religiously, but I was always like just seeing his YouTube vids on my algorithm, on my feed, and then I would just go watch them. And I agreed for the most part on his YouTube, you know, game takes. Is that really something that I should be ashamed about? Not really. I enjoy Genshin's video game takes because, again, I didn't treat it really seriously. So maybe that's the wrong perspective going into this, because I am the casual who consumed Tectone content like unseriously, and I never applied anything he ever said about the game into the game itself, because I am a casual, so I don't ask for advice, and when he gives advice, I just kind of ignore it. Go over their drama and realizing just how stupid I'd been as he broke down Tectone's accusations and bullshit piece by piece and showed his chat eat it up without a single critical thought. It really says much that someone can put on a clown persona and say the most hilariously bad takes and gather a following through sheer buttheadedness. I can only thank my graces I learned to step back and be more aware of his real nature, and can only hope his other viewers will one day see it too. This was back in the day, by the way. This was when the video first released, not like the recent Tectone drama. The John Lee burst did so much damage.
I didn't expect my ears to be a victim of...
Wait, how much damage was that? I didn't see.
I didn't expect my ears to be a victim of third...
What? Where's the damage number?
I didn't expect my ears to be a victim of third...
Oh, there is no damage. Oh my god, he missed! Oh, Jesus! Wait, is this Tectone or is this him?
Third-degree murder, but here we...
What is the name? This is on PS4, I guess? PS5?
I just love how you can tell that Tectone used every single brain...
Who is this? It doesn't really matter. It's funny. Like, I would play like this back in the day.
I just love how you can tell that Tectone used every...
I still do play like that. What the fuck? What am I saying in the past tense? was watching a Tectone video the other day, something about Hoyo doesn't fix their game for over a year, so of course it got me curious. He says ever since launch, Xing Yin's Ascension passive has been bugged and their shield doesn't get a level 3 buff from hitting only 2 enemies. I was like, no way, this is still a thing. Boot up with the game, took Xing Yin to 2 Hilly Trails, pressed E, and what do you know? The passive totally worked. I don't notice any bugs in Genshin, so even if there is a bug, I don't notice it. Like there was, I think it was cutscene C2, the one that had the energy regeneration, and that was bugged for the longest time. And if literally nobody told me, I would not have noticed it because cutscene has no energy regeneration problems. So it's just like a super duper bonus that literally nobody cares about. I probably just triggered at least a bajillion theory crafters, but what do you know? I am a casual. The passive totally works. The shield it created is correct level. Xingyan works perfectly as stated and intended by the game. Tectone just repeats the same shit over and over again. Very rarely fact checks himself and his viewers. I don't. It's not important. Is it really? I don't know. I feel like if you got to the point where Tectone is with so many viewers, and then you never built up yourself as like a meta theory crafter, then why would you want to fact check yourself? But at the same time, see. If I was Tectone, I would not have contact Flip at all because I don't think I would have given a shit. And I think what Tectone does is alright. I don't think, what Flip said is wrong, but I don't think it's really consequential that Tectone gave either wrong advice or advice for casuals or saying that Genshin is casual. My entire whole problem with this is the fact that he went out of his way to like do a debate with Flip, which admittedly Flip decided he would go forth with. But like that doesn't change the fact that it was kind of like a fucking circus show. It was like leading a fucking donkey around with a stick and a carrot. Because Flip went in deciding that this was going to be a meta discussion, and then the other side was just trying to like talk. Tectone was, from what I've read, talking about how his channel was impacted by Flip's takedown or whatever, and that this had some kind of monetary like impact on him, and that like because the Genshin is a casual game, that it didn't matter to get the right answer when it comes to meta content and meta theory crafting. So that was where it went too far for me. Not the fact that Tectone gave wrong information about the game, or suboptimal information for casuals. I wouldn't go looking for suboptimal information or suboptimal answers as a casual player even, which I am, again. But it just doesn't matter to me because I don't take advice that if it's wrong advice, eventually you'll realize it's wrong. And then you'll just not do that anymore. It's really that simple. Unless you're fucking stupid. Which, to be fair, a lot of people are. Myself included. Completely agree on this one as compared to the I win to lose video. Tectone is a huge clown. He doesn't understand that his garbage teams work only because he has a lot of characters, C6, R5, and at that point, rather than a team, many can just solo with them. Tectone doesn't really like being corrected while he was always wrong. John Lee is a DPS loss, but he is so valuable to the account. In the time your DPS needs to dodge, you should just tank and DPS. Yes, John Lee is a top tier character. The game is frustrating for people unless they haven't. I agree. This actually is useful advice for casuals, because if you don't do enough DPS, then you're going to get hit a bunch of times. You're not going to be able to perfect dodge everything. That's why you need John Lee and shielders. Like let me say this in a way that would not offend theory crafters. What is the point of every single shield character if you can just perfect dodge everything? If you can do so much DPS that you literally do not need to worry about taking damage at all, or that you could just like dodge everything, then what is the entire point of shielders? Like that is an entire category of characters that should not exist because they're redundant, they're irrelevant. I think that is a correct distinction between casual advice to casuals versus advice to like hardcore players who have learned to dodge everything, who knows the attack pattern of every single enemy and can correctly respond to that. Rather than, well, I'm just going to give an answer that is just kind of whatever, like in terms of build order or team building. But again, even if Tectone does that, it's really not that big of a deal. Honestly, I watched Tectone a lot near the beginning of Genshin and blindly follow his takes on the meta and characters. After watching this video, I've learned so much about Genshin. I surprisingly didn't know I'm AR58. Now I'm going to C6 Bennett. Nice video, man. Love the quality. Huh. Also, somebody did find this useful. What do you know? What I got so sick of was almost every week he'd randomly come out with a video like, we need to discuss this badly. It's really funny because a lot of these people are not even talking about like what they're not even talking about the issue that Flip is addressing. I think this is the issue that, like, if I was in Tectone's shoes, that I would be annoyed by is that the people responding to this video are not necessarily even talking about what Flip is talking about. They're just like, well, Tectone is a drama baiter, which he is. And that's the issue I'm here to talk about because I hate Tectone. Rather than whatever issue that Flip is talking about. We need to discuss this badly or something, and he always starts off trying to get us to pity him because he's the center of some negative controversy that he said he has no control over. He always say that I take a lot of shit. I'm the person everyone goes to. I started this channel to make friends and help other others make friends. I experienced such and such in the past, so I know a lot better now. And a bunch of other cookie cutter stuff in the videos of that type, besides the fact that he shits on Genshin, which I can't lie, Hoyoverse isn't in the clear either, but Tectone always finds a way to make it about himself and how he's always the center of controversy, even though he either didn't do something or he says it's because someone else doesn't like him. He didn't, someone doesn't like him from past controversy and targets him. And oh my god, that's literally me. Like, I literally have saved videos of Atsu and Tectone drama. Oh shit, that's me. Someone doesn't like him from past controversy and targets. But if you had past controversy and then you have current controversy, like, why would you not bring up past controversy if it's like a repeat behavior, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, does somebody who like has a history of doing something that pisses people off do the same thing, and then is everybody else just supposed to ignore that he did the same thing in the past? It doesn't make a lot of sense. And all this, besides the fact that he's loud, obnoxious, and can't keep his mouth shut, from him wanting to C6 everything he wants, because he can basically flexing and saying he isn't a meta player, but complaining about a character not being to his liking on someone else's count. There's a lot more, but yeah. There's like two sides of it. There's the argument that Genshin is a casual game, and therefore you can literally recommend anything and it'll be fine. And then there's the argument that Genshin is a casual game that Genshin is a casual game in a certain aspect of it, and I think I lean more towards the fact that Genshin is casual in a certain aspect of the game that is the vast majority of it, rather than the entire game being casual. And I think there is a skewed opinion. Like, Tectone is still, I would say, better than an average Genshin Impact player. I saw on Facebook Bench the Genshin Impact 4.2 special program was postponed. Shit. I'm still trying to reconcile, like, if you can literally recommend people anything, then what's the point of the recommendation? What is the point of advice if this game is a casual game? Then why even recommend anything? Just say you just use any character you want. Like, at that point, if the game is so casual, then at that point, what's the problem? Twitter. Genshin. Genshin Impact 4.2 special program postponement will be postponed. Please stay tuned for subsequent announcements regarding the specific broadcast. Shit! Fucking hell. I need to, like, go into Genshin so I can... Hell, that's loud. I hope I'm not boring you guys. There's like 9 people in chat. This is like the most boring stream of all time. Fuck. I need to do my dailies. Yeah. Daily time before. Let me show you the account of a casual, because there's probably like a couple of new people here. What does a casual account who whales look like after 3 years? Silence. Silence, silence. Please don't leave, viewers. I'll go back to drama in just a minute. I will be getting back to the drama in just a minute. It's okay. Watching someone play Genshin Impact might be boring, but I assure you, if you subscribe, good things will happen to you, and, no, I don't, that's not true. That's not true at all. Don't fall for that trick. Just because you follow the right content creator does not mean good things will happen to you. It probably means you're going to be more neurotic in the future. No, I don't care about Risley. Actually, I do like how Risley looks, but what am I supposed to even pick? I feel like I have almost everything. Let's just get more of this and more of this. Maybe... I think that's Alhaitham's material. Okay. Dailies. Tectone is not giving an advice. He's out a minus vice, advice. He's out a minus vice. Oh, good one. That's a good one. Okay. Right, so let me show you guys what my character archive like. I've spent roughly like 1,500 to 1,700 bucks on this game. So that's enough to get me like what? Actually, quite a lot of stuff. Like I have almost all of the characters. I know this doesn't. This must seem like the newbiest whale account of all time. But I have almost every single character except for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 5-stars, which, to be fair, is like proportionally, that's actually a lot of 5-stars I had. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 24 out of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Around 10 or 11-ish. So, what I have like 60%, 60, 70% of the 5-star characters in this game. And sometimes I still have trouble with Spiral Abyss. I still had trouble with the combat event. I didn't need to complete the combat event, but I still had a hard time with it. Even after all these years. I like this OST. Thanks. That was completely not on my part. I didn't choose it. But then I'll take that as a compliment. It's so wild how much people care about the drama. I cared enough to do this live stream, and people care enough that they will watch me talk about it for, on average, 18 minutes. Out of 76 views, on average, people watch 18 minutes of my stream. And next, there's no more music. I always hated how it just kind of stopped the music in Genshin. But my concern, and my takeaway from this drama vid is that I didn't like the way that Tectone made a drama out of something that could have just been solved. Personally, privately, right? There was no reason to bring Flip onto your stream to have a carrot and pony show. If it wasn't going to be about drama. So it's kind of like, what are you doing at that point? You're just bringing them on to kind of publicly humiliate them for something that they weren't prepared for. Like, did he tell Flip at that time that they were going to be arguing about whether or not it was okay to talk about like the very definition of what it means to be a Genshin player? Like, this game is a casual game, therefore, saying XYZ about it is okay, versus, well, this game is not a casual game, therefore theory crafting is XYZ okay. Like, even theory crafters know that this game is a casual game, but they still make theory crafting content. People are just so entertained by this drama. Yeah, I'm entertained. Someone's probably done with it, but, well, I'm not. The live stream social camera got delayed. See on X. I know, somebody got to me before you did. This is my power level. This is my power level after 3 years. I literally do not do as much damage with Scaramouche as Necrit. And I think he spent less money on this game. To be fair, I do have a lot of other cracked characters like Kuching. But, see, my Kuching is C4. She has cracked artifacts. She has her signature weapon. And I still don't do that good damage with her. Like, would you actually recommend someone who is a casual but wants to complete Spiral Abyss, which I would assume that they want to because they're asking for advice about something? Would you assume that they would be okay with like somebody recommending them get Constellation for Kuching, get her signature weapon, or you know, it doesn't really matter if they get all of this because at the very end of the day you just want to enjoy the game? Yeah, I think that's okay. But don't claim that when somebody else is debunking you or like saying that this is not correct, that this game is just a casual game, because obviously the audience for that debunk is different than yours. Which is not to say that Flip is like in the right. The tragic thing is the brothers suffered emotional scars for entertainment. Did they? I don't know. Did they really? I don't want to go like assuming things, although I already do that anyway, so it's kind of too late. But even now with my C4 Kuching, look at my Kuching's artifacts. They're actually kind of cracked. Like, I hope I don't embarrass myself. Electro damage, okay, attack 19.8%, energy recharge 11.7, elemental mastery 16. Okay, that's not too great, but this is pretty decent. It has no crit rate, crit damage, but look at this crit rate. 31%, crit damage 11%, attack plus 22%, attack percentage 46%, crit damage 13.2%, crit rate 8.9%, HP 10.5%, which is not optimal, but again, it's just like a little bit more like a bit more fat so that somebody doesn't like literally one-shot me. Energy recharge 6.5%, crit damage 19, crit rate 9, elemental mastery 23. Another crit rate 12.54%, crit damage 15.4%, energy recharge 6.5%. It's pretty good. I have her signature weapon at refinement rank 2, C4 constellations. And you know what? Kuching still kind of sucks. So broke down crying. Yeah, if you watch Solo's video defending Soul. Oh, he was crying, but I mean, is that gonna emotionally scar him? Like, I cried a bunch when I was a kid. Actually, not really. I hardly ever cried. I cried at the dumbest moments too, but I hardly ever cried. What do you mean, a Chinese government who died? A Chinese government people who died right now? Li Keqiang or whatever his name's. Li Keqiang or Li Keqiang. I don't know how to pronounce the tones. Jesus fucking Christ! These people die at the most like. The most uncomfortable, awkward times. Like, yeah, okay, I'm being toxic, but you know what's great about them giving us this item selector? I can finally use the artifact, the device that lets me glide a tiny bit faster without having to change all the time. Without having to. I never used this fucking feather thingy, this feather fan, before the change to the toolkit. They should have done this from the very start. I like how Genshin just adds in the most very basic features to Genshin Impact. Like, Hoyoverse adds in the most basic features to Genshin Impact, and people freak out over them like it's like the biggest deal in the world. I'm guilty of that as well. It's just really interesting. Like, oh my god, optimizations. Oh my god, you can do the boss that would have taken you like a bajillion years to do if you just did the story. Amazing. Rather than them allowing you to actually buy the mats that you need. which they would never do because you have to tie resin into it somehow. Now they made up in the deleted stream. Okay, I got my primos. That's the most important part. Time to use my primos as well. Let me tell you. Let me let you witness. With a 3-year, $1,500+ Genshin. I guess I could call myself a content creator. Delay rip. That's fine. It's probably gonna be the next day over. It's probably gonna be like a day later. Which is kind of shit because I was planning on streaming all the way until the live stream. It was literally going to be like 4 hours from now. But now I have to wait another 24 hours. Who cares? I'm just so like... I don't care. See, I use Zhongli in the domain. This is me being a super casual. I even used Yelan's normal attack, charge attack, after I used my ult. Solely for energy regen purposes. I am a bad player at this game. So bad. 24-hour live stream? That's not happening. I don't think you can even do 24+ hour live streams on YouTube. I've never tried that. I'm not crazy enough to do it. Wow. There's so... I think... all of this is related to Tectone-Drama. This is why I'm not willing to give Tectone the benefit of the doubt anymore. I think that ended with the Atsu's drama for me personally. Other people might want to give him some more time, might want to give him some more benefit of the doubt. But there's just like too much drama. There's like... you can't realistically say that he's not at the epicenter of all of this stuff. It's too much. Whether or not Dish and Tectone were actually arguing legitimately, or maybe like Dish was baiting for like interactions or some shit, or Tectone was baiting for interactions, all of it comes down to it happened. It happened. You can't wave that away by everybody just happens to hate Tectone. I just find it odd how often Tectone gets into drama, but he says it's never his fault. Yeah. Even if it wasn't his fault, like a normal person does not just run into drama happily. This is what a filthy casual looks like. What am I doing? A normal person doesn't look at drama in the face and say, I will do that. I will continue to respond. I will continue to be the epicenter of this. If they didn't enjoy it, if they didn't have some kind of compulsion to keep responding to it, it wouldn't happen. John Lee DPS, let's go. So, Dendro damage mount. Oh. And I don't need some kind of like a manual on sifting through Tectone, which Tectone drama is legitimately his fault and which is not. We're not like, we don't need detailed explanations for this. This might sound like a cop-out, but humans are pattern recognition machines. We recognize patterns and seek to replicate them or avoid them based on whether or not it is beneficial or detrimental to us. And if you are repeating the same pattern over and over again, there is either something wrong with you or your environment. And at that point, you either seek to remove yourself from the environment, or you are the problem and do not want to change yourself. Because there are always going to be people who piss you off. There are always going to be people like taking little bites at you.
真慢。
捉到，
Even iDubbbz change.
任由我。
此乃天道，
I feel like a lot of times people need like a personal
方腾天。
stake in things, because I think what I heard from iDubbbz was that like there were people who came up to him and did something aggressive or talked about his wife in some way that really offended him,
安如磐石，
and
天理
that person was a
长驱
fan or some shit,
真理复是收。
and that's what got him to so-called change. I don't even think it was like a real change. I don't know anything about iDubbbz because I'm just such a boring person. I literally do not care about any of the drama. I didn't know who iDubbbz was before he apologized. What the fuck is this thing around me? What is this faint glow around me? I've never seen that before. What is that? Wait, is that Faruzan's ability? Wait, what was that? Did you guys see that faint circle around me? What was that? That didn't look like a elemental shield. From what I've followed from Tectone over the years is he always makes it seem like he comes out as the winner. Accountability seems rare. He is most oftentimes the winner, or at least he's not a loser. Crowd crystallization. What? Oh. No, is that really what crowd shields look like? Damn, I must be so out of the game. I'm too casual for this. I don't See, I literally just discovered something that I didn't know about this game after 3 years, or I had already forgotten about it. Casual. Maybe. Maybe. Crowd crystallization. When was the last time you depended on crystallizations or paid attention to this stuff? Probably never. That's not because I'm a casual. It's because it's literally fucking useless.
敌蓝重击，丝线交织，捉到。
天动万象，
真理复式周转，
风起，大头低下。
Yep. God, I hate how when I watch not Tectone, Necrit stream, his Scaramouche does more damage than mine, even though I have C3 Scaramouche. Because he got the signature weapon, whereas I got fucking Kokomi Donut. Like, would you realistically tell a casual to go for the weapon banner because it doesn't matter what you do in this game? It doesn't make any sense. Like, would you literally tell somebody go pull for the Kokomi banner, go pull for the Kokomi weapon banner, which also has Wander signature weapon on him, even though you don't have Wander or Kokomi. Yeah, that donut, that very specific weapon for Scaramouche, it's totally gonna be workable on your account. I don't know.
忠诚收工也很疼，
But if he did tell that to players,
后悔也晚了。敌蓝
like, who's gonna believe
天
him?
道，俯瞰凡尘
Who's gonna believe anybody who says that? It does. Or am I projecting too much on what I would or would not believe?
毫无自知之明。
Most of the time, nobody
聚
wins,
收并蓄，
but he will count it is as if he won. That's what I've observed. I'm climbing, aren't I?
天动万
Look
象
at the。chat while trying to play this game. Another thing that people said is that you can play this game blindfolded. I disagree. I'm too dumb for that. I actually cannot play this game blindfolded. Yep. Ooh, HP crit rate. Elemental master attack percentage. Most of the time, no one is, but I've observed having a bigger audience does help though. Of course it helps. It's really interesting how after the Atsu and Tectone drama, the person who lost the most was actually Goose. It was not Atsu, because he has his own sizable community.
安如磐石，
造孽，拿去玩吧。
It's like whoever has the biggest
忠诚
audience group wins. Whoever has the most pull. And in this case, it wasn't even Atsu or like Tectone had a bigger channel than Atsu, but Tectone wasn't the one who lost the most, which I find hilarious. I don't know what Goose is doing right now, but he kind of quit his YouTube channel from what I've seen.
真理复视者捉到了。
Small creators always lose, rip, yeah. Smaller creators always lose. Atsu Drama was kind of weird. Hydro damage bonus. Wait, what? What? Crit rate? Hydro damage bonus. Ooh. The only reason I'm actually like watching this drama right now is that I know that if I lose this channel, it's not really even that big of a deal. Because it's not even monetized. I don't even have 1,000 subscribers. Like, what the fuck? I could just start over, and it wouldn't. It would still suck, but like, we get copyright strike. Like, okay.
击蓝重击，收，中场收工。
What language do you guys play this game in, by the way? No judging. This is not like a toxic comment. If you play this game in English or I don't know, Korean, I'm not gonna blame you. What does everybody play this game in, language-wise? I remember Tectone mentioning him and Goose are no longer friends because of the Atsu stuff. He said Goose caused him a lot of issues. JP, nice. Goose caused him a lot of issues. Jesus Christ. That's so... I don't know. I probably shouldn't comment on it. English, nice. I find Paimon to be a lot less annoying now, to be honest. Maybe it's just that I'm being, like, Stockholm Syndrome to like her. Is that it? Do I need to do anything more in Genshin before I go back to get drama baiting? Drama bait! I quit the game, but still watch stuff from time to time. Ooh, a quitter now, I see. I was joking. Can I do anything more? Oh my god, 10 days. I actually lost the fragile resin, by the way, a couple of days ago. It was so cringe. I had to spend all my resin in one go just to like tell myself that it's going to be okay. And it's frozen. Fucking Genshin Impact needs to be optimized. It always freezes whenever I click the map for the first time. One day I need to do a reading stream. For the gift mailbox. Look at all this. Look at all this. Okay. Bye-bye. That's the end of Genshin for now. This song is so Ghibli vibe as fuck, man. I have not seen a Ghibli movie. I didn't watch the last Ghibli movie. It was something about like a little girl in the sea, right? Like a bubble girl. Bubble girl sounds kind of wrong. I think the biggest creator Tectone had... character Tectone had with someone was with XQC. XQC probably didn't even notice him. That's not... I don't know if that's real drama, but honestly, Tectone did say some weird shit. It was just so toxic. I think I will even watch the Atsu drama. I have it recorded here, like most of it. I remember going, like, I don't know what... I don't even think I have my current video recording device for the Atsu drama, so this might be kind of scuffed, because I don't think it was in 1080p. Was it in 1080p? This is going to shut down in a minute, because...
We have a video from...
This is ancient. When was this from? Okay, so... No, there's no dates here. Oh, this thing is a date. This is back in January 25, 05. May. I think it was back in May. 3549. Or this is the timestamp. I don't know when it was. Back in like in 2020 sometime. 2022. XQC was reacting to something he said. Was it the... I don't know. I don't care. I'll get to it when I watch it. I don't even know what I was watching. Lies never stop. Let's just go back and Go back to
man.
this.
Like you also have the Ayaka, so like then let's do this. I bet this team fucking slaps.
I don't want to do this anymore.
You have 9% crit rate on your Venti, 111% crit damage.
Yep.
Alright, calm the fuck down. Venti doesn't care about crit stats.
What?
Yeah, I know. It's because it's wasted stats. It's because why would you put those stats on a Venti?
To be frank,
And that's
like if you were actually telling a casual player this, they probably don't even know what the stats are. Like if you're telling this to a casual player, like, do they really care if they wasted a stat on 9% crit rate? I can't even get a fucking artifact with like double HP, and they always show up. There's so much weirdness going on. I don't think this is something you would say to a casual player. And the reason for why there's so much like inconsistency with like the advice is because ultimately it's just entertainment. You're just saying shit, and then somebody takes issue with you saying shit, and then you say shit to them, and then they say shit to you, and the person with the bigger audience wins. Like, it's not actually about casual versus non-casual, because this is not something you would get worked up over if you were legitimately trying to give advice to a casual player. Like, getting worked up over like them having 9% crit rate, does that really matter? No, not really. But you know, you just see that, and as somebody who has a better character equipped, of course you're going to make a big deal out of it. I would make a big deal out of it. I remember this one time, like, never mind.
Venti. Because why would you put those stats on a Venti? And that's why it's bad. Is that hard to understand? I mean, this guy must be the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen in my whole life. Dude, this guy must be praying and thanking the Lord every day that I didn't react to this 2 years ago, so I couldn't showcase how much of a fucking clown he is. Jesus Christ.
Don't, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Have I ever offended anybody in my time as somebody who made, you know, content for Genshin? Sometimes, I'm watching Tectone and I'm wondering, have I ever like pissed anybody off? Have any of you guys ever been pissed off at me, or you know somebody who's pissed off at me, as a small content creator as myself? Am I this toxic at any time? Have you guys ever seen me call somebody like a clown, or somebody who is just like, I'm just wondering, self-reflecting a bit here.
I told you, you literally don't need artifacts on Venti.
Excuse me?
I guess it depends on what someone's definition of casual is. From my understanding, is not agreed on at all. There is no agreed on.
When that thing was released, Venti was so overpowered, you could use him for just utility and he would still get the job done.
Suck up enemies with no artifacts, that is true, but saying you don't need artifacts on Venti at all is disingenuous.
It's also a fucking joke.
Because there happens to be one.
Bro.
Calm the fuck down. Venti doesn't care about crit stats.
You actually don't, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. I told you, you literally don't need artifacts on Venti.
You can tell that that's a joke.
Yeah.
But maybe if you plug in that dialogue option to the quadratic and semi-quadratic formula, then maybe you can understand what satire is.
I don't think that's true at all, because there are cultural and language differences. People don't detect. This must be like such a mindfuck to some people, but people don't have the same idea of what a joke is across different cultures. Like, there will be sometimes when I say something people don't understand. I tell a joke in real life, people don't understand it, or they don't think it's funny, and that goes doubly true for online interactions. You can't, like, this. It's just like coming from completely different directions.
I mean, holy fuck.
And then this is why you should never make a big deal out of like what people say on the internet, because you don't know, like, unless it's completely explained in detail in like print form, And even then, you could still get mad at each other because obviously people have different needs and wants. And Flip himself is kind of making a joke out of all this. And then out of Tectone joking about something else, and Tectone's like getting mad about Flip joking about Tectone, I assume to be Tectone joking. But Tectone himself confirmed that he was not joking, or he didn't say he was joking about what he said about Tenten. And then I assumed he was joking. So what now? Like, I literally did not understand. And I just assumed, and I was wrong. Flip said he was just exaggerating things as a joke. Yeah, but we don't know if that's actually true or not. Like, I do think there is a degree of, like, validity to what Flip is saying. Because that's where I'm coming from. If I was asking for advice as a casual, I would not take Tectone's advice. And because I would not take Tectone's advice, I would not consider Tectone somebody who is, like, a valid source of information. And because of that, as a casual, I'm okay with him saying this stuff. Whereas Flip might not be, and other people might consider Tectone a valid source of information for meta content. And yeah. But casuals don't know who is valid. What did you say about Tenten? We need to go back all the way, like, Jesus fucking Christ. Where is Flip's video? And then, why would you get worked up about any of this? It's so strange, Flip. This is a year ago. Oh my god. We should watch this as well, but where's the original video for Flip? I have to get off. Let's go see one more time. No, nothing has changed. Flip. A Tectone. Where is the misinformation? Where is the information? That's not it.
Furina
I hate
only
YouTube.
works with Fontaine damage dealers and
Shut up. That's not it. That's not it. Can I click this safely? It's not. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back.
You know, it would honestly make the game easier to kill anyways. That way you don't have to do the triple hit. Sucks the fun out of Genshin Impact for me. But
Okay, here's what he said.
Oh, fuck. I hate watching Tenten. I hate watching Tenten's videos.
I hate watching Tenten's videos.
Oh, fuck. I hate this channel. He just sucks the fun out of Genshin Impact for me.
So I assumed that he was joking. And even now, I still think he's joking. But he didn't say that in his response to this video. So, what now for me? But that doesn't mean he wasn't joking. He just said he didn't mention that. Right? Like, you can't take anything on this internet that seriously. Come on.
But I guess I'll watch it. Jesus Christ. He always drama baits. He always drama baits. Drama baits. Drama baits.
there's no way that just came from your mouth.
Yeah, that was Flip, I assume, making a joke about drama baiting because you think it's ironic that Tectone is talking about drama baiting, which, you know, it is. But I thought Tectone was joking. But then in this video, he didn't mention that. Then I had to go back. I'd have to go back and save this where I am in the video. So I'm not going to do that. I'll do that maybe later. I probably won't.
This guy is fucking insane. Oh my god.
Ingenuous. Because there happens to be one of the most broken artifact sets that Venti can use, which is Viridescent.
Wait, are you telling me the Viridescent Venerable set was good on Venti? Oh my god! Oh, I never realized that! Oh my god, you're telling me that Animo damage and increased swirl was better and reducing elemental res? Oh my god, oh my god, I never knew that. Oh, I definitely wasn't just telling a joke. Holy, you're telling me the wind set is good on a wind character? Oh, thank God for Flip. Thank God for Flip.
Which provides so much value to the team, as well as the fact that you will get more comfortable clears with high EM on your Venti. He can do his job without artifacts, but the massive fucking boost you get from building him is still worth it.
So what you're saying is...
He can do his job without artifacts.
So what you're saying is the exact thing that I just said?
Wait, what did he say? Didn't he
So-
say that Venti didn't need artifacts? Let's go back. I thought he said Venti didn't need artifacts, which was a joke, but that's what Flip is responding to. I can't watch this clown of Tectone for more than a minute. Have a nice day, bench. Stay TGK. Don't be like that. Press the like button before you go.
There happens to be one.
Bro,
Calm the fuck down. Venti doesn't care about crit stats.
You actually don't, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. I told you, you literally
Thank
don't
you.
need artifacts on.
Oh my god, I fucking beg
you
for
can
views.
tell that that's a
Like,
joke. But maybe
uh,
if you plug in that dialogue option
I
to the
beg for likes.
quadratic and semi-quadratic formula, then maybe you can understand what satire is. I mean, holy fuck. This guy is fucking insane. Oh my.
I would have assumed that this entire video was satire about from Flip. So, yeah. It's kind of weird because whenever I encounter something that I don't agree with, I just assume it's satire unless it's obviously not. Like if it's not made abundantly clear that it's a satire, or it's there's like overwhelming evidence and overwhelming numbers that repeat the opinion in a way that is not like memey, I always just consider it satire or like sarcasm or whatever the fuck you want, which makes it really hard for me to get worked up about most things when it comes to like content creator, or whenever I see something that a content creator says that I don't agree with, it's just like whatever.
My god.
Ingenuous. Because there happens to be one of the most broken artifact sets that Venti can use, which is Viridescent.
Wait, are you telling me the Viridescent Venerarium set was good on Venti? Oh my god!
On Venti at all is disingenuous.
It's
What?
also
What was
still get
disingenuous?
the job done.
Suck up enemies with no artifacts, that is true. But saying you don't need artifacts on Venti at all is disingenuous.
Yeah, he's responding
It's
to
also a fucking
Tectone
joke.
saying that
Because there happens to
he's
be
responding to
Bro.
Tectone saying that you don't need artifacts on Venti.
Calm the fuck down. Venti doesn't care about crit stats.
You actually don't, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. I told you, you literally don't need artifacts on Venti.
You can tell that that's a joke. But maybe if you plug in that dialogue
I know
option to
people
the
like Tectone, so I
quadratic
don't
and
mind it too much. You just
semi-quadratic
need to
formula,
navigate around
then
them.
maybe you
They
can
say something, if
understand what
people think it's
satire
bad,
is.
then it's
I
just
mean,
a joke.
holy fuck.
If valid, then it's not.
This-
I actually like watching Tectone's like YouTube videos a lot. Like I definitely find entertainment in them whenever I feel like clicking on them. But he's like this person who I would never want to interact with in real life. I hardly want to interact with anybody in real life. Why would I? Like why would I want to bring this into, like, the only reason I'm doing this is because it's online and I can just, like, even realistically, if his fans bombard my channel with like hate comments and shit, like, that sucks, I guess. But my life will go on. I can make another channel, I think. They might find that one too, but eventually they'll get bored and then I'll still be alive, right? So, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Like, what are they even going to get mad about? The fact that I said that Tectone is a drama baiter? Like, they agree with it, honestly. They love watching him do it. So, what's the controversy here? Jesus Christ.
This guy is fucking.
Like, you go to the... I was, like, reading some of the comments on, like, Soul's channel, and he was... oh my god, the video's deleted, I forgot. And then some of the Tectone fans were like treating it as a win, because taking down someone else's video is like a legitimate thing that, you know, it's like a fucking chess game to them. You know, it's not about who's right, it's about who's getting one over the other person. Good on you, Soul. What is this? Top comment? Oh my god, it's still moving around. Hopefully this will end it all for everyone. Good luck, broski, Soul. Man, I really love how you're trying to move away from this drama, but Tectone Pro won't even look at this community message properly. I think he's cool. I think he can be both the worst person in the room and the nicest. I think a person who can be the worst person in the room and the nicest is honestly a horrible person. Because I like consistency. I actually appreciate people who just hate me more than somebody who will be nice to me one moment and then hate me the next moment. I think I think what you described is exactly why I don't want to interact with people in real life. Because, yeah, like Tectone. I don't like inconsistency. I like things that are guaranteed. Although, to be fair, I'm playing gacha games, so what the fuck do I know? Sociopath? I wouldn't call him that. But just like someone who is very inconsistent, or not very inconsistent, but just like who can treat you one way in one instance and then treat you another way in another instance. It just doesn't, like, that inconsistency is what I am bothered by. That's why, like, when somebody is suddenly, when someone is nice to me in real life, I actually feel fear. Because I feel like, what the fuck do they want from me? Like, if, oh my god, they're nice to me. Jesus Christ. Do you want money? Do you want me to do something for you? What's the angle here? Am I just being too cynical? Probably. There might be some nice people who are just, you know, nice for being nice is the reason of being nice, but I don't know. Every time somebody asked something to do something for them, and I actually did it, it ended up kind of horribly for me. I've definitely been taken advantage of in the past. So I feel fearful of people who are nice to me, more so than people who are just like, he's closer to being or narcissist. I don't care about labels. I don't care about someone being called an autist or someone who is like clinically described as a narcissist or sociopath. Like, I don't know. That doesn't translate to my interactions with them and how I interact with them. Just because you're called an autist or just because you're called a sociopath, if we can have like a working relationship, then that's fine by me. I mean, me watching from outside, I see as everyone acted crazy over a metagame, over an anime gacha game that you can beat with 4-star characters. That's not true. You can't beat Spiral Abyss with just 4-star characters. You can, but there's like an asterisk beside it, the way that you did. But that asterisk is not representing stars. That's representing constellation. That's representing the fact that you need constellation 6 and like a whole bunch of knowledge that a casual would not have. I just wish this drama to stop because it's just so cringe. This game is not that easy. I'm telling you. 13 views, let's go. Yeah, the power of drama, am I right? 86 views. I think that's the most I've ever gotten in one video. This game is not that easy. I've played this game for 3 years at this point. I need to go look at my... Nah, I'm not going to do that here. I disagree that... This is my take, by the way. This is my basic take. The thread's deleted, so you can't see it anymore. Fuck. But I did not like how Asmon... I think it's really self-serving for Asmon and Tectone to like gang up on Soul. I did not like that. I feel like the history of Tectone is enough for me to like not give him the benefit of the doubt. I feel like all these people who used to support Tectone as well, because I distinctly remember Soul defending Tectone, which was why this whole thing came so off as so weird to me, and frankly really ironic. 14 views. Oh fuck, it's the Tectoners. What's up, guys? Those of you who've never been to my channel, let's go. Say something. It makes me feel welcome, even if you hate me. Then I can ban you because I know you hate me. See, this is what's so great about people who just make it very, very, very clear they hate you. I can just ban them and I can avoid them, rather than someone who is nice to you one moment and then shitty to you the next.
Insane. Oh my god.
Ingenuous. Because there happens to be one of the most broken
instead of them
artifact
hate
sets
watching
that
you,
Venti can
like
use,
saying
which is
shit in your comment
iridescent.
section,
Wait, are you telling me the very
disliking your video.
that was good on Venti? Oh my god. Oh, I never realized that. Oh my god, you're telling me that animo damage and increased swirl was better and reducing elemental res? Oh my god, oh my god, I never knew that. Oh, I definitely wasn't just telling a joke. Holy, you're telling me the wind set is good on a wind character? Oh, thank God
another
for Flip.
like. This is great.
Thank God for Flip.
Which provides so much value to the team, as well as the fact that you will get more comfortable clears with high EM on your Venti. He can do his job without artifacts, but the massive fucking boost you get from building him is still worth it.
So what you're saying is...
He can do his job without artifacts.
I don't like the idea that like liking playing meta is unfun or bad. That's the most cringe. I agree. I think you should play this game how you want to play. I think the people who are promoting the idea that this game is only a pay-to-win crap game, or a game that is easy or casual, or that this game is only for hardcore players and it's like atrocity that this game has been made casual. I think all of that is cringe. All of that is nonsense. All of that is self-serving. This game means different things to different people. You're just like, if you're just on one side, you're literally just drama farming. Because no rational person can say that this game is only one thing to one audience, to one person. Everyone has their own way at playing the game. Yeah, exactly. It's totally legitimate for people to not play the main story quest in Final Fantasy XIV. Right? At least that's what keeps getting told to me. There's legitimate way to play Final Fantasy XIV to only do like the raids and shit. I don't know what they're called. I think they're called ultimates and savages or whatever. Damn, that sounds so much better than, like, I don't know. I forgot what they were called in Star Wars: The Old Republic. That was the only like MMO I played semi-seriously before it went to shit and went free to play. Not to say that free to play is shit, but it's just that the way it went free to play is shit. If someone finds it more fun to play the game how they want to leave it at that, yeah. No one cares if you're a casual or meta player. Yeah, no one cares if you're a free to play. Like, I think it's okay to say you're free to play or if you're a whale or pay to win, but that's not a category to get worked up over. Like, someone is not bad just because they're free to play or a giga whale. That whole conversation, that whole like conflict only exists in the fucking content creator sphere. And like, because people made a big deal out of it, they're not conflicting sides. You basically feed off of each other. Nobody gives a fuck if you spent $1 bajillion on a game if there are no free-to-play players. The free-to-play players don't get to play the game anymore if there are no whales. Is that not basic logic? But one thing is true, and that is Genshin is alienating to new players. I agree, since it's so difficult for them to get a copy of the original 4 stars. I agree. It's only alienating if you plan on defeating Spiral Abyss with a free-to-play team. I mean, if you take it like that, everything is anything to everyone, but feelings aside, Genshin, it is easy and that good because it doesn't force you to pull forward 5-star, but some people like to see big numbers, and that's also good. Like, you're saying that, but I've played this game for 3 years and I've spent over like $1,500 on this game, and it took me like 6, 7, 8 hours, like what, maybe like 4 or 6 hours to do the new combat event, and it was like try-harding it. So, and it took me like 4 hours to do Weenut, 4 to 6 hours to do Weenut. It was definitely 6 hours. I spent like 3 to 4 hours just like doing my traditional teams, playing the way that you described, like as a casual. I just use any team I want, right? No, it didn't fucking work. I had to default to the rational team with Raiden. No, not rational. I had to use Hyper Bloom, and that was because I didn't even look at guides. I just heard that Hyper Bloom was super good, and then I'd use the team that had Hyper Bloom. That's being casual does not mean you can just use whatever on your team. That's not how it works. Casual doesn't mean you can just clear 36-star Spiral Abyss with literally no synergy between your characters, with literally any character. It's not just a big number thing. There are still right ways to play this game, even if you are casual, to do certain things. Not if you want to do like open world content, not if you want to do like story quest content, which is admittedly like 99% of the game. But if we're going to include Spiral Abyss in the casual section, that's just not right. If you want to include completing literally everything in the combat events, that's not true either. I had a hard time with the combat event recently. I was surprised how hard it was, and I have no doubt that new players will find it hard as well. Necrid only recently cleared Spiral Abyss as a casual player. Not even a casual player. He played this game like practically almost every single day for content creation. He's played this game for like, what, 10 months now? He started in January. So, and he only just cleared 36-star Spiral Abyss in one of the most easy Abyss cycles. Cooking is also easy. Why bother studying to be a better... I agree that this game is easy and casual for a large majority of the game. If I don't forget the first person that completed this 36 bar best, this did it in 2 weeks with free to play because they had an incredible knowledge of the game systems. A casual player does not do that. I don't know that. Somebody who did it in 2 weeks is a freak. That's why you know that they did it in 2 weeks with a free to play team. They're a freak of nature. They destroyed Genshin Impact. They destroyed the systems that the developers set up that was meant to keep us on the treadmill forever. And he destroyed, or she destroyed, that system. That's not being a casual player. You literally just have this guy probably grinded the story to get literally every single primo gem they could get. How is that being a casual? That's not casual. Defeating the Spiral Abyss 36 star is not casual. Necrid is not a casual player. There's so many different meanings just inside the word casual. They grind really hard more than usual. Yeah. Whales didn't even complete 36 star. I'm a whale. I'm a whale. I've spent over $1,500 on this game, dude. No way of free to play, not casual, but experience. Yeah. A casual is not just not spending money. A casual is not just not caring about meta. If you're talking about launch, no way of free to play did. I don't know about launch. I wasn't there at launch. I was in 1.1 and 1.2. And even then, I just played this game casually. Like, dude, I didn't even know Liu existed. When I finished Mondstadt, I was like, I went to the forums and was like, so, when's the next update, guys? When's the next update? And they told me I just completed the tutorial. So that was basically where I was at and how I thought about Genshin Impact back in the day. It was just a casual game, and I found it fun enough that I didn't need to understand that this was like the biggest game of all time to literally just log in every day, do my dailies, do exploration, and continue farming stuff before I even finished the Liu quest, which is crazy because before I didn't do the Liu quest for like 3 months because I just wasn't interested. That's basically what I meant by being a casual. I just liked the way the game looked. I liked the music. I liked the sound. I like the visuals, and I farmed to my heart's content in domains. And I had such a hard time defeating the Oceanid as well. Before I got John Lee, it was literally impossible for me. Also, 2 weeks worth of resin is not much for 8 characters to clear Spiral Abyss. That must be extremely lucky. Yeah, you need extreme luck, and extreme talent, and extreme knowledge to beat this game 36 star in 2 weeks. Look at this. Look, let me put it this way. Necker played this game for what, 10 months? 10 months! He's not a bad player. He plays League of Legends, or at least I assume he used to. Well, in Genshin, you don't need to level up characters. You have to support characters in low levels. I know what you're saying. You don't need to level up all your characters to, level 90. I think that's the cap. I've been too Honkai Star Rail brain for a long time. I just think of things in 80s now. I wonder why they did level 80 instead of level 90 as the cap. Like, what is the reason for that? Is it just to be different? Maybe. Like, there's no difference between level 80 and 90 if you just, like, factor in. Like, there's all sorts of things that you have to factor in to, like, equate the two. It doesn't really matter. Level 90 could be the same as level 80 in another game. Honkai Impact 3rd level has max level 80. Don't know on Honkai Impact is 80. Oh, okay, I see. Makes sense. I'm just saying that me personally, as a whale and a casual, I don't consider Spiral Abyss to be casual content. But the problem is, if you are a casual and you're asking for advice about gameplay mechanics in this game, then are you really a casual anymore? Because you don't need to ask about gameplay mechanics in this game until you get to the Spiral Abyss and combat events. So does that mean you're a casual anymore? I don't know. I disagree. I fundamentally disagree with Tectone that this game can be played blindfolded and you still win, and you can use any free-to-play team or any free-to-play account to clear Spiral Abyss. Right now you can, but the trend is that as the game moves on from the 0.0 version of the game, which is like 2.0, 1.0, 3.0, the game gets harder because they don't alienate the players as they move on from the game once the new region is released. And then they make the game harder so that you feel compelled to pull for the new characters. And if you just throw any free-to-play team at the game now, it doesn't work. It does not work against Constipated Beast. It doesn't work against, WeNut. Also, people could be lucky. This could probably because Genshin launched during quarantine and many players played it, and unknowingly it creates views. For them, some people, this game is their source for daily income. I mean, this game would be the source of daily income for a lot of people, regardless of quarantine. Also, people could be lucky and get Venti at launch. Venti at launch was overpowered by Abyss. I don't know what we're talking about now, but I agree. Speed of flow. I think this is the first time we've been here. Anyways, let's keep watching.
So what you're saying is the exact thing that I just said? So what was the point? What was the point of the whole talk then? I genuinely don't get it. This guy, whose side are you on, bro? That you decided to just not run any EM on him.
I have him C2.
So you love Kazuha so much that you decided to just not run any EM on him.
And now here we just have the general problem with account reviews in general, and why I think that if you aren't going to do it right, then you just shouldn't. Yes, triple EM on Kazuha is his best build, but
I think that is toxic. I think telling somebody that they shouldn't do account reviews because they're doing it wrong is toxic. I think that's stupid. If I'm hearing this correctly, let's go back for a second. In fact, I probably...
General problem with account reviews in general, and why I think that if you aren't going to do it right, then you just shouldn't.
Yeah, that's
yes,
stupid.
Triple EM on Kazuha is...
But then again, that's the reason why I don't do account reviews or like pull for other people. Like, I don't want to be responsible for them. I'm not good at the game. Why would I pretend that I'm good at the game? Venti at launch with free-to-play account is not getting 36. And I even told somebody that I wouldn't do account reviews in one of my earlier streams, and they were like getting offended at me. They got offended that I would not do account reviews when I had like what 3-4 people in chat, and they were the only one talking because I don't know what the other 2 people were doing. So that was weird. I stay away from all that shit. Anytime where I'm responsible for somebody else, I just like zone out. I want to avoid any situation like that.
Is his best build, but the problem is that it's clearly not what he wants out of his Kazuha. The person here for some reason wants to waste their mid-splitter and run DPS.
This bro is taking Comfy Titan seriously. One of my longest mods. So he sees an interaction between one of a very close personal friend and my mod of 3 years and says, yeah, I know exactly what these 2 friends are talking about.
What did he say?
Oh my god.
Go back.
General problem with account reviews in general, and why I think that if you aren't going to do it right, then you just shouldn't. Yes, triple EM on Kazuha is his best build, but the problem is that it's clearly not what he wants out of his Kazuha. The person here for some reason wants to waste their mid-splitter and run DPS.
This bro is taking Comfy Titan seriously. One of my longest mods.
Yeah, this is again why you don't take anything online seriously. You just don't know the full context. To be fair, I've seen people give bad advice to players during account reviews because they didn't fully understand what the person's build was and didn't wait for explanations. That's true. But that's not my business, so I wouldn't get into it. Unless it's for content like this. Otherwise, then maybe I should. Because this is clearly working. I got 11 likes. That's like almost a record, I think. I think my max is, what, 13? I think the most likes I've ever gotten in a single video is like, what, 13, 14? I actually have to check. Where do I go to check again? Bada bing, bada boom, let's go. What is the most likes I've ever gotten in a live stream? 14. Oh, I've reached 14 before. Why did this pop off? Not really pop off. I say pop off, it sounds so ridiculous, but pop off for me, I guess. 14 likes. This got like what, 799 views for some reason. It just said CN Hoyo Fair Part 1, Day 38 to Farina. Huh. And yeah, no other live stream has ever gotten that much. I think my going away live stream, 11 likes. So whatever it is that I'm doing, basically drama farming, is clearly working. Which just goes to tell you how much, like, not necessarily financial, but it definitely builds your channel. It gives you legitimacy when you talk about this shit, because everybody wants to know what everybody's take is on some other person. So I don't buy the fact that, you know, nobody knows what they're doing. because they can clearly see their channel growing. They can clearly see that people care about this shit to an inordinate amount of, like, myself included. I think this is way more interesting than anything that's happening in Genshin since the Raiden Shogun drama. The Raiden Shogun drama. That was the last time I got super worked up about. No, that's not true. When Yaya Miko released, I was really worked up about that. Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten more than 14 likes. Oh, 84 likes. Again, Inazuma's story is rushed, disappointing, and bad storytelling. This was my first video and live stream of all time. I just went live. I got 2,298 views on my craptastic video recording card that made a humming noise all the fucking time. And I got 84 likes because I said something that a lot of people agreed with, even though I was literally nobody with 0 subscribers, 0 views, no history. And there you go. That was how my entire channel started. A complaint video about Inazuma.
So he sees an interaction between one of a very close personal friend and my mod of 3 years and says, yeah, I know exactly what these two friends are talking about. Oh my God, bro. Bro, this is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. For a for fun review I made for my in real life friend. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck these Genshin players. This is insane.
But that is what he wants to do. Someone else cannot evaluate how good your account is when they don't even know what you want out of your account.
What do you say? What do you say?
He's one of my close IRL friends and moderators.
Oh.
So you shouldn't tell two friends talking to each other what they can or cannot joke about.
I never said I quit Genshin.
Oh yeah, everything you do
because it was
is all
easy. I just say it was not the game I thought it was going to be after I quit and Mitsumuru after launch. I just recently started the game over again. It's like super fun. I love the idea. I love the fact that I can actually like run around in the world and like fear shit, like beating my ass. After Mitsumuru after launch, I need to talk about some of the things I didn't like Sumeru. I feel like it didn't cover those things I didn't like about Sumeru enough. Namely, the fact that the story quest was, in my opinion, a tiny bit bloated, and it didn't have enough integration with like the core gameplay mechanics of the game. And that has, I assumed that was, I hope that would be different in Fontaine, and it wasn't. And I think that has decreased my enjoyment of Fontaine to, like, it probably brought the story down from like a 10 to an 8 for me. And I think the story from now on for Genshin Impact will always be capped at an 8 for me. Yeah, I've heard that. I've enjoyed Fontaine exploration more than Aranara and the Sumeru exploration. Fontaine exploration is just better because you get an entirely different mechanic in swimming. So it's kind of unfair to compare it to Sumeru, in my opinion. Like, there's not that much overland exploration. It's literally just a bunch of hills. Like, those hills, those mountains are hills. It's like just it's like a single slope plane going upwards, and then just like peaks and it goes down. You're not even supposed, they don't expect you to climb those. They're just there for aesthetics. You're just supposed to dive down into the water, and that is Fontaine. Holy shit, 16 viewers. What the fuck is going on? YouTube is freaking out. Aranara World Quest is pain. I have not done any of the World Quest in Fontaine. For what I know, the main story didn't progress too much. You find, finding, I need to talk about that as well. I feel like that, again, there's a whole bunch of nuance to this. I find it really interesting what people consider to be the main story of Genshin Impact now, because there's also being a bit of drama about what the main story is in Honkai Star Rail. Because Honkai Star Rail does not have an outline of where we're going in the future. There's no Traveler's Travail. And Shinjo Lofu, people were like calling it a filler arc or something, or like, I don't know what they call it, but basically it was not part of the main story because we didn't get our power up from another Eon. We didn't get, the main character wasn't really that necessary to being there. It was more about Dan Hun, but then Dan Hun didn't get a lot of development. And then there's all this like High Cloud Quintet shit, and then there was like Sanctus Metiscus shit, and then there was like the Stellaron Hunter shit. There was a lot of shit in that story. And most of them were not developed to the degree that people felt was necessary to enjoy the story. But in my opinion, it was all okay. Like the main story all the way up to like, I like the Shinjo story enough to say that it was like an 8 out of 10. Like, okay, if they had done the cinematics better, if they had done the Sanctus Medicus story a bit better, I think I would have given it a 9 out of 10 before the whole, like, the funeral shit. That kind of took me out of it. If they had just released the story all in one batch, I would have given it maybe like an 8 out of 10. But the funeral shit, as well as cutting the story up in 3 different chunks and having a filler patch in between, that shit fucked me up. I need to cough. Jesus Christ. Anyways, I just wanted more endgame stuff, and the explorations just don't hit the same way after a few years. Tears of the Kingdom coming out. I still have to play that game. Scratch my exploration itch like Elden Ring last year. I have to play more of Elden Ring as well. I literally just finished Spider-Man 1. That's why I haven't been making any videos or streaming, because I was playing another game. I have to find a schedule where I can play games other than Genshin Impact and Honkai Star. Because it's not like I lost interest, but it's just that I have other interests, and I spend time, an inordinate amount of time that will not get my channel anywhere if I just play those games all the time. I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, but Dan Hen should develop more, since that's going to be one of his peak moments. I don't agree. I feel like because I feel like this is another viewpoint that I have that is like kind of like, it's the same viewpoint of there are different audiences for different content, and there is a different viewpoint on what exactly should be the main story. And I feel like because Dan Hen is part of the main cast, the fact that he got this development, that this power up early on, does not necessarily mean his story is over. I feel like he will be developed more in the future. I feel like there will be more like Shinjo's story. There will be more like High Elder shit. They revealed all of these High Elders, all of these like Arbiter Generals. There's like 2 different videos on the Shinjo lore. We're definitely going to get more of that shit in the future. So it doesn't really bother me, especially at the end of the story for the companion mission, where it's like Dan Hen was like, I'm just going to go shut myself away in my room and to ruminate on the fact that I'm a High Elder, and that Dan Hen did all this other shit, and then I met Jingliu. And then there's definitely going to be more stuff about the High Elder story in the future. Yeah, I don't think it's over yet. I see them like the 3 main protagonists. Yes, I think that we will get more development for each of these characters later on, because I think that the thing that people don't get about Honkai Star compared to Genshin Impact is the fact that there is a main cast in Honkai Star. It's not like Genshin Impact where it's just the Traveler and Paimon going all over the fucking place. And frankly, Paimon is the center of attention. She is more of a main character than the Traveler is. That's not true in Honkai Star. Yes, March does do some of the same things as Paimon, but they're fundamentally not the same character. There is a core cast of characters that get rotating development over time. And I don't think that cast of characters will change for a very long time. I don't think it's going to change in like at least in the next year or so. And there is definitely going to be more development for March, of course. I don't know why people say like, yeah, like they blew their shot too early with the Shinjo stuff. To me, the Shinjo story is like a jumping off point to the rest of the universe. Right, because we learned about the Eons and their conflicts in the Shinjo. We learned that we're supposed to defeat Nanook from the Stellaron Hunters. We learned that there's all this like drama between like Blade and Danhen and Jingliu and what's his name, Luocha, are going off to do some weird shit in the future in another Shinjo ship. So we're probably going to have to go there in the future as well. So all of this stuff is just being set up. Fantalia isn't dead. Ting Ying might be dead, but she also might not be. We'll have to find out more in the future, and if we don't, then Hoyoverse, I guess. But I have hope. And part of this thought process is the fact that I have softened up my stance on Inazuma as time has passed. I feel like a lot of the stuff that I complain about in Inazuma has gotten better, not just in terms of new stories, but in the way that the build-up for Inazuma stuff has happened. There was a conclusion to the Inazuma quest. It just happened in the second story quest rather than immediately afterwards. And that's kind of what happened with Shinjo Wolfu as well with the companion mission. So it is still a bit strange that they would put like what I consider to be core story content inside a companion mission, but it's what I've come to expect from Hoyoverse. So, like, what are you gonna do? Just, it's already there. I think Penacony will be Himeko and March 7th story arc. Oh yes, Locha, take my words. He will be Ming Villain. Just wait, fuck auto. It is so like not strange, but it kind of like the way that Honkai players treat Honkai story is so wild. It's so wild to me that Hoyoverse was able to make so many people care about the story for 2 different franchises. They're so good at this, and I love to talk about this more in the future, but Tectone is making a face and I have to get rid of it.
Jokes. Yeah, get that. That's what entertainers do. Man, imagine that. What a concept, man. What a fucking concept. Holy shit, bro.
And Tectone just doesn't have the knowledge to be able to recommend the right build accordingly.
You know what's crazy? He cleared everything after that guide as well.
And also, Tectone tries to at least give out his idea of the most optimal build when doing account reviews, despite the fact that he just doesn't know what the optimal builds to go for are. And now that will be it for this piece of evidence here. Jesus fucking Christ. Since the C6 Bennett
Insert fake laugh into YouTube video.
is bad take has been so widespread and you are the main proprietor...
Lol. You can edit your stuttering out of the video, but you can't edit how much of a dumbass you are out of the video, and that's a shame.
That's true. I've never edited myself to be less of a dumbass.
Year for the negligent advice in your account reviews. And now the last piece
It's
of the evidence
impossible.
we'll be looking at is a short segment from Tectone's stream. We'll see.
Go ahead. Let's see it, man. Here we go.
I don't think it's Hu Tao. I think Hu Tao is very good.
Yep.
But I don't think Hu Tao is as good as Ayaka or Kazuma.
Right?
Huh?
Or Ganyu.
Or Zhangling.
Zhongli's good.
Right?
Oh, I hate the fact that everybody just brings Xiangling into the conversation. It's like, oh, this character is good, but have you seen Xiangling? Have you seen our Lord and Savior Xiangling? Well, when he talked with you, it seems like his stuttering is pretty real. When he talked with you, his stuttering is real, but his laugh might not be. I don't know. That might just be how he talks or laughs. I find it so weird that people have to like assume. Never mind. Just assume all this shit. I'm never sure about anything. So when you guys watch my videos, just make sure that you understand that I am never short of anything. You even see it in Asmongold's reaction to my video, and his chat was like, "Is this guy sure of anything?" I keep on saying, "Don't quote me on this. Don't quote me on this. I think this is true. I think this is not true." And then people literally shit on me for that. I literally said that I'm not sure. And then people just shit on me. So why the fuck would anybody say that they're not sure about anything? It makes no sense. Of course they're going to say that they're sure of this or that because people shit on them when they don't say that, when they do say that they're not sure. Sorry, that was too much. Anyways, let's keep going. I'm not sure you guys could even hear that because I was shouting too much.
That's pretty much all I can say. Okay, no, you're right. Ayaka, Kazuha, Zhongli.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
I agree.
There absolutely is a benefit to making yourself sound confident all the time. People trust confident people. So of course they're not going to say that, oh, this is just my opinion. Oh, this is just, I'm not sure about this. I'm not totally sure I understand what this means. So I just assume that everything is. First time hearing you rage rant though. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I try not to. It's just stupid, but everybody is going to make themselves sound like they are the expert at whatever they are saying, which is why I don't penalize people anymore for like just saying shit without saying, oh, in my opinion, this is my opinion. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. In my opinion, don't quote me on this, even though I still see it myself because I know that I am not the expert at anything. So I assume that other people are the same. I'm a very egotistical, narcissistic person, to be frank. And because I don't understand what I'm talking about, I assume that nobody else does. And I can't get over that perspective. So I just assume everything is everybody's opinion. Everything everybody says is just an opinion. There's no getting around that. Hardly anybody knows what they're talking about. And I refuse to believe that if you spend your entire day, 8 hours per day online streaming that you can actually learn anything substantial that has like some expertise beyond what you are doing in that moment online. It's like your entire world if you're a professional streamer. It would take so much time and so much effort to learn something off stream when you're streaming full time every single day. Like you can't honestly expect people to like have an expertise outside of that before they started streaming. Like whatever they brought into the streams, if they just stream every single day, that's the entire life.
It's a good take. Thanks for keeping me alive.
Hell no,
What?
don't thank your chat for that shit, but I can't fault them because this is also something else that you started.
What? Wait, what? What's the problem? I don't understand.
Yeah, I didn't get that either.
Oh my god.
What is going on here?
What? Wait, what's the problem? I don't understand.
That's a good take. Thanks for keeping me alive.
Hell no.
What?
Okay, no, you're right. Ayaka, Kazuha, Zhangli.
Oh my god, bro.
Wait, what? Ayaka, Kazuha, John Lee.
Hell no, man. What the fuck?
I agree. I can say. Okay, no, you're right. I don't think it's Hu Tao. I think Hu Tao is very good.
Yep.
But I don't think Hu Tao is as good as Ayaka or Kazuha.
Right.
Or Ganyu.
Or Zhangling.
Zhongli's good.
Right.
That's pretty much all I can say. Okay, no, you're right. Ayaka, Kazuha, Zhangli.
Oh my god, bro. Oh hell no, man. What the fuck?
I agree. That's a good take. Thanks for keeping me alive.
Hell no,
What?
don't thank your chat for that shit, but I can't fault them because this is also something else that you started.
Oh, it's about John Lee.
Wait, what's
John
the
Lee.
problem? I don't understand.
It's crazy to me how controversial John Lee still is after 3 years. This shit is nuts. Like Hoyoverse is. What if Hoyoverse engineered the John Lee controversy on purpose? Like I don't believe it, but that would be like. That would be like huge brain. It was so huge brain of them that I don't believe it. I don't believe they're that smart because I'm not that smart. I'm the dumbass. But I don't know. Maybe that is the case. Maybe they engineered this entire controversy. It gets so much rage. There's so much rage bait around John Lee. I don't understand how somebody can be so
Oh my god.
gets.
One of my mods linked that this guy used to be in my Discord and then he got banned, and that's why he made this video.
Oh my god, is that true? What did he get banned for though?
Brother.
When John Lee dropped a lot
So
of
Widow
my
Flip
friends.
got banned from my
Okay,
Discord.
shut up for a
and he
second.
was so-
When John Lee dropped a lot of my, but he does that to everybody though. I don't think that's true because he made videos about everybody. Unless that was like the first video. Streaming that person will say dumb things. When John Lee dropped, a lot of my friends saw how toxic the community was at the time and never touched Genshin again. Really? I just ignored all of that shit. That's how casual I am. I ignored all of it. And none of this stuff, none of this Tectone drama, none of this like Atsu stuff, Tenten quitting the game, people saying that the story is trash. None of this stuff has ever gotten me to quit Genshin because I just don't value other people's judgments enough to give a shit. It's not important. You gotta have your own take on things. I think the problem with Tectone's take is that he is always streaming and people just don't get the context. Not saying Tectone is always right, but people need to understand if a person is 24 hours streaming, that person will say dumb things. Oh, that's true. Like it's true, but other people also stream a lot. Like Envy. Envy basically streamed every single day, but you know, there's no drama with Envy and anybody else. So I don't think that has any bearing on things. I really don't like if it was me, I would not have made the video about that Flip did. But I don't know, maybe that's just because I'm not a popular content creator. Maybe if I was more popular like Flip, maybe I have a couple more thousand subscribers, maybe I was as big as Tectone, I would take offense at what Flip did. I would take offense at what Tectone said from Flip's position. I'm not dumb. And I've already realized that me assuming that something is a joke when they weren't a joke, or something was not a joke but is a joke, is not. I've not had the best track record at at this stuff. I have not been able to tell what is a joke and what is not a joke. I didn't even have John Lee, so it didn't even affect me. Got him on the first rerun. Same. This is what happens when something gets mainstream. Yeah, all of this, like, the thing that I've always never agreed with Tectone is the Genshin community. Anytime he says Genshin community, I kind of just zone out. I ironically like his content better now that he doesn't cover Genshin Impact than when he did cover Genshin. Because he would just like say all this like, oh, the Genshin community did this to me, or the Genshin community did that to me, and then the Genshin community is this toxic or that. And I don't engage with any of that at all. Because I'm just a freaking filthy casual. I think people should assume everything is a joke. I don't agree with that. Not everything is a joke. If you're saying everything is a joke is like the greatest, most dumbass cop-out of all time. Everything is just a joke. Don't take me seriously at all. Then why would you take serious? Why would you get offended at something somebody else said? If you just like say that what I said is a joke, then what they're saying is also a joke. So why get offended at it? Then nobody would get offended at anything. But then nobody would take anything seriously at all as well. So that's not a realistic proposal. Just treat everything as a joke. I dismiss things because I don't care about them. But that's not because I think they're a joke. It's because I don't value other people's opinions as much as my own. And I just assume that nobody really knows what they're talking about. So if I have a contrasting or contradicting opinion, I will value mine first before others. I mean, it's not serious like accusing of bad things, but as I said, over games, who cares? That's not true. I hate the argument that everything is just a game. That, oh, it's just a game, don't care about it. Bro, we stay online like 24/7 now. The game is our fucking life. I think it's very weird that people don't want to admit this. You play a video game like for how many hours a day? Especially when you're a streamer. Especially when I remember I saw Tectone kind of tear up at one point during a stream when he was talking about like Genshin Impact not being the game that he wanted to be because like they confirmed that it would always be a casual game. He felt cheated or something. I'm not sure if he was acting. He might have been. But let's be honest. If a game is such a large part of your life that you are obviously going to get worked up about it. And that's not because the game being that big of a part of your life is pathetic. If it's your job, it's not pathetic. If you just love something so much, it's not pathetic to care about where that thing is headed. I'm not criticizing MTash either. I think whether or not he was acting or whether or not he like teared up for real or if he wasn't acting, that's not the point. But I think it's logical to care so much about something when you spend so much time with it, and to like boil that down to it just being a game is not healthy. I think in the future we're going to get to the point where everybody is so online so much that games and internet culture will become such a large part of our life. Let me just give you an example. When I was a kid, online bullying was not a thing. Nobody took online bullying seriously. Nobody took online culture seriously. Everybody thought, oh, you met a person that you met online? What a fucking loser. You dumbass. Why would you ever do that? Don't you know that they're just catfishing you? Don't you know that person is not like a real person in real life? There's some old man that you don't know at all. And now people go out and meet people they saw online all the time. You can literally form friendships online. Our standards for what is considered like a real thing changes, and what is like the norm changes all the time. So to say that something is a game and therefore it doesn't matter does not make a lot of sense to me, because games change in terms of their importance over time as well. Soccer is a game, football is a game, hockey is a game, and people assign so much importance to them that the city of Vancouver was literally trashed because the Canucks lost the fucking game. They trashed their own city because their team lost. What the fuck? People do this dumb shit that the Genshin community does all the time. In real terms, trashing real property, destroying real things. Instead of, just complaining about it online all the time. Yeah, that opinion has no evidence. I got it from the random comment from this drama, so NBA Twitter, lol. I don't know anything about NBA. Hey, if you have a passion, go for it. Yeah, not sure, but no one knew that, and that's not someone's responsibility to know. Didn't he nearly lose his house? What the fuck are you guys talking about? Who lost whose house? Don't say it's not important, but video games are made to have fun. I agree that I think that the intention, the original intention to say something is just a game is to like cool down situations, to make sure that you have a perspective on things in life so that you don't get too hung up on something small. But the reality is that games are not a small thing anymore. They are a large part of our lives. And saying that something is just a game to explain everything away, to say that something is not important, is not defusing the situation. It's not lessening. It's like it's almost demeaning yourself because you're saying that your life doesn't matter. How can you be a streamer who does talk about games all the time on stream and then like play them and then assign value to them to the point where you're spending money on them to make other people love those games themselves? See that it's just a game. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's a cop-out. Yes, we need to keep a perspective on things that there are more important things than games, but to say that everything is just a game and therefore nothing matters is stupid. And I feel like that term, the idea, the way that people say, oh, it's just a game. Dude, it's just a game. It's being overused. I don't like that argument. Yeah, in my country, there is some people killing each other because of soccer club clash. Yeah. So do you ever see anybody tell somebody else that football or American football, hockey, fucking cricket, there are people in the world who care about cricket, rugby, any of these sports. Does anybody ever tell somebody that that is just a game? Yes, those are competitive sports, but that's because people assign importance to competitive sports. People assign importance and significance to video games as well now, even games that are not competitive games. I meant Tectone previously. It was the comment above. Yeah, in my country, I think the one thing Tectone did really dislike was trying to oh my god, I can't, there's too many comments, I can't read this much. I think one thing Tectone did I really dislike was trying to make Flip feel bad for making his was because he was in debt for $1 million. But why is that Flip's problem? Like, that's not Flip's problem. It doesn't matter whether or not he's in debt. Like, that's not somebody else's problem, even if they shit on you. Like, what are you gonna do? Go tell, like, your fucking, I don't know, your doctor that you're in debt and that you can't pay for medicine? Like, your doctor would probably be more responsible for you at that point than a fucking, like, random YouTuber who talks shit about you. Because at least the doctor would be liable to explain to you how much, like, something costs if you want to get treatment, if you don't have any money. So why would you, like, bring your own, like, personal issues to a YouTuber who shits on you? Like, are you looking for sympathy? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's not Flip's problem whether or not Tectone is, like, in debt. Like, you could talk to your own community about it and then beg for money there, I guess. That's basically what everybody does. Fighting games fans got it. You say Genshin fans the most toxic? Well, talk about soccer fans, lol. At least video games. I think there is more acceptance of competitive games being like toxic compared to so-called casual games. But people get worked up about fiction books as well, right? Like Harry Potter and Star Wars. People get worked up about a story. People are so worked up about the new Star Wars movies being bad. I just thought they were okay. But then again, I was not the biggest fan of Star Wars. People can get worked up about anything. Like, I got a worse score on a math test once when I was in high school because we were like the two biggest losers in terms of like academics. And then he got a better score than I did. So I kicked the fuck out of him. And then he kicked me. And then we got like into trouble. So that was completely retarded. I don't think I can say retarded anymore, but whatever. But I did it anyways because I was like 13 years old and I was pissed off as hell. But it wasn't the problem of that other guy. Just because he got a better score than me. You know? And even if he talked crap about me, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, punch him in the face? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but Tectone using his past as a way to guilt trip. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You shouldn't be using your past to guilt trip people. That's stupid. Yeah, because in a competition, in a MOBA, if you fuck up, you fuck up the game for other 4 people, and that is wasting someone else's 40 minutes of their lives. That's why I don't play MOBAs anymore. I don't play MOBAs anymore because all my friends have gotten better than me, or they either got better than me, or they don't play the game anymore. And I can't keep up with them, or they don't play. It was it was really strange because I was the first person to introduce people to League of Legends in my friend group. And then they were all better than me because they played more Dota than I did. I was like just like a freaking filthy casual. So I left for a couple months, like just doing my own like single queue shit. And then I got much better at the game, but I was only good with Nasus. And then I was able to play with them again for like a year or two. And then I stopped because Nasus got nerfed to death. Well, not nerfed to death, but other characters came out that were able to escape Nasus better. And I just couldn't keep up. And then they changed Nasus lore, which pissed me off. See, I could get pissed off about them changing fucking League of Legends lore because I read all the little stories that they put out. So how are you expecting people to not get pissed off about Genshin Impact? Like, Genshin Impact has way more story shit. Story shit honestly gets people so worked up, almost as much as like competitive games. And I think that is something that is a blind spot for a lot of like hardcore gamers, because they just assume that something that is competitive will be more toxic. But you know, the things I've read on Twitter, the things I've seen people say about Genshin Impact developers and all that shit, that's like, it's understandable where they're coming from, but at the same time, I can see people being pissed off if, you know, if they were like personally experiencing it on the other end. People talks about everything if those things has parasocial hook inside of it. I don't even know what parasocial means. I'm too old for that. I still do not fully understand it. I feel like people just say words and then assume that other people know what they mean. Just like the word casual being used in this instance, in this drama. Like, I'm a casual player, and you know, Jonathan Velasquez is saying that, you know, it's so casual, you don't really need to know what is going on, and you will clear Spiral Abyss. That's not true for me. Like, if I took Tectone's advice, I would not be able to clear Spiral Abyss, even though I've spent over $1,500 on this game. It took me 3 years and $1,500+ to clear consistently 36-star Spiral Abyss. And there are still times when I look at the fucking game in the Spiral Abyss menu, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm playing Honkai Star too much. I don't know what I'm doing. What team do I make? And it literally escapes me what I'm supposed to do. My mind, I am actually too dumb for Genshin a lot of times. I wonder how long it's going to take for me to clear Spiral Abyss as a casual free-to-play player. I should work on my free-to-play account sometime. After I get Farina, probably.
Salty, so he wanted to make a hate video. Okay, I'm curious. What does this guy have a problem with what I said about Kazuha, Ayaka, and Zhongli being
Do they ever show why he was banned from the Discord, though?
Flip got banned.
Do you guys know why Flip was banned?
From my Discord, and he was salty, so he wanted to make a hate video. Okay, I'm curious.
I am banned, by the way. I am banned on both the official Genshin Discord as well as the official Honkai Star Discord because I was posting leaks. I'm that guy. I am that guy. It wasn't even like posting about leaks. I was like posting about like talking about leaks in a rumor kind of way. Like, oh my god, I had a dream, guys. It didn't fly. People knew what dreams were, guys. Holy shit. I said dreams and they understood it as leaks. What the fuck?
What does this guy have a problem with what I said about Kazuha, Ayaka, and Zhongli being the best characters 2 years ago?
And now everyone in your chat is going to reciprocate this, even though it's not right, because people
I'm gonna blow your mind. People are capable of making their own opinions.
Agree with their favorite content creators, even if there's a burden of evidence. Who would have thought?
Sorry for having a weird last name.
Top 3 characters are
it's not weird at all. I've probably seen it somewhere.
I don't even think he's a top 10 5-star character.
He is.
Am I the only one who never joined Genshin's official Discord?
Are you nuts?
No, but a lot of people have.
He literally enabled you to run.
Shut up for a second, please. Thank you. I believe that there was a waiting line at some point for the Honkai Star and official Genshin Discords, which is wild. But I feel like those places are so large that it was like completely irrelevant because you couldn't say anything and you couldn't form any relationships or like any like idea of who was who in those Discords. It was literally just spam and like memes and emotes. That's why I don't like Twitch that much, because it's like if you go to a popular Genshin content creators pay like Twitch channel like Tectone, which is why I never watched Tectone's streams ever, unless it's drama, because it's just all emotes and memes and shit. I don't understand that. I'm too old. It's not just it's just that I'm too old. I'm very bad at understanding new things. It's obvious they'll block. I would even ask my chat what the fuck was the difference between emotes and emojis. It's completely unknown to me. It's like a black box of just stuff I don't understand. I don't try to understand. I feel like a lot of people don't realize that most meta players log in to farm gear, farm for 15 minutes, check the gear, and log off. But somehow they think meta players are on 8 hours a day. That's true, but that's what casual players do as well. Like, that's what I do. It's obvious they'll block you if you talk or post about leaks. Come on.
Comp you wanted and never be able to take damage from anything. What is he talking about?
There. And will content creators and especially
he's still so good that even though Geo is unviable in current meta, people still use him as their shielder. What is he talking about?
Tectone, who had a whole controversy over it, or one of the reasons why
I agree with
so
Tectone.
overrated by the general community.
I agree with Tectone. This is like a elite metagamer take that John Lee is bad, or that he is not like. I wouldn't say maybe he's not like in the top 5 characters, top 3 characters, but John Lee is good. And I agree with that. Literally, why I watch your stream, lol, because I can talk to you. Yeah, and I agree. I wonder, like, there was somebody who said, I don't know if it was you, Rialika, but somebody was saying, I think it was Ager Gailey. Where the fuck is he? He probably saw, like, Tectone's name in the stream title, and he was like, I'm out of here, motherfuckers. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm gone for your channel. Literally, React Andy. The benefits with streaming for a smaller audience. Yeah, that's the thing. There is not much difference to playtime regardless if you're casual or meta. Yes. Oh, that came out weird. Well, what the fuck was that sound? Jesus Christ. It's just so fucked up. Just like you're just saying casual, meta. What do these words even mean? What exactly is a casual player? What is casual content in Genshin? Does Tectone consider Spiral Abyss to be casual content? Are the people who are the casuals asking for advice Spiral Abyss Andes? What is going on? Am I just that bad at the game that after 3 years and $1,500, I just still sometimes struggle with Spiral Abyss, especially the Constipated Beast? Am I really that bad? Am I like at the lowest tier of casual of all time? Man. Or is there like a spectrum of casualness that, I'm just on the very, very far left of? People don't define what these words mean, which is why there's so much drama all the time. But you can't realistically expect people to define everything when they're doing a fucking live stream and where they're doing a video. And there are people who react in different ways to. This is why I don't feel offended by Flip. Even if I would be offended by the tone of Flip's voice, but then again, he might not be a native English speaker, in which case he's not going to be able to detect like sarcasm and comedy in Tectone's stream as well as if he was a native English speaker. It's just not the same thing. You can't. Why would anybody get offended about any of this? It's like, it's so stupid. What shit. It's just so stupid. There are cultural differences, language differences at play. There's like differences in definition between what is a casual and what is a non-casual, what is a meta player. So before you go into any conversation, you should probably define all of these things. That's why I said this drama is cringe. Like, it's not really cringe to me because I expected it to happen. And that's why I'm saying that Tectone is largely at fault. I expected this to happen because Tectone knows how to bait drama. Tectone knows what is drama, what is like good drama, when to cut off drama, when to stop drama, when to start drama. He's like an expert at this shit. But there's no reason to get upset about any of this. Also, difficulty of the game varies on different stuff like device. It also depends on what characters you pull for, right? If you pull for the right characters, if you luck out, then obviously the game is going to be much easier than it is for somebody else. I consider my girlfriend a casual at HSR. She watches nothing, not in the community, does her days. That's the vast majority of players. You guys are the weirdos. We're the weirdos. I mean, how close you are to servers? What do you mean? Also difficulty? Yeah. Ping is a large part in this. Although to be fair, I was playing on my NA account in Taiwan. I had like 300 ping. and I was still able to 36 star Spiral Biz against the Constipated Beast and Weenut. But then again, I'm also like a big spender on this game. Can I call myself that? Like, I'm not a big Omega LOL Leviathan whale. Like, I didn't spend $5,000 on this game, but I've spent enough to call myself a whale. I think at this point, I do deserve that title. $1,500, you know, I qualify as a whale, right? Because they feel constipated when fighting LOL. I also have difficulty fighting them sometimes. Oh. Why people sometimes call consecrated beasts constipated beasts? One, because it's funny. Like, this is exactly my point. I don't even question this stuff. Why do people call it constipated beast instead of consecrated beast? Because consecrated beast is not a very common word. Who the fuck uses the word consecrated in real life? Nobody. Except for, like, I don't know, Christian cultists or some shit. Okay, that's not true. That's maybe like the Pope does it. So nobody knows what the fuck consecrated means in real life because people are getting irreligious. So all of these like Christian religious terms, nobody knows what they mean. But people do know what the term constipated means because people have been constipated at some point in their life. So we just constantly call it constipated beast because it's funny and it's relatable. But explaining all of that is so much trouble. So imagine if somebody got angry at me for calling consecrated beast constipated beast. This is basically the same thing as this drama. It's like Flip is responding to a version of events that was not the same version of events that Tectone experienced. So, like, why would Tectone get angry about this? This has no monetary, like, there's no monetary destruction going on here. If he really was just giving advice to casuals and nobody really give a fuck, then I don't know. It's just so stupid. They have complicated names because of the translation. I don't know. I sometimes read it in Chinese and it's still complicated to me. Although my Chinese level is at the level of a grade 3 student. I mean, depends. $1,500 is a lot to some and not much to many. I think it depends on your. I think it's a lot to most people. You know, very sad. 4.2 live stream got postponed. Where's my water? It's really strange when I talk about drama. I don't get like. My throat doesn't get as dry as when I'm talking about real shit. It's like this is so relaxing because I can just mouth off and talk whatever crap I want to. There's like no thought process involved. It's not like I'm making a video talking about the story, which actually requires some kind of analysis. And then it gets like 400 views and nobody gives a shit because my voice sucks. Yep. Instead, I can just talk about drama, like farm likes and clicks and shit. Ugh. I was called a meta slave when I don't even play the game. Was just explaining someone's point of view at something. People will just say shit to say shit regardless if it makes sense. Yeah. So knowing how much people like get worked up about everything, there's no reason to respond. Come on. The only reason why you would respond is because you want it. And I want this because I want the clicks and views. I'll be honest. The reason why I'm doing this because one, it's entertaining. Wait, did I do my dailies? Shit, it's 2:02 a.m. Okay, thank God I did my dailies, I think. Damn, man, just called himself a voice cell. Yeah, what does a voice cell mean? What is a voice cell? What the fuck is a voice cell? It was a meme a few weeks ago. Yeah, I'm too out of it to understand any of this. Drama juice helps your throat. I suppose I'm sick for days and binging this drama is hella entertaining. A website was giving people a score on their voice. Okay, let's keep going with this.
Meta, people still use him as their shielder. What is he talking about?
Tectone, who had a whole controversy over it, or one of the reasons why Zhongli is so overrated by the general community. Zhongli only helps people who have their accounts and damage at endgame level.
This feels like therapy after all the drama for some reason. Is this therapy for you? Did you need therapy from the drama? Uh, that's true. Just Google voice cell, you'll see it. I feel like if I search something related to incel, I'll get like NSFW shit. Oh my god, he has a Starforge symbol. It doesn't look like a dick. That's not a dick. It does not look like a dick. That's an upside down cross. And they're a cult. So. No, actually, it kind of does look like a dick. Never mind. No, that's a dick.
So you mean it lets casual players enjoy the game casually? Oh my god. You'll never guess why people like that. What, are you advocating to let people play uncomfortably?
It definitely does. It does look like a dick.
What the fuck is this fucking video?
He doesn't offer much to boost your damage besides a few exceptions. There are so many other characters, even 4-stars, that will give you a bigger damage boost to your team than
the more you look at it, the more dickish it
looks. Building Jingliu as a burst
hot.
DPS in the majority of cases, going to be a DPS loss as he really must
I was really weirded out by Yelan. Yelan is like that. I don't know why Yelan exists. It's like people say that there's like Liria bias, and I never really take it seriously because I try to main Chongyun, as you pronounce it in Chinese, by the way. But I tried to main Chongyun and Shen He, and I put so much resources into them. I literally triple crowned both of them, and they still suck complete dick. So fuck you guys for saying that, you know, you can just recommend anything to casuals. But it doesn't matter to me because I was the one who chose to do that. Like, not even people giving advice to casuals would tell you to use Chongyun. That's the truth.
Impact without painfully.
The best score is it's
slow his
over.
Ultimate animation is.
To be honest, I just got strict. I like both Soul and Tectone. I will say this again and again, but Soul was defending Tectone at some point in a podcast that I was listening to. I need to go find that podcast again. It was like, I think it had Erotic Walrus in it or something. It definitely did. That was how I found Soul, because through Erotic Walrus. But all these people who hated Tectone, who hate Tectone now, were at some point supporters of him. And because of dumb shit like this, they're not anymore. And I feel like this is a repeat behavior. This is not... I don't blame Soul. Okay, I do blame Soul a bit. I do blame Atsu a bit. They should not have butt into other people's business, but... You know, they're not... There's no, like, Tectone... There's no, like... Even when I don't want to say Tectone, I say Tectone. Chongyun is an underrated character, sure. Sure, why not? You know, I'm not here to change your mind on things. That's not my job. I'm not the one giving advice. It's okay, dude. It's okay. There's no Soul Atsu drama. There's no, like, Atsu diss drama. That doesn't exist. It's always with Tectone. Like, yes, there is drama between, like, random Twitter users and certain content creators, but there's no, like, inter-content creator drama that goes to this level of nonsense. That happens a lot, to be fair. You mean, like, random Twitter users versus content creators? Twitter is a fucking content mine for content creators. Like, what is everybody complaining about? Twitter is awesome. You can just complain about Twitter every single day. I made, like, a whole bunch of videos about Twitter. Like, somebody was complaining about cons having too much Genshin content, and that's like 100 new subscribers for me. It's awesome. I love Twitter. I myself saw how Jinx and tuners. Why does everybody complain about Twitter? It's like literally a content mine. I know that Hero K makes a whole bunch of videos about Twitter as well. I myself saw how Jinx and tuners suffered. Twitter is a war zone. X. Twitter X. Latina X. Latin X. Asian X. When are white people going to get white X? I myself saw how Jinx and tuners suffered in the initial days. Techie literally dragged them in drama. I wasn't there for that. I was actually playing Arknights before Genshin, by the way. And I never paid attention to any of this stuff because I'm a filthy casual. Again, I meant supports of Tectone not liking him. Didn't that happen in Arknights with him? I wasn't there. Did any of you know about, like, the Arknights drama, like, firsthand? Or are you guys all just hearing about now? Because a lot of people are hearing about now because, frankly, not a lot of people care about Tectone back in the day. at least relative to now. So there wasn't as much drag. I mean, there are too many times when Tectone said things like Honkai Genshin chicks are so hot, and for some reason people create a drama about it. Yeah, but why respond to that? There's only drama when the content creator responds. Like, some dipshit on Twitter said, "Oh my god, conventions are too full." Oh, wait, okay, that's how drama starts when I say dipshit. And I don't see, people just say shit. I was calling this person a dipshit on Twitter, but I don't even think that. I actually thought it was pretty reasonable at the time. When I read the tweets, I was like, yeah, if there's too much Naruto content in a convention, and I like Naruto, then I would get annoyed by it. But I just called them a dipshit because in the heat of the moment, that's what I do, I swear. So that's how drama starts, I guess. And then you want to be important on Twitter. You don't want to be like me. You don't want to say, "Oh, don't take me out of context. Don't quote me on this. I'm not sure what I'm saying." Everybody wants to assume like superiority in their righteousness, in how like correct they are in this or that. I know a bit about it, but honestly don't care about Arknights. How dare you? Arknights is way better than Genshin Impact. And that's how another drama starts.
Ultimate animation is too slow, which means he's completely unviable.
His best case use is to be a shield.
How many of you guys would know about the convention tweet if I didn't make a video on it? How many of you would know about it if Asmongold didn't watch my video? Literally nobody would care outside of Twitter, because Twitter is at the end of the day, Twitter is like an echo chamber. Reddit is an echo chamber. I knew this because I was following a game called Total War 3 Kingdoms at this point, and that game was catered towards a Chinese audience. It was made in by a British company called Creative Assembly, and I just focused on Twitter. Most of my content, most of my info was coming from Reddit, and I thought that Total War 3 Kingdoms would suck and it would not sell very well because not a lot of people was very excited for that game on Reddit. And then it came out and it was like the fastest selling or best selling game in the whole franchise for like at that point. And I think it still has the most concurrent players out of all the titles in that series. And that was because Chinese people don't go on Reddit. It not only is Reddit like predisposed towards a certain age range and a certain type of people and from certain countries, it's also just like really, 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 it's not indicative of what the world thinks. Just what I'm saying. Not even in terms of like how small it is or how many people are on it, but geographically it does not cover all aspects of the world. The Reddit opinions and Twitter opinions are not global opinions. They are not even like the whole opinion of everybody online. It is not the opinion of everybody in a country. It is not even the opinion of like a neighborhood. Mini clip looking ass game. I know a bit of. Jesus Christ, guys. I'm gonna be honest though. The reason why I don't care about Reverse 1999 is also because that my standards for gacha games and free-to-play games have been raised by Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. I feel like I'm at the point where if it doesn't look as good as Honkai Star Rail and Genshin, I don't want to play it. I might go back to Arknights here and there out of nostalgia because it was my first gacha game, but if it wasn't for that, I would probably not be playing Arknights. I also think that Arknights is probably the best looking in terms of the art compared to all the other gacha games. Like, even in terms of splash art, I think that Arknights beats out Genshin in some aspects. Obviously, the art style is different. It's more modern in Arknights than it is in Genshin, but I don't know. There's something about Arknights art that just hits different.
And even then, unless you are a complete dog shit at the game.
So the only way that you'd use Zhongli is if you're dog shit at the game. What in the name of the quadratic formula is this guy's fucking ego, bro?
There are very, very few cases where running a shield butt is necessary, especially when your damage is low. Can we?
It's unnecessary to use a shielder?
Jinx quit Genshin content because of the hate they received. Yeah. Another reason why I don't think Tectone is innocent is because of just how much weight he brings on top of other people. It doesn't even matter if they're like, even if they are not like negative towards you, there are still people shitting on you. I just watched that. I watched Asmongold react to my video, and I noticed that even though he wasn't like shitting on my video, he was pretty positive towards it overall. There were people in his chat just shitting on, you know, my voice, how I talked, the video itself, the content. And there's no way to get around that. You're always going to have that unless you're just like in the top 1% with the best voice. Well, okay, that's not true. But if you got to be more eloquent, you know, you can't just talk like me, just say, okay, this or that or this. And then I stop midway through and I say another thing. You can't be indecisive like me. And it takes work to get to that point. And if you're not like in a perfect way, if you're not presenting yourself in a perfect way online, then people are going to shit on you. The drama caused them significant financial harm. I don't know if that's true. I mean, if it got one of them to go back to being a restaurant, like caterer or some shit, maybe they're doing better with their life than they're being online all the time, talking about video games. There would always be people who hate or shitting on you for some reason. What's wrong with your voice? I don't know. Somebody said something's lacking in my voice when on Asmongold's chat while he was reacting to it. So am I supposed to make a video out of that? Like, it's stupid. Like, why make content out of it? I don't understand. If somebody made a video, like an entire video about how much my voice sucked, like, why would I care? Or my takes on Genshin Impact are bad. I would love to get to that point. That would be like the magnum opus. That would be like the magnum opus of my career. If somebody like shit on me for my takes on Genshin or on video games, that's when I know I've made it. Which is also why that I don't think that, like, that's how I view everything. If somebody is legitimately shitting on me for something that is like just a legitimate take, then that's when I've made it, right? Yeah, that's how it works. There are Mickey Mouse sounding people with a large followings. It isn't your voice holding someone back. That actually makes me feel worse because that makes me feel like I can't blame my voice anymore. Why'd you do that? Your voice is okay. Shut the fuck up. Jinx and Tuner never wanted to be part of the drama. They used to evaluate character strength. I don't know if Jinx and Tuner called out Tectone specifically. They probably did. I'm just gonna assume they did, or else like Tectone would be reacting to nothing. They used to evaluate character strength. They made a video claiming John Lee pre-buff was bad, so Tectone was all aggressive on them. You can't tell me that Tectone was the instigator in this completely, right? That he just went over to Tuner and Jinx unannounced without like them calling out Tectone at all. Did that actually happen? That can't be. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But who knows? He did go to them. But did they say anything about Tectone? Because most of this stuff, even though I do think that Tectone is the one who is still mostly at fault, because he is the one ultimately going back to them over and over and over again, dragging up stuff that was created over a year ago that he knew that he did not like, and then he disliked the video and then waited a year after the guy who made the video probably forgot about it. It is so stupid. Flip is probably like, I made this video a year ago. What is this? Hello? Who are you? What is this? Like, why are you talking to somebody who made content about you over a year ago that you already watched and disliked, and then dragging them out to have a conversation with you? That's so dumb. Probably some American guy who has no idea that some people are not native English speakers. Yes, Tectone, he was, because their chats were fighting. He did go to... So... No, I don't believe anything chat says. Sorry, I'm not going to take... I don't... Okay, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not 100% sure, but it would just be such a mindfuck if, like, Tectone went to Jinx and Tuner and then, like, called them out without, you know, one of them being the first ones to instigate it. Because, to be fair, it was, like, Goose that started the whole Tectone Atsu drama. And Flip was the one who made the video about Tectone. As stupid as it is to call him out after a year and more. It's like 15 months, Jews. Dude, 15 months. Imagine if somebody said something mean about me 15 months ago, and then after the fact, after I acknowledge that happened, and then dislike the video calling me out, then I would just go back, and after they've forgotten about what actually happened at that point, they probably even forgot why they. I can't even remember. Like, I don't remember some of the videos I made, and I haven't. And I'm a small content creator. I don't even remember like what some of the videos of my what were they? What is this? Where can I just go back here? What did I even do? Some of the videos I made, I've forgotten. Yeah. This shit. This shit I forgot. This shit I didn't forget because I got a lot of views for this. I forgot about all of this because it wasn't important. Nobody cared about that. I forgot about this one. What else did I forget? Oh, I forgot about this one. My memory sucks, dude. Well, what the hell? I forgot about this. Hoyo wants. Oh, okay. I remember now. Okay, that was actually kind of funny. Japan loves Kokomi. I don't know. I actually don't remember what this is about. It was something like people hated Kokomi, and then Kokomi had really good sales in Japan. I think that was it. This was back in 2021, so it was 2 years ago. I forgot about this. Genshin 2.2 filler patch, content creator apocalypse. I forgot about. I don't know what this was because 45 views, nobody cared. Forgot about this. Genshin players wanted. I forgot. I don't know what this was about. The reason why new play characters are less exciting in Genshin. I don't know what I said in this. Oh my god, I was a Kokomi defender. Wait, I was a Kokomi defender. Oh my god. I was such a simp for Kokomi, and they ruined her character. They ruined her character even more. Maybe I should make a video about this. Maybe that's gonna be my complaint video about Fontaine. Jesus Christ, I made 3 videos about Kokomi. Kokomi preview trailer. I've made a video out of that. Kokomi and Genshin's community toxicity. Kokomi is slightly more relevant in the story than meta. 3 videos, and then is there a 4th video there? I feel like I saw a 4th video there somewhere. The Jingliu tuner incident was completely on Tectone. They never wanted drama. I will trust you in the back of my mind. I will keep that in mind. Wow. Wow, I was a Kokomi simp at one point. I still am. I'm trying to use her as the main DPS.
Are you expecting players to dodge every ability in the entire game? What?
It sometimes does feel like that is the case with a lot of metagamers. Do you know we're still doing Twitch since Jinx quit? His Twitch views go down to from 300 to 400 to 30 40. Oh, so did Tuner quit as well? Did both of them quit? I feel like at least one of them is around still, right? I've heard their name somewhere recently. I think Japan loved Kokomi because her JP is VA is popular for voice acting a Love Idol character. Maybe. I think my phone just rang. What the fuck? There's probably nothing important. Oh, it's blank. Here I come. Subscribe to me. It's just telling me that now. Drive safety markets. I'm not making videos for Topaz and Numby, Grenadfin. I'm not sure what my future is with HSR. Ooh, another person quits HSR. Happy birthday, Nahida, Genshin Impact. Relive our favorite moments. Is Honka Star bullshit? Bitter. No, that's not important. Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking my phone. What the fuck is this? Tuner still streams, but that's it. Oh yeah, Tuner messaged Soul, right? I saw that part of the video because I watched the response that Tectone did to Soul live. I watched that part live. And then somebody brought up that Tuner actually messaged Soul very recently. Like it was like October 15th, I think, 2023. And he said that Tectone is a bully. What the fuck? Oh, it's the guy in China passing away, delaying this. Okay, I think that's all the messages I got. Tuner, I think is playing nice. Spider-Man 2, good choice. Actually, I don't know why I said that. I haven't played it myself personally for that long. I played like 15 minutes of it. I got past Sandman, and then I realized that I still needed to finish Spider-Man 1 and went back to do that. Okay.
Fuck is this brain dead fucking take?
Please stop hyping up Zhongli. He's the most solid B-tier character in the game. And yes,
Nah.
Did people take this video seriously? Is this the guy who roasts Genshin streamers on YouTube? Yeah, Doro44. And I can't wait to see the Doro44 Genshin court. This guy must be the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen.
Dude, I've been covering this for 6 hours, and we've barely gone through 2 videos. This drama bait, like drama content shit is amazing. This is amazing for my channel. I should do this more often.
Seen or heard.
I wish there was more drama so I could cover it. This is amazing. People care about this shit so much. Tectone response today was so bad, not gonna lie. Man said him and Tuner are good and that he checks up on him all the time. And yeah, that was hilarious. I think I laughed at that part too. He was like, oh, we're good, bro. And then he shows Tuner's messages him, and Tectone never responded to any of them. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Yeah, it's you can't make satire out of this. Nobody cares about satire anymore because real life is just more ridiculous. You actually cannot make satire anymore. It's too much. Real life is so much more interesting. I was watching as well. Like there was a YouTube short of some like rich kid going up against the bouncer. I don't know if you guys saw this. There was like some rich kid from France, the richest person in France. And this kid went up to a bouncer and asked it in the most stereotypical like rich kid way that thought I would only be able to see on like cartoons or some shit. And you can't. If somebody tried to act like that in drama class, they would be called a bad actor because it's too stereotypical. But here we are in real life seeing people act like that. Wait, what? Tectone reply? Oh, I was just saying that people were talking about Tuner on Tectone's stream. Tectone said that they were good, and then he showed a bunch of messages from Tuner over the course of like 2 years. And Tectone responded to barely any of them over the past year or two. And he just said they were good because Tuner messaged him. And then somebody else showed a message from Tuner very recently this month in 2023, October 15th. And Tuner messaged Soul, I think, saying that Tectone was a bully and that he watched the live stream and that Tectone had no intention to argue in good faith. So I think deleted his 1 hour long reply because Tectone was striking him. I don't know if it was Tectone striking him, but it doesn't really matter because it could have been just like his fans. In which case, I don't like the idea that, you know, you're not totally responsible for your fan base. These people can impersonate you. People can do dumb shit in your name. But if you actively make drama and then you're obviously a hostile person, and then somebody like goes around and like does something that you said you would do, then does it really matter that you didn't do it? Like you said you would do it, and then somebody else did it in your place. So does it really matter that you didn't personally go and copyright strike Soul? Like that's not a valid argument to me. It doesn't really matter that he didn't personally copyright strike Soul before Soul took down the videos. That's not legitimate. Thought it was spliced together, not that he responded. So I think deleted it. What do you mean spliced together? People on Tectone's stream said that the comment was fake. Which if it is fake, that would be even more hilarious because that means somebody faked it. But and Tectone did not have that. Tectone actually said, from what I remember, he said that it's more likely that Tuner is just a snake. And I don't know if that's true because Tuner literally messaged Tectone over the course of like a year and a half, and then Tectone never responded to any of them. So how the fuck was he supposed to know how Tuner felt about anything if they don't communicate at all? Oh, I still have the video downloaded. You can actually still see Soul's video on, you know, No, I could. I probably shouldn't say that, but I'll probably watch it later on, and maybe I'll get copyrighted. But who the fuck cares, right? I still have it over here. The biggest manipulator in the gacha games community. I knew this was gonna get taken down, dude. I wish I had downloaded the other video as well, dude. It's so dumb. Once you get to the point where somebody is not only just threatening to copyright strike somebody else, but actually doing it, that's too much. It should just be assumed that everybody gets to make whatever content they want. You're literally worse than Genshin. Like, you guys are at the point where you're copyright striking each other when not even fucking Hoyoverse does that. Do you know how ridiculous that is? You guys are literally worse in terms of your content than Hoyoverse. You are more strict about how your content is used than Hoyoverse. That's fucked up. Hoyoverse has done a lot of dumb shit, but in this case, you guys are actually worse than him. I mean, her, or whatever Hoyoverse is. Oh my god.
Heard of in my entire life. Let me rephrase that. I haven't heard of the guy. This is new levels of straight up idiocracy. And you know what the worst thing is? I bet if I scroll through the comments, I'll find people agreeing with this video.
So I did tell you guys this piece of evidence is going to be short because it is, and I'll be adding 3 years for starting the Zhongli misconception because in Tectone's defense, it wasn't solely him who perpetuated it, but he still pushed it enough to warrant this. So yes, Tectone is found guilty, and for his offenses against the meta and theory crafting community.
This is the part of the video where I would just consider this entire video just a joke. Like, not like a joke as in it's stupid, which it is, but, you know, Flip is actually making the joke. Because, like, who the fuck is taking Tectone seriously? Even back then, I never saw anybody say that Tectone was trustworthy when it comes to, like, opinions about how the game should be played when it comes to clearing content. Like, that wasn't really a thing. Unless I was just in the completely wrong community. By which I mean Reddit and Twitter. Nobody on Reddit and Twitter said, oh, you should, you know, go to Tectone for, you know, his wise, sage advice on clearing Spiral Abyss 36 stars in under 20 seconds. Nobody said that.
As well as spreading misinformation to the casual player base. In total, Tectone will be...
Bro, you have been found guilty of never having sex before in your entire life.
What?
And your punishment is to have it stay that way for the next 80 years. Holy shit, bro.
And this is where the entire thing should have ended. Once you're getting to the point where you're making fun of somebody for being an incel, for being incelibate. Once you're getting to the point where somebody is making fun of the other person for being an incel, that should be the end. You know, this whole thing is completely unserious. This is where this drama should have ended.
Deodorant.
No conversation or debate between Tectone and Flip, because it's already been a year. You're actually, like, if you're having a conversation with the two of you, it's over content that was made a year ago. That's not reasonable. Like, Flip probably already forgot why the fuck he even made the video in the first place. Bro, you've been streaming for 6 hours and a half. I know, right? This is so therapeutic. Don't you know that if you have sex, your opinion is more valid? I mean, it would probably be more valid about sex, to be honest.
This guy's wearing through the fucking monitor.
He sentenced
little bro thinks he's Nervulette. What the fuck is this?
To 12 years in prison, one of which will be spent learning linear and quadratic graphs.
Yeah, this thing is completely unserious. At this point, it should be known that it's unserious. This is not a serious video. He's literally sentencing Tectone to learn maths and quadratic equations. Like, that's a joke, right? Did you have water stuff?
If anybody ever asked me why I thought the Genshin community was so shit, it's the fact that people...
And now is where I think Tectone takes it too far. It's the whole Genshin community thing. The Genshin community is the fault of... There is no Genshin community. It's just a bunch of fucking people playing the same game. I hate the word community. Who the fuck is that? The community is not like some hive mind. It's just like a whole bunch of people. They might be on Twitter, they might be on Reddit, but they're not like this, just one person. The hive mind does not exist. Okay, it kind of does. You know, if somebody says the same thing, like a whole bunch of people will gang up on you. If somebody says the same thing, and then another bigger person says the same thing, and then a whole bunch of other little people say the same thing, that could trigger a response. Like one person is a person, and two people, you know. Basically, the point is that if there's too many people all in the same space, and they all have the same, one of them has the bright opinion that a whole bunch of other people agree with. Yes, herd mentality does occur. It's just the loud ones. Facts. He always mentioned Genshin. I hate that. That is always why I actually like that. I've always said this. I liked Tectone more after he quit Genshin. Why is he going back to Genshin? Just talk about Honkai Star Rail, dumbass. I'm sorry, I don't actually mean that. Again, when I get worked up, I just say dumb shit. There was a Trobot attacking YouTube. What? What Trobot? Who screams the loudest is the right one in the argument? When Genshin issue. Well, Hoyoverse definitely uses bots at some point. Or if they can't, then they just get other people to use bots for their games on Twitch. They care about Twitch so much. I like the fact that Honkai Star Rail actually does streams on YouTube now. And they list all of the voice actors for each language. That's very good. I feel like oh my god, I just say Tectone when I want to say Genshin, but I go to Tectone instead. It's too much. He's literally living rent free in my brain. Genshin community, the place where all the players meet annually to give Tectone drama content. That's actually really funny. Such a troll, man. Puh. The Tectone brain rot is real. Yeah, I don't like. Besides the drama stuff, I don't actually have anything. I don't even consider the drama stuff to be like against Tectone. I'm against Tectone in like this drama, and I disagree that he is innocent in this. I disagree that he is not the primary instigator or the primary person who is at the center of attention in all of these dramas. It should be fairly obvious when you look at patterns. You know, we don't need complex details to give us our conclusions. If you just see somebody who is in the center of attention in the same repeat occurrence over and over again, you're going to wonder what the fuck is going on, right? And this is merely the, I don't know, the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. Same, I still watch him, but he's not the good guy in this at all. Like, he doesn't share all of the blame. It's just that without him, none of this would have happened. It's not like any of these other people, like Zajef. Zajef already has a substantial viewer base, and so does Sekapoko, but they didn't get together into like some kind of fan club or like hate club against Flip, because that's just so unnecessary. It's like the petty behavior of somebody who would only do it unless they were like, because they're either bored or they're trying to make content or for some other fucked up reason. So sure, it's perfectly in his right to respond to Flip, but it's always also perfectly in the right of Soul and Solo to respond to each other and to like Tectone. And that's why I find it like Soul definitely was an asshole towards his brother. That's true. But if I was in his place, I can see this from my perspective. If I had a brother, if I had somebody who was like fucking taking the side of the fucking enemy, the one who was trying to fuck with me, and I'm trying to fuck with them, then what exactly am I supposed to think? Of course I'm gonna get mad. And I would imagine being like the brother of somebody and being very close to them, I would feel very comfortable being mean towards them. That's a thing. People get mean towards each other all the time in real life who they are not close with. So of course they're gonna be mean with each other when they're close as well, in terms of like familial relations. And yeah, there's going to be abuse, but calling it domestic abuse, that's kind of fucked up. Because domestic abuse has large like connotations of domestic violence. Yes, you're saying the domestic abuse, which includes emotional and verbal responses, but let's be real. When people talk about genocide, they're not talking about like cultural genocide. They're talking about literally killing people. So when you say it's the same thing with, I'm not saying those two are the same things, but domestic abuse brings up these images of domestic violence. Bro, a moment for real. When plastic glazing, it is now wood polishing at this point. Yeah, not all the blame, but what do you mean wood polishing at this point? Bro, a moment for real. Not all the blame, but people are out there really thinking Tectone did nothing wrong. I don't know. whenever I like go on Reddit, it just seems like a lot of people shitting on Tectone. Maybe I still watch him, but he's not all the good guy in this. Yeah, it's just like, why are you getting involved? Because Soul probably saw this as a continuation of his behavior from before. And then he was like, okay, I gotta call this out. Because why not? I'm the big guy. I think that's crazy that not only did Soul tell him not to make the second video, but even his own family said not to. Soul should have just let it rest after the first one. I don't know what's going on there. I didn't watch their videos. Nah, bro. A lot of people hate Tectone, even the people outside gacha community. Yeah, that's another thing. There's this argument that he tries to make out this Genshin community to be this concrete thing, this like concrete individual soul entity, and only that entity hates him. But he was also hated in the Arknights community, and then people hated him for doing the XQC drama as well. And then I remember reading the Reddit thread about OTK bringing Tectone onto it, and then people were like, who the fuck is he? Oh, he's just a drama baiter. So is everybody who just hated him in that thread, I can probably bring it up at some time. I have to go search for it. Is everybody who like talk about him in that thread a gacha gamer? And why do you think that there's no overlap between gacha gamers and like, you know, just regular people? Do you think that just regular people don't play gacha games? Is everybody who plays gacha games or Genshin Impact, which is like some 60 million players, that's not an insignificant amount, are they just all supposed to be like one thing? Like what if, you know, Rich Campbell was Tectone's friend and he was a Genshin player? Does that mean Rich Campbell hated Tectone even though he played Genshin? Or is this like this Genshin community this discreet, ephemeral, vague thing that is just out to get anybody who disagrees with them? I don't know. I try to not view people as like this hive mind. I try to not be as like humanly vague as possible. And if I want to assign blame to something, I want to make sure that it's not just, you know, being a dipshit. Yeah, Koff, his wife left him. Okay, whatever. Solo went to Soul saying he wanted to make another video about the drama, and Soul told him he should use his new fame and pivot into the content he wants to make, and said making the second drama video. I don't know about that because I don't, like, you're just telling me stuff, but I don't know if that's true. I have to go read what their takes are and see what their takes are. Video would have been a bad idea when the drama was basically dead. I mean, is it dead now? I'm still talking about it.
Guys like this fucking clown, seriously.
Court is now closed.
Oh my god, somebody kill me, bro. This is the most dies of cringe shit I've ever seen in my entire life. How did who linked this?
It was in Soul 1 hour video. It was dying. The Genshin community he is talking about is just some loud minority that doesn't represent the whole player base as a whole. Yeah. Twitter is like a minute fraction of all the players. The people who are on Twitter, even like the 217,000 people or 37,000, I don't know how many tweets there were in, you know, whenever Genshin went trending again last week or so. I think it was 2 weeks ago. Holy shit, it's been 2 weeks since I made a video. What have I been doing all this time? Playing Spider-Man. I'm trying to make up for it by farming drama. Basically, that second video started another train of hate and what Soul was yelling at Solo about in the video. It's important to not get this too, like, don't get it twisted, guys. I don't even know what "don't get it twisted" means. Can you guys explain that to me? I always use it. I always see it used when talking about gambling, but like, what does it actually mean? What is the origin of that? Like, what does that mean? What does that saying mean? Is it just don't get too invested in gambling? Don't get too fucked in the head? What does that mean? I still don't know where the term Andy came from either. Like, all of this shit, I have no idea. If it means don't get confused on what I'm trying to say. Oh, really? Bro, that happens a lot. That happens a lot. But I always only see it on gambling. When it gets applied to gambling. Like, wouldn't that apply to this place? This Like, what exactly is Flip saying, and what exactly is Tectone saying? Well, what is the casual? What is the meta player? What are they even arguing about? What is Soul trying to say? I feel like Soul is just trying to I think what Soul did, what he should have done in the first place was probably to just make the drama video in not I'm not he should have just made this video in the first place, the biggest manipulator in the gacha games community, and just like cold released it without getting to like that would be amazing, and just left it at that. I do agree Tectone actually gets back some hate which he doesn't deserve. Well, everybody gets hate they don't deserve. Nobody has ever not gotten hate they don't deserve. There has never been a person that has never happened to. But bringing that to justify everyone that calls him out is a bit much. Yeah, that's the thing. He is never wrong. There's like a video that is so clear in the video between Mtash and Tectone. I still have it saved somewhere. I was so interested. I actually recorded all of this Tectone Atsu drama back in the day. I think it was like a year and a half ago. But some of us are bigger of an asshole than others. I don't know if it's even being an asshole. I don't know how to describe it. Like, what drives some people to seek this out? I mean, by seeking this out, I mean going towards the drama after you've already disliked the video. Maybe it's just content creation, maybe it's because of ego, probably because of both.
Can't wait to check the comments.
And of course, there are people. I talked about this before, right? There are comments in the comment section just shitting on Tectone. That is true. There are comments in the comment section just shitting on Tectone about stuff that wasn't even involved in a Flip video. Or was that this video? Oh my god, I think that was this video. It wasn't even Flip's video. I think it might have been this video. Bro isn't perfect and I can... Oh, wait, what? He looks like he's going to cry because of how bad he's being cooked. I don't think so. Many people haven't watched the actual video and so they're hating Techie for no reason, even if what he said is true. So much hate. What did he say is true? You can argue that there isn't a definitive statement for good, so the team of three... Oh, so the person who uploaded this is also a Tectone hater. I understand now. So the team of 3 on-fielders and 1 support with no battery is a good team. Bennett C6 upgrades more good teams than it downgrades. So from actually wanting to clear perspective, it's good. And from casual perspective, do casuals not want to clear content though? Like, why are you just saying that casuals don't want to clear content? You don't care about doing damage anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. It's like you're stretching the word casual too much. There are parts of Genshin Impact that are not casual. Just 36-star Spiral Abyss within like a reasonable amount of time is not casual. You can't just deluke your way to fucking 36 stars within a reasonable amount of time, by which I mean like a couple of months. You don't care about the doing damage anyway, so it doesn't matter, and it opens up way more teams, makes every melee character able to play VV Vape. Tectone, even if not his intention, does spread many misconceptions, but I don't understand why that's like... It's not wrong to spread misconceptions on something as trivial as like a game. I do think that this is like one of those cases where you can realistically say that, yeah, this is just a game. You know, it doesn't really matter if Tectone is spreading all these misconceptions. Like, what are you realistically going to lose? Just a couple $100 because you spend it on the wrong character? Due to his size and reach as well as his chatters. But I also don't think it was wrong for somebody to call him out on that. So if there really are people who agree with Flip, and I don't even necessarily agree with Flip's takes, then obviously Flip didn't do something wrong. Like just show all these comments that say that, you know, they agree with Flip. Due to his size and reach as well as his chatters parroting everything he says, even though he says they can make up decisions for themselves, a majority of them don't or aren't able to. I disagree. Like, when they start failing, then they're going to... And if their intention is to clear content and they use Tectone's guides, and if they fail, then, you know, they're going to go to somebody else. It doesn't require an entire video about it to get to that point. Yeah, it should have been a bigger Banger of Soul led with his last video. Yeah. Most people don't like go in all the way. They go in like, I was gonna use a dick analogy, but you know, never mind. It's too stupid to think about. It's just it's like you dip your foot into the fucking lake. You test out the waters, and then it's like you dip your foot into the lake, and then like a tectone fish bites it. You're like, what the fuck just happened? I'm gonna dig. Oh my god, that felt good. I'm gonna put my entire feet into the lake. Okay, now it's biting even harder. Oh god, fuck. No, wait. Pull out. And then you finally put your giant fucking boot down. But by then it's too late. Your foot has been bitten to like shreds. But you're like environmentally preventative or whatever like protective boot that you have is not going to help you when your entire foot is gone already. I think Tectone just has a lot of bad history with so many people in I was like, so many people in communism? What? I can't read. It's really hard to know people's bias on the subject. My bias is against Tectone whenever it comes to drama. I'm not like, I don't hate Tectone's content. I like watching Tectone talk about Honkai Star Rail. I think he has a lot of good takes about Honkai Star Rail. But then it comes to like the drama shit. And what the fuck are we talking about? It's like some 17-year-old kid making a video about you that happened a year ago that you could have, like, you did ignore. You looked at it and ignored, and then you brought it up a year ago to discuss something that he probably doesn't even remember. And then, yeah, it ended up okay in, like, Flip's words. You know, he's okay with it, but obviously he got steamrolled and he wasn't prepared because he didn't realize that you were going to use some, like, you were going to use arguments that he was not even thinking about at the time because he didn't realize what the conversation was going to be about in the first place. And then he's over there in his comment section, in his community section, talking, I didn't represent the theory crafting side of things very well. And Tectone's like, what the fuck? I don't care about theory crafting, bitch. I'm here making content. I'm here making drama. Why are you talking about theory crafting, dumbass? He looks like he's going. No, he doesn't. It says meta player takes free-to-play gacha game too seriously, but is a whale who actually spends money on said free-to-play games. Frida's chat is hype man hive mind. 1016, bro, I almost dislikes right there. He still thinks that one buffer. I was a casual enjoyer. C6 character is painful to watch. 3 DPS. Jesus, Tectone is so painful to watch. Absolutely wifeless behavior. I'm like torn between. I honestly don't think it's wrong to like criticize like the whole wife thing is such a large part of people. What made Tectone like Tectone? Like you just saw his wife in the background all the time, and then he didn't he tag his divorce video with like Genshin divorce Tectone. I feel kind of weirded out by like the argument. Yeah, he tagged his own. No, I'm not sure if he did because he probably has an editor handling this, but it just feels kind of weird that he tagged his own video about divorce with Genshin Impact and Genshin. I feel like if you're going to like talk about, like if you're getting to the point where you're insulting each other, then obviously you're going to be talking about his wife. Like, is there anything really that wrong with it? People bring up personal circumstances all the time. I don't really know. What the fuck? Wait, he did that? So here's the thing. The fact that it's tagged Genshin Impact, Genshin, does not necessarily mean that Tectone personally put that there. It might mean that his editor put it that there. But it just feels a bit weird that his video about divorce is tagged Genshin Impact and Genshin. And I feel like if it was me, I would be using that as an excuse to attack him about his wife. But even if that wasn't there, I would, if I was in an argument about Tectone, I would probably still be talking about his wife because, you know, there's a whole Twitch video about it. There's a like on a streamable about it. So, like, and you're gonna see that, and no matter what Frame says, people are going to be thinking that about that, even if they don't talk about it. Check a video, a similar date. Like what? That would tell you if that's normal for him. It doesn't really matter because Like, if you're not going to take special attention, like pay special attention to a video about your wife and you divorcing, I don't know. Like I assume that this could have been just an automatic thing. Subscribes and like and plays and all of this shit. All of this seems usual, so it could definitely be just something that is like automatic. But if you're just posting your video using automatic templates for your video, then like what are we doing here? It's weird. Even if it was just an automatic template, a video copy pasta, like that's weird. But why did they get divorced? I don't know. That's not for me to judge. Wait, Tectone has drama with XQC. Can you elaborate? XQC. Tectone. XQC reacts to Tectone drama and call out. XQC reacts to Tectones. I'm gonna be honest, there is no value in me watching XQC because I don't understand what XQC is saying. So it's kind of like nonsense to me. Tectone's apology on XQC Aiden Ross and Kai Snot hot sauce incident. XQC reacts to Tectone get his back slapped. But I don't know. Tectone bullied me on stream in front of thousands of people. This man. Who cares? What really happened at TwitchCon? It said there's no way a clip. Someone's brought it up. Personal reasons. It's people who criticize Tectone for his wife. It's like it is in bad taste. But I just don't feel that seriously about it. It's like it is part of his character. His wife was on stream all the time. You're not getting away with it. It's like if you're married to somebody important and then you get divorced, people are gonna be talking about all the time. Like I don't feel like that's anything to get that upset about. Obviously, I'm not in his shoes. It's just I'm being realistic, okay? It's going to happen no matter what in every single conversation with an argument about Tectone. Especially on the internet where there's no repercussions. Somebody's going to say, oh, well, your wife left you, after you talk shit about her on camera in a car. And it's all there for everybody to see. And he had one of the most downvoted comments of all time on, live stream fails or some shit. Which I don't like. I don't like that subreddit, by the way. I don't like Reddit in general. But if, it's a content creator versus content creator thing, and then somebody insults you for, I think it's valid for, Tectone to insult somebody about their brother if the guy who are you insulting also insulted you about your wife. I think both of those things are kind of just like legitimate things that people do in general. Like it's kind of like if you insult somebody for being divorced, that's like almost on the same level of I fucked your mom. It's just so obvious. But like it's like I fucked your mom, but in a real way. Being divorced is pretty common. Isn't there something like 60 or 40 to 60% of all couples get divorced or married couples get divorced? It's probably way more common than you fucking somebody else's mom. So wouldn't it realistically be said more often if you actually did get divorced? What is the divorce rate? Divorce rate in America. Or maybe it's too real. 40-50% of first marriages end in divorce in America. Divorce is actually on the low now. It says 40 to 50%. This was in 2022. So that's pretty high. I think like people are getting divorced less because less people are marrying in general. Anyways, this is getting sidetracked. I just don't feel that seriously about people like both like Tectone insulting Soul about his brother or him being didn't like Tectone say that like Soul was an inferior version of his brother or something? And then like maybe before that Soul something said about his wife. But I don't treat any of that seriously. Like obviously it's gonna be bad to the person being on the receiving end, but it's just so common. Like what are you gonna do if you're a twin? Obviously one of the main things that you're gonna say about a twin is that, oh my god, one of them is worse than the other one. It's just so natural. I'm not American, to be fair. Well, if you're in a religious country like I don't know, Israel or some shit, Or Malaysia, maybe it's not very common because you literally either cannot or it's very discouraged.
At least compared to the other channels I've covered, doesn't purely make commentaries on Genshin's meta, and he also seems to not talk about it as much.
I'm
but
Canadian.
That could all
Oh,
be
so
due
am
to the
I.
lack of content.
No, it's because I didn't give a fuck. I was a casual enjoyer of the game channel. It's because I didn't give a fuck. Lack of content. I made videos about lakes and people still watch that shit. Bro, what?
find it ironic how Tectone calls people who actually know about theory crafting Doom posters when
No, I call them cringe. Because if you're learning theory crafting for baby game Genshin Impact, I think you're taking it a little bit too serious.
I think this is wrong. I think this is where like I definitely disagree with Tectone. You definitely can theory craft this game to get the best damage, the best numbers, in a way that even if you wailed, you wouldn't be able to do it. People who divorce are like 4 times more likely to get divorced again. Okay, that's cool and all, but okay. A lot of divorces are from the same person. What is the divorce rate in Canada? It's like 5.6 per 1,000. The divorce rate, which corresponds to the number of persons who divorce, that's too complicated. I'm too dumb for this. Highest divorce rate at 13 per 1,000 married person. Oh, that's pretty low. Wait, why is America so high then? According to American Psychological Association, approximately 40 to 50% of first marriages end in divorce. As a result, the divorce rate, which corresponds to the number of persons who divorce per 1,000 married persons, decreased from 2.7 per one. So that's like what, 1.2% per 100, right? So that's 1.7%, 1.27% to 7.5 per 1,000. So that's like less than a 1%. Is that, am I doing this right? Is my math off? 5.6. We be sticking, it's just American. Oh my god, are Americans actually just like super abnormal? What the fuck? Divorce rate. 40 to 50% of marriages of the first marriage is estimated to end up in divorce. No, this is Canada as well, I think. Family law of Saskatoon. Why would you be oh, it's family law. I assume. 60% of second marriages are most likely to get divorced. 73%. No, it's the same in Canada. It's just the first marriage. It's not serious, guys. The first marriage doesn't count. You gotta get to the second marriage before you get to the real marriage.
Call them cringe. Because
and I think this is where, like, even if there wasn't drama, like, Tectone is not innocent. This, you can't just go around saying, like, theory crafters are cringe and just blame everything on the other person who is making fun of you for saying, making fun of you, or like making a joke about you for saying that theory crafting is cringe. It's not even about staying in your lane. That's just stupid.
Because if you're learning theory crafting for baby game Genshin Impact, I think you're taking it a little bit too seriously.
I don't take this game seriously at all in terms of the meta. I don't. I use Kakomi as my main DPS, but I still have respect for people who do this shit. Because I do think it's interesting to see, like, what is the best damage you can do with a certain team comp? What is the best thing at this or that? We're about to file taxes from Genshin to checking divorce rate, quality content. Yeah, this is why everybody covers drama. You can do anything with it. This is the best. Like, drama content is like the primordial ooze. It's like the primordial ocean, the primordial waters of Genshin Impact. Anything can come out of it. Anything. It's the ooze from which you evolve, where your content, where your Genshin content, where your entire channel takes on a new form and becomes better. I mean, to be fair, like, come on. You guys don't watch me unless this is the first time that most of you have watched me. Let's go. Yasha. I actually never called out your name, I think. Usually when there's like a new person, oh, that's not true. Lint. I never called you out either. Are you 76? I think I saw you in like somebody's comment section. I don't know. I think I saw you in somebody's comment section. So I just assumed that you were that person. Probably wrong. Anybody else? Lance there, imagine no. Black, yeah, I already called. Blank is here I come. Okay.
He's literally one of the biggest offenders of doom posting. The funniest.
Me calling out a company's bad practices is not doom posting. It's called stating objective fact.
I don't consider like clickbait and doom posting to be the same thing. I don't even consider what Tectone, like these videos, are they really, like what is this? Is Ball the worst 5-star addressing the Ball drama? Don't pull for it. This is like not viable. This is not, I don't even feel like this is clickbait. I don't even feel like this is like so generic in terms of clickbait and like drama that it's not even worth talking about. This is not, I don't feel like this is doom posting or clickbaiting. Like what I consider to be doom posting is like a legitimate, well-researched video about why Genshin Impact is gonna die in X amount of time. Like if somebody actually does that and gets like significant amount of views, maybe I'll be worried. I just don't consider like any of this. If you're doom posting about a character, like is doom posting about Dia something that you should not do? Because I spent money on Dia, and I watched the videos calling Dia shit, and I agree with them. So, what are you gonna do? It was a good comment. It was me. Otherwise, nah. Doom posting can be clickbait, but not clickbait is doom posting. That's true. But I just don't think it matters. Like, if you're saying that this character is shit, if you said Kazuho is shit, it's still irrelevant. It might get you views, but I'm not going to get worked up over it. I don't know why people take that so seriously.
Biggest offenders.
It could be doom posting. It could be clickbait, but both of those are like the trend. That they will always be the trend on like content creation because it gets people views. If you don't care about it, then why do you think Tectone got big? Like. Like, people obviously want to watch this stuff. 382,000 views. 305,000 views. Kamogo might be the worst 5-star of all time in this game.
Doom posting. The funniest.
Me calling out a company's bad practices is not doom posting. It's called stating objective fact. And once again, in case you just tuned in, if you don't believe me, how's your anniversary reward, guys?
Jokes actually just write themselves. I at least hope that.
I know.
I've always been of the opinion that the more rewards they give out, the more awards they give, the more likely the game is going to dog shit. Because they only give them the amount of rewards that are necessary to retain the player base. So if they give more rewards, it's probably because the game is not doing that well. And that's why they give more rewards, or at least they give you enough rewards in Honkai Star Rail to both keep you around and to make up for the fact that there is no exploration content to supplement your primo gems. It's either or, right? I haven't done the calculations on this, but it feels like they just give you more free stuff more often in Honkai Star Rail. But that could also be because you just can't do exploration, and that's where, you know, your currency is supposed to come from.
You're a joke, and you wrote all this yourself as well.
More casuals don't look to Tectone.
What I consider to be like good anniversary rewards is like an episode or a season of Genshin anime. That would be a good reward for me. I don't want primo gems. Okay, that's not true. I do want primo gems, especially now that oh my god, shit, I can't get Jingliu anymore. Shit, I just realized I can't farm for Jingliu anymore. From my understanding, doom posting is being overly critical or negative on a subject without being reasonable. But is that really something that you should care about? I don't know. Is that really... Like, why do people take offense at that? Is it because, like... I feel like there's, like, this weird obsession with the characters when it comes to, like, certain portions of the Genshin community. But people take... Like, people have, like, spiritual investment in characters. I do. I made videos about Dia. Not Dia. I made videos about Kokomi and Guy and Miko. And I didn't even like Guy and Miko that much. I was just offended. He starts an argument and then kills him with his own argument in the same sentence. So someone calling out Tectone is also objective facts. I mean, I'm just giving the definition. It's up to you to do what you care about. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I consider to be just like normal on YouTube and Twitch that I don't think is warrants calling out. Flip's video didn't warrant being called out. Tectone's, doing whatever like advice he's giving to casuals, that didn't warrant being called out. It just like none of this needed to happen.
For advice and try to learn how to build their accounts themselves.
Developing anime series is not a joke too. Example, anime series was a Yu-Gi-Oh series. Every 4 years, they new Yu-Gi-Oh series. Wait, they make it... I have not kept up with the new Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, what was the newest Yu-Gi-Oh? There's like Yu-Gi-Oh GX and then Yu-Gi-Oh, like there's a spiritual... There's like a sperm avatar. I know this is not the correct term to use, but it looks like a sperm to me. Like, there's like this guy who's like made of jello. And then he comes out of the main characters, I don't know. That sounds really weird. Scrap that. Let's go back to the drama. Yeah, people who care about Yu-Gi-Oh probably know what I'm talking about. I think it's the one thing to Doom post and another being called a Doom poster where it becomes the boy who cries wolf. I read that. And another being called a Doom poster where it becomes the boy who cries wolf. I'm not really sure I'm getting the analogy. Anyways.
Yeah, guys. If you're looking for casual advice, don't watch me. Just watch every other content creator who tells you to build Jingliu and have 50 crit value on every single one of your pieces. Otherwise, it's mid.
That is legitimate advice.
On male content creators
that is
like
true.
Tectone, who aren't unknowledgeable, and
you better.
He's a bad man.
I don't even know if crit rate is that. I actually don't know if that's true. Is it actually? Do you actually do that as Xiangling? Because I got pretty good crit rate on Xiangling and like crit damage, and she still hits like mid. I think it's actually better. It's probably actually better to build Elemental Mastery on Xiangling, I believe. From my personal experience, trying to build crit rate Xiangling, she's actually not that great with crit.
He spent money. Oh man, he's a bad guy. Cause he spent money.
Why are you talking about my 20 annual balls? Taking away my annual 20.
And he's American. Oh god.
I'm building Elemental Mastery for Xiangling now, yeah. Why are you taking away my 20 annual polls? What do you mean taking away your annual 20 polls? 20 annual polls. What do you mean? Elaborate.
Fuck up, bro. Jesus Christ.
I also hope that they just stop sheeping his takes without thinking about it, as that just...
Bro, there was not a single solid thought that you put through this in the whole video.
just breeds and spreads misinformation.
I can't wait to the comments.
And on that note, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed,
shut the fuck up, you fat bitch. Jesus Christ, what a dumb fucking video.
Yeah, and that was just like, if we were going to get to the point where, name calling, like, obviously Flip said some not so like favorable things about Tectone in the video, but then it gets to name calling about his physical attributes. It's just like, obviously you get worked up, right? But I feel like this is part of the Tectone persona. It's not even, I don't know if it's a persona, but it's just like drama baiting now. It's literally just like drama content creation, or like maybe his ego is so big that he absolutely feels like he needs to respond to this. But I don't think like any of this warranted like just calling him a fat bitch. Just
can't wait to the
and
comments.
on that note about it, as that just...
Bro, there was not a single solid thought that you put through this in the whole video.
his takes without thinking about it, as that just...
Bro, there was not a single solid thought that you put through this in the whole video.
just breeds and spreads misinformation.
I can't wait to the
And
comments.
on that note, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed...
Shut the fuck up, you fat bitch. Jesus Christ, what a dumb fucking video.
I actually feel uncomfortable watching this right now.
Bro spent 15 minutes making
He called him a
himself
fat
look
bitch
like
because
a
he's
fucking
joking.
idiot. All right, let's see these. All right. For anyone wondering, the teams I'm using were due to a challenge. Yes, the teams are bad. I used to watch Tectone back during his Arc Knights days.
It always goes back to Arc Knights, doesn't it? I can't believe I never watched Tectone while I was playing Arc Knights. Maybe he already quit it at the point. But that was before Genshin, so...
Here we go. Tectone is purely for entertainment, says the person with the fucking Arlecchino profile picture. Tectone is the hiding in my room of the Genshin community. He would intentionally say
What does that
something to
mean,
trigger
though?
the
Like, what is it about having Arlecchino as your profile picture? Like, what is the relevance of that? Like, it's just like having Arlecchino as your profile picture is just like, isn't that just another anime profile pic? Like, what is the stereotype of people who like Arlecchino at this point? Because I like Arlecchino. Should I not? What if I use yes, anime PFP anniversary awards? You said you don't want Primo Gems. Oh, I should not have said that. I wonder if I ever get bigger, would people do the same thing if I just like, oh my god, this guy said we shouldn't get Primo Gems. What a doom poster. Maybe I'll understand more where Tectone is coming from if I was like, at least had 100,000 subs. I probably would, but I'm not. So the only perspective I have is my own. Your opinion doesn't matter because you have an anime PFP coming from someone who also likes anime. Yeah, I don't know. I just assumed that it wasn't about an anime PFP. It was because of like Arlecchino specifically and people who like Arlecchino. Because are we still at the point where we're like talking about anime profile pics as if it's something that's bad? I don't know.
Community and then create confidence in the process. It's his perfect form to generate views and farm subs on Twitch. People who take him seriously are so dumb. And then I'll start drama and the Genshin community. And then my sub count on Twitch will skyrocket. What?
So is he saying that?
Refuses.
But if he's saying that it's not drama farming, then it's just like what? It's just him just doing it out of like what reason? Genshin community again. I saw it yesterday, so yes.
It's so hard to admit that most of his skill in the game comes from wailing. Bro, every single comment took this dude. Wait, what is this? I stopped watching Tectone months ago, and it was the best decision I've ever made. I've disagreed with him on, and apparently I already thumbs down this. I've disagreed with him on so many things about how he is right, and so I stopped watching anyone who agrees with him. His chat never opposes opinions, even when he's clearly wrong, and he's unknowingly, perhaps knowingly, creating an echo chamber in his...
I mean, that's true. Like, you gotta admit that's true. Like, his chat literally made excuses for... I was in his live stream when he was talking about Tuner, and then they showed Tuner like sending a message to, I don't know who, maybe it was probably Soul, saying that Tectone was a bully. And then the chat immediately went to like the copium mode of, oh my god, it's fake. And I don't know if it's fake, but it's just so wild that you have like an entire community that will actually make up excuses for why certain things happened. I don't know. That's like, there is being an echo chamber and literally the echo chamber making shit up for you or what they think is good for you. Like, at that point, when your fan base is making shit up to make cute excuses for you that you don't even believe, because Tectone said that it's more likely that, Tuno is just a snake, then what does that say about your community? It's fucked up. Like, I hope that if I ever get to that point, I will just like literally like shut that down immediately. I hope that somebody should like clip this. If I ever get that big, somebody should just shut me down immediately. His chat fans is an echo chamber. I feel like they are like in an echo chamber that doesn't even have Tectone in it sometimes. It's like, yeah, Tectone made them, but then they're just like went about it. So this is why I say that it doesn't need to be Tectone who personally copyright strikes Soul. Other people can just do it for him, even without his knowledge, and then he can just say, well, it's just my community. But his community is shite. Most people understand never take anything a streamer's chat says because it'll never be anything good. This is why I don't even believe some of the stuff you guys say. Like, you're saying that, Tectone went into the tuner and Jing stuff without them instigating it first or has saying anything about Tectone. And I still don't like believe that because I haven't seen it for myself. I was not there. I didn't record it with my fucking shitty video recording card whenever that happened. like the way I did for the Atsu drama.
His own voice. Jesus Christ, bro. Watch Low Tier God. These people are unsavable, bro. Hey, if you take that fucking video seriously, congratulations, brother. I hope you don't watch my shit. I hope you don't comment in my fucking Twitch chat. Here's the reality, guys. Growing up is realizing that I was never fucking wrong. But you're more than welcome to prove me wrong. But this guy, Flip.
I was there,
failed
but it might
pretty
be
damn
two
hard.
on Jingjing's and
What
Tina
a
channel, not
fucking
sure. What is
embarrassment of
Tectone
a
Atsu
video.
drama? Oh.
Make sure to go like, comment, and
It's gonna
subscribe.
take too long to subscribe.
What a
It takes too long to subscribe.
Jesus Christ.
It takes too long to subscribe.
What a joke.
It
What's
takes
funny
too
is these
long to
people
explain.
Take this free-to-play game so fucking seriously, it's hilarious. Dodo, I agree.
Man lives
this
rent free
shit
in all your
this
heads.
shit is
That's
fucking
true.
nuts,
He lives
bro.
rent free in my head. So
This
you have
shit
15
is, bro,
subs
dude,
to show
talk about
for
the
it.
pot calling, the
How many
kettle
subs
black.
did I lose
Jesus
watching
fucking
this, by the
Christ.
way? Did anybody take
That
offense
is
to this? What is
absolutely
my
nuts.
sub
What
count
the
now?
fuck was that video? I'll give you a hint.
938.
Absolute
Oh,
dog
somebody
shit.
unsubscribed to me. Actually, 2 people
Jesus
unsubscribed from me.
Christ.
Because I know that, what's his name? Blank Here I
Jesus
Come
Christ.
subscribed to me during the meantime.
Like, what a absolute fucking vague.
Tuner literally told that talking to
Holy
Tectone gives him
shit.
PTSD in his Discord server and doesn't want to indulge in discussion.
Good
What about
God.
Jingjinx? If you're in
I mean, this
Mathalo's
that
Discord,
was,
you can
that
check
was
it.
Nuts. That was 40 minutes.
I
of
didn't
the
even know they had a
dumbest shit
Discord.
I've
I'm on
ever
so
seen
few
in my
Discords.
entire life. Good news is Tectone has a waifu cup being released.
Yeah. The Jeff take on Tectone's Ganyu support. Was there like a Jeff Tectone drama? Is this a thing?
One of the biggest things that my channel, people who watch my channel are familiar with, is the whole Ganyu situation.
Why does this sound so low? What the fuck?
Isn't going to be a main DPS. She's going to be a support. Now, contextually for me, that was
Oh!
when I said
Okay, that hurt my ears. Back.
it. Because
Jingjinx is barely active. Tuner.
contextually, all I knew, and time-sensitive based, was that she had a taunt. She had
Jeff just said what everyone
CC
else said.
and just regular CC abilities, and she could attack at range. Okay.
Man, like, why is it so fucking hard to just admit admit you were wrong, dude? Like, fuck, man. No, because here's the
CC abilities, and she could attack at range. Okay.
man, like, why is it so fucking hard to just admit admit you were wrong, dude? Like, fuck, man. No, because here's the thing. If you knew what her kit was, you knew her charge attack were AoE.
This is 2 years ago, by the
If
way.
he knew what her kit was, he knew what her kit was. When you know what her kit is, you can see, oh shit, this is most definitely meant to be a unit you use charge attacks on. Because if it wasn't, why the fuck would you get AoE on your charge attacks? Why would they make Ganyu the literal only archer that has AoE on her charge shots if she wasn't meant to use her charge shots? Right? Like, it's really obvious that it's, at least to a certain extent, meant to be used. But he just refuses to admit it. Like, fuck off, man.
Contextually, that sounds like she's going to be a support. But then after a week, found out, well, her damage scaling is 1,200% on the fucking charge.
I'll be
shot.
fair to Tectone.
This
Let's
is
be
the
honest. We're
Like,
not fair to Tectone.
No.
We are biased against Tectone. I'm biased against Tectone. Like that's what I am. I've been playing Genshin Impact for 3 years, and I kind of fell off of Tectone content around the Atsu drama. And that's basically when it's cemented in my head that Tectone is looking for drama. I like Tectone. Nice. This is old. I try to be fair to everyone. I don't. I think like trying to claim that you're fair to everyone is dumb. I don't want to be fair to people who are dumb to me, who are like assholes to me. So I don't expect like other people to be nice to me if I'm assholes to them. What do you think of the Jeff, by the way? I like his daily vids. I watch them. I think they're very entertaining. Whoever edits those, very cool. Enjoyable.
And to a certain extent, meant to be used. But he just refuses.
I'll be fair to Tectone. I have heard him admit to being wrong, but only if he feels like no one can use that over him. That's true. He never admits something that he's wrong about anything where he actually feels like he's under threat or that his accountability or his like reliability is being jeopardized in some way about something he actually cares about. Which is, to be fair, the truth for everyone. It's just that, you know, when confronted with it, most people are just like, yeah, that's whatever. I'm just gonna go about my day. And they like either avoid or they like go out in a they just like they don't repent, but they do acknowledge that that happened. And Tectone just doesn't acknowledge. Tectone does not do acknowledgement of like his mistakes. Like that was so plainly illustrated during the MTAShed and Tectone conversation all like a year and a half ago, which I still have that recording here. It's kind of like disappointing that I didn't get it from MTAShed point of view from his stream, but I wasn't watching MTAShed at that point. Well, actually, I was, but I wasn't watching his live stream. I actually watched like MTASH's live stream more than I do Tectone now, which isn't to say that, you know, it's not the quality about the quality of the content. It's just like I don't like, you know, Tectone talking about stuff that aren't about games that much. And MTASH, like, no matter what you think about him, no matter how much like you hate MTASH, he does talk about games all the time, and he constantly does that on his stream. And I like the consistency. I don't like content that veers off into some weird place where it's like just self-promotion all the time. The real gamer, I don't know. I don't know want to put like any labels on him. But I do appreciate anything that is just solely gameplay related and not drama. But that would also be boring because then I can't cover it, which means that I get less likes and views. So what the fuck? I like his daily GIF. Yeah, I think it's really good. I think the daily GIF content is the best, even though it's not official channel. Wait, it's not official channel? What? Wait, it's not official? Like he doesn't actually do that himself? Wait, what? Okay. Daily Zaja. Wait, that's not his official channel? Unofficial? What?
Weekly boss.
Holy shit, it's not official. Why would you go through so much trouble to like clip content for something you're probably not even earning money on? What the fuck? The Jeff should probably pay this person. Plug channels. Anyways.
To admit it, like fuck off, man.
Contextually, that sounds like she's going to be a support. But then after a week, found out, well, her damage scaling is 1,200% on a fucking charge shot. Okay? This is the exact...
Like, no. Yeah, okay. Shot. If I tell you, chat, there's a unit that can crowd control enemies really well. That unit can also generate particles 3 times with their E. It also contributes to pyro resonance.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Fucking support to me, doesn't it?
If you can, and when you get time, you can watch Jingliu's quitting
chat.
video on his channel. Also in Atsu Tectone video drama, you can see that Atsu mentioning about Tectone making fun of Jingliu's mental condition. I actually don't have that saved. I didn't expect Atsu's like goodbye video to the drama to be deleted, so I didn't save that one. Any new developments that I can talk about? No. 4 hours ago, just same old shit. Damn, nothing new. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be back in like a minute or two. There are too many games. I agree. I'm never getting bored. I haven't even covered Enfield yet. Oh my god. There's so many cool shit coming out. Not Reverse 1999. That shit's got AI content. Not that I have anything against AI, but it just the art obviously looks AI to me. I don't know what it is about, like, I feel so bad saying this because I can't articulate it. You can't really say like why, like maybe there's like a sheen on the characters, or like the shading is too weird, or there's like inconsistency with the hands, or like they all have the same looking outfits. But whatever it is, Reverse 1999 just does not interest me. I don't like the premise of it. I don't care about it. I'm not covering it. I will be covering ZZZ, obviously, and probably Enfield. So, looking forward to that. Anyways, I'll be back. See you guys later. How the fuck are there so many people here, but none of you are saying anything in chat? Let me count how many people have talked in chat. Blank, Lint, Blank, Lint, Radica, Yasha, that's 4 people. Rohit Pant, 5 people. That's 5 people. And there's also Radica, so there's like 6 people. So like 6 people, oh, that's like half of you guys are actually talking in chat. What the fuck? I actually expected like less than a quarter of that. Harry76 as well. The 7, Lancer 8. Huh. Robert Malcon 9. Wait, DB Frank, your voice is nice to listen to. Ashera? Ashera, that's a really nice name. Thank you. Yeah. I hope I don't even know if you guys can hear me when I'm shouting about when I shouted a bit. What the fuck? There's shit in my water. Dude, I hate it when I'm drinking from the fucking pitcher and the shit comes to my mouth and I have to see it in the water. I should stop doing that, but it's too lazy. Shit, I can't get the shit out of my water. You know what? Don't drink out of the pitcher. It's probably bad for your health because shit gets out of your mouth and then you have to like. That's true. I like your voice. Thank you. Fuck. I should not have drunk out of the pitcher so much. Now I have to. I usually don't look down at it and then have to shake the shit that came out of my mouth in the pitcher water. Well, back into my mouth you go. What do you mean by Riz bench? Okay. What is the next drama bit I can watch? How long has this been? Maybe I should like split this into 2 parts. No, I can still go. It's only been like 7 hours and 32 minutes. Just a normal stream, you know. Wait, is my stream still going? What the fuck? Huh? Okay. OBS check. Stream excellent. Connection, stream healthy. Shit. Okay. Okay, we gotta find that Flip and Tectone debate. We gotta find that. I will go through all of Tectone's videos. Or whatever it's called on Twitch. What is this? Ah! 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 I'm sorry. Okay, so this was like 2 weeks ago. 14 days. 14 days. That's 2 weeks, right? If you thought yesterday was nuts, you gotta get in here. Huge day. Nuclear drama. What did I do this time? The only real FD plea. Jingliu giveaways. Okay, let's just check 16 days just in case. There is a Tectone. There is a Tectone VOD channel. I think it's still there. Tectone VOD channel. Tectone VOD. Flip. Soul responded. No, that's not it. Soul responded. I'm back. Nuclear Drama on Twitch. I missed y'all. Is this the Tectone VODs? Yes, it is. Jesus Christ. I hate these fucking playlists. It's like they always go to play all, and my instinct is to click on the thumbnail. So I just like automatically go to play. I just want to see a list of the thumbnail. Shit, that doesn't even fucking Naruto Shippuden music, dude. Search Tectone Daily. I think so have the VOD listed. What? He deleted all his videos or unlisted them. I'm not sure if that's still true. Oh, Soul deleted it. Yeah, unfortunate. Has it Soul said anything else? Is Soul's Twitter there? Soul Twitter. Biggest load of bullshit I've ever seen. Huh. Soul. Soul of a... No, it's privated. Soul of a... That ain't... So... Tectone. Where was the original drama? Post is unavailable. Oh, limited who can view their posts. Shit! I'm too late. I should have taken screenshots or some shit. Why did I not do this? Check Soul community post on his YouTube channel. He said stuff there. I can still find the VOD. Can you guys give me a... No, actually, no, don't. I don't trust you guys. Do not give me a link. Do not give me a link. Do not give me a link. Do not do that. I will find this myself. So responded. I'm back. Nuclear TwitchCon drama. This was a day ago. All of TwitchCon. All of Twitch. Reacting gaming. Huge drama first day. Sir in real life. Schooled episode. If you thought yesterday was nuts. Huge nuclear drama. Huge day in nuclear drama. 13. Wait. The only real FTP streamer. Is this it?
Flop. Boring. Man.
That when he was talking...
Oh.
He over.
Okay.
No, this is Soul already.
Say all you want, like, oh, I feel like...
No, this is a Soul and Tectone doing a conversation. Oh, I remember this. No, I don't actually, like, I didn't watch it, but I remember it happening. You know, somebody said it happened on Reddit, on Twitter. Bench, I think I need to go for now. Maybe I'll be back if you still streaming. I want to go shower like always. All right, you go have the best shower of your life and don't die on the bathtub because you slipped or something. I have the sources. Soul left it on Discord. You have it on Discord. Jesus Christ. How do I get into his Discord? Can you do that for me? I should make a Discord of my own someday. Dude, this thing is huge. Full review of my cup. Where's the flip drama? Don't say I was a source. Okay. More HSR huge announcement. Jesus Christ. I just want to find flip. You can't. Why do you guys not title your shit correctly? I mean, it is titled correctly, but why do you not? The last free-to-play streamer left. MTash died. Rip. The last free-to-play nuclear drama. What did I do this time? Only free-to-play streamer left. Where is it? Because that was already Soul.
It looks so sick.
I don't read much.
I used to throw everything out the window. What do you...
I would join if you make a Discord. I know, but I need I want to get to 30 concurrent viewers before I go on Discord. Because I feel like it's just going to be all me by myself and my lonesomeness. There's like a standard I have to keep. And I have not met that standard at all. Okay. Oh, I'm up to 939 subs again, guys. I made it. What the fuck is going on? Where? Huge announcement reacting.
We played Magic.
Okay. God, even at 50% sound level, he's still loud.
Oh!
The duality of Hoyoverse. That actually looks like a video I want to watch. Beating XLF, the huge full review of my cup. Of my cup.
Still shocked. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why Flip's going on break? Because he told me.
Huh?
He told me. He probably didn't tell y'all. He told me. Because he was embarrassed by the people talking about it. Oh, bet you didn't see that one coming. Oh, and guess what? Don't worry. If you don't believe me, I have screenshots to prove it. So how do we feel now, guys?
Huh. Okay, this is related to Flip.
No, Lily. Flip is fine. Me and Flip are totally cool. We're totally cool. I respect him for what he did.
Delete that after you use it.
know?
No, delete that right now.
On stream,
delete the fuck out of that right now.
Okay? And he tried to debate me. I respect that. Anybody who wants to debate me, I respect
Goodbye.
that. I
Do not put that shit here.
What I don't
message me or
is
some
all
shit.
these weird motherfuckers who
How do you message people on
How do you
message people on YouTube? How do you message people on YouTube? Did he show the screenshots though?
Things Genshin.
He might later
white
on.
knight these motherfuckers who don't want to be white knighted.
Okay, here we go.
Better yet, got
The huge bald head apparently doesn't have much space on the inside. You don't care about Genshin meta, yet got mad that Flip chat on you Genshin meta takes and hurt your livelihood by doing so. You sure don't act like you're 29 years old, more like 5.
mad that Flip shat on your Genshin meta takes and it hurt your livelihood by doing so.
You can't anymore. They got rid of that so long ago. No, you can't message people on YouTube? Jesus Christ, what is going on here? Well, actually, I've never wanted to contact anybody on YouTube, so that probably makes sense. But this is not the Soul Flip VOD. I mean, the Tectone-Flip VOD. Soul responded. How hard can it be to just find a single fucking video? Jesus fucking Christ. I thought everything was supposed to be forever on the internet. Tectone Daily.
Doing.
Oh yeah, I'm doing good. How you doing?
No. It's been like that since they got rid of Google Plus. What the fuck is Google Plus? Oh, I remember Google Plus. That was so unnecessary. I remember that. I had to make a whole profile or something for some shit that I didn't care about. Like, they forced me to make a profile. That was so dumb. Can't you just find some other way to farm my content? I mean, farm my info out to the highest bidder or some shit. You don't need me to make a fucking profile to do that. Why are you doing this to me? I can't find it. Twit. Tectone. VOD. Flip. X-Go solo. I'm finally gonna do it. 1 week ago. It's gonna take a while. I have to go to the source. I have to do this 16 days ago. I have to check every video. 14, 15 days. Is this it?
Because like the reality is, man, you just can't reason with a guy who does not give a single fuck. All right,
That's true.
Can I level this shit up?
That's true.
Well, that's for you. That's for you to put it in, dude. The barcode is sick. I know.
Okay.
Shit, I can try to come tonight. More likely tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna suck ass.
In terms of like,
flip that.
This is more Soul.
Yeah.
Where's
I would
Flip?
say that your account is probably the best Genshin account.
15 days.
All these characters.
15 days. 16 days. Let's go.
Was shattered and
Shooting range.
The act, man.
it's unavoidable.
Flying to her.
Okay.
Here.
Did they delete the VOD?
Can you just see what I got?
They deleted the VOD, I'm sure.
Misinformation.
Okay, well,
All these characters
16, 17 days. Let's go.
to do the story.
Oh, he defined casual.
You also like.
Oh, this is a flip drama. Okay, let's see. A casual
still
player
do
is
a
someone who
story.
plays only plays when they want to, not have to. Huh? A casual player could be someone who only plays when they want to do the story once every 6 weeks. Yeah? Let's go to the end.
A lot of things
This
are
is
like
actually
that,
really
though,
interesting.
I think.
You think or do you know?
Because
Reverse melt vaporize.
is a
Reverse
reaction can't really
vaporize.
probe it
What are they talking about now? What the fuck? Go back to the casual. They were
No,
trying.
but-
This is what I was talking about. They were trying to define casual. When do you have to play? You never have to play. Like that's even true for meta players. You never have to play. Okay, I found it, guys. I found it. It's drama time. Let's go. Oh, wait. Do they not bring up the notepad ever again? Oh no. No more notepad. Thank you. I'm so proud of myself for being able to find the drama content you guys have all been so dearly waiting for. Forward melt teams. Oh my god, they're talking about meta now. Why? I don't think this is about meta at all. Okay, let's watch this. It's only like 3 hours long. No, it's actually like... Oh, it is like 3 hours long. What the fuck? What the fuck were they talking about?
A lot of issues.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. No, that's not it.
Show me. Have you seen Kafka's new artifacts? No, I have not. Are they insane? Okay.
Okay, because my first one was 1 second poke.
After an ally other than bro.
How do you not get arthritis clicking
Yeah.
that fast?
Like he made it.
Okay, it's starting.
Called the Genshin Court.
Let's go.
Yep.
Let me show you all these things. In case you guys don't,
I instigated it yesterday as well.
yeah,
What?
I wanted to make sure that cool.
Alright, it's starting. The whole conversation was about to talk about the meta. Only 3 hours. Can we see the casual list? Congrats on finding it. Thank you.
Who the fuck thinks about advanced maths while applying the crap of quadratics? Guys, you can do whatever you want to do.
Yep.
Okay,
That's
all
correct.
that matters. The review bomb stuff, yeah, we can talk about whatever y'all want to talk about, guys.
What review bomb, though?
When somebody wants to talk, I like to give them the opportunity to talk about whatever they want to talk about.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah, what up, Flip?
Hello.
Cool. Now, just to make sure for video proof, you consented to talking, right?
Yes.
I didn't bully you into talking.
You did not.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I instigated it yesterday as well.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that this isn't another Jin Jinx and Tuner situation where I get called a harasser and a bullier for talking to somebody on the internet. Cool. So, 1 year ago, I'm going to give chat some backstory about this conversation. One year ago, guys, Flip makes these videos on the internet called the Genshin Court.
He's still making them, right?
Let me show you all these things. In case you guys don't know, I am Flip's most popular video, which I'm very proud of. Maybe viewer count scales with how much of a clown people think you are on the internet. I don't know. Me personally, I think that the M-Tash video should have gotten more than me, but that's neither here nor there. Second Poco, too. Was that a good one? Which one is your best Genshin Court, Flip?
My best one? I think it's my second Vars one, actually. The most recent one I did.
On who?
I mean, you kind of still are. So anyone
No,
who
who's that?
claims you are a harasser isn't wrong.
He
What do you
makes,
mean
like,
by
Genshin
that?
videos on why no one
Let's
plays
go back and
specific games,
hear
basically.
what he said.
Called should have gotten more than me, but that's neither here
Dude,
nor
I
there.
hate this is why I don't want to do long streams, because like I'm clicking on these different timestamps and whatever it's called, and it just goes back so much. It's not even like, it's not navigable. I will end this stream after I watch this, because it's so much. It's like 2 hours. He doesn't want this to be Jing Jinx and Tuner situation, but the drama got overbloated. It definitely got to Jing. Yeah, this drama was worse than a Jing Jinx and Tuner situation. Apparently, I wasn't there.
Second Poco, too. Was that a good one? Which one is your best Genshin court flip?
My best one.
It became a volcano and exploded.
The most recent one I did.
On who?
On Vars, if you know who he is.
No, who's that?
He makes like Genshin videos on why no one plays specific units, basically.
Oh, okay. Like who?
Like he made it. I think his most recent one was like why no one plays Zhao.
But I thought,
and then he just basically like.
But I thought Ziox made Zhao or plays Zhao.
Let's go Eggy Love. Play Zhao a lot.
Oh, by the way, when are you making the Ziox Genshin court?
Did someone ask that in your chat?
No, why? I'm just wondering.
Okay, it's not possible. He's good. So.
Wait, you're saying Ziox is too good to make a Genshin court on?
It's not that. Okay, he just has no takes. He's like just purely information, so it's hard to make one on him.
And why do you think that is?
I mean, because like,
why do you think a content creator would make no takes?
I can.
I have noticed while I was watching Ziox that he does like put disclaimers on that it's like, you know, this is a free to play game, so play whoever you want. But I feel like, you know, in an ideal world that shouldn't be necessary. I'm of the opinion that since I don't take everybody's opinions that seriously, that you should just assume that everything being said is an opinion already. So why would you put a disclaimer on saying that this is just my opinion, this is a casual game, and that, you know, this is a casual game, at the end of the day you vote for who you want. And I feel like I hear that every single content creator video. And that is because there is backlash to it. But at the same time, like, is that backlash severe enough that you need to feel like you need to put out these disclaimers? I don't know. It feels like overkill to me. That is actually overkill to me. But I'm not in their situation, so I don't know fully what is going on.
Favorite character is bad or something, then that just basically.
Because some people don't want trash coming in, especially if you have a relatively drama-free community.
All the time.
Are they? It's so hard to understand this from my perspective, because I am the casual player. I am the whale casual. And I've just never paid attention to any of this stuff. It's not like a thing to me. The people, I only now am I beginning to see more of like the toxic stuff that people are talking about with the new like Honkai Star Rail player base. I think there is some toxicity in like the Honkai Star Rail community, but it's not even still. I can just ignore all of it. But that's also because I don't depend on this for a living. I don't depend on my YouTube channel for a living. So maybe it is worth it to just throw that line out there, even though realistically you should just expect something that is being put out on the internet, on YouTube, to be an opinion, that you don't have to take that seriously. But isn't that like, I don't know.
Units.
Okay. What about a Genshin court on like Tuano or like Enviosity?
They're too casual.
Envy's too casual?
Yes.
To be honest, drama is really easy to avoid. Some people just like it. It is easy to avoid.
Am I supposed
you
to
literally just don't respond. Drama's over.
To optimize that? I can't.
Well, I mean, maybe his mint farming route is unoptimal. Who knows?
I should look into it, actually. Thank you for the idea.
Yeah, no, I got you, bro.
Why would you make a...
Out of all the...
Because they don't... Because Enviosity and Tuanto, they are not just too casual, but they don't give any... They don't have, like, the presence. Like, they're not just casual in terms of Genshin content. They're casual in terms of the content they make. They're like the pure entertainment. It is a pure, like, vibes-based content, is what I've noticed. I almost never watched Enviosity and Tuanto. More so Tuanto, because it's just not like interesting to me. There is, if it's not informational and if it's not like controversial, then there's no reason for me to watch. And Tectone really is just deflecting to make Flip look that extremely entertaining. Yeah, Zox's YouTube is mostly pure information, so he tries to be as correct as he can. His streams and clips are just love. Yeah, wasn't there somebody I think said that there was a large difference between Ziox's YouTube videos and how he behaves on Twitch. And I never noticed because I never watched any of these guides.
Content creators you talk about here, which one do you fucking hate the most?
Okay, just to clear things up, I don't hate any of the content creators that make Genshin Quartz on. I don't.
But you like MTash?
Yes?
That's crazy, bro. This changes everything.
You did.
Okay.
That I actually believe.
What was your inspiration for making the Genshin Quartz?
I was streaming, and then one of my friends was in my chat, and he said, okay, because my first one was on Sekapoko, so he sent me a clip of Sekapoko saying,
yeah, and
Kyle
you can already see the chat saying stuff like, I hate this guy.
Everything.
You did.
So butthurt, what the fuck?
So what was your inspiration for making the Genshin Quartz?
So I can see why Tectone would like get angry about like the comments against him. And like the comments from the chat that are also against like Flip. But it's just I don't see the need or the motivation to make videos about these people or the people like commenting. Like I was actually planning to make a video about people. I actually already have, because I already made a video. It's just that most people didn't watch it. It was in the Dance Shoe motivations video where people criticized the story of Shinjo Luofu for having NPCs too much. But that was related to the fact that Hoyoverse literally removed the story content from the main story. So the fact that they complained had an effect on how the story and game developed. So I think that was somewhat justified. But I can't get over the fact that people are complaining about you, and then you would make a video about it. Oh yeah, I remember that part of the video. Zox's Twitch and his YouTube is polar opposites. He has a riot on his Twitch. Yeah, I watch both.
I was streaming, and then one of my friends was in my chat, and he said, okay, because my first one was on Sekapoko, so he sent me a
the real
clip of
brainrot is the
Sekapoko
Tectone
saying,
chat.
Kyle is better than Ganyu and Ayaka unless you C6 R5 Ganyu and Ayaka. And then I heard that, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I was like, this can't be like a real take, right? And then he sends me more of Sekapoko's videos, and how like a lot of the things in Sekapoko's videos are wild, if to say the least. And then from that, I just made my first one, and yeah.
Yeah, I've never watched a single Sekapoko video, so I have no idea.
Me neither.
I've seen him stream on Twitch from time to time.
Sekapoko, I am actually really amazed by Sekapoko, because I never see anything about him on YouTube. And I also see him just like stream on Twitch, and he consistently gets like 800 to like 1,000 viewers. And it's just like, you never hear anything about him, to the point where it's like he is his own like Galapagos island in a sea of like Genshin content. I watched him back in Grand Cross. I don't know what Grand Cross is. Anthony Chen, Tuanto are all pure entertainment. They would not suit the Genshin Court setup. Yeah, it's not because they're casual. It's just, I don't know how to describe it. Their content is uncontroversial. They are pure entertainment. They are pure vibes based. He do a video. They don't make any like fucking humongous statements or get into drama with other people or do anything that could be considered a take on Genshin Impact as like a game. You do a video that day, and if they do, they don't take it so far to say that they speak for the community or that the community is bad or anything like that. He do a video that day, but now he go from Twitch. Yeah, I've noticed that neither Sekapoko or Fobmaster do YouTube videos. I mean, that works for them, so that's why they're like more so Sekapoko. But Sekapoko, I would actually rate like, he must be, just from my assumptions about him, he must be like an S+ tier streamer, because I just don't understand it. I feel like things I don't understand, I actually rate very highly. Yeah, Seka has very weird, funny takes, but he doesn't respond to any drama. I haven't seen one Seka. How old is he? Like, come on, he's probably the oldest Genshin content creator that I know of. That I must assume he's like in his late 30s at the very least. Stop watching him when he had a meltdown his viewers for correcting him on something he was getting upset up for no reason because he misunderstood something. I like watching Seka on Spiral Biz Twitch. Anthony Chen, Toronto Dish, Wop are the ones who don't get any dramas. I mean, Wop said something about Farina and then people like freaked out about it on Twitter. So I guess that counts as a tiny bit of drama. Tiny bit.
So how do you feel about the Ganyu is worse than Kaio take?
Oh, he said that?
Yeah, I just
Wait, was it a joke or no?
I don't know if he
No,
was
it was
still
like,
doing YouTube or
he was
not.
being
Who?
serious. He said Kaio is better than Ganyu and Aika unless you C6 or 5 them.
I get, man,
Like,
he must know something that I don't know. That is... Wait, that can't be real. Wait, that can't be real.
And he doubled down on it. No. Hold on, let me find the clip.
Okay. All right. That's sick. So I wanted to let you know. So one of the things I wanted to talk to you about was I made a quote.
Like
about
last
2
YouTube
years
video was
ago.
5 months ago.
It was kind of an offhanded quote. It wasn't anything too serious. I think I said Ayato, Ayaka, Kazuha, and Bennett. No. It was Ayato, Ayaka, Raiden, Shogun, and Bennett.
Yes.
How does that make a bad team? So one of your community members, they said this, not me. They made a video on it. Did you see it?
Oh, I saw the video, yeah. And you commented on it.
Yeah, dude.
Is there something I should see?
I was really confused, and I'm hoping you can break this down for me. So I said, how can that be a bad team? So they actually go into the Spiral Abyss. Their name is Curran the Anime. In case you guys don't know, guys, I type Tectone and then I search by upload date every day because I'm an egomaniac and I need to know what people are saying about me.
Have I seen Curran the Anime on my stream before? That name sounds familiar. That name sounds very familiar. I don't know from where. Curran the Anime. I'm not sure where that's from. I feel like they must have been in my chat at some point. Maybe.
Into the Spiral Abyss with the team, the Raiden, Shogun, Ayato, Ayaka, Bennett. And during this entire video, they're acting like they're struggling by using the team, but they clear every stage with like tons of time left over, like 30 seconds left over. I think there was like a minute left over. On the final boss, they fucking tear it to shreds. They beat the final boss with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and they do it on mobile. Now, the other thing about this is, when I said that, this was before Dendro, before any of that.
I think I've gotten all of my YouTube recommendations.
Because I said this, back in like 2021?
Wait a second. I hate how you can't just click the video and it stops like YouTube. That's so dumb.
Same thing.
Like,
same thing with
I click it once, it doesn't do anything. Double click it, it takes me out of this.
So I am wondering.
Jesus Christ. So is it just like spacebar? Yeah. Do I actually have to use my keyboard? Shit. Tectone doesn't show the investment levels of the characters used. Yeah. I was thinking about that as well. This doesn't mean anything. They have Linny on their team. Bennett. Novelette.
How is that a bad team if they're beating it on mobile with 1 minute and 10 seconds
That's
left?
not the team. That's their exploration team. But yeah, they used...
But they clear every 2 years ago.
And even if they did clear it, it doesn't really... Because you can clear it even easier if you use the right team, right? So if you want to do the thing that is the easiest, then obviously you would still want to... What is this VOD? Yeah, it's flipping Tectone. But it doesn't... Even if it was clearing it, which it is, you can clear the Spiral Abyss with any team, but you don't show the investment. If you don't show in the investment, if you don't show their weapons, if you don't show their levels, if you don't show how much time went into making that happen, then it's kind of worthless, right? It's just like a snapshot, like damage snapshot vid, like screenshot. It doesn't, like, just because Eula did over like 10 million damage doesn't really mean anything, especially in Spiral Abyss where you get buffs.
Offhanded quote. It wasn't anything too serious.
So I don't consider this basically use the right team and characters for specific floors for enemies. Yeah, but that's literally every game. Like, use the right build for Elden Ring, you win the game. No fucking shit. basically they use Raiden, Bennett, Ayato comp. There are people who have beaten this game with 2 characters, but again, it doesn't show you the investment level of the characters. It doesn't show you how many constellations they are. It doesn't show you what artifacts they have. It doesn't show you like what weapon they have. At least from like a 460, like I don't know what resolution vid, it's really hard to make it tell what is happening in terms of what weapon they're holding. Where basically a high investment Ayato Ayaka deal, yeah. I've seen like a double Ayaka, like Ayato plus some other character finish the entire. I think I've even seen a single Ayato clear things, but again, I can't do that. I haven't played this game for 3 years with over $1,500, and that's always my barometer when it comes to discussing like how easy a game is, right? I myself am the primary example that I can think of that I will always go to, and maybe I am just that bad at the game, but I've been farming artifacts for how many years now? Like 3 years. Spent how much money on this game? Over $1,500. I have like 80%, 80 to 90% of the characters, and sometimes I will still struggle with my casual teams, of course. Ayaka can clear Abyss all by herself. But how much money and how many pulls do you have to save for the Ayaka, right?
I think I said Ayato, Ayaka, Kazuha, and Bennett. No, it was Ayato, Ayaka, Ray.
So if he's saying that because they cleared Spiral Abyss with that team, and they don't show the investment of level in that, then it's still kind of like, it's just whatever. So said that the Raiden in this video is C3. Oh, I don't know about that. I have to go watch it. So if he doesn't take that into account, this is just a kind of a non-argument. Because you might as well say that you're taking like 2 teams. Like if you're not just using 1 team, you're using like 2 sets of teams to make up for the additional constellations. Yeah, I have C0 Raiden Shogun. She's really good. But she's not doing it like Omega Low's level of damage. I had to farm so hard, so long for the Shimenawa set. It just, like, if I was a free-to-play player and I wanted to clear Spiral Abyss in the fastest amount of time possible, like, are you really going to tell casual players that, you know, just use whatever team? Or am I still a casual player if I'm just free-to-play, but I still want to clear Spiral Abyss? Like, what am I saying here? I myself use C3 Raiden with R1, have like 244 crit, holy shit, on her, and I have stopped using because she is too powerful at that point. So if you're using C3 Raiden, that's the point, makes no sense. Yeah, it's not realistic to expect like a casual player to have C3 Raiden with like R2 or R1. I still don't have Raiden Shogun's signature weapon. How much money is needed to guarantee that, right? I don't even want to know in terms of weapon. So you basically just have to get lucky. And honestly, just even having these characters requires a lot of luck. Like Bennett. Did they use Bennett?
Shogun and Bennett.
Bennett, yes.
How does that...
If you don't have constellations on Bennett, like how good is he? If you don't have the buff for him, because it's so much harder now to have characters like the standard characters, the standard 4-star characters. There are no limited 4-star characters. What am I saying? If you are just gunning for the standard characters, it's going to be very hard to guarantee, even on a limited banner with rate ups for 4 stars. It's still very hard to guarantee constellations for a 4-star character. Yes, in this game, getting lucky, it's not exponentially harder, but it is much harder than when the game first came out to get C6 Bennett or C5 Bennett or like C6 Xiangling. I've said this before already. That's why I said that this game, Spiral Abyss at least, is not truly free-to-play friendly. It's not. And I wish people would stop arguing that. 36 starring Spiral Abyss now is going to take, at the very least, months and months. And Necrit spent money on this game. He beat the game, but he spent money on this game. He beat Spiral Abyss without 36 starring. I think it was like 30, 32 star or something. And then he spent money on this game for John Lee. So, are you telling a casual free-to-play player that they can really just... I don't believe it. That you can just 36 star Spiral Abyss with anything? Maybe they'll probably mention this later on. I'm sure they will. I would say Hyper Bloom mode. Nilu, Hyper Bloom are like the 2 cheats. Nilu, Hyper Bloom. But even then, like, even then, you're not going to tell, if you're telling somebody to use Hyper Bloom, you're not really telling them to play a casual game anymore, because that requires specific characters. If you're a casual player and you don't like any of the Dendro characters, if you don't like the main, if you don't want to use the Traveler, Dendro main Traveler, if you don't want to use Nahida, like, what are we talking about? If you don't like Nahida, if you don't like the main Traveler, the Dendro Traveler, if you don't like Kalei, because she is actually good with Nilou. Like, that just removes so many characters if you're just telling somebody to use Hyper Bloom. And that's what I consider casual. Like, casual is just playing the characters that you want. There's no way that's a casual who just plays whatever they want is clearing Spouse Abyss 36-star the vast majority of the time. I'm sorry. I think that is the case. Exactly, it's no longer... The game is still casual because the vast majority of the game is not Spiral Abyss. The vast majority of the game is not clearing Spiral Abyss 36 stars. But I am assuming that when a casual person or a former casual asks for advice about content about the game, they are asking with the context that they are going to get an answer that allows them to clear the hardest content in the game. Because the hardest content in the game is the only content where any of this matters. It would be different if there were different levels of content, and that there are different levels of like try-hard and non-casualness. But there is only one level, which is clearing Spiral Abyss. Being casual is just the mindset, and Nahida is actually a very big boost to that Nilou comp. Yeah, exactly. Especially if the boss goes underground or has an animation, you have to wait. Yeah. I 36 star with Sayu. Nice.
That make it.
Yo, I got 12 likes, only 2 more, and then that's like my new record. I mean, I matched my old record.
So one of your community members, they said this, not me. They made a video on it. Did you see it?
Oh, I saw the video, yeah, and you commented on it.
Yeah, dude. So I was really confused, and I'm hoping you can break this down for me. So I said, how can that be a bad team? So they actually go into the Spiral Abyss. Their name is Corinne the Anime. In case you guys don't know, guys, I type Tectone and then I search by upload date every day because I'm an egomaniac and I need to.
Wait, let me go see this video myself. Corinne the Anime. Because I want to see if they talk about their constellation, Corinne the Anime. Yeah, this video. How the fuck am I not clicking on this? Beating up a seahorse? What is the video called? I tried the Tectone National. The Tectone team can't even clear Abyss. Tectone National. What is this? Let me see this. Tectone team can't even clear Abyss. I tried the Tectone. No, that's not it. It's gone. That's not the title anymore. 1 day ago. Oh, that's this video. Yeah, that's this video. I tried. Yeah. Let me see. Disclaimer, all future Tectone National videos are not related to the film genre. It's mostly revenge at Techie for not reading the description below and using his using this video. Just honestly, I shouldn't laugh at right now, but as someone who does goofy stuff, I also like having integrity. I do not like my content being used disingenuously, especially from someone as big as Tectone, who has a very large fan base, where some may take his word as gospel. He may not care about meta, and that's fine, he can do that, but some people do, and saying that this team is good in a way that they can do a lot of damage, which it implies is good meta for meta, despite being a subjective opinion, is wrong and will mislead players who will struggle with Abyss. There are far better teams than this. If you are curious about why I cleared this Abyss, it's because of following. First have C6 R5 Wanderer. Jesus fucking Christ. You got a C6 R5 Wanderer, Toma and Faru. And C6, oh my god. Kyoko is C0 for first step. R5 is Wanderer's signature weapon. Faruzan had an R2 LOG and 4P. Oh my god, this is, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I'm not sure if Tectone didn't read it. Oh my god. Wait, but was this posted when Tectone first saw this though? Like, Flippy YT, this is for you. I feel free to. No, it does say it. Feel free. I I feel free to use that footage if you want. I do have a C6 R5 Wanderer. Toma and Faru are C6. They do say it. It's right in the fucking description right here.
And this chick went into the spiral abyss.
They literally used the C6 R5 Wanderer. You could 36 star the fucking abyss with just 2 characters. You have a C6 R5 character. What? They gotta mention this, right?
With the team.
A C6 R5 character is worth like... That's like 6 C0, C1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. My math sucks. It's like 7 different... A C6 R5 character is even worth more than like 7, 8, 9 different 5-star characters. It's literally worth so much more than that because you need to spend so much money or save for so long to have an R5 weapon. An R5 weapon is an infinitesimally... It's like not even playing the same game. But I will say this. It's kind of weird that core in the anime... Like, yeah, I know that they're working with limited resources. They can't just use like any team. But why choose this team? Why use a C6 R5 character?
Raiden, Shogun, Ayato, Ayaka, Bennett.
And they know this, which is... Oh, they didn't. They could have just used literally Faruzan and Scaramouche. And they could have cleared this entire thing. They could have had the worst characters of all time on the second half, and they would have still cleared it.
During this entire video,
they have to mention this.
They're acting like they're struggling.
Mind blown. You can complete the abyss with a C6 R5. It's an R5 weapon is like worth multiple 5-star characters, like multiple different copies of my 5-star characters. It's got to be worth at least like what? What is the guarantee? Like 90. I don't know what the guarantee is. It's like what, 190, 180, like 270 polls, 270, 280 polls. So that's on average probably like what, 3, 4. Yeah, 180, 200. Okay. It's like what? You can get multiple, like upwards of like 4 or 5 5-star characters, or just like one guaranteed copy. For just one guaranteed copy of a signature weapon. That's insane.
By using the team.
No, wait.
They clear every stage with like...
So they probably do mention this, but I want to go back and read this. Second half C3. Oh, so it's not just C6 R5. But why did you even feel the need to make this then? Because you're not doing this properly. You're not using a C0 Raiden Shogun, just like a casual free-to-play would. You're not using a C0 non-signature weapon Wanderer. This is a bad like example. I tried because they didn't realize that this would be used as material later on in a fucking stream. That's why. They were just doing this for like shits and giggles. 70 hard pity, 60 is soft pity. You're going to get multiple copies of 5-star characters within like the guarantee 210 posts to guarantee a weapon. So how many 5 stars is that? That's gotta be like at least 4. There's gonna be like 4 on average, like 4 characters for a guaranteed weapon, and that times that by 5. So what the fuck is that? That's insane. Most players do not have these teams as invested as I do. I am a whale. The streams on Discord were much worse than this run. So taking into account the fact that I did have some experience running this team in Abyss a few times before making this video, and by the way, in my first time doing Abyss yesterday for this bi-weekly period, the Tectone team did not get 36 stars. I got clears through floors 9-11, but I had to reset the entire floor 12 to clear 12-3, using Fischl Red and Nahida Kikomi for second half, and allowing Benny in a Wander hyper carry for first half, which made the run overall much smoother. The team couldn't get their ults ready and survive against the last boss. So yeah, it's a very bad team. I would not recommend unless you're a masochist, which isn't saying much coming from a physical Fenty main. Flip made me your next Genshin core just for that. This run was simply me having... This is all just like people having fun. Like, it's just like for shits and giggles. With the Abyss floor and whatnot, plus having built characters with their signature weapons, I edited out a part of my run on Chamber 12-2 because Benny died on the second half. So if you see a weird skip at the beginning of 12-2, that was actually my second run. It's bad when the healer of your team dies. Also super worried for the sound quality. I play mobile and I also got sick from something last week, so I'm a cop for a little while. But don't worry about that. Anyway, enjoy.
All right.
I think they wanted to goof around with the team. They did. He made it a troll, and Tectone took the bait seriously. Tectone didn't take the bait. He knew what was going on. Come on, don't say that. Tectone didn't take the bait. What the fuck?
Peeps, this is Korean Anime, also known as SKD's Arcade Gaming. Today, I am gonna do a special video. I'm sorry for the dark map. We are gonna do.
Fuck! I almost pressed the X button.
Well, I'm gonna do Spiral Bis with a very special team. I'm just gonna do. I already cleared it, but I'm gonna do the Tectone national team. Oh no, I'm already regretting this. Oh my goodness. I am gonna fail epically. I just know it. I'm gonna fail epically. Okay.
This is a C6R5 Scaramouche, so I
Tectone
already
national.
feel like it's such a I already feel like I'm being power crapped whenever I watch Necrit use his like R5, not R5, like R1. It's like a C2 R1 Scaramouche, and then he does maybe like 15,000. He has shit artifacts. Necrit has shit artifacts, but he has an R1 signature weapon for a Scaramouche with one less constellation than I do at C2, and he does like 15,000 damage to me. He does like 40,000, 20. He does like 25,000 to 40,000 damage per hit with a Scaramouche. An R1 signature weapon is fucking ginormous. It was not meant to be bait, but he took it at face value, if I remember correctly. I mean, you have the stream. Okay, let's just go watch that.
Of time left over, like 30 seconds left over. Well, I think there was like a minute left.
Maybe I was wrong.
On the final boss, they fucking tear it to shreds.
I mean, he could just lie, but
yeah, they beat the final boss with a minute and 10 seconds left, and they do it on.
But maybe
mobile.
he didn't. Maybe he didn't.
Now the other thing about this is when I said that this was before Dendro, before any of that. So I am wondering. This was before, because I said this back in like 2021. Same thing with like Electro being the worst element. That was back in 2021.
Yeah.
So I am wondering, how is that a bad team if they're beating it on mobile with a minute and 10 seconds left? The hardest content in the game.
I mean, I think one of the most like obvious things is that they have a C3. Okay, this person is a dolphin, right?
Yeah.
The dolphin. Jesus Christ! What the fuck is a dolphin these days?
And their Aika and Aito, they both have like a 5-star weapon as well. And then someone else did it, I think, actually. Hold on.
No, there's no way Tectone didn't know. I don't believe it.
Because like I feel like there's a big difference.
I don't believe it.
I think a lot of theory crafters may take this a little bit too to heart. Where when somebody says something is viable or good, that doesn't mean that it's optimal. And I think sometimes when I say things like, "Oh, how is this team not good?"
Dolphin are the Vulcans players. Something lower than a whale.
How is this team not the best team in history? This beats every
that's
other team.
Not,
in the entire...
That's not a dolphin. Whoever said, "Oh my god," let's go back and look at this.
One of the most like obvious things is that they have a C3. Okay, this person is a dolphin, right?
Yeah.
They have a C3.
No, they're not. They're an Omega level whale. What the fuck are they talking about? A C. No, that's not C3. C6R5. Jesus Christ, I feel like you have way too much faith in this man, and I'm the Tectone viewer. No, I just said that there's no way that Tectone didn't know that this is a whale. They literally said, oh my god, let's go back.
I made a quote about 2 years ago. It was kind of an...
This is such a... Like, why is he bringing this up?
Quote. It wasn't anything too serious. I think I said, Ayato, Ayaka... You can break this down for me. So I said, how can that be a bad team? So they actually go into the spiral...
It literally says in the fucking thumbnail description, if you want, I do have a C6R5 Wanderer, which is literally on the team list in the thumbnail. Like, what are we doing here? Why is this even being shown? Tectone had to have known it. He's not fucking moronic.
Their name is Corin the Anime. In case you guys
So
don't
saying
know,
that you can't get a C6 R5 Wander with and Faruzan to C6 and Toma, and then having like C3 Raiden Shogun without wailing on the game, unless you literally saved literally everything on these characters. And I don't think they have, because they have Ayaka, they have Ayato, and they have Kakomi. You're not getting those characters unless it's nonsensical. You have to be a whale.
oh guys, I type Tectone and then I search by upload date every day because I'm an egomaniac and I need to know what people are saying about me. And
That's much me too.
This chick.
That's actually, one of the things that people said about Tectone was that he searched his name on like some shit. I do that too. I search my name on YouTube just to see where I'm ranked. In terms of where my video comes up in the algorithm. There's nothing wrong with that.
Went into the spiral abyss with the team, the Raiden, Shogun, Ayato, Ayaka, Bennett. And during this entire video, they're acting like they're struggling by using the team, but they clear every stage with like tons of time left over, like 30 seconds left over. I think there was like a minute left over. On the final boss, they fucking tear it to shreds. They beat the final boss with a minute and 10 seconds left, and they do it on mobile. Now, the other thing about this is, when I said that, this was before Dendro. Before any of that.
Shit in my mouth.
So I am wondering, this was before, because I said this, back in like 2021? Same thing with like Electro being the worst element. That was back in 2021. So I am wondering, how is that a bad team if they're beating it on mobile with a minute and 10 seconds left? The hardest content in the game.
I mean, I think one of the most like obvious things is that they have a C3. Okay, this person is a dolphin, right?
Yeah.
They have a C3 Raiden, and then their Aika and Aito, they both have like a 5-star weapon as well. And then someone else did it, I think, actually.
Okay, so we know that they have. Wait, what? I didn't even read this in the description, or at least I didn't notice it. Yeah, did they? Are Raiden with R2? What is this? What is EL? Ayaka with Missplitter. What is this? I don't know what they're. So basically, they have their signature weapon. That's what it means. They all have their signature weapons, except for Bennett. I don't know what the fuck R1 Aquila does. I'm not that much of a nerd. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm getting my Tectone. I'm having Tectone opinions now. At what point does Tectone say anything about the cons and weapons? I don't know. Let's just keep watching. Maybe it'll like reveal itself. Maybe this will all make sense.
Because like I feel like there's a big difference, and I think a lot of theory crafters may take this a little bit too to heart. Where when somebody says something is viable or good, that doesn't mean that it's optimal.
Again, I have to say, when people are asking questions about what is viable and what is not viable, they're always going to be, like the vast majority of the time, talking about Spiral Abyss, because you're not going to be talking about what is viable when you're not talking about Spiral Abyss. That's literally the only content that you do in Genshin that is worth a shit. So when you're asking about team comps, you're asking, how the fuck can I clear Spiral Abyss? Otherwise, they wouldn't ask the question at all. He never does until Flip brings it up. Does Flip bring it up again?
Sometimes when I say things like, "Oh,"
even just bringing this up as a troll, because I know that Tectone read the fucking thumbnail description and he knows that there must have been a large financial investment into this account to get it to the point where they can clear the Spiral Abyss this easily with this much time left. So him just bring this up in the first place is a fucking troll. Like, it's not a serious question. How the fuck are they able to clear the Spiral Abyss with this much time left using the team that I said that was good?
I'm not saying it's, how is this team not the best team in history? This beats every other team in the entire game. I'm just saying, like, how the fuck can you fuck up if you're using, like, Bennett and 3 5-stars?
Yeah, the problem is that the 3 5-stars don't really, like, synergize together. The
Yeah,
person
they do.
Corin here talking, how did they synergize together then?
Oh, because it looks cool. Right?
Is this where, like, you're being way too
cool,
good
I
faith
agree.
with this?
Yeah,
You did
that's
not
a pretty good
realize.
game, but, like, how do the characters synergize together?
What do you mean way
Why
too
do they need to
good
when
faith?
the content's for babies?
I mean, one of the things you said a lot in the video was that...
Yeah,
like,
and when you look at his
talked
chat,
about Jingliu and
it's all just like
basically not
emotes or emojis. I don't know what the fuck these are. Like, they move now. Holy shit, am I just a boomer? Oh my god, moving emojis, GIFs. This is what they call red GIFs. Xingqiu Yelan can beat everything unless basically water elements. But if you're using Xingqiu and Yilan, you're not a casual, right? You're not going to get both Xingqiu and Yilan just on accident for the casual player. Like, this doesn't mean anything. His Scaramouche is C6. Even this guy is pointing it out. Jesus Christ. Matt11038. Giga brained move, pointing out the very obvious.
Being a healer for some teams.
R1 Aquila has the highest base attack, so that makes Bennett give out the max attack buff. So it's basically really good. Base attack of Aquila is 674, if I'm not wrong.
Then you try to like substantiate that like you need a healer, you need a shielder.
Yeah, you do.
If you do need a healer, and you need a shielder.
If this game is for babies, I don't know. I must be a baby because I have a hard time clearing Spiral Abyss sometimes still. I don't know about now. I have a pretty good account now, but it took me over like a year at the very least to beat Spiral Abyss 36 stars. I'll be honest. I spent money on this game too. Like, I am the casual. So I will always go back to myself as the example. This game is not that easy. I need to leave first, but I'll come back if you're still streaming. All right, Yosha, nice to see you here. Obviously, this drama content farming is working because there's all these new there's always these new names here. Thank you all for being here. Again, once again, I hope I'm not boring you guys to death.
Case.
Well, because it's easy when you just pick a healer, right?
Yeah.
So then you just pick a healer and the game's easy. Like, why would you not do that?
Okay. So
because you can dodge things.
I forgot who the person's name was, but you like gave a girl like your max account, right?
Yeah, extra Emily.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say you were still like they were struggling very much for like two of the most broken C6 characters.
What the fuck was that?
But the game's easy.
Yeah, extra Emily.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say you were still like they were struggling very much for like two of the most.
Oh, I thought that was
characters.
me. Thank you for whoever liked the video.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I mean, if you give a completely new player the game and tell them, "Hey, beat the game," when they don't even know how to use the controls.
Funny, my Alhaitham build is not Dendro artifacts, but the old one named Gladiator artifacts. You can do that. I feel so bad, not because like I feel like I need to give my new characters whatever the new artifact set is, and not like the old shitty artifacts solely for like my casual ass like aesthetic purposes. It just feels wrong to have that.
Yeah, they're probably gonna struggle.
Whenever I see a gladiator artifact, I just kind of want to eat it out of my window. Like, I wish it could like materialize physically so I can just eat it out of my window. I feel so strongly against that shit. It's just I've been just so baited so many times into seeing a good artifact that is just a gladiator or a fucking like whatever the fucking like the default what is it called? I'm having a brain fart. The default catalyst artifact set. What is it called? Either one of those, I don't give a shit. I've invested too many into them and they don't do shit for my characters because their sets are bad. Set bonuses are bad. Absolutely not boring. I am having a good time here. Drama is entertaining. Fuck that. It's all about this serious Genshin shit. We talk about serious Genshin content over here, not drama.
You're teaching them though.
No, I just said, hey, use Neuvillette and Kazuha. They're good.
That's true.
Right? Because
that is true.
You even watched Soul's video on it because there was this one abyss that was like so ridiculously.
Oh, he mentioned Soul.
Even dolphins were struggling to clear it, and like that was one point where like hyper optimization actually mattered. Okay, and like when we talk about meta, right? I'm not saying everyone play international, play Hyperbloom.
Wanders.
Because you can take very like not good units. And if you
what is the full name though? What is it just Wanders?
You can even take someone like Chi-Chi.
Wanders Troop.
She has the clam set.
Yes,
right?
My brain has not failed me completely. Wanders Troop. That's the artifact set.
Yeah, clam set, yeah.
I have the clam set.
So with the clam set, you can if you proc superconduct on someone, you reduce like
I have the clam set.
So if you get Chi-Chi, you on-field her, then you get like 3 other strong off-field characters. You can just make like a really strong Chi-Chi team like that.
Oh no.
And then that's how you can clear with Chi-Chi, even though like Chi-Chi's not one of the best characters. So,
right, but isn't that?
Oh my god, is that Yayamiko C6? So she can literally just press E and win, right? Is that Yayamiko C6 R5? You can literally just press E and win. That is true. Nice.
I mean,
I always
there's a
want to do
difference
that. I
between,
want
taking
like
a
the
Chi-Chi team
ability to just like spam
and
E
having
and
a
win.
meeting behind the Chi-Chi team.
I
And then
wish I had
taking
enough investment
Bennett
in my
and
Yaya
three
Miko to
random
do that.
players
She's
as a
just
build
kind of
together.
rotting in my player like inventory
Right,
right
but like
now.
I don't think you need units
Playable
to like
character
actually work together to beat the
inventory.
content.
Yes, you do.
Like you can just beat it with like whoever.
No.
I mean,
like because the thing is with Extra Emily, I gave her a new.
This is
account,
not talking about
and then if
casual
you go to
anymore.
her VOD,
This is he's living. Girl uses my 500,000. Come on. I want to believe that he's not solely just trolling. Am I too naive? Am I too much of a dipshit? He can't seriously be asking this. I wish I had her E6. Her E6. Her E6. What is an E6? Isn't that Honkai Star terminology? Or am I having a brain fart? Or do you mean C6?
within 1 hour, she beats the hardest content in the game without having any previous practice, without knowing quadratic scaling,
C6.
without understanding the Pythagorean theorem, right? Without even knowing.
Yeah, but that's
ninth
something you
grade
can do
algebra, she
with
still
a
beat the-
lot of main DPS characters that you get to C6 R5. And if you have a $500,000 account, that's obviously different from an account that's just a casual player. A $500,000 account is not a casual player. That's not the same. I'm sorry, that's just not the same. When you're talking about casual player, you're talking about a low spender. Not even no. A casual player is someone who plays the way that they want to play. And if that also includes being a low spender. So if a casual player who is a low spender asks for advice, then it goes without saying that they don't have C6 R5. Otherwise, they would just be able to clear anything. So if a casual is already asking for advice, you can safely say that they're either mentally damaged and have a C6 R5 Yayamiko, or they don't have a C6 R5 Yayamiko. I'm sorry, but if you have trouble clearing Spiral Abyss with a C6 R5 Yayamiko, then Tecno is not trolling here. He himself said he talked to Flip seriously, while admittedly he joked with Shoal. I mean, that's what he said, so we have to consider no, I haven't seen that yet, so you can't assume that. But it just seems pretty disingenuous. It's one thing to say that I'm giving advice to casuals. It's another thing to prove that you can clear anything with a Spiral Abyss with a $500,000 account with a C6 R5 Yayamiko. A C6 R5 Yayamiko can walk around and kill everything, but you can only do that after investing like tens of thousands of dollars into accounts. Like, it's got to be at least like $8,000. Yeah, I don't know how much money. How much money does it take to R5 weapon? Let me check. How much money to R5 Genshin weapon? 10,400 Genesis crystals for one weapon. How much money is this? How much money are we talking about when it comes to C6 R5? How much money for C6 R5 weapon? 150,000 primos. It's around 150,000 primos for C6 R5. It's so variable though. So when you go C6 R5, go in expecting it to cost you $1,000 to $1,200. That's really low. C6 5-star. Realistically, you're looking at $1,500 to $2,000. It can't be just like that much money for an R5 weapon. It can't be, because I've spent $1,500. No way. R5 weapon cost money. What does this cost? To get an R5 5-star weapon, you are looking at using around $2,100. This is a volatile number, however. So like $2,100, and then I'm assuming that this is only a C6 character, so another $1,000 to $1,200, another $1,000 to $100,200. So you're looking at like $3,000 for a C6 R5 weapon character to beat the game. But then you don't have any then like you're either so rich that this doesn't matter, or you've spent $3,000 on a weapon and character that you potentially don't care for, or that you have limited resources, so now you can't get other characters. It's usually about 1,000 to 1,200. I also like what Flip said here. Even to main Chi-Chi, you need to understand game mechanics, how make a team around here. 50,000 pesos in the Philippine money. Reminds me of when Tectone was talking to Soul and said a lot of casuals he knows spent 100,000. Come on, dude. Yeah. A casual spending $100,000 on Genshin, that's not being a casual anymore. Like, playing whenever you want is one thing, but a casual includes so many different kinds of players. A casual is not just someone who spent a... If a casual... Let's just suppose, for example, a casual who is free to play asks for advice on how to play, like, clear Spiral Abyss 36 star. Does that make him a casual anymore? Or are you going into this asking, like, giving advice to a casual on how to clear the game based on the fact that he might spend $100,000 on the game? That's hardcore player, to me, not a casual. I think there is an argument to be made that if you're spending $100,000 on the game, you're probably not the usual casual that people are talking about. Have you seen that clip? What clip? What clip? So theory crafting is not about playing the strongest team, but also how to make an optimal team around the units you'd like. I've never thought about it that way. For me, like, theory crafting is just getting to the theoretical maximum amount of, like, optimal whatever it is that you're doing in a game. That is basically theory crafting to me. Based on what is available to you, of course. Like, within certain subsets of, like, certain variations of the tools that you have. But a casual can include... I think that even a person who spends $100,000 on a game can also be a casual, depending on where they are in terms of their financial circumstances. But obviously, most people cannot just spend $100,000 on a game, so it doesn't make any sense to consider the fact to, like, go in with the premise that there are casuals, that most casuals, or that a lot of casuals will spend $100,000 on a game, and they are going in advising based on that premise. That doesn't make any sense. See that clip when Tectone said that? Said what? No, I haven't seen it. I don't watch clips. I'm a boomer. I don't like clips. I don't even like shorts. I don't like tech talk. I barely understand how like Twitch works. Like, you're asking me to watch clips? Jesus Christ.
Hardest content in the game.
Okay, but like, if you do look at some of your viewers and you look at, like, especially when you were playing the game.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I was trying to, like, when I was, like, talking about what casuals are, I understood that there are people who spend a lot of money on this game that are also casuals. But the vast majority of casuals are not spending that money on the game. That's not the vast majority of casuals, because the vast majority of casuals are just people, and the vast majority of people do not have that kind of money. So when you're advising casuals, that doesn't mean that they're going to spend $100,000 on the game. All whales are kind of casuals these days, but not all casuals are whales. Yeah. I don't even think all whales are casuals. I disagree. I think, like, people like Ice who go in with the mindset they are going to spend money to... I don't believe that all whales are casuals these days, but not all casuals are whales. So the right context here is Tectone. Give a guide for whales. That's probably more true than wrong. It's not a clip, but if you see the Tectone Soul debate, it was near the end. What did they say in the clip, though? I was like... When Tectone was talking to Soul and said a lot of casuals he knows spent $100,000 on Genshin, was clearly a troll, but was trolling, going way too long. Yeah.
They didn't clear the Abyss, right?
Yeah, then I went in there and I beat it for him.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter if you beat it for them. They didn't understand, like, how to clear the game, right?
What, back 2 years ago?
It was only like a year ago.
They do understand how they beat the game. You know, they gave them $500,000. There was a clip of them using $500,000. Like,
Bennett and 3 random...
We do know how they cleared the game. They used the $500,000 account. Exactly. Very few people spend money. You can't say that there are casuals who spend a lot of money on the game, but you can't say that the vast majority of casuals are big spenders.
That don't work together.
Because the vast majority of people are not rich or have the capability to do big spending. That is a legitimate fact. That is objectively true. The vast majority of people are not rich. The vast majority of people do not even have $100,000 in their account. They don't. Average savings of an American. Let's see. Average savings of an American. It's $41,000 for a household, not even just a single person. An entire household on average has $41,000 and $600. They can't even spend $100,000. They don't even have enough money to spend $100,000 on Genshin. Like, what are they supposed to do? Like, it's insane. Like, the average person has less than $41,600 in savings, and that's just in America, a so-called rich country. So why would you consider the vast majority of casuals to be whales, or to make content for casuals with the premise that they are whales?
Right, but like I don't think you.
Which is what you would have to assume to say that you can clear this game with anything.
Units to like actually work together to beat the content. Like you can just beat it with like whoever.
I mean,
like, because the thing is with Extra Emily, I gave her a new account, and then if you go to her VOD, within 1 hour, she beats the hardest content in the game without having any previous practice.
With a $500,000 account.
Without understanding the Pythagorean theorem, right? Without even knowing 9th grade algebra, she still beat the hardest content in the game.
Okay, but like if you do look at some of your viewers and you look at like, especially when you were playing.
Yeah, I was actually like, I didn't realize that this was even more expensive relative to like the financial circumstances in other countries. Like obviously it's going to cost more if you're in the Philippines, if you're paying the same price as an American for Welcome's Moon. I believe like somebody said that it was like $20 American in the Philippines instead of like $7 or $6 or whatever it is in like America. In Canada, it's like $7. It's like $8, $7 to $8. But no surprise, some of my friends have really bad spending practices. I mean, that's true for pretty much like the logic I use for gacha game spending is that I would just use the money on something else if I wasn't using it on gacha. And I find the most amount of fun I have playing video games while playing gacha games. Not just gacha games, just like Hoyoverse games. Like Hoyoverse games like Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact have brought me like hundreds of hours of fun. I've already finished Spider-Man 1 except for the DLCs. It's a good looking game. It runs incredibly well. I love how well it performs. 60 FPS, 4K. Okay, not really 4K. It's like 1440p. You can swing around anywhere. You can teleport anywhere without any loading times. But I'm done with it in like less than 30 hours. I think I spent 19 hours on that game in total. It's like a fucking movie. It's just like playing a movie. In Spider-Man 1. I'm not sure what it's going to be like in Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2, but from what I hear, it's the same thing. It's good fun, but, you know, it's not a game I can play for a very long time, every single day. And I do that with the gacha games. It doesn't take a lot of work. I go in 15 minutes, and why not spend money on the game, right? It's not like I'm being cheated out of something if I don't get the character I want. That literally is the premise of the gacha game. So I just don't feel like any kind of bitterness or like weirdness about spending money on gacha games versus other types of games. I have so many games on Steam that I've never played. It's got to be worth like thousands of dollars in terms of how much I've spent on Steam. And I don't think I've played even 20% of the games there that I have in my library. And now that I don't spend money, now that I am spending money on gacha games, I find myself not spending that money on Steam games, which I won't play at all. But you could also say the same thing about gacha, I guess, because I basically bought Dia. I went up to the maximum pity for Dia, and then I never used her again. Even with Welcome and Battle Pass, inexpensive in other countries, yes. If you have Welcome and Battle Pass, you can basically play. If you have Welcome and Battle Pass, you can basically pull for a new 5-star character every single patch. But like having a nice portfolio or a bank account more, yeah, exactly. I don't think I could bring myself to spend more than $30 a month on a gacha game since I don't either. Except for like, okay, that's not true because I do spend like Vulcan's Moon and Battle Pass, but I don't spend on the double crystal packs anymore for Genshin Impact because I'm close to maxing out my count in terms of what I wanted to do. I just pull for the characters that look cool now, like Farina. I know that Novelette is extremely strong, but I'm not pulling for him because I don't give a fuck. But that's because I can clear Spiral Abyss 36 stars. When I couldn't clear Spiral Abyss 36 stars, you know what I did? I went and pulled for Yelan. Because that's what they want me to do, and that's what made sense, practically speaking. And it was such a such a non-casual decision. I don't like Yelan as a character. I don't like Yelan. Even like she's hot, but I just think it's just kind of unnecessary. I don't like her playstyle. I don't think having a second Xingqiu is cool. But I did it because it got me the ability to clear Spiral Abyss. And you can't do that with a non-casual mindset. You can't do that by just saying, well, just play any other character and just play any character because I don't have infinite resources. What Tectone is basically doing here is just trolling by showing like 2 different sets, different times when somebody has more money, spent that money, and then clear the content. At that point, why are you even playing the game? Like, it doesn't make any sense. A casual player, you would assume, still wants to play the game, right? So what's the point of just telling them, why don't you just go tell them spend more money? Right? That's basically the message here. That's basically the Tectone message is not just what advice can you give to casual players. It's what advice you can give to players who have more money. And I actually enjoy the game more now when I am playing. Like, I am enjoying the game a lot on my free-to-play account, specifically because I don't have all these overpowered characters. But that's not the same as being casual. It's just a new experience. And if I ever wanted to clear the Spiral Abyss free-to-play, I would look at guides, because I've looked at guides in the past. And I would want the correct information on what is the most optimal. If you're homeless just to get a house, probably Tectone. No, let's not go that far, but it just seems kind of off. It's just like, this is a huge troll.
Clear the Abyss, right?
Yeah, then I went in there and I beat it for him.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter if you beat it for them. They didn't understand like how to clear the game, right?
What, back 2 years ago?
It was only like a year ago.
Oh no, my last account review. Hold on, let me pull that up. It's been
All
a
right,
long
check
time,
him.
man. Hold up, let's go. I've been clean at Genshin for a long time, like a long time. Oh, this
I also
is
quit like during the desert. It was horrible.
you quit,
Yeah, the desert was horrible.
dude.
I came back for Fontaine.
Dude, I was not a fan of Sumeru at all. That shit made me lose
It was
my fucking
bad,
mind.
I agree.
Hold up, let's go. Did you play Honkai Star Rail?
No.
Oh, okay, hold on, let me scroll here.
Wait, I think I watched part of this video.
Jesus, when the
I remember tuning into this. I remember Flip's voice, actually. I think I watched this part of the video just like casually without noticing that this was drama at all. Jesus Christ.
fuck was my last account review?
I was just like, okay, this is interesting. Tuned out immediately.
$500 for Yelan.
Sometimes I just put like streams on for. I have my usually I have my PS5 on in the background with my 4K TV, right behind my streaming monitor, my streaming laptop. I mean, and then I just have like random Twitch streams on whenever I feel like it, whatever is on at the time. Yeah, I remember like hearing some parts of this.
On.
To be fair, you post like daily as well, so it's gonna be way harder to find.
Yeah.
Tectone is not a casual player, or
My
was
dad-
not at the point when they did this. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think like Enviosity is not a casual player. Like none of the content creators for this game are. I don't think I even count as like a truly casual player, because I do play this game every single day. I've cleared Spiral Abyss 36 stars. Anybody who clears Spiral 6 stars, 36 stars is in the minority for Genshin Impact players. So even when you consider, that's why it's so hard to define what a casual player is. I'm just like thinking about this and going through my head. The vast majority of Genshin players have not cleared 36 stars. So is everybody who has not cleared 36 stars a casual player? What exactly counts as a non-casual player in Genshin Impact? And if everybody is a casual player, like if you're just giving, if you think that you are able to clear 30 Spiral Abyss 36 stars using anything, then what the fuck are all these people on Reddit complaining about Spiral Abyss? Spiral Abyss difficulty. We play Spiral Abyss at different difficulty. The average player does not clear the Spiral Abyss. New Spiral Abyss appreciation post. Somebody, as the title says, this new reset of Spiral Abyss is so much better and healthier for the game. Instead of having annoying and toxic lineups like the Golden Wolf Lord, Weena to Cryo Herald, Cryo Hydro Herald combo, and 4 Consecrated Beasts, this one is so much better for the rewards given. Finally, feels like a long time. So it's clear that even the people on Reddit, which let's be honest, are not truly casuals either in terms of like their engagement with the game. If you're looking at my stream right now, you're not really a casual player. I'm sorry. In terms of like, if we define casual as somebody who just plays the game without engaging in like any of this content, just plays the game, no guides, no additional material. They got the game, they play it, and that's their entire relationship with the game. No extra like expanded universe content, no watching like trailers or some shit. Or okay, maybe watching trailers because that's part of the experience, but they're not clearing Spiral Abyss 36 stars. Well, like, what are we talking about here? No, Tectone will call them little kids. Or for me, the casual player doesn't play the game every day. They just play whenever they feel like it. But then you're not getting, if you're not a spender, then you're not getting the primo gems that you need to spend for the characters that you need to clear the game. The Spiral Abyss 3.7 experience. What is this? What was 3.7? Yeah. You needed so many specific characters. You're really telling me that you could clear this fucking Cryo Herald nonsense? Like, there's an argument to be made that this is not fun difficulty. That this difficulty is artificial, that is not fun, that there is too much bullshit in the game. But this is difficult. It is difficult. You have to have the right characters. Even if you spent $100,000 on this game, only on the characters that you liked, there is still a chance that you cannot clear this Spiral Abyss. Because you actually do need very specific characters. You need Dendro, you need like Pyro, you need them to work together. You need like so much DPS. And then you need like certain combo of characters as well to clear the final Abyss Lector or whatever they call it. They're inebriated, inequiable. What is that called? I forgot its name. I think they are having a meta debate, then have a meta debate. I think it's stupid to even bring up a casual versus meta. Yeah. Maybe they don't bring up casual. Like, look at this. This is so stupid. You're dead. Run up. You get hit from all sides. You're frozen. You get pushed up into the air. You're dead. Was that fall damage? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, was that fall damage? Oh my god, that was fall damage! You died from fall damage? I'm probably laughing too loudly. It's freeze meta for the enemies. Spiral Abyss beasts. The first consecrated beast free Spiral Abyss since 3.4. Learning is temporary, but Spiral Abyss is eternal. Please, no more consecrated beasts in the Abyss. This is the first time I intentionally missed out on primos, so I don't have to go through Abyss 12. It's the most unfun, ridiculous piece of crap I've ever seen in this game. They throw a ton of attacks, deal crazy damage, are extremely tanky, and god, how I hate they are pushing you around and throwing your character in the air. Never again. Am I just bad? Am I just bad? Am I a casual? Are there other people who thought it's not worth the effort anymore? Come on. This is not... These guys are not casuals. You're on Reddit. You're complaining about Spiral Abyss. You've been able to do Spiral Abyss consecutively for multiple months. And then you meet the Consecrated Beast. That's not... This Consecrated Beasts are not for casuals. I suffered as hell in this Abyss. Yeah, it took me like, what, 6 hours to clear it? It probably took me more time. It took me like twice the amount of time to clear the Consecrated Abyss cycles, like twice with the different sets of configurations, compared to like Elden Ring's like the first boss, which is not nearly the hardest boss in the game, but it's like it's that's still not for casuals. I only got 33 or 34 stars on that patch. Also, I would just like slam my face into the fucking wall over and over again until I won. Jesus Christ. Also, did you know the latest news that 1010 came back to Genshin? No, I didn't know that. What? I feel afraid to like turn off any of these videos, or else they're gonna disappear and get deleted. 1010 Genshin. I don't see anything here. This was a month ago, dude. I am back.
Hey y'all, how's it going YouTube? It's been a long while since I've talked to you guys. I've been really busy,
Genshin or not. I feel the same way about Genshin. I'm still going to play it until the story end. But the combat, that's not a return to Genshin. That's not. I've watched this video, I think. I already have got my goldfish brain can't handle this anymore. I can't do two streams, two vids at the same time.
Thumbnail is crazy. Yeah, maybe like a year, 2 months. Maybe. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
What was the point you were getting at here?
I was saying that those people they watch you all the time as well, so they don't know how to like beat the game, right? So how is it so
No,
easy
that's not
for
true.
to like know how synergies.
That's not true. They don't come to Tectone for this kind of content, so it doesn't matter if like they can't clear the content with Tectone's guides. I have never seen anybody, even back in the day, like when I was just first starting out Genshin, I literally never got the idea that you would go to Genshin, like Tectone for Genshin meta content. That is something that I will stick to for the end of my days. Hardly anybody took Tectone's guide content seriously, if he even made the guide content, because I just don't notice that shit at all. I think he's posted himself playing on Twitter and he streamed, if I remember correctly. Okay, let's go check. I'm not sure what my future is with Honkai Star. It's just like my side chick. It's fun for a while, Snort. I still enjoy Honkai Star incredibly so. I love Honkai Star. 1010. Where the fuck is 1010? 101010? 101? What is his like? Never mind. Let's just write 1010 and forget about what the. Why are there so many 1010s? It doesn't matter. If he's back, then he's back. Maybe you didn't, but I had friends who definitely did. Definitely did what? Oh, like pay attention to Tectone. They just didn't know many people to go to. Okay, fine. You proved me wrong. Why not? I think I saw 1010's VOD in YouTube. Whatever. Whatever he posts something, it'll be in the algorithm, I guess.
Work or anything.
Wait, are you saying that Genshin Impact is a hard game?
It is.
I don't
just clears 36 star Spiral Abyss on some Abyss
hard?
cycles.
Requiring great skill to beat.
Okay, I don't think Genshin requires great.
No, it doesn't require great skill to beat. If you watch like a bunch of guides. And it's not executionally hard. But it does require knowledge of gameplay mechanics that I probably would not know if I didn't watch a video. If I didn't watch a video, I would not know about like ICD. I wouldn't know about like, elemental reactions. I barely understand how Dendro works. I would be just like Necrit. And Necrit only cleared Spiral Abyss after like 10 months. So, and he plays way more than the average casual player because he makes content off of Genshin. So are you saying that like Necrit is just a bad player? Because he didn't clear 36 star Spiral Abyss within like a couple months. Like that's nuts. And we are still in like one of the easiest Abyss cycles of all time. Like I think this might even be easier than the earliest Abyss cycles. Like I don't know. Maybe that's just me speaking from a casual whale perspective, who's played this game for 3 years. Benj, I think I need to go for now. It's already 8 hours low, and to be honest, I'm kind of tired about the drama for now. All right, thank you for being here, and I will see you guys sometimes.
Skill, but at least knowledge is something that I think is a requirement.
I think that
like,
it is.
Investment.
I think the. Do you
Wait,
think
what
that
did he
knowing
say?
quadratic formula is important to beat the game?
No, because you can just watch guides of people who do understand quadratic formula and apply it to the game, and then understand the game that way. So no, it's not important to understand quadratic formula because there are guide makers. So like, the Tenten thing is he live streamed in YouTube playing a Japanese fruit game, in which he challenged himself that if he didn't beat the game in 2 hours, he'll play Genshin again. He lost, and then he had to stream Genshin and Twitch. Okay. Thanks for the context.
Because not every character has quadratic scaling. But like for someone like Gonyu, knowing that if you
I do think that like if you're somebody who is looking at the stats, and then you're trying to gauge how good a character is before they even release, and you're going purely off of stats instead of just doing it yourself, then yeah, understanding this is incredibly useful. Like I wouldn't be able to do what they do if I didn't understand quadratic scaling, which I don't. Which is why I just watch guides. You know, am I using Tectone National would need great skill to beat? I don't know about that. Like great skill or great money. Maybe skill is money.
These are in a tightly
or money
confined
is
space,
skill.
They'll increase your damage by a lot. Knowing that for like a newer player is gonna like help them a lot.
Yeah, but who wouldn't know?
Like, faster.
But like, how would you not know my AOE abilities do more damage if I use them in AOE? Like, who's not gonna know that?
Because not all AOE abilities do more damage when you're in AOE. Like when
wait, how would an AOE damage ability do less damage single target, or how would it do more damage single target?
I don't even understand what they're like. I am such a casual. I actually don't even understand what either of them are talking about. Like what AOE? Because I don't play Ganyu. Great skill in game or great skill in real life. There is nothing better or worse about somebody who spends money on this game. But spending money on this game is not the same as being a casual. I'm happy fighting Spiral Abyss when I stay in AR-45 era. It gives me more thrill and challenge, even with or without stars. The game is executionally fun to like do. It is fun to execute things in this game because one, it's easy to pick up, and two, it just looks cool. It is an executionally pretty mildly easy game. But the actual knowledge required to like make this stuff, like who the fuck would have thought of like Sukokomon? Who the fuck would have thought of Sukokomon? I still don't understand how that works. I didn't know that you could like swirl fucking Goba. Who the fuck would have figured that out? You needed somebody to make a guide for that, or to tell you that. If you didn't know that, you wouldn't have figured out yourself the vast majority of the time, because you wouldn't even pay attention to like you going Kazuha mode, going up and down near Goba. Because you wouldn't use Xiangling, because you didn't know that Xiangling is cracked, because you didn't have the resources to build Xiangling, and she was a fucking 4-star character, so you would just assume that a 5-star is better than a 4-star. So what happens then? It means that the more enemies there are, the higher damage AoE does over a single target. That was a fun comp. I tried to do Sukokomon. It didn't work out, and instead I just got Yelan and Xingqiu on the same team and gave them to fucking Komi with our healing artifacts and a healing signature weapon.
His ass ain't free to play
Jesus
either.
Fuck.
And then they'll die, and then at the end of the event, they collect 3,000.
Mispress.
International play Hyperbloom.
So this one, actually, I don't want. I've been clean at Genshin for a.
Okay, it's over here.
Okay, I don't think Genshin requires great skill, but at least knowledge is something that I think is a requirement.
I think that
like,
knowledge is a requirement for people who are the one making the guides, not for the people following the guides. I saw someone mention somewhere at some time in my time on YouTube that Hyperbloom is good. And I knew that Hyperbloom meant Hydro plus Dendro plus Electro, and that's what I did. And I had those characters, and I just used the best of those characters to clear Weenut. But I wouldn't know that Hyperbloom was good if I didn't know about guides. And like I wasn't paying attention to the discussion on what it was meta. And a casual player, would they do that? I'm not sure. Would they have Raiden Shogun and Nahida and go out of their way to build fucking Yao Yao and have Xingqiu at C6? Would that happen for a casual player? A casual player who only focuses on what characters like look cool, what characters are their favorite in terms of story. These are what I consider like parts of the casual experience, or just playing the game by yourself according to your own wishes without focusing on the meta and what is the strongest in terms of damage. Would that really get them through the Spiral Abyss, which is the only time you would ever ask about whether or not, you know, your certain teams can do this or that. That's the whole problem here with defining casual. At the same time, there are casual players, right? Casual players play the game how you want. But the moment that you ask about like builds and shit, you know that that's the reason why you're doing that is because of Spiral Abyss. That's the only reason. That's the only place where you can apply that knowledge to. So once you ask about that knowledge, are you still a casual player? That is something that I keep thinking about. Is somebody who tries to do Spiral Abyss a casual player? And if all it takes is for somebody to want to clear Spiral Abyss and to attempt at it and ask for like builds and guides and shit like that to clear Spiral Abyss in the most optimal way possible, which I would assume you would want to if you're literally spending money on the game and you don't want to spend like a gajillion bucks on characters that would make that harder to do. Like, you would still want the correct information.
I think
assuming that you have limited resources and are not okay with spending $500,000 on an account.
Do you think that knowing quadratic formula is important to beat the game?
I mean, because not every character has quadratic scaling. But like for someone like Gonyu, knowing that, okay, if you pair Gonyu with Venti, like the more enemies are in a tightly confined space, they'll increase your damage by a lot.
I didn't know
Knowing
that.
For like a newer player is gonna like help them a lot.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
But like, how would you not know my AoE abilities do more damage if I use them in AoE? Like, who's not gonna know that?
Because not all AoE abilities do more damage when you're in AoE. Like when
wait, how would an AoE damage ability do less damage single target, or how would it do more damage single target?
I mean, like Diluc's normal attack is AoE, you can hit like 3 enemies, but if there's space.
Oh, okay, I see.
Do I need to explain quadratic scaling to you?
I mean, will that help me beat the Spiral Abyss?
It depends on, because only some units have quadratic scaling. If it applies to the unit, then it's going to help you obviously clear.
Sure, you can explain if you like.
Okay, because with Diluc, if you stand in a group with Diluc, he's still doing like 10,000 to each enemy individually.
Okay.
And then if you get Gonyu, then use her burst, the more enemies there are, the more icicles are going to hit more of the enemies, because the icicles are an AoE splash.
Right.
Okay.
But like
Yeah,
that boils on my original point. Like, who wouldn't know if I hit the same ability on more enemies, it's going to do more damage? Like, how would somebody not know that? Like, instead of using my attack on one character, I use that same attack on 3 characters. Like, who would ever think that's probably going to do less damage? Like, who wouldn't know that?
Oh!
I mean, it didn't really help Emmy, did it? Because Kaza's swirls are half quadratic.
What?
Emmy didn't even know how to press the buttons. She didn't even know Q and E were like the buttons to
When
press.
is he going to stop bringing that up? It's a $500,000 account.
In 1 hour, she beat.
That's not a legitimate argument. That is not. It is literally just trolling. Tectone is straight up wrong here. This is what we get till Jingliu comes out. Oh my god. Dude, not even the people in his chat are like, dude, what are we doing right now? We're literally waiting for Jingliu to come out, and this is what we get for content. Jesus Christ. It's literally what happens when there's no content. Oh my god. He means the more enemies there are, the higher damage AoE does over single. Yes, that's what I assumed as well. But again, you would also assume, would you assume, you wouldn't know that, but you would just use them in AoE more in the first place as well. But I can see an argument made that if you didn't know that, you would be incentivized to do it less. You might just spam it more with less enemies around, because you don't think that it's worth as much. You don't realize that it's worth more if you just group the enemies better. I can see that, because I do that all the time. I have no more water. I need to get more water. Also, if you tell someone that you need Electro, Dendro, and Hydro for Hyper Bloom, and the player goes and uses Beto for Electro, he won't be able to get any Hyper Blooms because Beto can't. Wait, Beto can't trigger it? Wait, Beto can't trigger Hyper Bloom? What? Like, explain. Why can't Beto trigger Hyper Bloom? What? Only Ganyu and Child have quadratic scaling, so knowledge is important. If I remember correctly, it might be more though. Huh, this is actually kind of getting me interested because I actually don't know this shit. What the fuck? Like, you're right, you don't... What am I just... What am I, stupid? Quadratic scaling Genshin. It means that the damage scales with X power 2, and by X being the number of enemies. For example, if a quadratic scaling hits 2 enemies, you'll do 4 to the power 2. 2 the time. I don't know what this is called. My math sucks so much, and I don't even understand how to say it in Chinese, so I'm not gonna say it in English anyway. Times the power 2 to the power 2 times the damage compared to do only hitting 1 enemy. Likewise, hitting 3 enemies will do 9 times 3 to the power of 2 times the damage. Quadratic scaling is when the single target. I don't understand quadratic scaling. I remember, guys. I'm the one who got C minuses, straight C minuses in math in elementary school, and then in not college. I tried to avoid math as much as possible in college. In high school, I got straight B minuses and C pluses. Quadratic scaling is when the single target damage is up equal to the number of enemies hit by the same attack. Ganyu ultimate and a child swirl mechanic do more damage. I didn't know that about Child. The thing is, Tectone is right in that you don't need to understand this to do this naturally. However, I do think there is like some amount of weight to understanding this so that you will be more incentivized to do it. For example, if I was using Ganyu and I didn't understand that you deal more damage on a quadratic level, or you do like significantly more damage, let's just use the terms that like casuals can understand. You do significantly more damage to enemies if they're all grouped up together rather than just doing it piecemeal, right? In which case you would be more incentivized to group up the characters rather than just shooting them one at a time with your fucking bow. Although I don't play Ganyu yet, but I know that you can also do like the bow shot itself is an AoE. Because Beto's Q Electro application doesn't proc Bloom Seeds. Wait, what? Wait, is Beto fucking useless? When triggered in simple terms. Is Beto just literally fucking useless? She can't work with Raiden. She can't work with Dendro. Oh, what good is Beto for Hyper Bloom? Jesus fuck. Beto is just taking L's all over the place.
Yeah, but Fortnite's not really the hard content in the game.
What is?
Okay, because
if one enemy get hit by a move, it does 20 damage. When 2 enemies get hit by the same move, the move does 40 damage on both and 60. Hopefully, it's still... Yeah, that makes sense to me. That's why you can safely use Beto without EM build in Nahida, Xingqiu, Kuki, Beto comp, and Beto won't steal Hyper Blooms from Kuki. Oh, that's actually... See, that just shows how much of a casual I am. I didn't even consider that you could have 2 Electro characters on the same team. And then you would want one to specifically trigger Bloom. Like, that's how much of a casual I am. You just, like, blew my mind. You actually blew my mind there.
Okay, there's hard in, like, Dark Souls hard, and then there's hard for Genshin standards. Which I think for...
I think the Consecrated Beasts are Dark Souls hard. At least the Tree Sentinel hard. Being defeated. I spent, what, like 6 hours to defeat Tree Sentinel. 6 hours to defeat both Tree Sentinel and the White Mask guy, the first guy you meet in the game. And it took me about the same time to beat the Consecrated Beasts. Because you can just slam your head against the wall on the Consecrated Beast over and over again with your comp that you've been using successfully for all this time. And then suddenly you have to change your comp, and that requires some degree of like a mental recalibration. You have to like rethink how you play the entire game because you just relied on this single team your entire time. It's not executionally hard once you understand what you're supposed to use, but getting to that point where you're understanding what you're supposed to use is difficult if you are not actually a content creator who is focused on the meta. I think that is pretty true. Like, can any of us honestly say that we never watched a single guide video, or that we would have come to the same conclusion as the guide video makers at some point? Like, maybe, but I don't think I would have tested enough, because this isn't shit that is explained in the game. This is not, like, ICD is not explained in the game.
I want to give Emily didn't even know how to dodge.
Fair enough, but like I'm trying to say that for a lot of, because
does Flip not mention that Emily is using a $500,000 account with a C6 R5 Yamiko? Like, does he not mention that at all? Because that's pretty obvious one, right? Maybe it's probably because, like, is he even watching Tectone's stream? No other character has this luxury. Basic quadratic scaling basically lets Child and Ganyu have some of the highest damage ceiling, as there is technically no limit as long as there is enough enemy. I see. So basically they're cracked as fuck.
You can agree to that?
Oh my god, I'm learning so much in this stream.
I think it's cleared by the minority because nobody wants to do it. Because it gives people anxiety.
Isn't that just another way of saying it's too hard for the vast majority of people, though? Isn't that literally the case for why there is anxiety?
Okay, why does it give people anxiety?
Well, that's what the devs themselves said.
Sure,
yeah, but why?
Why do you think it gives them anxiety?
Probably because
if it's such a steamroll, like you can just do it with like any character.
I think it's because nobody wants to fuck around and spend time beating content on a game for 3 fucking gems twice a month when they have bills to pay and they have their family to be with and their job is miserable enough without having to do content.
Then why do they even need to be given advice on how to clear the game then? Because if you're giving them advice on how to beat the game, then they are obviously interested in the Spiral Abyss. I don't understand this.
In the game.
But that necessitates the fact that they don't ask for or need advice on anything. So why would you ever give them advice in the first place? Obviously, if you're giving them advice and they are taking that advice, it is for the Spiral Abyss. Otherwise, there's no reason for that. This is why Venti is so good in Ganyu Freeze Comp. That's sus.
Game that some people deem unenjoyable because all people want to do is collect seashells and watch Farina make funny noises.
I love watching Farina make funny noises. Why do you think okay, but if it's such a no, you said it yourself, it's a steamroll if you just have characters that any character that gets buffed with a healer.
Yeah, if you build 2 teams, it should be pretty fun.
I can't believe Flip has not mentioned the fact that Emily cleared the game with a $500,000 account. Like, this is the problem with reacting, like having conversations with real people, like in real time, because you just miss out on this like obvious shit. Because you're so focused on making an argument with a person with like a bajillion people watching you, and he's got like this chat saying this shit all over the place. I would not be able to do any better than Flip. I bet if I was in his place. I would not be able to do a better job. This is not Flip's fault. Actually, I just said I can't believe that he didn't mention that. So maybe I am blaming Flip. Because I'm doing this in the comfort of like my fucking house, not talking to Tectone. That's a really big thing. I'm not talking to Tectone. So of course I can like think about things without having my mind fucked. At the same time, no, not even just Tectone. Like I would probably be more mind fucked with the chat that I'm seeing on Tectone's stream than Tectone himself.
But everyone can build 2 teams. So
but they won't.
It's not quadratic scaling. It's flat damage AOE. Scalar AOE divides damage. Oh my god, this guy is even more of a nerd. Bro is dodging.
Clear.
But they're not going to. They're gonna play the game.
Yeah, but then they're also not asking for advice. And they're not taking advice either because they don't need to. So what's the point of... Like, what's the point of this? Like, we're coming back to that question. If you're giving advice, it's giving advice to clear Spiral Abyss. And if you're taking advice, then you're also taking advice to clear Spiral Abyss.
They're going to do the story. They're not going to build up their characters, and they're just going to play the story.
Why this guy don't accept his takes are wrong? Main skills issue. It's not that easy. Techie is dumb. Dude, even someone who's using Tectone emotes, I think they're called emotes. It is not that easy. Like at this point, if they're still playing Genshin Impact, so to be fair to Tectone, he quit the game before like the Consecrated Beast came out before, but then he would still call the Consecrated Beast easy because he would do it on his again $500,000 account, and then he would say that anybody who just isn't able to do it is a fucking moron or a little baby, probably. Like all of this would be solved if he just like. Even if he just started a new account as a free-to-play player, that would still not make him a casual player because necessitating playing a new account because you've already maxed out your current account already necessitates you to not be a casual gamer. Starting a new account to experience the game over again because of maxed out on content is not a casual thing to do. What the fuck? Yeah, Flip himself said he is not good at public speaking and he is timid in real life, which like, yeah, most of us are more timid in real life than online. Like, that is literally why we're YouTube content creators and not fucking doing public speaking out in, like, the middle of the public square.
A story casual game to collect and explore.
I'm pretty sure Soul would have mentioned all of this already. This is why I can't imagine Soul getting so mad watching this. Like, I don't feel mad because I already know somebody else got mad on, like, Flip's account. But if I was watching this without knowledge that Soul made a video about it. Oh no, that's not an emote. I think that's just like to signify they're a subscriber or something. I think that's not an emote. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't understand Twitch culture. But yeah, this would be rage inducing if we didn't know how this all turned out. Because this is basically like trolling Flip. Like this is literally just trolling Flip.
And I can prove that to you. If the majority of players were playing this game for the combat, Genshin Impact would have died years ago. This is a casual game by casual players. No,
but that's not the point. The point is that casual players are not looking for like combat related advice. And if they are, it's to clear Spiral Abyss. So the fact that they're casual players does not negate that fact. And if they're still I just keep saying that over and over again. Like you're basically saying that a casual player doesn't require correct advice or the most optimal advice to clear Spiral Abyss. That's what Tectone is saying. That you can clear. That's why he keeps bringing up that Emily is able to clear Spiral Abyss basically blindfolded with his $500,000 account without mentioning the fact that it's a $500,000 account with a C6 R5 Yaemiko, which realistically no casual player who does not spend like thousands of dollars on this game will ever get. And not only will they not get them by spending money, they can't even get them without waiting for the banner. So they would have to play at the exact same time that the banner comes out. So it's literally both a waiting game as well as a money game. I used to be timid before I had to do a magic show in public in the middle of China. Oh, you did that? That's fucked up. I mean, not fucked up, that's crazy. I mean, that's crazy, but that's fucked up for me because I would not be able to do that. Yeah, Flip himself said he is. Yeah, okay, read that.
Nobody's going to play hardcore. Less than 5 to 8% of players are actually going to build their characters, and they're just going to play for the story. And the company themselves has confirmed that.
What do you think is one of the most popular types of Genshin content on YouTube right now?
Story.
What else?
Guides.
Okay, why do you think guides are popular?
Why do I think guides are a popular thing? Or do you think that YouTube analytics directly correlate with player base and what the players want?
I want to read the chat. Gameplay is just two sponges smacking each other. Women. His head shines, but his brain doesn't. Bro, is this guy making fun of Tectone? This game is basically Candy Crush Saga Weeb Edition. Dude, I tried to play Candy Crush, and I kind of failed at it. Like, I actually hit it like a content wall. Because I was too dumb to do it. And then it told me to spend money. Saga, basically Candy Crush. Okay, that's true. That's actually a pretty good. But there are definitely easier ways to kill. Like, even if Candy Crush and Genshin Impact are the same, there are probably definitely like easier ways to clear Candy Crush. There is probably also a meta for Candy Crush. There's practically zero incentive to try hard in Genshin Impact. This is actually a pretty good. Well, if Candy Crush like had an open world, well then, that's actually a good idea. They should make an open world Candy Crush game. So it's actual account with causal power, $500,000 account owned by casual. Tectone is not a casual. What is the topic argument here, guys? I'm not following. I definitely play for combat. We just got Clee, board game event, and chasing jellyfish. That sums up the game. Yeah, that is the vast majority of the game.
What?
I mean, if something's getting viewed like a ton more than other types of content.
I do feel like when I watch views, I'm almost, I would say it's a 50-50 split between me being there for the content creator because I just like hearing them talk versus me actually needing the information. Sometimes like I said, I have my PS5 on in the background with a Twitch stream. I don't even like notice the Twitch stream. I just like having shit on all the time for whatever reason. Like it makes me feel good. It makes me feel less lonely. But basically, it's just like background noise. I don't need them to give me info, right? I just like watching them explain shit, and I assume that they're right because I'm not actually intaking any of this.
Like, why isn't fishing content popular? Teapot content. So like people.
Because
So yes, I do get what Flip is saying, that people watch this content because they need the content to give them the ability to like go through the game and beat everything. But also, I would also argue that some people just like the content creators, like me. I like hearing them talk.
Do you think that all? Do you think
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just too dumb to fully understand what they're all saying. Right, so I just kind of tune off, and it's like, oh, it sounds nice. Hyper Bloom, Dendro and Hydro, Purple Lightning, win.
every Genshin Impact player watches Genshin YouTube?
I mean, no.
It's probably less than 5% of the.
Okay, here's another argument that he's making. Does every single Genshin... He's saying that not every single Genshin player watches YouTube, and therefore only a select amount of people go to like YouTube content creators and watches those kinds of content, and that it pre-selects, it's a self-selection of what kind of people go to YouTube, right? But that's also true for him. Does he think that the people who are watching his channel are also casuals? This is why I say that it's not wrong for him to give like wrong information. That's not like some kind of sin, because the people who are watching him already don't take it seriously. At least from my perspective. There has already been somebody who, I don't know which one you guys are, but somebody said that, you know, their friends took Tectone seriously. But even if they did, that's also not some kind of sin, because eventually they'll run into a wall and then they'll just go to someone else for the content that will allow them to clear Spiral Abyss.
The player base.
That's really just a baseless claim that you...
So it's like what Tectone is saying is that it's like bringing him down to the same level, or bring him up to the same level as the other content creators, or like doing guide makings and that kind of stuff. Because he's saying that, well, these people are not actual real casual players. You know, they're filtered through this like filter called the YouTube wall, the YouTube gate. Everybody beyond this wall is a casual. And yeah, there might be some casuals who come through this wall, but you know, that's not the audience I'm preaching to.
If you're saying my claim's baseless, then so is yours. Because you were also saying that the majority of people watching YouTube content are watching it for guides.
Yep.
I think...
Yeah, because if...
I do think that a lot of people watch guys, though. Like, there are an inordinate number of... I'm actually astounded by the number of views that Ziox videos get. Because it's just like... Like, Ziox videos regularly get, like, hundreds of thousands of views. 684,000? Like, he's a good speaker, but... Have you ever watched a Ziox guide video? It feels so chopped up. It's like little bits of him saying this or that, and then he cuts out all of the in-between spaces, which is basically what I do, but, you know, he speaks better, so... They're very basically edited videos. Not the thumbnails. The thumbnails are godlike. I actually really like the thumbnails. But it doesn't feel like he's giving a speech. It feels like he's saying all these little statements, and then they just piece them together. And that works, and that gets him like 684,000 views. Remember, some players are finding guides on social media like Facebook, Genshin groups. My friend's account is still bad, and that's also not a sin. It's not a sin to have a bad account. To have an account that does not, that is the vast majority of players, because the vast majority of players are casual players. I wish I knew how, and he spends money. Yeah. Again, with the most recent Spiral Abyss cycles, especially the new Baptist guy, the guy who has like all these different elemental shields, you can spend as much money as you want on the wrong characters and you would never beat that guy. That's just the reality. I watch a bunch of guides to see compare, even if I don't have the character. I don't do that. I don't watch guides on Ganyu. I barely watch guides on my own character. Holy shit. Novella has 684,000 views. Dude. 395,000. This guy's that's insane. Wow. Like, what other Genshin channel is bigger than Zox? Tectone doesn't count anymore. And Tectone is barely bigger. It's like 760 something, 767,000 subscribers. And all Zox does is make guides. That's all he does. So is there like a Genshin channel that is bigger than this? Because what other metric are we supposed to base this on? Like, yes, we know that the vast majority of players do not, consume all this extra content. But if we're talking about just the people who go through this gate, this content consumption gate, then isn't he basically saying that the people who come to him as well, who like care about the meta, even if they are casuals, are also looking for the correct information, and that's why they go to Ziox? He is not casual. He streams the game. Oh, I watch a bunch of guides to see compare. He's not casual. He streams the game. Yeah. Yeah. Would you consider somebody who streams the game to not be casual though? Because I think if you stream the game, you could still be casual.
If you search up Genshin Impact, some of the most popular content is guides.
Sure.
And that's like
so's guide content on everything. Do you think guide tutorial videos are watched more than like movies like Insidious?
No. But why do you think guides?
What does that have to do with anything? Because we're talking about Genshin Impact, right? We're talking about Genshin Impact content relative to other Genshin Impact content. I am prepared to accept Tectone's argument that the people who are filtered through the gate of like YouTube content consumption, or whatever it is that he thinks is filtering the vast majority of Genshin players from YouTube and Twitch, the people who come here are pre-selected, self-selected to care more about the meta, and therefore they watch more meta content than the vast majority of players. I think that might even be true. But then wouldn't that apply to him as well? Like, he himself would not call himself casual. Wasn't that Anthony guy getting almost 1 million every video? Yeah, Anthony Chen. Yeah, Anthony Chen is, oh my god. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get 1 million views every vid. He gets about the same on average, probably, as the guide content. But he does have 1.49 million subscribers. Also nuts. No. He got 1 million view video. But so did MTash when he made a basic syncable guide for Genshin Impact when the game first came out. So it's not like an anomaly. And his other vids get like insanely massive views as well. But like all this content, like the thumbnails are incredibly good. I'm sure it's very well produced. He has like a gi on, like that's not a gi, that's just a white shirt. He's good looking. That probably explains half the reason why he's popular. No, that's, oh my god, that's so extremely toxic. That wasn't meant as like, that wasn't meant as an insult, dude. Oh my god. See, this is the kind of shit that I would not be able to say in real life, because that would be immediately taken as an insult. But no, that's a compliment. Like, he's a good looking dude. I actually feel uncomfortable looking at him. So, yeah, this doesn't say anything. So people watch him, and people also watch guides
for everything.
And now they're arguing. Okay, what was the original point they were arguing over? They were arguing over whether or not Genshin is a casual game. And Flip was like, look at all these people watching guide videos, and Tectone is like, Yeah, but only a select few come over to YouTube and Twitch. You watch guide and guide content creators, and therefore a casual game. And I think they're both kind of right. Like obviously, the vast majority of people are not consuming this content, but the ones who are, there definitely is an audience for meta content. That would get you. I was just like, I was imagining myself saying this to somebody else in real life, and then it's like, oh boy, I gotta explain myself now. Hopefully everybody gets it.
Are popular for Animal Crossing.
It's just like, it's just not something you would probably say in real life. Unless you actually knew the person and that they wouldn't get offended.
If it was easy, why would you need a guide though?
If it was easy, why would you need a guide?
Yeah, okay, so like every time a new character comes out, like 20,000 different YouTubers are posting a day one Genshin guide on them, and those all get hundreds to thousands of views.
If I type in, do you think putting your shoes on is hard?
What is this?
Because there's a song called Put On Your Shoes with 806 million views.
It's a song.
Also, the fastest way to put on your shoes with 5.5 million views.
Okay, yeah, but that's specific. The fastest way to put on your shoes.
What's something that
That's
you think
true.
is really easy to do?
I think this is outright trolling because the fastest way to put on your shoes is like a novel idea because it's like so banal and so basic that you would be interested to say what the fuck is going on here rather than because you actually care about the fastest way to put on your shoes. When I look at this title, I'm like, why the fuck would I care? That's so weird. And I would then just press on the video to watch it. Right? That is part of the attraction of this video. It's like the fastest way to put on your shoes. Who the fuck cares? That's so dumb. I'm gonna watch this then. Like that is literally a thing. The video title is so dumb that I would go watch it. It's like that Pro ZD skit where it's like somebody is baiting you so hard with like so little stuff in the title. Like it goes from a full title to just literally a single word and then no word. And that is the video. And then people will like John Dipshit or whatever like word he used for the guy who watches it. That's me. I would watch this video solely based on the fact that the title is so dumb that I would actually click on this. I've done this multiple numbers of times.
If I type in, do you think putting your shoes on is hard?
Another reason is that like all of these titles are the same. It's like it's so abnormal that you would ever think about this that it becomes interesting. Like simple how to lace shoes normal way with no bow. I don't even know how to do that. Like I've always just used a butterfly knot. Because I think that's what it's called. Whatever the way that you normally lace your shoe. No, not lace your shoes, but tie your shoes.
There's a song called Put On Your Shoes with 806 million views.
It's a song.
Also, the fastest way to put on your shoes with 5.5 million views.
Okay, yeah, but that's specific. The fastest way to put on your shoes.
What's something that you think is really easy to do?
Walking.
All right.
Breathing.
All right. How to walk. 500,000 views. How to walk properly. 100,000 views.
Wait, well, okay, no, how to walk properly. That links. Okay, I actually know about this. That links to posture and like trying to.
Yeah, this is actually
2.5 million views. How to walk. But if it's so easy, why would 2.5 million people watch it?
It is hard though. Like I have posture issues all the time. This actually is hard. Like walking properly, or at least the way that they define walking properly is hard. I slouch over all the time on my desktop. There's probably a correct posture to this. I didn't know how to do like sit-ups or like push-ups properly when I was in high school. So like is it hard to do a push? It's so dumb. The real question is, I don't know what the real question is anymore. It's being derailed so hard. Like what are all of these examples for? What does this have to do with meta? I'm trying to understand that as well myself.
To be fair, like that is so that
it's just like making fun of it. This is literally just making fun of it.
So no, if I saw a video in my recommended saying how to walk, I would 100% click on that.
Yeah,
just to see what they say.
Okay.
That's not even just because walking is okay. Do you think anyone in that comment section is going to be like, "Wow, I didn't know how to walk"?
Maybe.
When you look in the like comments of a Genshin guide, it's like, "Okay, thank you for telling me how to build this character."
Do you know what the most viewed video is for Genshin Impact content? For instead of guides, it's Emergency Food Paimon by Bwop with 5.1 million views.
Is it really? I mean, that's because it's funny, right? No, it's actually not. Well, actually, it is for some people, but not for me. But I don't know. Like, is this literally just the emergency food fucking, like... Huh.
Isn't that a song?
Wait,
No,
is it?
It's Bwop giggling at Paimon saying...
Oh, so it's content creator stuff. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be honest. I think this is all just like... I can see why Soul got mad. Like, obviously, if it's just a clip of Paimon being considered emergency food, but if it's Bwop putting himself in and his personality into the video, then obviously, you know, it warrants some kind of attention. And people do find it humorous beyond just what is happening in the game. I don't know. This just seems too... This is how Tectone is in every debate, yeah. I'm starting to... Like, I was watching the Atsu Tectone drama, but... I was like... Because they didn't have an actual conversation face-to-face, so I didn't really see this. It was just like Tectone monologuing to himself with the goose beside him. So I never actually got to see Tectone, like, debate somebody. He looks like Levi Ackerman, which is actually a thing which he uses in his content. His content is pleasant. And you get a smile watching those. Who? You mean Bwop? He looks like Levi Ackerman. Who the fuck is... That's a Tectone Titan, right? Levi Ackerman. Yeah. Are you talking about Bwop? Bwop looks like Levi Ackerman. What? What?
Emergency food? Don't call me that. This has 5 million views. Right. Is that not insane?
That is insane.
Not
There
really.
has to be a more popular Genshin video than that.
Why are you trying to find more popular Genshin? The fact that there are people who are interested... The fact that there are people interested in Bwop giggling to Paimon being emergency food does not mean that the people who are noticing this video do not also consume content guides. That's like, what? There is a thing called overlap, okay? The fact that casuals are also looking for advice on how to build their team also means there is overlap from Tectone's perspective between casuals and non-casuals. Because if you're a casual looking for what does that even mean? If you're a casual looking for advice on how to beat Spiral Abyss, which is the only time you would ever request advice about like mechanics in this game, then what exactly separates them from a casual? From a non-casual or a meta player? Because they're already looking into what is the best way to clear this shit. We were talking about this content. Anthony Chan looks like Levi Ackerman. Oh, oh my god, you're kind of right. Oh yeah, that's true. I just don't accept the fact that there is like this hard line between a casual and a non-casual player. I consider my casual sometimes, and then I think about it for a bit, and I realize I've been clearing Spiral Abyss 36 star, spent over $1,500 on this game, have played it for over 3 years now. And I'm like, wow, what exactly makes me a casual? What exactly make other players a casual? They're so ill-defined, and I'm sure they're going to get to it later on, but then they never bring up this list again. So do they actually manage to define it? Like, why are we even here doing this? There's at least like another hour to this. I have to stop it here because I'm getting a bit tired. I'm going to go like sleep or some shit. Oh my god, we reached 15 likes. That's like a record. Honestly, unless there's a mediator in a Tectone debate, it's not even worth having. Yeah. You gotta have like a gate between Tectone and whoever the fuck they are debating, because it just like gets derailed so quick. Dude, like this nonsense. Like, what are they... Like it's something about meta, but I don't know what the original. Like okay, Genshin is a casual game, but it's a casual game where you also want to beat Spiral Abyss, and people who are casuals who ask advice about Spiral Abyss are still casuals. But then, what exactly is the difference between a casual and a person who just like wants to do Spiral Abyss and do it in the most optimal way? Like, is a casual someone who wants to do Spiral Abyss but fails at it? Is a casual someone who just doesn't give a fuck about what character they pull for? Yeah, I gotta go to bed. Was just doing something on the side, and that just finished. Yeah, this was a fun stream. Interesting stream. I love how there are like all these people who are not like the usual people. Not that there's anything wrong with the usual people in my stream, but this is by far the most amount of views I've gotten in a stream. Average view duration 27 minutes. Views 182, likes 15, concurrent viewers currently 9. This is Bench Gamer. I hope we all enjoy the stream. Hopefully it doesn't get taken down, and if it does, then whatever the fuck. You guys know why. This is Bench Gamer signing out, and I will see you guys sometimes. Bye bye.